Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So great to see everybody. I hope you're doing well. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome to Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, in case you're new. And the goal is every morning, every single morning, 7 days a week, we discuss the art of economic elevation and just what that looks like, what it means to elevate your finances, what it means to become the absolute best you can be from a financial standpoint. And also, if you want to get text notifications when we start, and I send them out a couple of times a week, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a reminder, like a kind of a wake-up call to kind of get you started so that you'll know that we are about to do the thing. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I am actually in Amsterdam. I'm at the end of was about a 10-day European tour. Had to do a daddy-daughter business trip, and it was amazing. And let me just tell you, so many cities uh, in uh, in Europe are so beautiful. Let's see, I'm trying to remember all the cities we went to. We went to a bunch of them. Let's see, we had Dubrovnik, which is part of Croatia, and a lot of people think about the war when they think about Croatia. A lot of terrible things happened there, but actually, it's a really beautiful place, and it's really recovered from the war, and it's one of the most beautiful places you've ever seen. In fact, they actually shot Game of Thrones there. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, you'll remember King's Landing. That's where Dubrovnik was. It was King's Landing, and then we also went to Brussels, which has this square. I've never seen anything that beautiful in my life. There's like this town square that's 1,000 years old. And I mean, it's amazing. I can't explain how beautiful it is. You just got to go see it. I think you're not gonna regret it. Luxembourg, saw Luxembourg. That's a beautiful city. What's another one? Gosh, I think Basel, where they have Art Basel. That was really cool. And now it's Amsterdam, and now we head back home. And then I got to take another trip next week. We're going to Egypt, a group trip with the Black Business School. We're taking a trip to Egypt, thanks to Jay Cameron. I would invite you guys to go, but unfortunately, immediately all the tickets sold out. And so, if you want to join us on the next trip, though, it's going to be South Africa, and I'll announce that first here because I'd rather travel with people that know me well and that I know you well, and we're connected. So you guys will get first dibs if you want to join us in South Africa. We're probably going to make that available at the All Black National Convention, which is going to happen October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, Illinois, which is actually Lombard, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago. So give me a quick yes if you guys can hear me okay. I am traveling, so I want to make sure that my Wi-Fi is okay. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. How you doing, James Keller? I see you. Jamila Cook, Travis, Stephen, Pilar, Mia, Claudia, John Peacock. Good to see you. Jackie Myers, Sharon, Josephine Rainwater, Juanita, Rochelle. I see you in here. Sheila. Good to see you. Della Montez, Clarence, Rebecca Lee. So great. It's always great to see all of you. And I want to apologize for the other day. I think there was a day where I could not actually formally cancel class. I didn't get to send out the text. And I just want to say I'm sorry if you came in and I wasn't here. That's not the way I should be doing things, and it is completely my fault, my responsibility, and I apologize for that. But if you want to keep joining us, just so you know, we do this every single day, 7 days a week, because I believe that for us to be a serious community, we got to be serious people, right? And I think that's a great place to begin. I think in order for us to really be taken seriously by the world, we first have to take ourselves seriously. And when I study a lot. I pay attention to everything. When I study, people that are seriously good at what they do, world champions, people who are the best at anything, communities that are succeeding. One thing I know is that, that people that are really good at things, they're very serious. So I think, so my belief, a very fundamental, simple idea is that if we're going to be taken seriously when it comes to our wealth, we're going to have to get serious. We're going to have to make sacrifices. We're going to have to be committed. Tell me if you agree. I hope that you agree with this. We're going to have to really talk about this in a serious way to say, okay, what are some serious things we can do to make sure that we're seriously ready and seriously empowered for the next generation? As I was studying in Europe and I was going through and I was kind of paying attention to European history. I'm gonna do the same thing when I go to Egypt next week. So just know, and sometimes people, when I go to European countries, people say, oh, you only want to hang around white people. I'm like, no, 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 I'm going to Africa next. And so Egypt is a part of Africa. And then there's Ghana and there's other places. But I went to China and I would go to South America. I'm going to go everywhere. I went to Antarctica. Well, not Antarctica. It was actually Reykjavik, Iceland, which by the way is a beautiful place too. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I want to go everywhere. I want to learn from everybody. I like to learn the history of things. I like to learn um, why did this happen? What happened? How did this come to be? And so here's one of the things that I was noticing, and I'll start here, and then I'm going to go into the point that I wanted to make today for our financial consciousness training. Is I was curious about the Irish potato famine. And it's interesting. I haven't thought about Ireland for a long time. If you want to know what I think about it, what comes to mind, number one, I found out in my DNA test that I'm like 20% Irish or something, which is weird. It tells, but you know why that is, right? Some slave master snuck in the barn and took something that didn't belong to him. I'm gonna suspect that was the case. My great great grandfather's name was Boyce, and his slave master gave him that name. So that's the history there. So anyway, also with Ireland, I remember in college, I had a scholarship to go to Ireland, and I did not take it. I got my dream job actually that summer working for General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me a ton of money. They put me in a really expensive apartment and gave me a ton of money, and it was the worst, most horrible job I ever had. I had a racist boss who ignored me and didn't teach me anything, and this black mentor I had nothing in common with, and I was so uninspired. And I remember just being so bored and walking around the factory trying to find stuff to do because I hated that job so much. And that was when I decided that I wasn't going to spend my life on the corporate plantation. Just the idea of doing that job for the next 30 or 40 years was very depressing. And so I had my black job, and it was a good black job. I made good black money on that black job, but I did not want that job. I instead of just the black job, I decided maybe I want something that's black owned, or at the very least, I wanted a better job. That's why I became a professor. So anyway, with going back to Ireland here, another thought that came to Ireland, which was really just a random thought. In case you don't know, that's what we do. We talk about money and we do streams of consciousness, but I promise you, everything comes back to money. I remember in college, and I took this class. College is full of like, it's this great place where you learn a lot, but they also spend a lot of time teaching you a bunch of random things that don't actually help your life. So when I was 19, I had to take a class about old Irish peasants or something, and it was Irish peasants in the 19th century. I don't know what the hell I would have in common with them, except for the fact that I got that Irish blood in there somewhere, which ain't really supposed to be there. And I remember learning about this drink called Boney Clabber. And Boney Clabber is, check this out. This is crazy. It's going to freak you out. It's where you take milk and you put it on the front porch until it spoils, and it curdles when it spoils, and then you mix it with cow's blood, and people drink that. Like people would drink that stuff. Spoiled milk and cow's blood. That's the nastiest thing in the world. That's the only thing I remember from that class. That's the nastiest thing I remember from that class. And I remember sitting in this class, and it was a big old gigantic room, like auditorium style, 300 people. And the teacher is some old man who bored me to death. And he was talking about all this Irish stuff. I've been hardly paying attention to it, but I had learned enough to get a good grade in the class. And then I raised my hand and asked a question. He says something. He says, well, here's what happened and blah, 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 blah. And he says, but the caveat is, and I raised my hand and he said, yes. And I said, what is a caveat? And he goes, it's a disclaimer. And then he starts talking. He goes, so blah, 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 blah. And I raised my hand again and he goes, yes. And I said, what's a disclaimer? Because I didn't know what a caveat was. I did not know what a disclaimer was. I was just being honest. But those are the assholish things that I've done in my life that have gotten me into a lot of trouble. So if you ever want to know why I get in trouble sometimes, it's because I ask those annoying questions. So anyway, so speaking of Ireland, let's circle back to that. So here's what happened with Ireland, right? So they had this potato famine, and if you want to know what happened in the potato famine, and I want to link this back to Black families and the lesson we can learn about economics here. So what happened in the potato famine was the Irish had a big part of their economy and a big part of their diet based on potato production. Potatoes apparently are nutritious; they have high nutritional value, and you can grow a lot of potatoes in a small plot of land. So the Irish love potatoes. Well, something happened where the potatoes got poisoned or something, or they caught some sort of infection, and a bunch of potatoes got sick and died. And the British, who were kind of the colonizers of Ireland to some extent, they kind of were to the Irish what white people are to us. They would kind of come in and take what they want and do what they want. And so they came in and they took the good potatoes and left the Irish with the bad potatoes. And this led to the Irish potato famine. And 1 million people died from starvation because there were no potatoes. There's nothing, no food to feed anybody. And 1 million people left to go to other countries like the US, Canada, stuff like that. I think that's why you have so many big Irish communities in the United States. Like in Chicago every year, they literally have so many Irish people there that they literally pour something into the lake, into the river to make it green, right? St. Patrick's Day is a big deal in Chicago and other cities around the country. So anyway, I thought about this and I was just talking to my daughter about it and I said, you know, this is really an interesting, sad reality about life. And the reality that I'm picking up from this is that don't nobody really care about you that much in this world. You know, I'm not saying nobody does, but how brutal do you have to be? How brutal did the British have to be to say, we're going to take all the good potatoes and we're going to let you starve? We're going to come to your community and we're going to take all the good stuff. I'm going to leave you with the bad and just wish you the best. And so this led to the Irish actually getting really pissed off at the British, which they should have. I'd be mad too. You know, walked up in my house, took all the good food out, and let me and my family starve. Oh, we're never gonna be friends. I'm not voting for you in the next election. That's for damn sure. And so that this led to the Irish fight for independence, and they still have issues with the British to this day, as they should. So I started thinking about the Black community. And I started thinking about how many times they came into our space. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Let me know if you're following this. How many times people have come into our space and cherry picked what they wanted and left us with the shit? How many times they come up in the projects and say, we don't want him or her, but oh, Tyrone, he's 6'8", 240 pounds and can dunk a basketball. We'll take him. We'll take this one. And, you know, or come in and saw us when we were inventing hip hop in the South Bronx in the 1970s and said, "Ooh, we can make money from this. We're going to come in. We're going to take your music and take your culture, but we're going to leave everything else behind. We're going to let you starve while we go and we feed ourselves off of something that we directly extracted from your community." Look at how many times they came into our community, took our wealth, took our talent, took our culture, took our children, took all of our resources, took our even our land, right? And left us with nothing, just left us there to just starve and whatever, fall apart. And so really when I thought about this and I thought about the Irish potato famine, I said, man, that's cold. They came in and they didn't give a damn. They took their stuff and just left them with nothing. I started thinking about all these Jackie Robinson moments that we've had in our community where you had a prosperous enterprise, a growing prosperous enterprise that would have become a multi-billion-dollar asset called the Negro Leagues, where you had the most talented, most extraordinary athletes in the world, in this league, kicking ass, taking names, getting fans, filling up stadiums, doing their thing. Thousands of businesses built off of this. Thousands of people are eating off of this, just like the Irish eating the potatoes. They were getting their potatoes from the economic growth that was coming from this sports league. And they came in and they took what they wanted. They took their Jackie Robinson, they took a couple other players, and then the Negro Leagues were just kind of left to die. So they came in, they took the good, like the British did with the Irish. They came in and they took the good potatoes and said, we got to eat first, and then left us with whatever was left us with the crap. And if you don't understand the analogy, I hope you get my analogy. I know I'm a little weird, but these are things that form in my brain when I'm looking at, because here's the thing, oppression is universal. Pimping is an international phenomenon. Exploitation happens in multiple languages across multiple societies all throughout the world, all throughout history. And so there are universal lessons that can be picked up by studying the history of other cultures in addition to our own. You ain't unique. You ain't the first group of people to get colonized. You're not the first group of people to get screwed. You're not the first group of people to have somebody mistreat you or hate you or take your stuff. What I think has to be understood and what we got to learn, and going back to what I was saying in the very beginning, is that maybe this also means you got to get serious. Maybe this means you also have to be able to defend yourself. Maybe this means that you have to kind of look at the pattern here and say, okay, what's going on here? What is it that made us so vulnerable that somebody could come in here and just take our stuff like that? What happened with what was the thinking in the ownership of the Negro Leagues that made them not negotiate a better deal? Like, why didn't they say to the Yankees or the Dodgers and say, you can get a piece of this, but you can't own this. But we'll do a trade. You come play in our stadium, we'll come play in yours. You bring some, we'll ship a player or two over to you, but you ship a player or two over to us. Whatever. You own this, we own that. What led you to think that it made sense to say, we're going to take our most valuable assets, we're going to take all of our good potatoes, and we're going to give you all the good potatoes, and we're going to keep the rotten ones? That don't even make no sense. That makes absolutely no economic sense. And that is why you were left to starve. Because Major League Baseball, they eating good. They eating good. They got multi-billion-dollar franchises, and you can't own none of them. You got black people like Magic Johnson. I think Magic was able to own 5% of a team or something. They're like, we'll give you some crumbs. We'll give you the piece that we don't really want that much, and we'll give you a little bit just for the sake of diversity. We'll give you a little DEI here and there or something. Right? And now they don't even want to give you the DEI. And you trying to live off the crumbs, and they living off the feast. I think that there's something to learn there in terms of knowing who your friends are and who really doesn't care about you that much, and knowing what your responsibility is to defend what you have. You have a responsibility for that. And one of the biggest most problematic false ideas that we've been implanted in our heads because we get colonized from birth. When we start going to public school, that's when the colonization process takes place. And then media, they soften you up. It's like an airstrike that happens before you bring in the ground troops. You soften up the target with the airstrike. So the airstrike is the airwaves. What they put on the airwaves and the radio, get everybody twerking, get everybody listening to music that's telling you to send your son to prison at an early age, that's getting all the kids hooked on drugs, getting them out here thugging out and everything else. And then the public school system where they're learning how wonderful white people are and how ridiculously sad and pathetic black people are. That's the airstrike. That's getting you prepped up. That's softening you up, softening up the target so that when they want to take you to the big Diddy party that's going to happen to you in your life where you're going to get screwed for the rest of your life, you're ready for that. You've been softened up. You understand? So the lack of ability and the lack of discernment, the lack of consciousness, this is for economic consciousness, financial consciousness is what we cover every morning. The lack of consciousness shows itself in the sense that you're not stopping and saying, hold up, wait, what are you doing? What's in that drink right there? What are you trying to feed me? What's in this? What ingredients are in this thing that you're trying to feed me right now in this education you're trying to give me? What's in this? What is on this TV screen that you're trying? What's in this music? What poison did you put in the music to make us think that make our kids want to grow up and become thugs and killers and gangsters and drug addicts and everything else? No, we're not doing that. Do you understand? That requires strategy. It requires consciousness. It requires preparation. It also requires courage. And in some cases, we are lacking all of these things. We lack all of these things because in many cases, unfortunately, whenever somebody comes along and says, why are we letting them do this to us? First thing you'll have another black person getting mad at that person, saying you're dangerous. Wait, that's a dangerous person. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. Even when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I don't know how smart I am. I don't know how smart I compare to other people, but I know that when it comes to economics, I'm one of the most highly trained people on this planet. And I remember when I would say certain things and say, well, this don't make no sense. Why would we let them do that to us? You'd be amazed how many black professors were scared to even be my friend. They were scared to be my friend because they knew that the colonizers were going to kick them in the ass if they did. If they got seen hanging with me, if they saw that they were associated with me, they knew they would get in trouble for that. And so I didn't have a lot of friends. And I didn't need a lot of friends. I'm not that don't I leaned on the Nat Turner spirit, whatever. If I got to do this by myself, I'm going to do it. I'm not following a stupid crowd. I'm not following strategies that fail. I'm not following an approach that has clearly showed that it's not going to get us what we want because slavery is not fun. It's not fun to have somebody else control your life. It's not fun to have somebody else beating you up all the time. It's not fun to be at the bottom. It's not fun to be in last place. I don't want to be in last place. I want to be a winner. I like winning. I like succeeding. I like being the best. I like doing my best. Even if I'm not the best, I want to do my best. And I don't think, I'm gonna tell you this, my little simple theory is that in many cases, we are not really doing our best. I really think that we're sort of afraid to shine. We're afraid to push. We're afraid to grow. We're afraid to stand up. We're afraid to be what we were meant to be. And so this colonization oppression that kind of occurs kind of stunts our growth. And just to tell you how where my ideas have gotten on this, I literally remember whenever I would hear somebody complaining about how the public schools aren't going to teach Black history in the right way, my first reaction is, why do we think white people, why do we need white people to teach us our history? Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. I have this. How many of y'all got a cell phone? Anybody else got a phone, or am I the only one? It's this new technology. You probably haven't heard of it. Let me tell you about it. You haven't heard of this, so it's very cutting edge. It's called an iPhone. Y'all, the iPhone. I don't know. So a few of y'all may have heard of it, but I've got this thing called an iPhone. And did you know that with my iPhone, I can look up anything that I want on this other amazing invention called the internet. Holy crap. Oh my God. And I know this is freaking y'all out. This is new stuff, man. This is the new stuff. And so if I use this thing called the internet on my iPhone, I can look up anything that a teacher could teach in a classroom. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? And I don't even need a white man's permission to do that. I don't get to ask massa to let me do nothing. So go tells your friends, tells your family, tells your children that we can teach ourselves now. We don't need to go to this building with some crusty lady from the suburbs who don't even know who the hell I am, who don't understand me, my struggle, my family, my children, or nothing, teaching them a bunch of very biased false facts about who I am. I don't need to abuse my children by exposing them to that nonsense. I'm not saying your kids shouldn't go to school. I'm not telling you to go take your kids out of school. I'm not that extreme. But at the end of the day, we can educate ourselves. And not only can we do that, we should be doing that. We should do that. Do you understand? We should do that. Not because, again, I'm not saying take your kid out of school. Don't think some of y'all are doing homeschooling, and I applaud you. I think that that's a great solution. But don't think I'm telling you like, oh, you're a sellout for sending your kid to school. I'm not here to judge any of that. So let's just do we understand each other, please? Because I don't want people to take what I'm saying and make it into an extremist argument. This is not extremism. This is not extremism. This is called common sense. Common sense says that when they are giving you Kool-Aid that's filled with pee and rat poison, you should probably think a little more carefully about what you allow your children to drink. And that's what they're giving them the Kool-Aid and it's got some pee in it. It does. It's got this thing called white supremacy, this idea that somehow everything wonderful that's ever happened in the world was done by a white man, and Black people, the only thing you've ever done is you were freed from slavery, which you didn't even do because there was this bearded white guy named Abraham Lincoln who did it for you. That's the best that ever happened to you. So you celebrate Juneteenth every year like it's the greatest thing you've ever accomplished because the best thing you ever accomplished was letting white people free you and get you out of jail. And so now to this day, we still carry the same mentality. We carry the same mindset that says, yeah, we can make progress, but we need their help. We need them to do this for us. We need them to open doors for us. And that bred the whole industry of these anti-racism speakers that pretty much go to big white universities and they don't really talk to a lot of Black people. They talk mostly to white people and explain to white people how to treat Black people better because you are defined as this relentlessly oppressed minority group who has no fate or no ability to control their own fate. And what I want you to understand is that is very, very dangerous. It does not mean that good white folks who truly want to heal and truly want to do the right thing can't play a role. There's nothing against that. Some of you are white in this room, and I applaud you for having the courage to hear from a loud, angry Black man every morning. I respect that immensely. You're your family too, if you got the right energy. But what I am saying is that you have to also ask yourself, can we do this if they never help us? If no one ever comes in and saves us, If we're the Irish, if we are where the Irish were, where with British oppression, under British rule, where the British were coming in, taking their resources, taking their women, taking their food, and kicking their asses. If we are the Irish and the British are just being the British, what if the British never help us at all? What if they never change their behavior? What if they never shift? What are you going to do? At that point, it's all on you, Jack. It's all on you. Do you understand? Like this whole time, everything I go, every experience I have, because I think a lot, it can be transformative. I want, you never know what day I might come in here and have a whole different set of ideas because of something I experienced. And let me just tell you a little something. Every city I went to this week, when I went to Dubrovnik in Croatia, when I went to Luxembourg, Basel, Brussels, and Amsterdam, in every single city, every single country, every single province, all I would hear are stories about how they had to defend their freedom. Every single place. Every place there would be a history of they fought this war to stop these invaders. They built this wall to go and stop these other people from there. See, this is what you need to understand is that bullying and pimping are universal. The bullying is something that's happened internationally for thousands of years. If you don't have a plan for you and your family, if you don't play defense, then somebody else is going to play offense. Do you get what I'm saying? If you can't protect what you got, some asshole's gonna come along and try to take it. And this false idea where we're raised to be victims and we're raised to sit there defenseless and without a plan, without a strategy, without a sacrifice, and just hope that our oppressors decide to be nicer to us, that is by design. That is by design. Elon Musk is an interesting guy, right? I don't love him or hate him. I think he's smart, but he's also a racist. And the reason Elon is a racist is because he grew up in apartheid. That's why he says those stupid things on his Twitter. Again, I don't hate him because I don't take it personally because I don't care what white people think about me. That's not how I evaluate my self-worth. One thing that they used to do during apartheid was, did you know, how many of y'all knew this? That, and I'm not an expert on apartheid. So those of you who know more about it than I do, forgive me if I say something wrong. But I remember reading how during apartheid that if you had a son of military age, and I guess that's like between 18 and 40 or something, 35 or whatever, if you had a son of military age, they needed to know where your son was at all times. If they came to your house or somebody in the village told them that your son disappeared and just left town for a while, you could go to jail for that. They will come get you. They might kill somebody in your family or lock up your mama because your son is not, nobody knows where your son is at. Do you know why they did that? Does anybody know why? Can you guess why? Because because they did not want young, angry black men to go get military training that would allow them to fight back. Did y'all know that? They wanted passive men. They wanted feminine men. They wanted weak men. They wanted the wusses. Because you can control a wuss. You can control a weak little pathetic man who don't fight back or a man who doesn't have the skill to fight back. But you can't really, it's hard to oppress a warrior. Because warriors are different. Warriors have strategy. Warriors have tactics. Warriors ain't scared to die. They're ready to die. They're ready to go down for what they believe in. So it's hard to oppress a warrior. It's easy to oppress a punk. So do you think that it's a coincidence that we suddenly have this rise in the feminization of black men all throughout this society? Has anybody been to Atlanta and see how many, and no disrespect, this is not anti nobody. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, but you go to Atlanta, you can't help but notice how many brothers want to walk around in mini skirts with high heels and wigs on. You think this is an accident? You think this somebody was, you think this kind of was part of the plan? What do y'all think? So here's the deal. It's one thing if the bully can beat you up. Sure, but beating you up is hard to do if you fight back. It's easier for the bully to soften you up so that you are scared to fight in the first place. And the reality is that a lot of our people are scared to fight. And then if they're not scared to fight, they don't know how to fight because you never had conversations like this. You never sat down with your father or your mother and had them explain to you that preparation is the key to success. They never told you that the way to prevent a problem is to prevent a problem. They never told you that the way to overcome the attack is to get ready for the attack. They never taught you that in Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War, that battles are won before they even begin. They never taught you that. You just get spilled and flooded with a culture from the BETs of the world, who are white-owned companies that pretend to be in blackface. They spill a culture of instant gratification, very sloppy living, very irresponsible choices, so that you simply are just sloshing through life, being a victim of problems that sometimes you created yourself. Like, so when you're that guy that's 36 years old and you can't figure out how to pay your child support because you got seven babies, mamas, well, you made those babies, and nobody ever talked to you about sexual discipline and the importance of that as a form of economic preservation. Nobody talked to you about that. Or you sitting in a bad situation because you chose not to get an education, because you out thugging and following the crowd and getting into street life and all this other stuff because that was marketed to you. They packaged that up and marketed that to you. And then now you 30 something years old trying to play catch up because you spent your 20s in the streets. That was all by design. They marketed that to you. So what I'm here to say on this is that when you're talking about the accumulation of Black wealth, that is something that requires discipline and planning. When you talk about the preservation of that wealth, that also requires discipline and planning. Uh, it requires a mindset where you understand that your economics is a form of self-defense. See, money is used to enslave people all throughout the world. Economic warfare is very, very real, not just in the United States, but it happens all over the globe. And so my question that I would ask you is, have I at least convinced you to consider that your choices in terms of how economically intelligent and economically prepared you and your children are is a really important part of your self-defense strategy? Have I convinced you that this is connected, that a lot of the victimization occurs because we're not thinking in terms of preparation and strategy? Do you understand? And actually, I'm going to talk to you about my conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier in a second. But before I do that, I want to mention to you all really quickly that there is something that we're doing now that I've offered you called the Freedom Challenge, where literally, you guys know in Money in the Morning, I've probably done about 200 lectures so far just this year alone. And by the time we're done, it'll be up in the thousands. And so what we did was one of my team members put something together where if you text the word freedom to 87948, you'll get one of those lectures sent to you every single morning. So if you like the Money in the Morning vibe and this is great for you, then if you text freedom to 87948, you will get one of those Money in the Morning lectures that maybe something I did in January or February that'll be sent to you, because these ideas are universal. And I'd like for you to also, if you just, so you can have it all for free, if you would just please share this with your family, share this with your loved ones, because I really believe deeply that economic intelligence is one of the keys to our freedom. It's not going to solve every problem, but having resources, having money makes a big difference in your life. It makes a big difference in the options that you have. So just text freedom to 87948 and we can send that to you. And also just a reminder, later on today, and I'm not going to keep talking for too long, but later on today, I am going to do a Q&A for those of you that are interested in stock options and learning how to buy and sell stock options to make money. It's really more so for beginners. So if you'd like to join that, then feel free to join our options class. It's drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Prime members, you can come in. You guys should have gotten a link in your text messages this morning. That's going to happen today at noon Eastern. All right. So let me finish up on a conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier. So Dr. Frazier, in case you don't know, he runs the Power Networking Conference every year. He is by far, in my view, the greatest networking guru in the United States. And the reason that what Dr. Frazier does is so important is because not only is Dr. Frazier the OG, I think he's approaching 80, but he looks like he's 50 or 40, and he is one of the sharpest men I know, one of the greatest men I know, and I counsel with him on a regular basis, just like I do with Dr. Claude Anderson. And the reason that his job is so important is because he does one of the most important things that Black people should consider as it pertains to wealth accumulation. He talks about bringing us together. He talks about collaboration over competition. He talks about connecting, networking, working as a group economics, economics as a team sport, which is the powernomics principle. And the reason I have so much appreciation for what Dr. Fraser does is because when I was in grad school working on my doctorate in finance, I remember all of these economic models that pretty much showed that when you bring people together, you are actually creating wealth. There are legitimate, real economic models that basically show when you bring people together, you're creating wealth because when you bring people together, what you're doing is you're creating trade. Do you understand? So when you talk about places like right now I'm in Amsterdam, and Amsterdam had a company, I think it was called the Dutch East Indies Company or Dutch East India something company, and this was the first corporation ever created. It was worth today in today's dollars, it would be worth about $10 trillion. Apple's worth about 2 trillion. This company would be worth about $10 trillion. And one of the things I noticed when I studied, see, when you see something that's winning, you see something that's successful, you study it. So I studied this company, and I believe it's the Dutch East India Company. Forgive me if I got the name wrong. I got to go look that up again. But anyway, one of the things I noticed that was really interesting is the way this company came into fruition, came to existence, is basically you had a bunch of scattered companies all trading spices. Again, trade. Trade was a form of wealth. Trade brought people together. There's a big river where people would gather on the river. That's why rivers were an important part of any country's economy. So they were all doing all this trade individually, and they said something that's very logical, very natural, that even an animal can understand. They said, instead of all of us scrambling and doing our own thing, competing with each other, crabs in a barrel taking each other out, why don't we come together and do all this as one group? And why don't we engage in group economics? And that's what they did. So they formed a company that became arguably the most valuable company in the history of the world, one of the most valuable. They again, I got to double check to see if the valuations are correct. But from what I have seen, this company was worth 5 times more than Apple in terms of its power and its impact. And so what Dr. Fraser does, and this is why y'all need to study this man. He's an American treasure. He's more important to me than Donald Trump. He's more important to me than a Joe Biden can ever be. He's more important than pretty much any non-Black person I've ever studied in my life. Definitely for the purposes of what we're trying to do. The reason you should pay attention to this man is because he's giving you the keys to the kingdom by helping you understand the very same philosophy that led to the creation of the most valuable company in the history of the world, or one of the most valuable. He's explaining that if you embrace the right ideas that lead to collaboration with family, collaboration with friends, collaboration with other people that have similar interests, you can accomplish a whole lot more than you can by competing with that Negro across the street or competing with that lady that's on the other Black person on your job. Collaboration is far superior to competition. And so when you take this and you blend this with other things that we talk about, like in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. The reason we created the Black Financial Therapy Department is, I said, we have so much undiagnosed, untreated trauma in our community, so many generational curses, so much fear, so much anger, so much hostility that it keeps us from being able to collaborate. Because in order to collaborate, you need trust. In order to collaborate, you need to calm your ass down and resolve disputes in a peaceful way. In order to collaborate, you can't get into this whole gangster mentality that's being promoted to us where we're constantly trying to beat each other out. I mentioned to you all the difficulty that I had trying to partner with Kanye West because everything he did was about trying to dominate me, and I just don't respond well to that. That was a very difficult conversation. So collaboration, that's one of the keys. That's one of the things. So here's the thing. I told Dr. Fraser, and we didn't just talk about that. We talked about one other thing, and I'm gonna bring this up in a minute. Is I said, so to me, the point of education is not just so you can go to school, get a bunch of degrees, and get a good job. To me, the point of education in the middle of the type of oppression that we are faced with, in the middle of the type of economic bullying that we experience, in the middle of the challenges that we experience, I said the goal of education is to prepare you to have the skill set that you need to accomplish a specific goal. If you can't figure out What is at the end of that tunnel? If you're going into education blindly, just saying, I'm going to go study a bunch of books because somebody told me to, then you're missing the point. What you're supposed to do is actually do what they call in mathematics. They call this dynamic optimization. You start at the end. You say, why? Why am I doing this? What is this going to help me do? And then you work your way backward to figure out what you need to do. So to me, here's what I'm thinking. I said, okay. So we started talking about family. And one thing Dr. Frazier brought up, and this is the conversation we had last night while I was in Amsterdam. He was on the phone with me. I said, he said, and then we both agreed, he said that when you look at wealth across different communities, he said East Indians have the highest wealth in America. And I could have sworn he said that their marriage rate is like 95% or higher. And then when you go down to Asian communities, which are right up there too, they have a very high marriage rate. And then he talks about white people, other communities. He said, then when you get to the very bottom of the economic list, pay attention now. Let me know if you're following me now. I hope you're following me. He said, when you get to the bottom of the wealth race, you got Black people. Well, the marriage rate has been declining for 40, 50 years. The ability to keep a family together has cost you $10 trillion in economic value. And I said, yeah, I get what you're saying. I just sat there and listened. I didn't say a single word when he was talking because I said, you know what? I'm smart enough to know that when the teacher's teaching, you shut up and listen. And I listened. I listened to every word. And I hung on to every word. And I think I was so quiet. I think he thought I wasn't paying attention, or maybe I was I was getting bored. And I said, no, I'm not bored. I'm meditating on every word that's coming out of your mouth because I got 1,000 things that I'm thinking about. But I want to let you finish all this because I really want to hear all this. Then I'm going to tell you how you were correct on every single point. I mean, I want you to process this. Did y'all know the lowest median net worth in America is that of a single Black mother with children? Did y'all know that? She has the lowest median net worth in America. And right there with her is the single Black father that's got a whole bunch of babies, mamas, and is giving all his money to the child support court. When your families break up, when your families fall apart, that is an economic win for those who are extracting and plucking resources from the Black community. It's a win for them because now all 5 of y'all out there scrambling. All 5 of y'all are paying rent to a different landlord. All 5 of y'all are working for a different master. All 5 of y'all are out here buying consumer products with your extra money. And there's no coordinated collaborative effort to accumulate wealth that is going to be collected and preserved within the family unit. There's nothing. There's no plan for that. There's no conversation around that. That's a foreign idea. It's a very foreign idea to say, how do we build wealth for our family? But it's a common idea to say, how am I building wealth for the landlord? Or how am I building wealth for the store down the street? How am I building wealth for my boss? I love my boss. So here's what I said to Dr. Frazier. I'm going to go back to this point. As I said, okay, first off, I think Black people should be educating Black people. I don't apologize for that. I don't care how evil it sounds to some people. Some people, that's a foreign concept. They can accept the idea that white people would educate us, but they can't understand why we want to educate each other. That's just what a Negro teaching Negroes, like, that's not appropriate. Why? But it's appropriate for you to teach me. Is that what you're saying? That's cool. That's the standard. But when I say no, I want to teach my kids. I want to teach my people. I want people like I want my people teaching me. Well, that's radical. You're dangerous. You're talking dangerous. What's dangerous about that? I get it because I'm blowing up your spot right now. I'm undermining your economic interest because you're so accustomed to, in a very entitled way, taking everything from me. You're accustomed to taking all my money. You're accustomed to taking all of our votes. You're accustomed to taking our children. You're accustomed to taking our resources. You're accustomed to taking our land. You're accustomed to taking all of our time. I get that. So sorry. That's just not happening now. Because here's the thing. What you got to understand about wealth, all wealth really is it's an accumulation process. All wealth really is gathering a bunch of stuff and piling it up in one place. That's all it is. That's what it means to be a rich person or a rich family or a rich entity or a rich corporation, is basically you got a whole bunch of shit and you just piled it all up and it's all yours. You went and you found it and you pulled it all together and then you protected it. That's what you did. That's how you got wealthy. That's when someone's rich, that's what they did. They figured out, where's the money at? Oh, it's over here and it's over here and it's over here. And they went, just like you go pick cherries or strawberries in the field. They picked up the wealth, except they're picking up dollar bills or whatever. And then they got them all together And then when people tried to come and take it, they defended it. They said, no, you can't have this. This is mine. So what I'm asking you is, what accumulation have you done for your family? Where have you where in your training, anywhere in your educational process at all, at any point, were you ever trained on this very basic idea of looking at the family unit as something that must be protected and preserved, seeing the family unit as not just this thing that you just do because you got nothing better to do, or this thing that you create because you found some girl that was cute and you decided to have sex with her. What about thinking about the family unit as an economic vehicle and realizing that this is absolutely essential. This must be protected because this thing will protect you, because the family unit, when it's well organized and structured and everybody has the right skill set and everyone's collaborating and working toward a common objective, can be a massive economic engine that then leads to the defense of both your family and to your community as a collective. Because all a community is a collection of families. Why is this not part of our educational process? I'll make it more concrete. Let me make it more concrete for you so we can actually have some direct ideas to walk away with. If I was building a school right now, and maybe one day I'll figure out how to get enough money to build a complete school. We got the Black Business School. That's very real. There's 156,000 students in the school, but my ambitions are bigger. I'd like to have training centers all around the world. If I had this school, here's what I would teach. I would have experts teach these things. I would teach the children things like conflict resolution, so that you're not trying to go fight and disassociate with every Black person who pisses you off. I would teach them how to manage relationships at an early age so they can build the right relationships with the right people and repair those relationships when necessary. I would teach them the value and the importance of the family unit, and why you should be willing to sacrifice to preserve that family unit, instead of thinking that if I break up with this girl, I can go and sleep with some other women, or I can go be a city girl now because I ain't got no husband no more. I would teach kids how to be a husband. Your boys don't know how to be husbands. That's why women who are ready to get married have a hard time on the dating scene, because y'all know what it is. These guys, 29 years old, looking for ass on the third date, and that's all they want because they don't see the value of what lies on the other side of the orgasm. That, again, instant gratification culture. That's that BET nonsense that they're getting taught on TV every single day, and they're not realizing how lonely they're going to be when they're 70 years old and don't nobody give a damn about you. When you done had a stroke and you sit up in the hospital and you need somebody to wipe your ass, you know, a wife would have been a handy thing to have, but they're not thinking about that. They're thinking they're going to be 29 years old forever. I've seen this happen. A lot of men die alone because of that, because nobody prepares them for the long term. They're not thinking strategically. I would teach young girls. I would have women teach young girls how to be wives, how to appreciate men. We don't appreciate men in our society. We got a lot of good men who get made fun of, get attacked, get disrespected, get beat up on, get abused, and nobody talks about that. I think that is atrocious. You know, I tell you, I work really hard. I do my absolute best to be the best man that I can be, because I was raised by a man who taught me that these things were important. And one of the things I can appreciate about my wife is that her and my mother-in-law go out of their way to let me know how much they appreciate me. And that's a wonderful thing. That's a great feeling. That makes me want to be a better man. I would have young girls learn these things. Let's just be honest with you. Honest for a minute. If you grew up in a house where you never saw two people love each other and work together to build a strong family, how do you even know what to do? You don't know what to do. And I want you to think about this, right? We spend years and years and years getting training to learn how to work for massa. We will spend 4 or 5 years learning how to do a skill so we can get a degree, so we can go get a job working for a white man. We'll dedicate years in training for that. But we give no time to train on how to do the thing that's most important, the most important task of your life, which is the nurture and reproduction of children, the protection of a family. That's far more important than your job at Ford. But you'll go to school 4 years to go work at Ford, but you won't spend 10 minutes learning how to be a good spouse or learning how to be a good parent. So education, I think, should be reshaped. I really think we should literally start education by saying, what are the most important things? What are the top 5 priorities for any African-American person between, say, the ages of 30 and 50? Let's start there. Okay, so let's, and then once we figure out what those top 5 priorities are, we're going to train the kids and get them ready for this. And there are some cultures that already do this. That's why they have things like the debutante balls and all that stuff. You're teaching the ladies and the men how to interact with each other because they understand the importance of reproduction. Because when you don't have these things, when you don't have the training, then what you get is what you see all throughout society. You just see sloppiness. Some dude just making a bunch of babies everywhere because he's being led by his penis. Girls laying down with guys that have absolutely no future whatsoever, but still think that somehow he's a great man to be with because he looks like my favorite rapper. And it just creates a big mess. And then in the mess, you can never build wealth in the middle of mess. You can't build wealth in the middle of chaos. You can't build wealth in the middle of war. You can't. To tell you how it ended with the Dutch East India Company, when I studied how they became so powerful, I said, well, what happened to them? How did they fall apart? And I was so interested in it. I wrote notes. I said, oh man, I got to tell everybody this. Oh, here's a few things that caused them to decline. They were the most powerful company in the world. This is the downfall. The biggest was they were constantly fighting. They were constantly fighting. They had wars that with France and England, because when you get rich, you're gonna have haters. You're gonna have people that are gonna fight you. So they were fighting these wars, and that bankrupt them. And then they were fighting with each other. They were fighting internally. A lot of your families are like that. A lot of your families always fighting. Everybody's fighting all the time. You can't build nothing in the middle of fighting and chaos. And so this is why, as a family, I think that when you're building your family wealth or you're doing whatever you want to do, I think that having a process for mediation is very important. Having family meetings is very important. Getting a therapist to help you work through your conflicts is very important. Even if you're talking about three friends that you started a great business with, I think having somebody that can help you mediate disputes will go a very long way. Also, there was a mismanagement issue, mismanagement of the resources. When they became wealthy, they got sloppy and greedy, and people were stealing and doing corrupt things. And then next thing you know, everything declined. So I think about this. That made me think about the fact that, did you all know that 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation? 70% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in two generations. And that's because sometimes success can make you complacent and make you get comfortable, make you think the money's never going to run out. And next thing you know, you're broke. Just ask a lot of these professional athletes who do these ESPN 30 for 30s, where they talk about how much they had and then they eventually lost it all. And this is a common story that you see. So not only does climbing to the top require a certain type of collaborative effort, a certain type of planning and strategy, but protecting your position once you're at the top is also important. So things like estate planning and having a generational wealth plan, things like that, really important for every family. And I want you to think for a second about how many times you see people that die that didn't even have a will. People that died that didn't have life insurance. People that died didn't even have any plan for who was going to get what. And these are real stories, and these are so these are things to think about as you're talking about building your wealth and protecting it. Okay. All right. I'm going to go, guys. I hope this discussion was beneficial to you. I hope that this helps you in terms of how to process these things. And again, if I say anything that's offensive, I apologize, but really I don't, because I just say what I have to say. And I hope we can disagree and still be loved. So let me remind you, number one, if you want to do the Freedom Challenge and get the training sent to you every day for 30 straight days, it's 30 days to wealth and power. It's totally free. Just text the word freedom to the number 87948. Text freedom to 87948, and you'll start getting the text messages tomorrow. Number two, we're going to do the stock options Q&A at noon Eastern today. That's in an hour. So if you still like to join, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. You can join the Prime program. It's a great program in terms of generating income from selling stock options. That's how I make my money. And then number three, I wanted to announce something that we're developing. We decided to create something called the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a stock market investing competition that we want to do in the Black Business School. And we're going to basically set it up where you guys can compete with each other and invest. And whoever does well and makes the most money, we will give them lifetime access to the Black Business School, to any class they want to take. So the Black Investors Cup, we're going to announce that soon. And that's going to be kind of a cool big thing that we want to do, because I kind of like competition and stuff that makes investing fun. So that's something we came up with. So anyway, I'll let you guys know how that goes, and I'll brief you on all of that. And Also, don't forget the All Black National Convention happens October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, which actually is in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So if you'd like to come to the convention and join us and hang out with us, it's usually about 600 or 700 people. So enough people to have a big, a decent crowd, but not so big that it becomes impersonal. We're not interested in something that has thousands of people. I'd rather have 500 or 600 of the right people with the right mindset, and we bring together the best experts in the community for one purpose, and that is to solve problems in our community with our people first. And that's it. That's all that matters. That's the Black agenda. As far as I'm concerned, the Black agenda is the only agenda because it requires that much effort, that much focus, that much concentration in order for us to do this. Now, let's see, Gigi, I did not see your question. Let's see, Gigi says, can you please talk about how to purchase bonds for monthly income? You know what, Gigi, that's more so for a stock market class. So you can bring that into class at noon, or you can bring that into Stock Market Tuesdays, and we could talk about that. I didn't. This class is more so to talk about financial consciousness and economic elevation from a broad perspective. The specifics of any type of investing is not something that we really do in this particular gathering. I like to keep things focused, okay? But there is plenty of information. If you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, theblackbusinessschool.com, you can log in. There's plenty of classes on how to pretty much do anything that you'd like to do. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you, and I will see you all soon.
Her and my wife did something together that they had to work on together. I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyway, but she was here, and oh, I know what. Okay, that's right. I'm just trying to remember what. But anyway, her name was Lachelle, and she's a therapist also out of I don't know what city Lachelle lives in. I gotta ask that. I should know these things. Anyway, so at some point you guys will probably see her if you follow, hang out with my wife and all. At our site, coachingwithdralicia.com, or any of her events, you'll see Lachelle at some point. But anyway, one thing that we were talking about that leads me to my first thought for economic awareness training is we were talking about standards. Just talking about what that means. And I remember Lachelle was talking to me about when she was a teacher and how basically she would let the students know, like, look, hey, in the last semester, I had the highest test scores in the city. Y'all are not going to mess up my test scores. When you come in my classroom, you're going to be excellent. You're going to do your best. You're going to give 100%. And she would just push this standard, right? And I listened to her kind of talk about that. And she talked about how much resistance she got from parents. How many people just felt like that was too much, and that these kids, not all the kids can really learn, and stuff like that. And she was like, no, that's not true. I'm going to push them to their potential. And I want you to just really think about how rare that is, particularly when you talk about the educational system. I really think that one way that we get cursed, and this really harms us economically as well, is we get cursed with these low expectations. Does anybody agree? Does anybody else notice this? That when the kids go to school, and I think about a kid that I knew who went to school, and he was in the learning disabled classes because they assumed he couldn't learn. And what was interesting was I saw him learning how to do other things. Like I saw him learn how to play video games. Eventually, he learned how to rob people. He learned how to play basketball. He learned how to do all these other things. But for some reason, they assumed he couldn't learn anything in school. So what happened was he learned. I remember him telling me, I said, so what do you do in school all day? And he said, well, we just sit in a room and the lady reads to us, and that's it. And there was no effort to help him overcome any learning disability he might have had. It's just sort of like this resignation that, well, this Black boy, because we care about this Black boy, we're going to set expectations low so he does not feel bad about, about his reading ability or about his intellectual ability. And I really think, and I want to kind of reflect on that really quickly, I really think that perhaps there might be an opportunity, or it might make sense for us to reflect on low expectations that we set for ourselves, low expectations that we set for each other, low expectations we set for our children, low expectations that we set for our community. When somebody gets congratulated because they finished high school and you act like a high school graduation, y'all seen these crazy proms where people are spending $10,000-$20,000 on the prom, and like the prom is the wedding because there's no expectation that they're actually going to ever get married. Or the high school graduation is treated like it's a college graduation because nobody really thinks you're really going to graduate from college or whatever it is. I really think that sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, low expectations cause us to to really underachieve when it comes to education. It causes us to really underachieve when it comes to our health. It causes us to really underachieve when it comes to our economics. And so as I was kind of reflecting on my wife and what I like about being married to her. Because I'm gonna tell you, you get married, you ain't gonna like everything. You know, marriage is not. That's another area where expectations matters. I think people get married and they think it's like this picnic and a fairy tale that's never going to end and all this other stuff. You better get that out of your head. Marriage is not an ongoing fairy tale. It is not a piece of cake. It's not a walk in the park. It takes a lot of work. And so when I think about all the things I love about being married to my wife, one thing I can say is the expectations. I like being around somebody who pushes me to be the man that I really want to be, who pushes me to be the man that I promised myself that I was going to be. Like I didn't promise myself that I was going to be fat and die from being overweight or whatever. No, I promised myself I'd be the man who's going to work hard and go to the gym and get back in shape. I didn't promise myself I'd be the man who was sitting around lazy and not doing anything. I promised myself I'd be the man who pushed myself to be consistent and to follow through and to have a schedule and a pattern and everything else. So I really think that one thing that you may want to think about when you're talking about achieving whatever goal you have or elevating to the next level or reaching your goals financially is think about the expectations you have for yourself and then think about the expectations that are set in your environment because your environment will have a huge impact on what you can do yourself. Your environment really truly affects what you yourself will ever be able to really accomplish. So if you're in an environment that sets low expectations, but you expect to have high expectations, that's really like running against the wind. You know, it's like swimming upstream. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, if that makes any sense. It's not it's not something that is going to help you really get to where you want to get to. Your environment is really huge. So I'd be very conscious. I think one aspect of consciousness, since this is financial consciousness training, I would consciously think about the environment that you're in, consciously think about the goals you want for yourself. Also, every single morning, I would get up and literally write those goals down. And remember that your whole life is nothing more than a series of days. Like if you add up all your days, and there's really even the concept of a day is a contrived, constructed concept. What do I mean by that? We separate our lives into these little blocks called days because the sun goes down and then it comes back up, and then we say, oh, now it's a new day because I went to sleep and I woke back up, and that does help hit the reset button. But really, if you imagine if the sun never went down, and imagine if you never went to sleep, then your life would just be one big long day. Like that's it. It would just be one really long day, and then that just lasted for 80 years or something. And so, in a way, it's like one thing that I do believe though is that sort of breaking life into these things called days allows us to each day just really hit the reset button on what we're going to do that day. And so, my question is not, do you plan to be excellent for the rest of your life? My question really is, do you plan to be excellent today? And really, if you want to go deeper, it's not so much do you want to be excellent today? Do you want to be excellent this morning? And what does excellence look like this morning? What does a wealthy person do this morning? What does a physically fit person do this morning? What does an educated person, a person that's a high achiever, what are they going to do this morning? You understand? Because just the same way you are what you eat, you really are what you do. Your life becomes what you do. And really, this is a wealth concept. In case I'm losing anybody who thinks I stopped talking about wealth, and I'm completely talking about wealth. I'm completely talking about what it means to be a rich person versus a broke person. If you look at the next activity that occurs in the next 2 or 3 hours, I guarantee you that the majority of rich people are going to be doing one thing, and the majority of broke ass people are going to be doing something different. And when I'm not talking about broke, I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about broke in terms of spirit, broke in terms of attitude, talking about broke in terms of energy. I'm talking about broke in terms of effort. Broke people are going to have a very different morning than most rich people. Do you follow me? So ask yourself, just what kind of person am I going to be? And what is that person, that imaginary person I'm drawing in my head? What are they going to be doing this morning? What are they going to be eating for breakfast? What are they going to do with this extra hour of free time? Are they going to go for a walk or a run? Or are they going to sit on the couch and eat potato chips? They're not going to be sitting on the couch eating potato chips. They're going to be out working out. They're going to be doing, so really focus that way. And what I like about that approach, honestly, is it really takes you from level one to level two. And what do I mean by that? Well, level one is one day. You ever notice that? You ever know somebody, and some of us have done this. All of us have fallen in this trap at some point. Most of us have. You ever notice people that are always talking about what they're going to do one day? Like, one day I'm going to do this, one day I'm going to do that. Let me tell you, see, I remember one time, one time at band camp. I don't know if y'all know that joke or not. But anyway, one time when I was 14, I met my biological father for the first time. And I remember having these little Oliver Twist fantasies that my father would be some amazing man who was doing amazing things, who had lots of wealth and intelligence and wisdom and love, and would just be this awesome guy. And I didn't get that. I got a guy who was honestly a man that I don't respect very much, and he's gone now. And he never earned my respect. And I hate saying it like that, but it's true. I do have a father that did earn my respect. That guy didn't do it. And I remember I went to go see him, and I was sitting there on the couch in this awkward, conversation, trying to, figure things out. I'm a little kid. And I remember him saying something like, well, one day I'm gonna get me a Maserati. And I was thinking, even at 14, I remember thinking, okay, so when you tell me what you're going to do one day, that means that you don't have it together today. So that tells me that you're at level one, you're not at level two, because you're talking about what you're going to do one day, but you can't tell me what you did today. Now, if he said today I bought a Maserati, or I heard his mother, I also heard his mother say, just very subtly, she said, one day he's gonna get it together. A mother's love, and y'all. I know mamas are love. Y'all love the sons and nurture them, but you need the. I think that father energy is so important, because sometimes you can love that son to the point where he just becomes this little marshmallow man that isn't good for anybody. But then again, I just think love is a good thing, though. We all need it, but it's like a pillow. Like, your whole life is not going to be a pillow. Sometimes you need to be a rock, right? So anyway, I remember hearing my grandmother, who was his mother. I heard her; she was the sweetest lady. I remember her saying, "Yeah, one day he's going to get it together." And that told me, okay, so that means he doesn't have it together yet. That means wherever getting it together lives, he has not arrived in that city yet. So that means he's at level one. He's not at level two. He's in the one day, which is fantasy. It's theory. It's hope. It's just this belief that one day things are going to get better, versus 2 day. Like if she said, he really got to get it together today. Well, he's got it together today. But he was out here. He was hustling today. He got it done today. And that's really a really subtle distinction between what I see as successful people, or wealth builders, or high achievers, or people that just really get things done, is typically, and I really think this is a subtle point you might want to pay attention to. At least I pay very close attention to it, because I have to have heightened awareness, because I attract so many people that come around, and I'm shaking hands and meeting people and stuff like that. And a lot of people want to come closer and get things, get to know me. So, and you have to be mindful, because sometimes not everybody wants to be your friend. Not everybody is going to benefit you in your life. So I have to be very observant, and I pay attention. So when people talk, I listen carefully, and I sit there like this, and I just listen, and I'm literally writing every word that comes out of your mouth. And I've kind of gained this process of kind of determining, like, okay, when you tell me what you're doing and what you're going to do one day, I'm always listening. Like, what did you do today? And then really beyond that, what did you do yesterday? What are you doing right now? And, because the future is like this sort of mushy thing where we kind of make it into whatever we want it to be, because it's flexible. You can permeate it into whatever. You're living in the ether. You're in the quantum universe of all these possibilities that could exist for your life. And we tend to pick the one that is the most optimal. Like when I visualize myself next year, I visualize myself in great shape. I visualize myself with another $1 million in the bank. I visualize myself, just living my best life, right? Doing all the things I dreamed of. But then reality hits, and what happens is, and this is even, I see everything as as a mathematician, and what happens is that all these possible multiverses collapse into one reality, right? And that reality rarely does that reality that manifests itself, rarely does that reality match the optimal vision that we had of what that reality was going to look like. Rarely does that happen. It doesn't happen very often. Dreams don't come true for most people. Dreams do not come true. Not for everybody. Sometimes they do. Right. So if I'm really trying to figure out this life thing and how to be where I want to be, I'm really trying to figure out, okay, what's the difference between people whose dreams come true and those whose dreams do not come true? Why is it? Pay attention now. If you ask most 18-year-olds, what's your life going to be like when you're 40? What do you think is the first thing that a lot of them are going to say? What's the first thing? Tell me in the chat. Tell me in like one or two words or three. What do you think most 18-year-olds predict for themselves? If you say, well, what are you going to do where's your life going to be in 20 years? I'll give you a hint. It relates to money. Most people are going to say, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to have money. At least most optimistic. Now, maybe somebody who's really depressed might say, I don't know, I'm going to be broke and poor and unhappy. I don't think most young people think that way. I think most young people look at their future and they say, I'm going to be rich. And what's fascinating is that if you go to the next step and you say, well, how are you going to get rich? How is that going to happen? They have no idea. They can't tell you. They don't know. They're like, I don't know. But I can grab this fantasy because it's available to me. I can grab it and pull it in and just say it. I can make it real. But I still haven't really learned that talk is very, very cheap. Talk is pretty meaningless. Because I can say anything. I could say that tomorrow I'm going to be a 400-pound giraffe, and that is feasible if I just talk about it, but it's not very realistic because I have no idea how that's going to happen. So for most people, the dreams do not come true. For most people, they say what they want to be and they don't do it. So what's the difference? Here's the point. Here's what I'm going to get to, and this is something that I hope to support you with. That again, God's telling me to share this message, so I'm going to share it. So the question becomes, in my view, if you're talking about trying to be rich or whatever it is you want to be, what is it that is going to tether you from your existing reality to the reality that you're hoping to achieve? Like, what is it that's going to connect you, like almost like a rope? What's going to tether you to that reality and not cause you to fall into the other 10 million realities that could happen to you if you're not focused or whatever? Well, part of it might start with things like accountability, standards, a plan. A plan is a big start. When you make a plan, you have accountability, you have standards. And in fact, what I actually the way I kind of view the future, and I still haven't mastered this, by the way. Some of this is theoretical. Now, I can say that I've accomplished a lot of my dreams in my life. I can't lie. I'm very content with where my life is. But some areas I'm like, damn, Boyce, you fell short. You didn't deliver. You didn't become the man that you said you were going to be. So a lot of it is almost like when I visualize the man I want to be, say next year, and we're really doing this together, by the way. I want y'all to know this. I'm a player coach in this game. I'm not just the teacher. I'm also the student, or I'm the teacher who's going to classes at night because we're all learning this together. I'm just sharing what I know, okay, or what I see. So when I think about the man that I want to be, it's almost like he's a ghost. The vision, and I want you to really one day sit down and visualize the person that you want to be a year from now, and really maybe write that down. Write down 2 or 3 characteristics of that person. Don't make it overly complicated, because and remember that person is a ghost. They're a concept, and in order for me to become that ghost of a man and to make him real, it is a very spiritual process in a way. It's very spiritual in the sense that in order for me to become him, I've literally got to leave my body. In order for me to become him, I have to kill the old me. I have to leave that Boyce behind, the Boyce of 2024. I'm hoping that you never see him again. I'm hoping that the man that I come back as tomorrow or next week or next month is a completely different guy. So this guy that I am right now, I'm going to do my best to put him in a casket and say goodbye to him. And really have that, thank you, Calvin, it's a great word, ascension, have that ascension to become this other guy. Right? So that requires me to really spiritually leave my body, and I got to enter into something else, right? And so to do that is so hard to do. That is so hard to do because we are really spiritually trapped inside our body. We're trapped inside our reality. We are trapped inside our habits. We're just trapped. And you have to break out of prison almost. It's so hard. It's so hard to break habits. It's so hard to disconnect from unhealthy culture. It's so hard to break away from a bad environment or a bad relationship or whatever. It's really hard to do. It's not even natural. It doesn't feel comfortable at all. So sometimes you just need that help. You need that Harriet Tubman figure maybe in your life that's going to literally pull out the shotgun and force you to do the things that you're not gonna want to do. You're gonna be kicking and screaming because every instinct in your body is going to want to revert back to everything that is familiar and comfortable. That is just the nature of being human. That is how we all go through that. And, but when I'm really thinking about that transformation, thank you, BJ, great word. That transformation I want to make, if I'm really honest with myself, right? If I'm really honest, it's like I have to confront the fact that it's not going to be fun or comfortable at all. Right? And I have to be okay with that. I think that when we visualize success, economic success, or a success when it comes to health and relationship, whatever it is you're trying to be successful, I think when we visualize success, we assume that getting to the destination is going to be as much fun as it will be when we actually get there. And the reality is that it's not. It's like I used to have this fantasy that one day I'd run a marathon, and my wife, and I said I'll never do it. I was like I was like 40 something years old. I said I'm too old. I ain't trying to be running no marathon. But she got me to do it. We worked up to it. We did all the training and we ran the marathon. And let me just tell you, it wasn't fun at all. It was absolutely horrible. I hated that marathon. It was one of the most stressful days of my life and depressing. There's nothing like running 17 miles and then having people say, you're almost there, but you got 8 miles to go. 8 miles is a long way. And I'm like, I'm not almost there. Stop lying to me. Stop that. Stop telling me that it ain't almost over. I hate this. But I did finish, and I have this great picture on my wall and a big medal they gave me and a picture of me like at the finish line, and I look back at that and I'm so proud. I'm like, I did it. I ran that. I did the damn thing. But I did not feel that way when I was being forced to do it. And what was required for me to do that is an acknowledgement that was not enough. Boyce could not do that. Boyce was not the guy who made that happen. It was Alicia outside of Boyce, pulling Boyce out of his body, pulling him out of who he was, and making him do something that was horrifically uncomfortable. You understand? And that's what I think is really interesting about will I do it again? Probably not. I don't want to. I don't enjoy the memory of that experience at all. It wasn't. No, I mean, if I ever do it, it'll be because what's going to happen. I'm going to use a word that comes up a lot when people talk about relationships, but I'm not talking about relationships and dating. I'm talking about just a relationship with yourself, with your future self, or the version of you that you want to become. It's a very popular word that's used a lot when people talk about relationships, and the word is submit. Submit. And I know it triggers a lot of people, and people say, I'm not going to submit. I don't. Why would I submit? And I'm going to tell you, I really, when I'm at my best, I have to submit. Because what submission does is it really requires a level of humility where you have to accept the fact that you can't do it all by yourself, and there's something bigger than you that's got to be driving this bus. You can't say, I'm not submitting to anybody's instruction. I'm not following anybody else's protocol. I'm not letting nobody tell me what to do. Because guess what? When you think that way, and you've always got to be the driver of the bus in your life, then you're going to end up never growing. You're never going to grow because you can't outgrow yourself, really. You really can't. You can't force yourself to outgrow yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't do that. You can't be anything greater than what you are already. You can't be anything greater than you. Calvin, you can't be anything greater than Calvin. Veronica, you can't be anything greater than Veronica. Not by yourself. Not by yourself. In order for you to grow, I believe, again, this is just my 2 cents. If you disagree, it's totally okay. You can't grow unless you submit to something bigger than yourself that's going to pull your raggedy ass up out of your body. You understand? You can't grow unless you have something that's going to just force you to engage in that uncomfortable act of becoming someone that you're absolutely not. You're going to have to be an actor for a while. And when I really think about it, and because I'm even going through that right now, my weight and stuff came down, and I got in decent shape because I get up in the morning, I go, to the gym with my wife. I go to the gym. My wife goes to that boot camp, and my wife was encouraging me to go to this boot camp, and I was like, I don't want to go to that boot camp, and she's like, come on, boys, just try it once. I was like, I don't want to have these white people barking at me and telling me what to do, and I said that's triggering for me. And she's like, no, no, come on, boy, she got to try it. It's real, because every time she gets in the car, she's like exhausted. Me, I'm kind of sweating a little bit because I was on the treadmill, reading the articles and posting content, right? Just kind of walking when I feel like it. Like so my workouts are pretty comfortable. Her workouts are absolutely brutal, and that's why at the age of 50, she wears the same size she wore when she was 22. I don't wear the same size I wore when I was 22. I don't wear the same size I wore when I was 32, maybe not even 42. I don't know. I got to check. Um, so here's the thing. I remember thinking, I really don't want that. I really want to actually lose this weight. I really want to actually get in a higher level of shape. And so I went with her to visit the boot camp reluctantly, and it was hard. And I was there, and she was like, well, do you want to come back? Do you want to sign up? And I was like, no, I don't. Like, no, Boyce. And what I was saying was that Boyce does not want to sign up. And what I realized is that while Boyce does not want to sign up, I know Boyce needs to sign up. So the only way I can force myself to do something I don't want to do is I have to submit. I have to submit to my wife. I have to be an actor. I have to say, okay, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it, and I'm going to follow your lead because who I am is not enough right now. And I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about who I am right now. Who I am right now is not enough for me to become the man that I want to be. Like I want to be in much better shape. I want to have more endurance. I want to lose the weight. All that stuff. So I got to submit. You see what I mean? So really, what I say to you is that whatever mountain you're climbing, it's always an ongoing journey. And I encourage you to never become so arrogant that you can't submit to something that's going to make you into the better version of yourself that you need to be. So if you want to grow financially, you're going to have to submit to something or some process or some person or something that's going to force you to behave and do things in ways that you've never done them before. Because if you keep doing exactly what you're doing, you're going to get exactly what you've been getting. If your goal is to really lose weight, you got to submit to something. Sign your ass up for the boot camp like I did. Or the fat farm or the whatever it is you got to do. Or hang out with the person who runs all the time. And even though you hate it and it sucks, but sometimes freedom is not a good thing all the time. Freedom is good most of the time, but sometimes, freedom kind of requires a certain level of self-discipline. You got to be disciplined by something or someone somewhere. And what I find is that self-discipline ain't always enough. Because I don't know about y'all, but self-discipline can be tough for me. So getting up at 5 a.m. to go work out is easier when my wife gets up and I've given her permission to kick me out of the bed even if I say I want to keep sleeping because I know what my reaction is going to be. I'm not going to want to get up at 5 a.m. when it's 7 degrees outside. So I need you to force me to be the man that I say that I want to be because life is short. And one thing that I've just concluded, and these are things I thought about when I was 20 years old, is that life is very short. Most people waste their time. Most people don't get to become the person they want to be. They don't achieve their goals because most dreams don't come true. So if you are a person who says, okay, you know what, if I make a New Year's resolution, I really want to keep it. Or if I have a goal, I really want to accomplish it. I really want to be something better than what I am right now. And I believe that you have it in you because that's why you're here. That's why you get up every morning, you hang out and we talk every day. Then I encourage you to find something that's going to push that standard. Let's go back to that original core term that Rochelle mentioned, Rochelle, the teacher I talked about earlier, standards, standards, standards. When they look at excellence and accomplishment and they look at wealth and everything else, everything is always about standards, education, standards, health, standards. People that are healthy, they don't eat the same thing that everybody else eats. They don't think about, they don't work out. They work out more than everyone else does, right? People that have wealth, they have high standards. They save and invest for their children. They save and invest for themselves. They're always looking for ways to learn how to make money. And people that don't have high standards, they don't tend to have high wealth, right? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. People that don't have high standards of economic training and financial literacy and goal setting and economic discipline, then their bank account, unfortunately, is going to be a reflection of their effort, of their approach. It is, and what happens is that society always gives you an excuse to be a weak ass. Society will always give you an excuse to not set a standard for yourself because we live in this world where it's like, well, we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or make them feel bad. So we're always going to be accepting of every single thing you do, every single person you choose to become. And that to me is a little bit of a crutch because I think that especially for Black people, I think that there are people that encourage us to keep our standards low. Like, even if you look at education and our kids are failing and struggling in school, and people are like, well, it's because they're Black. Or if you look at economics and people, you're blowing through all this money. People are like, oh, well, that's okay. You don't have to be a stickler about it. You don't have to, but the problem with low standards and low expectations is that it does eventually, it either keeps you in the trap that you're already in, or it builds a further trap that is even greater than the one that you were in before, because now you're older and you can't go back and fix the things that you did before. If you're an NBA player and you make $10 million and then your career's over, you can't go back and get that money back. And so to some extent, I think that it's like in life, you either have to pay a price in advance or you pay the price later. I remember when I was in college and I was sitting there and I was thinking about, why, if somebody asked me like, why do you study every day and why do you study so hard? And I remember thinking, I said, well, I figure I got to work hard at some point. At some point, I'm gonna have to work hard. So I said, I can either work hard now for the next 3 or 4 years and live the next 30 years or 40 years, pretty good, or I can waste my time now, and then I'm going to have a really hard time for the next 40 years because I'm going to have to do things that I don't want to do in order to get the things that I need. So either way, you have to choose your heart. And what happens is, and the reason that the most successful people in America tend to be people that believe in delayed gratification is that you get the best ROI on your effort if you do it early in the process. If you do it in advance, that's the best ROI as opposed to doing it at the end. It's almost like, I remember in college, I remember noticing how college students study, because I wasn't really a college student. I never made good grades before. I just learned my own method of studying, which was very different from what my friends did because I didn't know what to do. So I just did what made sense. And I noticed how so many students would try to learn everything for the test 3 days before the test. Anybody else remember that? They would just sort of cram it all in, and they would be stressed out. They'd be staying up drinking all this coffee and no dose, and they'd be stressed out and exhausted and everything else. And then they would do all that just to get a C or a C plus on the test. They wouldn't get an A, right? But they, and I remember thinking that's so strange that you put in all that effort just to get a C. Whereas if you put that same effort in 2 or 3 weeks earlier, you would have gotten an A. So it's not as if I put in more effort than they did. I just did it sooner. I did it early in the process, 3 weeks before the exam, so the concepts could settle in my mind. And you did it 3 days before the exam. But when I look at your experience versus my experience, your experience was much harder because I was just casually studying and reading. I didn't have a time deadline. I would just casually go through the material and take my time. You're trying to read 5 chapters, in 3 hours. That's really hard. That's really stressful. So you went through it. So pay attention now. Here's what's interesting about life is that the people that don't make a plan and the people that don't have the discipline, either internally or externally, to plan in advance and to prepare, those are the people that end up working the hardest, actually. Those are the ones, because you're playing catch up. Right? You're in survival mode. And that's very, very stressful. It's very stressful to always be in survival mode. Your cortisol levels are super high. It literally kills you. It kills your physical body when you're always in survival mode because, well, what happened? Well, you betrayed yourself because when you knew you could have started sooner, you didn't. You abused your freedom and you didn't submit to something greater than yourself. And what I mean by that is you did not submit to the idea that if I don't do what I got to do now, then there's going to be hell to pay later on. You didn't submit to that because nobody told you. You're sitting there and nobody's forcing you to do it, right? And everybody's telling you that it's okay to do what you're doing, and everybody else is lazy too. So why not sit around and do nothing? But I can just tell you that people that have a higher standard, they submit to something. In fact, even when I think about even in marriages, people that submit to not so much to their spouse. Like I do believe spouses submit to each other too. Like I submit to my wife submits to me. I saw my mother submit to my father. I saw my father submit to my mother. They submitted to each other. But more importantly, they were submitting to the institution they were building. They were submitting to the marriage, which was bigger than both of them. And then for those two, they happen to also be submitting to God. Right. So by submitting to something bigger than yourself, then your own emotional whims are not going to drive your day-to-day decision making. You're following some sort of structure. You're following some set of rules. So this leads me back to a basic idea, and this is something that I really want to encourage you to absorb today. And I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is that when you talk about something like freedom, freedom to me is an interesting idea. We talk about freedom as Black people. We all want to be free, right? Everybody wants freedom. But I don't really know if freedom works for everybody. I don't. I don't. I think about when I was in college, and I had friends who made good grades in high school, and a lot of y'all know people like this. Let me know if you know people like this. They they made really good grades in school because their parents forced them to study. You know people like that, right? They just, their parents watched everything they did. They forced them to get ready for their tests. They forced them to go to bed at a certain time. They had all these rules that they had to follow. I didn't have any rules in high school, really. I had a few, but not many. It was a very strange time. I had young parents, so that's what that was. But so what happens to kids like that when they go to college? A lot of them, they get to college and they get the freedom, and what happens? What happens when they get their first taste of freedom, where they can stay up as late as they want? Nobody tells them what to do. They can miss class if they want. They can sleep in. If they're not mature enough, they lose their mind. They go crazy, and next thing you know, she's going home because she's pregnant, or he's dropped out because he got a 0.0 grade point average, or she became an alcoholic, or he's facing some criminal charges, right? Just all kinds of crazy stuff can happen. Well, why is that? Well, because they get that freedom, and they aren't mature enough to handle the freedom because they don't want to submit to anything. The self discipline's not there, and so really, what I would argue is that freedom is something that requires a certain level of maturity, and it requires submitting to something that's going to make sure that you have some sort of connection to basic ideas of success, like delayed gratification, preparation, things like that. In fact, it's interesting because if you look at slavery and the reasons that white people said that Black people should not be free, is they really felt like we were just undisciplined people. They said if we let them go free and we don't tell them what to do, then they're going to lose their mind and they're going to go out and they won't survive. They won't be able, which is a very insulting idea. It's very insulting. But what is true though is freedom does require a certain amount of accountability and responsibility. And so if you are a person who wants to be free, but you don't want to be accountable for anything, you don't want to be responsible for anything, you don't want to have any kind of discipline toward anything, then at some point, what's going to happen, in my view, is that you're going to struggle, you're going to fail, and the universe will turn you into somebody's slave. That's what's going to, if you go and you say, I want to be independent and make my own money, so I want to be an entrepreneur, and you don't have the discipline to get up in the morning and work on that damn business every single day, rain, sleet, snow, or hail, then at some point you're going to struggle financially and you're going to have to go right back to work where that boss is going to tell you what time to come in. And the boss is going to tell you what projects to work on. If same thing with the college students, the ones who couldn't find some level of self-discipline, well, they ended up having to go leave campus and go to work. And then they were forced to have discipline. So freedom is something that requires a certain element of maturity. Freedom is something that requires a certain level of discipline and commitment. Also, freedom is something that must be defended. And the way you defend your freedom is through your self-discipline. So when I get up every single day at 6 a.m. and go to work, it's not because I have to, it's because I'm defending my freedom. Because I know that if I say, well, you know what, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins, I can lay around and do nothing. Well, at some point, I'm going to struggle due to that lack of consistency. And then I'm going to have to go beg a white man for a job. You understand? So this idea of submitting to something, I would ask you just, what do you submit to? Maybe you submit to a code of conduct. What is your code? Your code defines your standards. I think everyone, anywhere, whoever wants to achieve anything has to submit to something. And depending on where you are in life, that determines what you submit to. But I would encourage you, submit to something. Aisha says, I submit to my family. Exactly. Aisha's going to have a much more stable family than somebody who doesn't submit. Somebody who just does whatever they want to do and says, screw my family. They're not going to have a family for very long. So submitting to the thing that you believe in, the thing that you want to be, the thing that you want to build, the thing that you want to develop, whatever it is, And it's hard because it does require humility. And I know for me, it's hard because I have to admit that I'm not enough. And also, it's hard because discipline in general is hard. But failure is also very, very hard. And I'd rather have discipline than to constantly confront failure and disappointment and live a life of regret. So let's be disciplined. That's how we're going to do this. That's how we're going to build that wealth. Because let's just think about it. Let's talk about the financial part really quickly. If you think about it, when we talk about things like the $5 a day plan, where literally every single Black family on this planet of any income level can have hundreds of thousands of dollars in wealth in a couple of decades just by consistently investing in the S&P 500, that's not a complex idea. That's not, there's nothing, there's nothing about that idea that requires you to go to college and get a finance degree. What it requires is discipline. It requires a standard. It requires submitting to whatever your plan is and your vision is, for the future. And if you have those things, then it's very easy to build wealth if you have some sort of code of conduct that sets a standard for you that is going to get you where you want to get to. If I want to go 1,000 miles in 20 hours, I have to submit to the idea of driving 20 hours at 50 miles an hour. I must submit to that. If I cannot submit to that, then I probably won't achieve my goal. So what are you submitting to? You got to submit to something. Maybe you start, if you're religious, you can submit to God. What does God want you to submit to? What code of conduct comes with that? I think that's perfectly fine. A lot of people make fun of this, but I really think people that get married and say, you know what, I'm not submitting so much to my spouse, I'm submitting to God. Go look at the statistics on those couples and see how long they stay married relative to people who say, I'm going to submit to my hormones, and if I feel attracted to the person and I like them and I'm having fun, then I'm going to stay married. People who think that way, they don't stay married very long, because at some point you're not going to feel as sexually attracted to that person as you were when you first met them. That goes away after about 3 years or something, right? So people that are submitted to something bigger than themselves tend to be very successful and capable of accomplishing a lot more than people who just submit to their whims or to their emotions, because that submission creates the discipline. Discipline is the dividing line between people who live that dream and those who don't. Right. So whatever your dream is, have that discipline to submit to something, and that will get you everywhere you want to go in life. I promise you. Okay. All right. So that's it for today. By the way, just a reminder, if you want to take a look at some of our stuff that we have in the Black Wealth Mastery store, you can go to drboycebooks.com. Later on today, I'm going to do the portfolio power play, and I'm going to break down what I'm seeing in the stock market. There's a lot of interesting dynamics happening in the market, as really there are every week. And so if you want to join that at noon, just get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you a link where you can join us for the portfolio power play. And I'll talk to you about a couple of stocks that I'm interested in that I'm buying, so that we can all build wealth together. Remember, the stock market is the number one wealth building mechanism in America. That is the place that separates the wealthy people from middle class people. So every single person has to participate in the stock market. If you have not started yet, don't be scared. You can go to try b1investing.com, the number one investing.com. I have a free ebook on the $5 a day plan, which is a very easy way for anybody to have wealth. So the number is 87948, and you text the word morning, type the word morning in your phone, and send that to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link in about maybe 30, 40 minutes, where you can join us for today's portfolio power play. What else is happening right now in the Black Business School? We have a few other things. Just a reminder, don't forget the All Black National Convention is closer now. It's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois. We're probably going to run out of passes soon. Our team's starting to pull everything together. So if you want to go ahead and lock in your pass now, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, everybody. Well, have a great day. God bless you. And I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. And I will see you all very soon. If not tomorrow, we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, because our goal is to be economically aware and financially conscious. Because if you can't see the money, you can't be the money. And I want you to be the money. And that's how we're going to do it. We are the canaries in the mine. We are ahead of everyone else. My PhD gives me the ability to deliver to you on a regular basis cutting edge financial concepts and techniques that are not even covered in textbooks. And that's the gift I want to share with you, because I know that you can do it. I know that you have it inside of you. I know that we are the greatest people on this freaking planet. And I just want us to start acting the way God made us. So just act like yourself.
going on? I hope you guys are having a good night. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And today I want to cover this list. I saw this interesting list of the 10 college majors that are most regretted by college graduates. And so I'm going to go through this list and kind of talk through it and just kind of share a perspective on it that I think is really interesting. And also, I noticed that Terrence Howard thinks that he's reinvented mathematics, which I think is just hilarious. So, anyway, let's get started here. I'm going to jump right into the conversation. All right. So, I don't know how many of you went to college, but if you did go to college, type college or college graduate in the chat. Let me know that you went to college. If you don't know my background, I taught on college campuses for a long time. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University. I also started the Black Business School, where we serve about 167,000 students around the world. And our goal is to focus primarily and solely on the Black wealth issue. I believe that the Black wealth issue is the most important, most pressing issue of our community right now. So I've dedicated my life to pulling together as many experts as possible, from therapists to health experts to relationship experts to financial experts, to figure out why Black wealth is going down and how to stop it. So I always want you to know we've already solved that problem. The challenge now is getting us to implement the solutions. Solutions are very straightforward. If you want to see our solutions, the solutions are free. You don't have to pay for the solution. It's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. You'll see the $5 a day plan that will get anybody out of poverty and make them wealthy in less than a generation. So I want to first of all say hello to Robin as SUNY Binghamton. Robin is one of my favorite names. That is my mama's name, by the way. So shout out to you, Ms. Robin. Jermaine Trusty, I know that name out of Camden, New Jersey. I talked to their brother directly, and because he knows that Milt Wagner, his son and grandson, all came out of Camden. So I'm a Louisville Cardinals fan. So we have a debt of gratitude to Camden for producing some of the most kick-ass basketball players ever. In fact, I think Billy Thompson came out of there too, and he was one of my childhood heroes. And what's going on, Issa Welder? Issa went to trade school. Yeah, well, trade school is making a major comeback. People are finding out that there's more money to be made by having a skill than there is by getting a piece of paper. Imagine that. Imagine that real skill has more value than simply going to a college campus and drinking beer for 4 years. But anyway, let me read this list to you of the 10 majors that people regret the most. And if any of these majors belong to you, feel free to shout it out in the chat, and we will give you our condolences for being suckered into wasting money on something that didn't give you what you were looking for. All right, so let me grab the list. I had the damn thing, and then I lost the damn thing, and now I'm mad because I can't. Hold on, I gotta find it. Y'all gotta give me 1 second. Y'all gotta pray for me. I'm figuring it all out. While I do that, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. I promise y'all, I had it right here on my screen because I was like, boys, don't mess it up. Make sure you have your notes ready. And I'll be damned if I'm sitting here and I don't have my notes ready. All right. So anyway, first, actually, as I find this, I want to mention, did anybody see where Terrence Howard was literally trying to redefine all of mathematics? Did anybody see that? He literally said that it's that one times one is not actually equal to one. That one times one should actually be equal to two. And I thought that was really interesting. And my first thought was, okay, where did Terrence Howard get his doctorate in mathematics? And not to say that you can't be brilliant and all these other things. And I'm not doubting Terrence Howard's intelligence, but Lord Jesus, man, come on, bro. Like you literally, I don't think anybody ever explained to Terrence that we've known that one times one equals one for thousands of years. I mean, that's one of the most original axioms in all of mathematics. So I kind of found it funny that sometimes, fame and whatever they smoking up in Hollywood can make people think that they can do things they really can't do. It's almost like me going to Hollywood and thinking I'm going to be better at making movies and acting than Terrence Howard with no experience. So it's kind of an insult to the real mathematicians out there that he actually thinks he can reinvent all of mathematics. There are thousands of high level mathematicians who've been working on problems like that for a long time. So him kind of I don't know. I thought I didn't like it. I thought it was kind of funny, but then again, people worship celebrities, so I don't want to insult anybody. All right, so let me find this list. So one thing I do know is that number one on the list, as far as majors that people regret, was what was it? Journalism. Journalism. 87% of all journalism majors regret majoring in journalism, and I would honestly say that a part of that regret, I would be willing to bet, is driven by the fact that we've lost real journalism in our society. We don't have real journalists celebrated the way they used to be. I watched a documentary about not Ted. Was it Ted? It wasn't Ted Koppel. It was Dan Rather. And there's a Netflix documentary about him. He's a really famous journalist back in the day. And Dan Rather, to me, and people like him and Ted Koppel and the others, they represent a time where journalism was really respected because journalists did their job. I used to consider journalism to be one of those fields that had, just members of that community that just had the highest levels of integrity, that were going to seek out the facts, that were going to be objective and just make sure people were informed. And you don't have that anymore. Now you got, this crap on Fox News, you got the bullshit on MSNBC. Everybody's basically a talking head for their favorite political party, and I think that that's really undermined the quality of journalism in our country, and that's really driven by money. If y'all don't know that, that's a financial problem. It's a financial problem because there are certain things in society that should not be linked to money. Journalism, the ability to get ads and viewers and all that. That's the profit motive of many of these journalistic outlets, and the problem is they have to tap dance for society and not give people what we need. They have to give us what we want. So if you give people a choice between objective journalism, where they're not always going to tell you what you want to hear, versus some loudmouth pundit who is telling you your favorite lies in the middle of TikTok dances, then that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of BS. So effectively, journalism has kind of fallen to the wayside. I'd say 20 years ago, I had a tremendous amount of respect for the field of journalism. That's not true anymore. And if you don't understand why, just look at the crap that's on TV. Like Sherwin, you're right, man. When Peter Jennings, I mean, that was another OG that really did journalism the right way. Walter Cronkite was the original. And then you had a lot of black guys. What's the brother's name? Was it Brian Williams? Well, no, it wasn't Brian. Brian Williams is the white boy in NBC. Lester Holt killed it. Just Ed Gordon. Shout out to Ed Gordon, who always did great work. Ed Gordon happens to be a friend of mine, and I'll tell you, I always respected the fact that he was deeply committed to journalism. I have mixed reviews on, say, a Roland Martin, because on one hand, I think Roland's a smart guy and a hardworking journalist, and he seems thorough and committed to what he does. On the other hand, he comes off like a stooge for Joe Biden. He comes off as somebody who's almost he's always applying for a job with the Democratic Party. And that undermines his credibility as a journalist. Ed Bradley, there you go. There's another one. I mean, there's so many great black journalists. It's ridiculous. You have the National Black Journalist Society. I think that's what it's called, or the National Black Journalist Association, with so many great journalists in there. So I don't think that the few bad apples should spoil the bunch. But what's happened is that the bad apples have become the ones that they put on TV the most. All right, so let me keep going. Also on the list is sociology. They said if you go to college and you go deep in debt to become a sociology major, apparently that does not have a big payoff for you. You could learn sociology on your own. You can learn it on the internet. You don't have to go to college to learn sociology. Somebody could teach you that on YouTube. And I'm talking about real professors. I'm not talking about just people who are just talking out the side of their neck, like so many other YouTube pundits. You got a lot of people on YouTube who just run their mouths and just say things. But you actually have real experts. You have professors at Harvard and MIT that teach classes for free on YouTube. So if you want to learn something like sociology, I don't know if college and 100,000, 200,000 in debt is really worth it. Not anymore, because you have so many other ways you can learn. Next is liberal arts and general studies. The 72% of the people that majored in liberal arts or general studies regretted it, largely because employers would have a very hard time figuring out what you're actually able to do. They know that you can do something. Maybe you can communicate better. Maybe you have better social skills. Maybe you know a few facts from all the random classes you took. But it's hard to identify, if you are an employer, it's hard to identify exactly what a liberal arts or general studies major could do for you. And if you know, in college sports, I remember when I used to tutor football players at the University of Kentucky. A lot of them were general studies majors, and one of my friends went to Vanderbilt, and he said you would have thought that we were all going to join the military because they were producing so many generals. So many of us had general studies, like we were studying to become generals in the military. But that's what they do, right? Because the NCAA was never in the business of educating people; it was always in the business of making money. Thank God they're forcing the universities to start having to pay the players, because they've always deserved their cut. Next on the list is communications. I personally think communications is really an important skill to have. I think if you can communicate, you can get a lot done. I just think that a major like communications has to be supplemented by something. I'm a big believer that every black child that goes to college, it's okay to go to college. I'm not anti-college, but I really believe you should take the time to learn how to start a business. Why? Well, because you're not white. If you and the white boy apply for the same job, every single study shows that he's more likely to get the job than you. So you know it's a fact. Now, what are you going to do about it? I mean, you know that it's true. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to just complain about it? If your goal is to just sit there and complain about the problem, then just go ahead and hang up. Just go ahead and leave because you can just go back to your sad little reality where white people control your access to happiness and fulfilling your destiny. But if you want to solve the problem, well, the way to solve the problem is learn how to start your own stuff. If you learn how to start your own business, then you can walk away from whatever false opportunity they might have put in front of you and actually take your talent and go elsewhere with that and apply it in a way that's going to put food on the table and food in the mouths of your kids. So ultimately, I would say communications is a powerful tool, but I would supplement that with sales or maybe with entrepreneurship or just something that's going to put some more money in your pocket. Now, by the way, if you want to learn more about money in the Black Business School, we have a great program called Black Money 101. It's an introduction to the power of money. Right now, you can get 90% off lifetime access by going to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. Also, I put together a list of what I call canna stocks. Basically, there is what they call the green revolution right now. I don't know how many of you, give me a yes or no if you heard that they are working to legalize the legalize weed in America. If you know this, then you will know that there are certain companies you can invest in that will give you an opportunity to benefit from this development. So what I did was I put together a list of Dr. Boyce Canna stocks, and you can get that free list. Just the link is in the bio of this video. So if you go to the bio of this video, you will find the Canna stocks there. I'm going to try to put something on the screen so you can kind of see what the page should look like. Even though I'm probably going to get this wrong, I'm going to hit the wrong button or something. But anyway, there we go. Here we go. I'll show you the page. So this is the page that you'll see when you hit that link. And basically on that link, there is a list of stocks you can get that are Canna stocks. So feel free to grab some of those. Somebody says, very true. Corporate life is not for the Black man. I agree with you, Tyrone. I learned, I got my dream job when I was 21 years old. And I thank God that I had this dream job because because that was when I started to learn the reality is that there's no such thing as a dream job. There's no such thing as a dream job. Nobody dreams about going to work every day. Nobody dreams about labor. If I have a dream, it's going to be I'm a dream about my sexy wife. If I'm dreaming about ice cream and private jets. If I'm having a dream, I'm dreaming about the things that men dream about, whatever that is. So pile of money and sexy women, whatever it is, right? But my wife might be listening, so I can't talk too much. But a job is not something I dream about. So I personally believe that the idea of a dream job is a complete myth. It's a complete myth. Seriously, there's nothing about going to work every day that is great. It's just sort of like a minimal amount of pain. Right? It's sort of like your suffering's not as bad as everybody else's. But if you really spent your time that day doing what you really wanted to do, you'd be sleeping in, you'd be going to the movies, you'd be hanging out with your kids, right? And so ultimately, in this so-called dream job that I had, I went to General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me lots of money and put me in a really nice fancy apartment in downtown Boston, which was very expensive. And I hated that job. I hated it. I didn't fit into the culture. I didn't understand what was going on. They didn't understand me. It was really tragically painful and stressful for everybody involved. So that taught me that maybe I wanted to do something. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have just become an entrepreneur. I would have just spent a whole year grinding my ass off to learn how to be the best business owner I could possibly be. And then I would have started a business with some family members and figured it out. I would have figured out how to sell something and make money. Instead, I became a professor because I wanted freedom. I wanted to be able to work from home. I wanted to be able to work on things I wanted to work on. And being a professor wasn't bad, but I wasn't able to get away from the bureaucracy of working for other people and also being a Black man in a white institution. That's really, really hard. I think it's really, really hard if you are a Black man with a strong Black identity being in a pretty white institution because they're forcing you to change who you are in order to fit in, and you're criminalized the minute you walk through the door. And that was just really tough. So I kind of think that the solution for most of us, especially brothers out here, learn how to start your own, and also make sure your sons and your daughters know how to do that too. All right, so let me keep going here. Education, that's the next major that people regret. I'm kind of surprised by that because I think education is a good major. We need our teachers. Teachers are extremely important, but teachers are not valued in this society. Teachers do not get the respect that they deserve. Teachers are severely underpaid. You got to deal with these little crazy ass, badass kids who have parents that don't give a damn. It's stressful to be a teacher, man. I feel so bad for our teachers. It's crazy to me. You know, when I see videos of some stupid teenager punching out the teacher and all that, the teacher didn't ask for that. They ain't getting hazard pay. So why are they going into a building where they're getting beat up, cussed out by the parents and all this other stuff? I mean, this is kind of ridiculous how ridiculous the world has gotten. So, but they say that education is a major that people tend to regret, and that makes me very sad because we need educators in our community. And what we also need is we need more homeschool networks. That's what we need. We need to educate our own. We got to find some way to educate our own kids so that our kids don't get brainwashed and destroyed by this system. So that's something I'm working on in the background. If anybody happens to know somebody that can help us come up with $10 million to start a homeschool network, we will be more than happy to work with that person. So if you know somebody that's got ethical money, they can come in and put up the funds to help us build a homeschool network. We will do that. We will educate the kids ourselves because we can do this. We have everything we need. Next on the list is marketing, management, and research. That's another major people regret. Now, I find that interesting. I find that surprising because marketing is an incredibly valuable skill. Maybe it's the type of marketing you learn, right? So if you learn things like digital marketing or sales, that can actually put you in a really great position to make money. If you know how to sell things, then you're usually not going to be broke. So I personally think that that's just a misassessment. And then another one they say people regret is medical and clinical assisting. Now, so that means the medical field itself, I don't think is something people regret. But I think when you talk about being a medical or clinical assistant, that doesn't give the rewards that people expect. But I think the medical field is very important. And I know a lot of people in the medical field who are doing quite well. The downside is that it requires a lot of work, a lot of long shifts. And one thing that we've discovered in the Black Business School that we've actually kind of advocated for is the idea of learning various ways to make money without going to work every day. We've talked about the most important thing that a young person can have is not a college degree. It's not a college degree. It's not even a technical or trade degree. The most important thing a young person can have is a capital base. A capital base means having assets that they own that can generate income. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, you'll see our Prime program where we have quite several hundred people that we've shown how to do little things like trade stock options, and they're generating more money without working than most people make on their job. Like, so for example, if a person has 1,000 shares of Coinbase and they know how to manage their risk effectively, which is what we train them on how to do, that person can make as much money as a medical doctor, more money than a medical doctor without a college degree. So I figured it out. I said, maybe instead of grinding like crazy to get the bachelor's degree, to get the master's degree, to get the doctoral degree, to get the law degree, and being in school for the rest of your life and then working 12, 13-hour days, maybe you focus on saying, hey, how can I get access to 1,000 shares of Coinbase, because then I can sell those options, make $5,000 or $6,000 a week, which is more than $250,000 a year. And I'm already making surgeon money, and I'm 22, 23 years old because my parents cared enough about me to invest for me long term. So this is part of what we call the Black Wealth Master Plan. The plan is not so much for you to be able to do it all by yourself. It's to understand the importance of being teammates, the importance of us working together, the importance of having parents that invest for their children, the importance of making sure that we understand that wealth is a team sport. It's an intergenerational sport. The reason our young people and our college graduates end up slaving for folks who hate their guts is because nobody makes a plan for them. If nobody makes a plan for you, then you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you will be out here with no plan. If nobody makes a plan for you, you're going to be assed out. You're out here stuck. You have no capital base. So therefore, you have to become a slave to the owners of capital in order for you to pay your bills. So anyway, Yoshika says, I'd like to learn stock options. Yeah, well, you know what, Yoshika, just go to drboyceprime.com. I'd love to have you as a member of the Prime program. I think you'll like it. Also, another way you can get some exposure to what we do in the Black Business School. It's very, very effective. The satisfaction rate is incredibly high. The students love it. And then also in the Black Business School, we have money back guarantees in the first 30 days if you're not happy for any reason. And but if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training. It'll come right to your text right when you text the word money to the number 87948. You'll get this link to a training I created that everyone loves. About 100,000 people have seen it or something like that. And it's called How to Make Money Without Working. This is revolutionary. This is changing the mindset of so many people. It is a breakthrough. Again, remember, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. So I can't just give you a bunch of hype and a bunch of nonsense. I've been teaching college students since 1993. I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in the fall of 93. So I'm not a kid. I'm not a loud influencer. I'm not out here imitating the damn dumbass rappers. I'm really trying to come up with real solutions. And our team has come up with these solutions. My wife is a therapist. She's not just a therapist, she's a therapist that trains other therapists. That's how good she is. And she still looks damn good. But let me just brag on my wife for a minute. Look at that. Isn't she fine? I mean, look at how gorgeous she is. And she just turned, well, I can't tell her age, but she ain't 22. She's closer to my age. And I think I put my wife up against a 32-year-old any day of the week. But anyway, yeah, so her birthday is this week, and we came out to California together, and she's doing this little photo shoot and stuff like that. And let me tell you, I love her, and I think she's gorgeous, and she reminds me of the excellence of Black women. When I even before I picked my wife to marry, I always told y'all years ago. I said I don't know if I'm gonna ever get married, but if I ever get married, I'm marrying me a Black woman because that's where I'm supposed to be. That's where I belong. Those are my people. That's where I'm at. It's not always easy, but that's where I'm gonna go. So I married this Black woman, and today's her birthday. Well, actually, midnight will be her birthday. So I hope you'll wish her a happy birthday in the chat. And also, her website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. She sees clients on an individual basis. She also sees them. She sees families, stuff like that. She sees couples, stuff like that. So if that's of interest to you and you could use some help in your relationships, feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. I'll put our URL up on the screen. All right. So let's finish up the list here. All right. So other majors that people regret, you've got political science and government. A lot of people that study political science, they end up regretting it. And I understand why, because you can learn political science on the internet. You can go read some really good books out here. There are lots of great political scientists out there that do extraordinary analyses, and you don't have to pay, 400,000 in tuition money over 4 years or whatever, or 200,000, whatever the numbers are now, in order to learn from them. The next major people regret, oddly enough, is biology. I thought that's strange because I guess a lot of people become pre-med and they don't, they end up regretting being pre-med because they don't go to medical school. Maybe that's it. And then next on the list is English literature. And actually, I read this list kind of backward. Actually, the number one, the most regretted majors were sociology and liberal arts education. And then journalism was actually number one. Journalism was number one. And they said that 44% of all job seekers with college degrees regret their field of study. So 44%, that's nearly half. Think about that. Nearly half of all Black college graduates or white college graduates regret their major. Like they look back and they think about the money that they spent and they wish they could go get it back. And they'd be more than happy to hand their degree back to the school and then get a refund. I think that's insane. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all, but in the world of business, that would be considered to be a bad investment. That would be considered to be an epic failure. So I don't know why we are so committed to doing things the wrong way that we will continue to do things the wrong way, even if we have seen over and over that it's the wrong approach. I don't know. I just don't get that. And I think that what happens is maybe it's a lack of knowledge or it's a lack of fear. Or maybe because I'm a Black man saying these things, it's not going to get as much attention as if some white guy said it. Maybe if Joe Biden said it or something, people would listen. But I personally will sort of encourage you to really think outside the box. There's a statement where they say that what is it? That going to college, that going to school will train you on how to be. It'll train you to make a living, and self knowledge will train you how to be a millionaire. So if you want to really build wealth and stuff like that, you're going to have to learn that on your own. They're not typically going to teach you that in a formal institutionalized setting. The best thing most institutions are going to teach you is how to fit into an institution. And so if you want to be trained to be institutionalized, then that sort of education can work for you. But if your goal is to be free, then the downside is that you become a person that doesn't fit so well into institutions. Like I don't fit well in institutions. I'm pretty much unhireable for the most part. I'm not a guy who can take orders or instructions from someone who knows less than I do. It's hard. I can't let somebody drive the bus if I don't believe they are a good driver. I can't take orders from an idiot. So I'll question things and I'll say, hey, why are we doing it this way? This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work well in institutions. You're not supposed to really think or question things. I think that's why in the public school system, your son or your daughter gets punished for asking questions because they don't want you to ask questions. They want you to sit down, shut up, and do what they say. And if you can sit down and shut up and take orders, there's always a place for you in capitalist society. Right? If you know how to turn your brain off and sit down, shut up, do what you're told, then there's always a job for you. There's always a place for you. It's always going to work for you. But for those of you that don't want to sit down and shut up, those of you that actually want to have some agency in your own life and make some decisions and question things, well, then you're going to have to find a way to pay your own bills, because I don't know anybody out here that's going to pay your bills and let you talk crazy to them at the same time. Let me know if you agree with what I'm saying. I think it's unrealistic to think that we can be loud and proud and big and black and bold and then turn around and be like, well, master, after I finish cussing you out, I need you to send me my rent money. I don't know if that works. I don't know. I don't know if that works in the real world. So just keep that in mind. And this is one of the reasons why the ability to make our own money is deeply linked and deeply connected to our ability to truly be free, whatever that is for you, whatever freedom looks like for you. I think your access to freedom goes through the land of money. And if you want to understand money, we got you. In the Black Business School, we're the best on earth at Black wealth. We're the top financial institution on the planet when it comes to what Black people need in terms of specific theories and formulas and processes and systems that will work for the Black community based on what we're going through. So anyway, if you want to take a look at our Black Wealth Mastery store, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's where my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is located. I also have a book series called Black American Money. My wife's books are there. She's written workbooks on financial anxiety and dealing with the things that scare you financially and that keep you from investing. We have financial flashcards for children, financial workbooks for children. We have things on love and money, all kinds of stuff. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And also don't forget, if you look in the bio or in the not the bio, sorry, the description of this video, there's a link to a list of canna stocks that I believe are going to do well when they legalize weed. When the green revolution happens, and I believe that's going to happen in the next 5 years or so, these stocks are expected to do extremely well. I encourage you to consider a diversified portfolio, because we don't know which company is going to do well in this space, which companies are going to dominate, but somebody's going to kill it. Some of these companies are going to absolutely kill it. In my opinion, this is my best assessment. So feel free to take a look at the link in the bio, or sorry, the link in the description. You can find it there. And also, if you want to get a copy of that training, How to Make Money Without Working, just pull out your phone and text the word money to the number 87948. So just text money to 87948, and I'll send that link to you right away, and you'll get it right back as soon as you text it. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. I hope you have a great day. And I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training. If you haven't gotten an invitation for that, you can text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation in the morning. So text morning to 87948. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good day. Peace. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Today on drboycetv.com, we're going to talk about this interesting story that I just read about a mother who felt the need to spend $16,000 on her daughter's prom. Now, we're not here to shame the mother. We're not here to shame the daughter. Certainly, we're just here to kind of analyze this and think this through. And I'm going to just let you know what I see. And I'm going to be honest. And so I hope that that's okay. So anyway, get comfortable, buckle up your seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are, clan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say hello to everybody, and I see Vic FM. You're the first one in here, and he says, I love you, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Well, same to you, brother. Love you, too. Thank you. And let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Give me a yes if you can hear me. I am traveling with my family, and my wife brought me out here to sunny California, and we brought the kids, and so you know how it is when you stay in a different location. You got the Wi-Fi issues and everything. So give me a yes, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through all right. What's going on, Shirley Harrell, Athea Muhammad, London Miss, Roxana Green, TC, Doris Daniels, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. And and as we get started, before we get started, I want to remind everybody, you guys know we do financial consciousness training or economic awareness training every single morning at 10 a.m. It's 100% free in the Black Business School because I really want us to elevate our economic awareness. If you can't see the money, you can't be the money. So economic awareness training, EAT, means I'm going to show you how to eat so everybody can eat. So if you want to eat, then you got to be able to see the food. And that's what we do every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free. It's just all I ask is that you bring your family. So if you want to join, text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. So let's elevate our consciousness so we can understand things. Now, I'm going to do a quick straw poll. I saw this story that was really interesting. There was a prom where basically the mom, because she did not have a prom of her own, because she was feeling, I guess, emotional about what happened to her, she really went all out for her daughter. She spent 16 grand on her daughter's prom. And I'd be curious to know, what do y'all think? Like, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes if you think everything's cool. It's not a big deal. We're overreacting. It's her business. It's fine. And give me a no if you think, it's a little bit weird. Like this is a lot. This is a little bit too much. How about, did anybody in here? I'll be curious. Did any of y'all spend anything close to 16 grand on your prom? Does anybody? I mean, again, I'm not even gonna sound like a Gen Xer. I'm gonna sound like a boomer right now. Okay, I'm gonna sound like a boomer. What the hell's going on with these kids at these crazy proms? Have you seen how they've been flexing at their proms? Like I saw a guy who pulled up. He had a police escort, like the president of the United States. So the police escort comes through with 4 police motorcycles with their sirens on. And then he had a group of cheerleaders that were walking behind the police escort with their pom-poms. And then he pulls up in a Tesla Cybertruck. Like, what's going on right now? Like, is this like the Flex on them Olympics? Like, is that what we're doing now? Is this our new competition? Like, did I miss the memo? Because I got to show y'all pictures of my prom. I had a couple of nickels to rub together. I had to buy my suit and my girlfriend's dress. And my parents didn't know that my girlfriend was pregnant. So we had to get a little bit of a extra large kind of dress. I mean, they just thought she was gaining weight. They thought I liked big girls or something. And that's how we did it, man. We didn't do all this crazy stuff. I don't know. So I don't know. I find it interesting, right? And I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to talk bad about anybody. So let's just keep that 100% clear. I think we can have an honest conversation without it being either enabling of unhealthy financial behavior, but also without it being just, nasty and cold. And because we don't know this lady's business. For all we know, $16,000 might be nothing but a thing to her. She might be somebody that might spend 16 grand going on vacation. She might be a multimillionaire. She might have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the bank. And there are people who do this. If Kim Kardashian can look fancy and buy luxury items, then why can't a Black girl have these things, right? So nothing wrong with that at all. I want to make that 100% clear. Okay, so give me a yes if you agree. We can have this conversation in love without it just being a nasty gossip fest. Okay, all right. So let's jump into some of this, right? And let's just talk about some things to sort of factor here, really from an economic awareness standpoint. When you're talking about proms and you're talking about economic awareness, this really is something, and we do our economic awareness training every morning. This is really where you're able to kind of understand and see just how wealth works and where your money's going. We can see why Black people have less wealth than other groups. We can see why the Asian and Jewish communities have the highest incomes and the highest wealth levels. We can see why Black consumption patterns are a little bit disturbing and how they're influenced by things like hip hop culture, right? Because for 30 years, these poor kids have grown up in an environment where rappers have done nothing but flex on them every single day. They constantly, drive up in these fake, these cars that they rented from somebody with rented jewelry in a rented house. And they give you a false fake lifestyle that makes you think that somehow you got to live like that. And if you're not living like that, then you're not a quality person. Quality of individuals, in my view, should be measured by how hardworking you are, how smart you are, whether you're a good person or a bad person. Do you have goals? Do you treat people well? Instead, we rank quality of people by how much European shit you got on your body. Like how much Gucci you got, dog? How much? How, I saw you wearing Louis. I saw you wearing Prada. And it's the funny thing to me is that these European companies, they don't even hardly like black people that much. They don't even like you, but you give all your wealth to these people that don't like you to impress people who probably don't like you either. And I do think that is something worth at least being conscious and aware of. So what tends to occur, in my view, is with these proms kind of getting outrageous, I think that what's happening is that kids are putting pressure on other kids. And I think that the kids are feeling like they have to go above and beyond to show off at prom. So rather than being evaluated favorably because you made good grades or because you have a big goals for the future, people just look at what kind of car you're driving. And I'm gonna tell you what the car you're driving, the clothes you're wearing don't mean nothing in terms of what kind of person you are. It means nothing. I know people that have lots of money who are just complete scumbags, who don't even take care of their kids, who are horrible human beings, who are dumb as bricks, who are lazy as hell. And there is no reason that a person should be evaluated on a higher scale just because they're showing up with a bunch of fancy stuff. Also, you don't show your wealth by throwing your wealth away. Throwing your wealth away is not a flex. It is not a flex to say, hey, I'm doing really well financially, and I'm going to prove it to you by giving all my money away to white people. That's not a flex. What that shows is some sort of deeply embedded insecurity that you have. What it shows is that you don't feel confident and comfortable enough in your own skin that you have to spend money to buy self-esteem. You have to spend money to buy esteem from others. You have to spend money. You have to give your money away in order for you to feel complete, to feel human. And I just don't understand why that is not something that isn't discussed more regularly. Maybe it's because we just don't always have what we need to do that. And maybe I'm overthinking it because I'm a finance professor and my wife is a therapist. So as imagine a finance professor laying in bed with a social work PhD who's a licensed therapist and analyzing these things. We come to these awkward insights that may sound strange on the forefront, but I think it really speaks to a need for healing in the community to help us get where we got to get to. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If this is your first time here, I hope that you will join us and hang out with us because we are the best on earth when it comes to Black wealth and Black economics. We don't play. We are extremely good at what we do. And I was on the faculty at Syracuse University for 13 years. I taught at the Ohio State University, University of Kentucky, et cetera. And our goal is to make Black people the most intelligent economic group of people on the planet, at least those who want to listen. And I speak to you every single day because I'm serious about this too. So we're talking about spending on proms and overspending. Now, when I think about proms and I look at kids flexing out on their proms and going crazy, rolling up in Camels and Bugattis and everything else, it makes me think about that next step, the bigger version of the prom, which is called the wedding. And I thought about how much people spend on weddings. And I think that there's a connection there, right? There's a connection between just basically this idea that you're having this big event where you're showing off for a bunch of other people, right? You're spending a bunch of money so that other people can be comfortable and happy. I mean, because think about it. If you're giving away all your money, you're not comfortable. If you just spent your last nickel and you're looking at your bank account and you got 45 cents in it because you spent everything or you're thousands in debt, you're not comfortable. So the money that you spend on a wedding or prom, that's not really for you. That's not really for you. Let me know if you know what I'm saying. Give me a yes, you understand what I'm saying. It's not for you. It's not for you. The money that you're spending is for other people. The money that you're spending is not for you. It's for other people who are looking at you. It's for their pleasure, not for yours. So when you go and you overspend on a prom, a wedding, or any other big event that's kind of a one-day thing, flash in the pan, I think you really might want to take some time to really say, like, why am I doing this? Because if you talk specifically about weddings, let me tell you this as a married man. Weddings are beautiful. Weddings are wonderful. Weddings are necessary for a community that wants to build on itself. You have to have families for your community to be strong. You cannot have a strong family with 10 million baby mamas and baby daddies. It just won't work. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I hope you all agree with me. I hope I don't sound old fashioned by saying that the only way Black people can really succeed is if Black men and Black women support each other. I hope I don't sound crazy by saying that if Black women don't gain respect for Black men and Black men don't maintain respect for Black women, that we're going to fail. I hope I hope you can agree with me on this. So when you're talking about marriage and weddings and all that, that's necessary in order for your community to thrive. You need to form these bonds and these institutions that allow your children to be safe in a nurturing environment and to grow into the people that they're supposed to be. But in my view, and this is my humble opinion, I think that there's not enough work sort of separating the wedding from the marriage. A lot of people want to have a wedding, but they don't really want to be married. You understand what I'm saying? Just like a lot of people want to have sex, but don't nobody really want to raise no kids. Getting married is very different from staying married. Having a wedding is very different from having a 20, 30, 40-year marriage. When I married my wife, I went to the OGs. I went to the people. I didn't go to the internet and listen to some cute little influencer who says everything that I want to hear. That's what people do. They go and they women will get on they're all 10 million women will follow some guy who's saying that the only reason a man don't want you is because these men is too weak. They too weak. They don't know us. They can't handle a strong woman like you. And you're like, yeah, that's right, girl. And then there's some guy, some good looking guy, probably got a beard and some dreads, telling women, or say whispering sweet nothings in women's ear, or some lady, with a boobs out, telling men like these women are out of pocket. These women need to stop. And these women, they don't appreciate a good man. They don't know how to treat no man, and then all the men are like, that's right, queen. Thank you, queen. I appreciate you, queen. Right. I get it. Right. But these are not your people that should be advising you on relationships. The people that should be advising you on relationships are your grandparents, because your grandparents got married in 1962 and they've been married ever since. Those are your scholars. Those are your romantic intellectuals. Those are the people that can tell you how to build something and make it last. So here's the deal with weddings. This is interesting. A lot of you may not know these financial facts about weddings, so let me share a couple with you. I don't know if you all know this, but let me see. I pulled up some studies here. Basically, the average wedding in 2023, the average wedding was about $30,000. Secondly, 28% of all couples go into debt to pay for their wedding, and the debt usually amounts to $11,737. That's a lot of debt. So you're literally, so you get married, you're taking on another student loan, and then some people they get a divorce before the debt's even paid off. They found also that 45% of couples that's nearly half of all couples who financed their wedding with loans or credit cards reported struggling to pay off the wedding related debt. And I haven't even talked about the high divorce rate. I haven't even talked about how many of these couples don't even last. So effectively, when I see extravagant spending on a prom, it reminds me of the extravagant spending on the wedding, because what you're really doing is you're giving yourself some sort of emotional orgasm that is not in any way connected to the actual act of doing something that's actually lasting in long term. Marriage and things like that require discipline, whereas getting married or blowing your financial back out at your prom or whatever, that doesn't require discipline at all. That's just a feel-good moment that you're sacrificing your financial future for. Now, do me a favor, everybody. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I hope you'll allow me to thank a sister who is supporting the Black Business School and helping us to do this podcast. And her website is ericatree.com. So if you're a parent, there's an amazing resource for you. There's a 30-day ninja cursive workbook that was inspired by a student named Patrick, who asked Miss Latanya Williams to teach him cursive so he could compete in chalkboard game wars. This workbook does more than just help students write. It boosts their memory, reading fluency, spatial awareness, and hand-eye coordination. And this is important because I don't know if you know how bad the public schools are. They're absolutely terrible. They're not educating our kids. They're not doing right by them. In Chicago public schools, the vast majority of the children can't read, write, or do math at grade level. So let me know if you agree with me that we need to educate our own kids. So this sister's doing this, Miss Latanya Williams, that's her name. The digital download is $39.99 at ericatree.com. That's RECA-tree.com. So that's a great deal. The physical product on Amazon is $54.99. So if you want to save some money, you can get the digital download at ericatree.com and teach your kids cursive. My mama was complaining about that. My mama was like, they don't even teach the babies how to write cursive no more. When I get on the phone with my mama, she got a whole laundry list of rants, because my mama got me through the public school system. This terrible public school system. They love to take little Black boys like me, who probably have a touch of ADHD. I do, because my brain is very active. And rather than seeing that as an asset, rather than seeing me as somebody who maybe has a lot of good ideas, who's a good thinker, they look at you and they say, okay, we got to put him on medication. And I think that the reason that they're so quick to put Black boys on medication, they over medicate us, is because they want to control us. Every week we do Powernomics training where we read Dr. Claude Anderson books. And if you read a Dr. Claude Anderson book like Black Labor, White Wealth, which you can find at powernomics.com, you'll find that historically the goal was always to control and contain Black people. And they always had a fear of active Black males. They had a fear of courageous Black men. They had a fear of intelligent Black men. So when your son shows up as an intelligent Black boy, their first goal is like, okay, how do we control this guy and get him to do what we're telling him to do? And I'm glad my mother encouraged me to be the rebel that I am, because if I'd done what they told me to do, I wouldn't be a shadow of the man that I am today. So shout out to all the mothers and the fathers who are defending your children. Shout out to all the parents that are teaching your own kids, and whenever you can. You don't have to take them out of school, but you should be teaching them. And shout out to everybody who understands what I'm talking about, because this brainwashing runs pretty deep. Now let's go back here. Let's talk about this this lady, this very nice, loving mom. I'm gonna call her the loving mom. She's not, I'm not gonna say anything bad about her, but she spent 16 grand on her daughter's prom. And part of the reason that she did it is because she said she didn't have a prom herself. At least that's the headline I read. I think it was on Shade Room or something, right? So I don't know this lady's complete story. I just know that $16,000 number was pretty amazing. I bet you there are lots of parents who did the same thing. And one of the things that was really interesting to me that really stood out, and this is the kind of thing we will be talking about in our economic awareness training, is that she mentioned the reason that she felt the need to spend this money is because she had this emotional void. And the emotional void came from what seems to be a type of trauma. And again, my wife is my wife is certified in trauma. So I have to double check to make sure that this will qualify as a trauma. But there was this trauma of missing her own prom. And this is something that clearly has stuck with her. She doesn't look old. Y'all know Black don't crack. She's looking like she's 28 or 29, but she's probably about 40 something. Y'all know how y'all Black women are. Y'all the most beautiful creatures on the planet. Her daughter's beautiful as well. And what I was seeing here is this almost like this horrible experience she went through that she could not get over, that has shaped her financial choices 20, 30, 40 years later. And this is really interesting to me because in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we talk about how these traumas affect your economic choices. And my wife helped me to actually put this together because trauma is huge in terms of Black spending patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to Black investing patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to the amount of financial anxiety in the Black community, when it comes to just the way we view money, the way we spend our money, the way we invest our money. When even someone who sells their stocks really quick, the minute they see something go wrong and they lose a bunch of money because they don't hold on for the recovery, a lot of that's driven by trauma. Trauma creates these trauma responses, these trauma triggers, right? So one thing that's interesting to me, and I want you to process this, is that there are people who profit from Black trauma. There are people that profit by getting things out of Black people by basically sort of triggering whatever negative experience you might have had. Like, for example, if you notice politicians, when they're trying to get your vote, the biggest thing they typically do is they try to scare you into voting for them. They don't tell you why they're going to help you. They tell you why the other party is terrible and they're going to put you all in chains and all this, right? And so I think about this trauma in terms of how it shaped this mother's need. Like somehow she felt that the way I can show love to my daughter and the way I can heal a little bit is by spending all this money. And I wonder if there would have been a less expensive way for her to heal and overcome the experience. Because think about this. This really says to me that if this mother had had a prom, pay attention now, if this mother had had her prom, she wouldn't have felt the need to spend $16,000 to overcompensate for a trauma that she cannot reverse. Do you understand? Let me know if y'all follow what I'm saying. I hope I'm not getting too deep on you with this. But so that is something where this goes back to the fact that, when we talk about things like therapy and healing, if you're properly healed, then that will actually help you financially. A person who is healed, where their self-esteem is intact, for example, they don't need to buy luxury items to feel better about themselves. They already feel good about themselves. Or if you think about a young lady, think about this, process it this way. If you think about young ladies who have low self-esteem, what do? What can happen out of that? Well, they when they go on the dating market, they date a bunch of creepy, crappy men, and they're giving these men access to things that money can't even buy, that money should not be able to buy. Well, why is that? Well, partly it's because they don't value what they have. They don't value who they are. So a person with low self-esteem becomes an easy target for somebody that's seeking to exploit them, or somebody who doesn't know who they are, or somebody who's gone through something, right? So effectively what I'm saying is that with this lady, because she has not healed from this thing that happened maybe 20 or 25 years ago, is spending money as a way to feel better about what happened in her problem. Like it was bad for me. I'm going to make it better for my daughter. I'm going to take this full circle. We're going to make this right. And I really don't know if that's the most efficient way to do it. And so, in fact, let me kind of lay out some possibilities in terms of just considerations on why people might overspend either on a prom or a wedding. Again, I put proms and weddings kind of in the same category. These are these one-time events that we get really excited about, and we put so much money into that. And what we don't understand is that when you spend $16,000 on a prom, you're giving up 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, $100,000 worth of economic opportunity. Remember, money is a seed. Money is a lot of things. But one thing money is money's a seed. You plant seeds. Seeds get planted. Planted seeds grow. Seeds that get eaten do not grow. So when you consume, you are eating your seeds. Do you understand? When you eat your seeds, the seeds do not grow. The seed cannot grow if you've eaten it. So when you take your money and you consume, you eat, then what occurs is that you have destroyed the potential of what that money could have become. So let me give you some examples. So let's say that this mom had taken the 16,000 and said, you know what, I love you, and I want you to have a nice prom. So we're going to spend about 1,000 on the prom, but we're going to take the rest of that money and we're going to put it towards your future. Well, what could she have done with that? Well, number one, $16,000 could have been a 20% down payment on a property, or maybe a 10% down payment on a $160,000 property. If that property accumulated value of even a modest rate of say 3% per year, by the time your daughter's 40, she's got a property worth over $300,000. Do you understand? So when you spent the 16,000, the daughter misses the 300,000. Again, you went for the little reward, but you could have got the big one. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just telling you the truth. What else? Let's say y'all know I love the stock market. Well, if you take that 16,000 and you put the 16,000 in a regular S&P 500 fund, which we show you how to do at blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's totally free. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, and that's our $5 a day plan. You'd be amazed at how much money grows when you let it grow. You'd also be amazed by how much money doesn't grow when you kill it. And killing it is spending it. When you spend it, you're killing your potential. So let's see what would have happened if she'd taken that 16 grand and put it in an S&P 500 index fund. By the time her daughter was 40 years old, she would have $86,776. So again, you didn't spend 16,000, you spent 86,000 when you spent money on this prom. What else could she have done? You could have put money in, say, a 529 plan or something like that. The 529 plan also grows. It's a way to kind of save for college, right? So again, I'm not assuming the mother didn't do all these things, right? She may have done all these things. She may have the 529 plan in place. She may have the stock portfolio in place. She may have her daughter in position to own real estate. She may have done all these things. But here's my point. If any of these things have not yet been done, that concerns me, because I get concerned when I see us having just sort of embracing a culture where we blow the whole bag before we get a chance to really have anything, right? This instant gratification culture is very anti-wealth. The instant gratification culture is being heavily promoted through things like hip hop. And I'm sorry, rappers, my buddy Killer Mike, he texted me one time. He said, hey, Doc, we want you to lay off the rappers. We don't want people to think you don't like rappers. And I said, I do like rappers. What are you talking about? I'm friends with a lot of rappers. Immortal Technique, I love that guy. He's a great guy. D1, love D1. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys was in my wedding. One of my best friends, Ice Cube, is my friend. I have a lot of friends that are in hip hop, so I don't dislike rappers. What I'm saying, though, is that hip hop culture, the bastardization of it, creates a space of where instant gratification is glorified. Where looking good, pay attention now, looking good is more important than actually being good. And there are a lot of people who look great on the outside, but they are torn to pieces on the inside. They are torn to shreds on the inside, but you looking fly on the outside, so you think everything's okay. I don't want you to just look good on the outside. I want you feeling good on the inside. I want you to heal. I don't want you just to appear to be financially secure. I want you to really be financially secure. Ain't no future in the fronting. Remember MC Breed? Ain't no future in the fronting. So why are we fronting? Why are you trying to look good for all these other people, but you can't look good for yourself? Because you got to look in the mirror. You know what you really look like. You know what you really look like. When you take off the clown mask, you know what you look like. When you take off the makeup, you know what you look like. But the whole world is full of people that are forced to wear clown masks and makeup so they can pretend to be something that they're not, because the hard work is not as glamorous as the easy fix and the easy flex. It's much harder to get up and go to the gym every day than it is to just take some Ozempic pills and make all the weight kind of just fall off. So a lot of times the microwave culture, the instant gratification culture, which is very anti-wealth, very anti-community, very anti-Black, is something that is pushed heavily on our children. And I feel bad for them because many of them do not have a chance. They do not have a chance. How are you going to compete in society when the educational system screwed you out of an education? How are you going to compete in society when you don't even have a stable family to begin with? You can't even grow. You're like a flower trying to grow in unstable soil. How are you going to compete in the world when nobody sat you down and taught you about the basics of economics? It's very difficult. So we got to stop setting our kids up for failure, man. That's what I'm saying. You know, again, $16,000 prom, it is what it is, right? Again, I don't know nothing about this lady's business. She might have $1 million in the bank. I bless her. I hope they had a good time that night. But I really kind of think we got to really analyze the culture if we really want to understand and analyze our economics. So anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I want to also give a quick shout out, if you will allow me to, as you hit the thumbs up button, to our sister who runs ericatree.com. Her name is Miss Latanya Williams, and she has a daily phonics book that's a must-have for your child's early literacy development. It was inspired by legendary educators like Marva Collins and Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. It reinforces the 44 sounds of the English language, boosting fluency and phonemic awareness. Help your child build a strong foundation in reading today. And you can go to ericatree.com to check out some of her products. This particular link, I can, you know what, I'm going to send out Dr. or Miss Latanya's direct links to her products via text to you. If you get on a text list for Money in the Morning, just text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link to her phonics product. It's a kind of a long bit.ly link, and I can't really recite it. Her main website is ericatree.com, ARECA-tree.com. But I can send you the link to this second product that she mentioned, because it sounds like this sister's really doing the thing. My mother talks about Marva Collins all the time. Does anybody know? Give me a yes or no if you've heard of Marva Collins. Does anybody know who Marva Collins is? Because if you don't know who Marva Collins is, I really need you to know who she was. Marva Collins was one of the greatest educators ever. Marva Collins, from what my mother said, she started a school in the projects. Like this, I mean, this lady did not play. This lady, she started a school in the projects. See, and y'all, some of y'all in here, 7-figure Negroes driving luxury cars with fancy jobs. Some white man that gave you a fancy job. But the problem is you ain't doing the job. You're not doing the job. You got the fancy car and the fancy job, but Marva Collins was in the projects doing the damn job. She my mother talks about Marva Collins all the time because Marva came to speak at the there's this group that I owe my life to called Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky. And in fact, I love them so much. Me and my wife made a $20,000 donation a couple years ago, and that's not even a drop in the bucket compared to what they gave me. I really should have given them a $2 billion donation because they literally saved my life. And Marva Collins gave the speech, and she was standing in front of a lot of really fancy, well-dressed Black people in this really nice hotel. And she just went off. She literally, my mother said, she said that she gave that speech. She said, "How dare you? How dare you sit up here in your comfortable clothes, in your comfortable hotel, looking all fancy when our children are suffering. Our children are not being taught to read. Our children are not being properly educated. Our children are not being prepared for the future. And you're sitting here acting like everything's okay." So I'm going to just tell you, Marva Collins, based on the stories of my mama, she was just this woman. Like, you talk about people that need to be Black heroes. See, y'all got to stop letting these white folks tell you who your heroes are supposed to be, because they're always going to guide you in the wrong direction. If I ask for directions from somebody who does not like me, he's going to guide me right to the place that I'm going to get shot and killed or something, right? So don't stop letting people set you up for nonsense. Like, go look up Marva Collins. If you don't know who this sister is, look her up, because Marva Collins, to me, really shows the potential of what we can do when we know what the job is, when we understand the assignment. And she understood the assignment. I mean, she really started a school. From what I understand, she started a school in the projects. There she is on the screen. And she educated kids better than the whole damn Chicago public school system. I'm gonna read a little bit of her bio real quick because I think that she deserves our respect. So Marva Collins was an influential American educator, best known for her work in improving education of disadvantaged children. Born August 31st, 1936, in Monroeville, Alabama, born in the Deep South, with all that stifling racism, right, that's supposed to destroy you. She gained national recognition for her innovative teaching methods and dedication to student success. In 1975, Collins founded the West Side Preparatory School in Chicago, Illinois, with a focus on providing high-quality education to African-American children from impoverished backgrounds. Her approach emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. Pay attention, Black people. Are you listening to me? Are you listening? Did y'all hear what I just said? They said that her educational process emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. So I'm going to ask y'all this question. Let's talk about Chicago public schools, or we could talk about Philadelphia public schools, or we could talk about New York public schools. When it comes to Black children in these public school systems, do they have high expectations for Black children? Yes or no? Do you think that they set high expectations for our kids, or do you think they set low expectations for our children? That's the first question. Second question. She mentioned a rigorous curriculum. Would you agree, yes or no, that Black children who go through most public school systems are the beneficiaries of a rigorous curriculum that prepares them for life, where they're reading and doing math and science at the highest levels and prepared to succeed at anything that they choose to do in life? Yes or no? What do you think? Do you think that they give the Black kids, little Black boys, little crazy Black boys like me, the rigorous curriculum, or you think they give us some old BS, some old bull spit? What do you think? Now let's go to the third element that they mentioned here. A nurturing environment. Yes or no? Do you think that our children in the public school system are the recipients of a nurturing environment? What do y'all think? Or are they pretty much given prison on training wheels? The school to prison pipeline is very real. Prisons and schools are very similar. And it's kind of crazy that we think that that's okay. It's kind of crazy that we look at this and we say, oh yeah, my kid's going to school and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. No, you're not. So Marva Collins set the standard, and you can either face the challenge or run away from the challenge. You know, you can look up to people like Diddy if you want to, somebody who might who might try to take your daughter's booty and your son's booty at the same time. You can look up to people like that. People who spend their time being clowns for a living and dancing and singing and all that. Or you can look up to people like Marva Collins or Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. I met Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu one time. I loved him. He's as great in person as he is, as he is publicly. These are your heroes, people. These are the people that we want to learn from. So let's finish up this conversation here. So we were talking about this sister who spent $16,000, or her mother spent $16,000 on the prom. And the little girl went to the prom and had a great time, I'm sure. The $16,000 in general, I would say, might be a bit much for a prom. But then again, though, I think that it becomes kind of a weird dilemma, because do we have the right to really tell anybody what they should spend on a prom? All of us have spending habits on things that we just want to enjoy, right? And I think that when it comes to money, I think you can be financially literate, financially secure, and financially intelligent without it always coming down to you beating yourself up because you got coffee at Starbucks, or get mad at yourself because you decided you wanted to get a luxury car. A lot of people will tell you this. A lot of the financial gurus who didn't go to school that long on the internet will beat you up all day about all the little expenditures that you have and all the little ways that you spend money. And I can tell you as a finance professor that a lot of that stuff is BS. A lot of it's silly. Basically, being financially secure and financially intelligent doesn't mean that you can't splurge. It does not mean that you can't enjoy your life. It does not mean you can't have nice stuff. You deserve nice stuff. You deserve a nice life. What it just means is that you have to have that work hard, play hard kind of mindset. The problem is not so much that young kids want to have nice stuff. It's that Some of them ain't trained to work for it. They don't understand the sacrifice required to even get to a point where you deserve to lean back and kind of chill a little bit. Some people come into life chilling. And I don't understand that. I'm just gonna tell you, I probably sound old fashioned, but I don't get that. How you gonna start off chilling at 18? How you 18 and you going into retirement already? You know, and I don't understand that, right? Because I do think that there is something to be said about hard work, planning, perseverance, education, all these other values. Those tend to be the characteristics that are common in cultures that are successful. So if you were to pay attention to things that you see on, say, the Shade Room or places like that, you see the remnants of a really, really toxic, unhealthy culture. What do you see? You see unhealthy relationships, lots of baby mama, baby daddy drama every other day. You see lots of materialism, lots of shallow behavior, right? Like, I'm doing well because I'm a famous rapper that's wearing Gucci and riding in a limo. But the reason I have 8,000 tattoos on my body, with a couple of them being teardrops, and the reason that I passed out of my last concert is because I got a drug addiction, an alcohol addiction, and I slept with 3,000 women. So not only have I received every STD in the book, but I'm giving STDs to your daughters because your daughters have been falsely led into being attracted to toxic, horrific men like myself, which is, to me, just one of the most sinister things that the racists can do to the black man and to the black woman. The most horrible thing that they have done to us is to take people that are unhealthy and elevate them as your success stories. Do you understand what I'm saying? To really take people. I mean, have you ever looked at some of the guys and the women that are just on, go to like the Shade Room. I follow the Shade Room because I like to see what young people are looking at. I like to see what they're looking up to. And I say, gosh, that person looks physically and mentally unhealthy, but somehow people think that person is a hero or a leader. Oh, wow, that person is ignorant as hell. They probably can't even read, but somehow the kids look at that and say, I want to be just like that when I grow up. Wow, that person is really wasting a lot of money. They're probably in a really bad financial situation, or they're going to be, but yet we look at that and we say, wow, look at how successful they are. Those are not your success stories. Those just aren't, and I really think that this whole phenomenon of overspending at prom, spending like a damn buffoon is, and I'm not calling this lady a buffoon. I'm just saying that some of this stuff is kind of crazy. There's a history to this, by the way. If you read Dr. Claude Anderson books, which are at powernomics.com, in his book, Black Labor, White Wealth, he explains that historically, the Negro has been seen as this outrageous, almost like a cartoon character kind of person, right? Just like this person that's going to be outlandish, that's dancing and singing and smiling and doing the minstrel show all the time, that's always like trying to be the life of the party because he wants to impress massa. And then Massa will give him rewards. Massa will give him extra butter biscuits and everything else because he was dancing and singing so loud. And I thought about that when I saw Diddy. His son was on stage, and they took the music away, so it made it look even crazier. His son was dancing, and it was really weird because he was dancing just like his dad was dancing in like 1998. Exact same, very similar moves, very similar, like really exaggerated arm movements and all that. And I say, gosh, am I the only person who thinks that looks kind of clownish? Like, am I the only person who's kind of feeling uncomfortable about the fact that this is what the African-American male is known for throughout the world? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, am I being too serious, or what do y'all think? I mean, because I just really kind of think it's something that we have to kind of process, because trying to sort of be outlandish in order to sing for your supper is I kind of think that's beneath us. I don't think that is dignified behavior. I don't think that is behavior that's going to get respect from other people, right? I don't think that's going to make people say, golly, look at those African Americans. Those are some model citizens. They raise their kids properly. The black male, he's always intelligent. He's always prepared. He's always thinking about the future. He's always doing right by his family. He's just sturdy. He's just solid. You can rely on him to come through. I don't think they look at black men and think that way. I really don't. I don't, and I hate it. But that's what I think. I think that they look at black men and they say, "Oh, well, they don't get pregnant by a black man. He won't take care of the kids because he's irresponsible. He's like an animal. He's a buffoon. He's an idiot. He's a clown." That's what people say about you. That's what they say. That's just true. That's what they say. And I will personally say overall that we have to sort of look at the culture not because this is a culture that was created by us. This culture was not created by us. Even if you look at a guy like Diddy, who was really heavily influential in quote unquote the culture, he referenced the culture all the time. Remember, he was backed by people like Clive Davis. Without Clive Davis and these other people at the record labels, there would be no Diddy. There would be no Diddy out here if it wasn't for whoever was giving him money to fund the mass marketing of whatever he was doing on stage. So really, when I say let's challenge the culture, I'm not talking about challenging Black culture. I'm really talking about challenging racist culture in blackface. And it's racist culture in blackface that I believe had a huge impact in the culture of our kids that feel like they got to spend 10,000, 20,000 at the prom just to not get made fun of. There's no reason. Again, if kids want to go, if their parents want to go blow the whole bag on a prom, that's their right. But what I feel bad for are the kids whose parents are thinking, no, I don't want to spend $20,000 on your prom. We're going to spend $1,000 on your prom, and the other 19,000 is going to go into your investment portfolio. I don't want that kid to get made fun of by the loud clowns who spent $20,000. I don't want that to happen, and that's what occurs. That's what happens. The smart kid gets made fun of. The kid who's thinking about the future gets made fun of. The kid who's serious about his life gets made fun of. And I think that that's wrong. I think we have to defend those children. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the topic. I actually don't have much else to say about it. I want to say thank you guys for listening to me on this. I appreciate it. And I also want to give a quick thank you to Miss Latanya, who actually has some great products at ericatree.com or Erica Tree, I'm sorry, ARECA-tree.com. She has some great educational products. I hope you'll go take a look at that. If you want to educate your own kids, she also has products on financial literacy. She has products on that will teach your child cursive. She has products on daily phonics, things like that. So feel free to go to that website and take a look at what the sisters got going on. Now, if you want to join us tomorrow morning, every single morning in the Black Business School, we do financial consciousness training, or what we call economic awareness training, where I show you just how to see the money, how to see the economics around you, how to see the possibility around you. It's totally free. I just ask that you pay attention and you bring your family. If you want to join us, text the word morning to 87948 on your phone. So just type in the word morning and text that to the number 87948. And if you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com and join us there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you had a great day. Have a great day. And I appreciate you. Take it easy. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are, clan.
Marathon. She said, Boyce, let's get up at 4:30 in the morning and go run a half marathon at 7 a.m. And of course, my reaction was the obvious one, which is hell to the no. Hell to the no, hell to the no. I'm not getting up at no 4:30 in the morning to go run a race. But I did say that because I love you and I need you to be safe, I will get up at 4:30 in the morning to drive you to the race. So that's what I did. I drove her. My goal was to be a good husband. And I said, Boyce, you cannot let your wife go drive, a good 50 miles from home and just they'd be surrounded by random white people. So I said, okay, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go with you. And so here's what I did. So I dropped my wife off and I was so sleepy. I was so tired. I dropped her off and I saw this hotel right across the street from the race. And I said, you know what, babe, while you're running, I'm going to be sleeping and I'm going to be thinking about you and wishing you the absolute best, but I'm going to be warm in the bed and I'll be at that hotel right there. See the hotel right there? You can walk right to that hotel and come and hang out with me after you get done, because I'm going to take me a nap and then get up and talk to the students today because we got financial consciousness training. So that's the real life of Boyce Watkins. That's really what was going on today in my life. That's absolutely the truth in terms of what happened today. Now, the second thing that was on my mind as I was dropping my wife off was I started to I did some research on what's going on with debt and what's going on in America when it comes to debt. Also, what's going on with Black people as it pertains to debt, and also what's going on with both educated and uneducated Black folks when it comes to debt. One group is not better than the other. It's just you deal with different dynamics in the economy, and it made me think about the corporate plantation, and it made me think about corporate slavery and how so many of our people that go to do everything right, you do everything you're supposed to do, you go to school, you work hard, you get good grades to get a good job, and it just doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. And in fact, actually, but I'm still a big advocate of education. In fact, my wife's brother, or who happens to be my brother-in-law, that's what your wife's brother is called. He actually works with this company called C2, and C2 is where they actually train kids to get ready for college, and they work with the kids to help them to get high ACT scores and high SAT scores. Our daughter's going through it right now. What's interesting about that is he was mentioning to me an honest truth. He said, we have a really hard time getting Black parents to bring their children to come in. He said, we drop the price, we offer free stuff, we do everything we can. And he said, it's just really hard. He said, now Indian parents, he said their kids are in their full throttle. He said, Asian parents, they'll spend their last nickel. And in fact, I went into the C2 office and I saw on the wall, they had pictures of happy little students with braces and stuff that like had completed the C2 programs and stuff. And on one wall, I saw a little white girl saying, thank you, C2, for helping me because they helped me go to college and now I'm very successful. And then I saw another one with a little Indian boy. I don't know who he was. I don't know his name or anything, but it was him. He was basically saying C2 is what helped me to become a National Merit Scholar. And then there was like a little Asian kid. I think it was a girl, and she looked, maybe, I don't know if she was Chinese or whatever Asian ethnicity it was, but she was Asian, and she was thanking the C2. But I did not see any pictures of Black children on the wall. I did not see one Black child on the wall. And I don't know if that's because they forgot that Black kids exist, or if it's because Black kids just we don't participate as much. But I was looking for the Black kid. I was looking for the Black person. And so one of the things that made me think about is it made me ask this very obvious question that I think maybe from a consciousness standpoint, we might want to ask ourselves, which is this. It's very simple. Do we spend as much preparing our kids for education as we spend on things like preparing them for an imaginary career in professional sports? Yes or no? What do y'all think? Do you think we spend as much putting our kids in college prep programs as we would spend sending them to basketball camp, even though he's 5'8" and ain't never going to grow no taller for the rest of his life? And do we spend as much energy sending our children to these educational programs, even if they're low cost or free? I've seen them where they're free. I know people say we can't afford it, but I just find that really fascinating when we say we can't afford educational support when it seems like we can afford everything that we want. I see Black people driving cars that I would never buy. I see Black folks wearing clothes that I can't afford myself, not because I don't have the money, but because I can't justify throwing that much money down the toilet. I see Black folks living pretty good. It doesn't mean everybody's living good. I'm not saying everybody is balling. I'm not saying everybody's got $1 billion in the bank. That's not true. But some of us are not in the struggle, right? Some of us are actually doing okay and have extra money floating around and could really get the things that we want. We can afford to go to a nice restaurant every now and then, go to the movies and dinner. Black Panther comes out. Every person shows up for that movie as if it is a religious experience that requires mandatory attendance. They show up for the Black Panther movies the same way they show up to vote when the Democratic Party says y'all need to show up and make sure you get Joe Biden back in office, right? So we're kind of committed to certain things. Do you get what I mean? Like there's certain things we're kind of committed to. Like I saw this thing where they were making a joke about what happens. I promise you I'm gonna get back to the debt thing. I got my notes here that's gonna get me back on track. But y'all know what, in case you don't know what financial consciousness does, it's literally me giving you a stream of consciousness of what I'm observing economically so we can see the money dynamics in our lives and how it all plays together. So I saw this video that was interesting where there was a Black girl who was married to a white guy, and she made a joke about what happens to white guys when they marry Black girls, how they start changing how they dress and how they kind of tighten them up a little bit and give them a little more swag. Like, like they'll have them grow a beard or they'll get some kind of cool haircut. or they'll start wearing like certain clothes like like a alligator belt or some patent leather shoes or whatever. And I saw the images and the imagery that they had of the way black men supposedly dress has nothing to do with me. I've never worn any of those clothes. I'm not saying that they're tacky or that they're bad, and I respect you. If you got the swag, then God bless you, because God didn't bless me with no swag. You were talking to a swagless human being. I have zero swag when it comes to how I dress, because I can easily go shop at Walmart and feel like I did everything right. So anyway, I saw these clothes, and these clothes looked expensive. Like, don't get me wrong, maybe they're not, maybe they don't cost that much, but I remember just thinking, gosh, that's so interesting that there's some of us who really will put a lot of money into every aspect of our appearance. And I'm not saying that that's bad. You probably shouldn't do what I do. I'm raggedy. Don't be like me. Don't be like me when you grow up. I ain't, if I didn't have no money, and that I didn't have like, and I wasn't like kind of internet famous or whatever, I probably would never have had a girlfriend in my life. Who knows? I have no idea. But anyway, but the thing was though, I remember looking at that and thinking, gosh, it must be really expensive in terms of time, energy, and money to really, really put that much energy into your appearance. And is this really the image of the black male? Like, is that really the image of the black male, or is that the image of a certain kind of black male? Not that that's a bad black man. I'm not making fun of guys who are in that category. I know guys. We all got that uncle. You like my Uncle John. I had an Uncle John, rest his soul, wonderful man. He was from Atlanta, and he was a big fan of the Atlanta Falcons. And he looked just like Deion Sanders. Imagine a fat Deion Sanders in the 1980s. That's what he was. He had a big Jerry curl. He had four. He didn't have one ring or two ring. He had like four rings on each hand. He had 5 or 6 chains that he would wear around his neck, and he had a couple of gold teeth. And he just always was fly. Like if he went out, he'd have the hat and the shoes and and some of that stuff and it's interesting because I remember just thinking, that's so fascinating that people spend that much money and that much time on appearance. And I think that that's okay. But what that really says is it doesn't say anything wrong, by the way. I want to make that clear. I'm not hating on people that have more swag than me, which is pretty much 95% of the population. What I'm pointing out is that it seems to me that when it comes time to spend our money, we ready to spend. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Did I say that in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just jealous of people that dress better than me? I hope I'm not sounding that way because I don't want to be hater of the year. Not on that. There's some things I do hate, but this is not one thing that I hate. And in fact, actually, I said something. I made a comment. Sometimes I surprise people because I made a Twitter comment about the this ongoing, really fascinating rap battle between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. And people somehow think that because you're 52, you don't understand hip hop. And I just literally respond by saying I was probably listening to hip hop before you were born, or definitely when you were in elementary school. And so I know the history of the beast. I'm a black man. I know all about hip hop. I've been on the Breakfast Club a bunch of times, so I keep up with the culture. So I'm going to comment on this whether you like it or not. And then one of the things that about that interesting beef was that somebody said, and I said, yeah, I think Kendrick is literally destroying Drake right now. But it's kind of like me sort of being petty because I've always thought Drake rapped like a suburban white woman to me. I didn't relate to Drake, honestly. I relate to Kendrick Lamar. But then again, that's a personal thing. But anyway, so as Drake is destroying Kendrick Lamar, or sorry, Kendrick Lamar is destroying Drake. My bad, I got that backward. Somebody said, so Doc, do you agree with so you're okay with the destruction of the image of a black male? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with Kendrick destroying the image of a black male in public? And I said, well, are you talking about Drake? I said, because that's not an image of a black male. I know he's a certified lover boy and he's got all the swag that comes with being a rapper. I said, but that's not a black male image because that was an image created by a white man. That was the black male image created by white people. White people run that. White people own hip hop. Black people do not own hip hop. Black people do not control it. There's not a single black person anywhere that I know of. Have you ever? I don't know if any of y'all if you follow hip hop, you'll know about this rapper named Sexy Red, who literally will make you want to vomit in your mouth every time you see her. I'm sorry, I don't know how that sounds, and then maybe I shouldn't say that, because I want to be encouraging and positive on a Sunday morning, but it's really, really sad. Like not one of you in this room, I can bet you every nickel in my bank account that not one of you would ever watch Sexy Red in a video and say, gosh, I really want my daughter to be like her. That's the role model, right? And so where did that come from? That does not come from black people. That comes from the people that own hip hop. Hip hop is not black owned. Hip hop is white owned, and we are the workers. It's like hip hop is like a big restaurant, and we are the employees. We are the people that are performing at the restaurant. We're the ones who are serving at the tables. We don't get to decide what food is going to get served in this restaurant, but we all eat at the restaurant because the restaurant is full of black employees. Do you understand? You see all the black employees at the restaurant, so you think, oh, that must be a black restaurant, but you're not really sitting and thinking about who's running the restaurant, who owns the damn thing, who's deciding what food is going to be served on these plates. You're not thinking about that, right? You're just literally coming in. It's like when we go see Black Panther and we really think Black Panther is a black movie. Black Panther is not a black movie. Black Panther is a white movie with black people in it. Disney, I know I'm a shareholder in Disney, unfortunately, because their stock has done poorly for the last several years. And they don't, most of their shareholders do not look like you and I. The people that make the money when a new Black Panther movie comes out are not people like us. That money does not go to Wakanda, because Wakanda doesn't exist. So this idea that we get attached to things because of the way they look on the outside as opposed to what they're composed of on the inside, it's really reflective of a lot of things. It's reflective of an inherent superficiality that we tend to embrace. This idea that if something looks good on the outside, it must be good on the inside. The same way a man looks at a beautiful woman and doesn't assume that this woman could be toxic, that this woman could have diseases, that this woman could be a terrible person. You just think she's amazing because she's got a great smile and a nice booty, right? So the same thing happens, I think, when it comes to our economics. If you don't have the financial consciousness to really dissect an entity and really understand what it really is and what's really going on and how the dynamics are working, it's like a person who might watch a puppet show and think that Pinocchio is a real boy. Do you understand? Or somebody who watches an actor in a movie and you think that they really are the person that they're pretending to be in the movie. Stringer Bell, who was played by Idris Elba, who played in The Wire, which was one of the greatest shows of all time. If you've ever heard Idris Elba in real life, he sounds like a British bloke. I don't want to do a bad British accent because I got British friends and I have a lot of support in London, but he sounds British. And if all my friends in London, I know y'all love me and I love y'all. So if I did that, if you're offended by that, please just chalk it up to my silliness today. But anyway, he said that he would go places and real drug dealers would come up to him and ask him for like business advice on how to expand their drug empire. And he was like, you do understand that I'm acting, that I'm an actor. And they didn't know, like, people really think that he was really a drug dealer. So ultimately it's interesting in terms of when you talk about business, when you talk about financial consciousness, which is why we gather every single morning. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. in case you're new. It's really a matter of just kind of looking at the world and saying, what's really going on here? What's really in front of me, as opposed to what they put in front of me. Right. In fact, one of my good friends, one of my great friends, is Daryl Bell. Daryl Bell was in that show, A Different World, and Daryl played Dwayne Wayne's best friend. And Daryl is a great guy. He's super smart. We really connect on financial stuff. He's super smart in finance. His daddy was a great guy on Wall Street. I mean, literally a pioneer on Wall Street. And so anyway, he was explaining to me that everybody feels like A Different World is a black show because we all watched it. We supported it. We're the reason that Warner Brothers made billions of dollars or hundreds of millions or however much money they made from that show. But they can't bring that show back until Warner Brothers gives the green light, because Warner Brothers owns the show. In fact, Warner Brothers doesn't just own the show. They have dozens, if not hundreds, of patents and trademarks on this show. So even Jasmine Guy cannot go in public and perform the accent of Whitley Gilbert without being sued by Warner Brothers because they own her accent. So she can't even go if they say, "Can you do an imitation of Whitley?" And when you say, "Dwayne," remember how she talked, "Dwayne, I love Dwayne," right? She can't do that. She can't do Whitley Gilbert's accent because they put a trademark or a patent or a copyright, whichever one. I don't know the right one. I have to talk to. I literally have a trademark lawyer. I need to one day bring her into class or something. But she could probably tell me the difference between which one you need. But that's why I hired Her name's Takora. That's why I hired her as my trademark lawyer because she knows the difference between these things. And so ultimately, a lot of the things that we think are black really aren't black, and I think it's very important to just make sure we know the difference. Okay, so circling back, when you're talking about that first issue of do we spend our money on education as quickly as we spend it on sports? I would say the answer is no. I would say that perhaps a little more balance would be called for. In fact, again, if you're sending your kids to college or the grandkids to college, get them ready. Get them ready. You know, I remember in college being very confused. Here's the thing. Let me explain something. When I was in college, part of the reason I don't have no swag is because when I was a kid, I didn't have time for bullshit. I just didn't. I was independent from the time I was like 12 or 13. I got my first job when I was 11. And then my mama made me pay rent when I was 14. That's just terrible. That's so abusive. But the good side of it is it made me into a man very quickly. And so I would literally go out and do grown man stuff. I'd be like, I'm leaving. I'd leave at 16. At 16 years old, I would just leave the house and come back whenever. And I don't know why my parents did. They were just so terrible, right? But anyway, I love them though. But it was a different time. So anyway, so I got to college, and I remember when I got to college, here was my story. All through high school, I was a really bad student. All through high school, my grades were bad. I never made an A. I remember my goal was like, I'm gonna make an A this time in something, and I would make A's in like PE because I could run fast and I could jump high and I was strong. I had those three things. I was a good athlete, like so many other black boys. And that was it. I never made an A in anything ever in my life, in not one single class. And I remember being so lost in school. Those white women, they didn't understand me. I didn't understand them. They probably wanted me in special ed and to put me on medication and stuff I am a little weird. I probably do have a little bit of undiagnosed ADHD, but I consider it to be my superpower. I think that that's what makes Boyce Watkins into who he is, whatever that is. And I remember school was just a terrible, really bad experience. And a lot of you have sons and daughters that are going through the same thing. A lot of you have kids that are feeling that. In fact, we have that's why we bring educators to the All Black National Convention to kind of help you work through some of that. My daughter is one of those people. She actually works with kids, particularly in special ed and stuff like that. I'll bring her by so you guys can meet her. I think it's time, and she's super smart. She went to Columbia University, and I love her, and I think she's somebody that might be able to add value to what you're dealing with your children. So long story short, I went to college, and I didn't have a fallback option. I had no money in my pocket. Black Achievers, God bless them, gave me my only little scholarship. It was like $500. And that was enough to just get me on the University of Kentucky campus. And I'm so grateful to Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, that my wife and I went back to their banquet, and we made a $20,000 donation about a year ago because I said, I owe you everything. Without you, I would have been, I don't know what would have happened, right? So I got to college and I had no money in my pocket, so I had to figure out how to make enough money to have a place to live, and I didn't have time for silly stuff, right? And I remember real thinking like, okay, what's my next move? What am I gonna do? You get in survival mode, so you're trying to figure out what you're gonna. And just like when I told you about the old white lady that was trying to sleep with me for money, and I actually kind of thought about it because I was that broke, but then I kind of started vomiting in my mouth and realized how disgusting that would be, and I just couldn't do it. But really, that was where I was. That's like when you talk about hitting a low, and I'm saying anybody who's ever been broke probably has been through a moment where you thought, hey, you know what? I could sell all this lusciousness and get me an extra $50. And that'll make sure I can at least go to McDonald's a couple of times and not starve to death this week. A lot of us have been there. If you haven't been there, then you haven't really lived. So anyway, I was in college and I just didn't have time to mess around, and my friend. So when I was figuring out my next move, I said, okay, I think this education thing could be my next move. I think this is the thing that can help me to provide for my daughter because I had child support, and it can help me pay the bills, right? So I poured all my energy into education. I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out how to succeed as a college student. And I remember I didn't really know how to study. That was my problem. So I remember like reading books. Like that was when I started to become a little more conscious about life. That's when I learned about things like positive thinking, because that helped me overcome the depression I felt as a kid from feeling kind of abandoned and unloved. Well, I learned positive thinking as a way to kind of fight against that. Also, that was when I learned that most answers to most questions are somewhere in somebody's damn book. So I said, okay, since I don't really have all the role models I need in my life that can help me get where where I want to get to, I'm going to go read books and find stuff, find information. So for example, when I wanted to understand women and sex, I read this book called How to Make Love to a Woman. And then I read another book when I was 30 called What Women Want Men to Know. Cause I was like, I like women. Women are cool. Let me understand. Let me study this stuff and see what's going on. Cause y'all are hard to understand. And then I also remember reading books about studying and how to do well in college. And the thing was, though, as I read those books about how to do well in college, I also leaned on what I knew. And what I knew was I knew two things that really helped me. One, I knew hard work, because my father always taught me that every man's got to work hard for what he wants. So I would go to work at these minimum wage jobs and make, $3 or $4 an hour and bust my butt for 10 straight hours and be grateful for it. And then also, I understood from sports very basic values about success and winning. I understood that to be a great athlete, you had to practice consistently. You had to prepare in advance, right? You couldn't wait to the last minute. You couldn't be lazy and think you're going to win the championship. So that's how I thought about my academics. And so I approached academics that way. And what I didn't realize was that I was actually studying harder than all my classmates. I thought I didn't belong in college. I thought that because I didn't fit the look, I didn't know how to, I dressed like a student. I didn't have the little tiny glasses with the little backpack. I felt awkward, right? But I just went in there, just kind of brute force and just said, okay, I'm going to fake it till I make it. And for about 3 years, I really felt like I was faking it. I didn't really think I was that smart. I thought I was pretending, right? And so what happened was I ended up just blowing away everybody else. Like, I had the highest grade point average of all the Black students on campus. And I remember being utterly fascinated by just how unproductive so many of my friends were, how lazy they were when it came to school, when it came to studying, how spoiled they were, how weak they were. They were very weak. And that's the thing. You get parents, we always think we're protecting our kids by coddling the hell out of them. And then they're just so weak. They can't weather the storm. One little wind blows by, they fall over like a little leaf. They just can't, they have no resilience, no commitment, no dedication. And they get that little 2.2 grade point average where they were studying 1 hour a week and then whine the entire time. And I didn't understand that. And so one of the things I really felt was, I said, I think that there's something happening here where we're just not really hungry in this area the way I think we could be and should be. And there are other areas where we're very competitive. We're very competitive when it comes to sports. You got to be a great Black basketball player. You got to be really, really good. We're really competitive maybe when it comes to dance. We're really competitive when it comes to even dressing sharp. When they show like sharp dressed Black men, they go to the nth degree and they spend the money getting the beard perfectly shaved. And because for some reason everybody thinks a beard makes you into a man, which is like weird, because a beard doesn't do anything except put hair on your face. And just there's so many things that we're really, really into. And there are things that we're not into, right? And typically those things related to academics and whatever, those are not the things that are typically at the top of our priority list. Not everybody, but for a lot of us. And so one of the things I did when I got on the faculty of Syracuse, I see someone says, how do you buy stock? Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's a free training on our $5 a day stock market investing plan. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, or you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. That's where I give you the stocks that I pick and everything else. So feel free to go there if that's what you're looking for. So anyway, let's go back into this. So we're talking about in terms of investing, where you invest your money, where you invest your time, where you invest your energy. And so the first book I wrote when I was at Syracuse was a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. And I put everything in there that I learned as a professor about how to do well in school, right? So one of the things that's interesting to me, though, is that despite the fact that there are people like me who've written books that literally explain every single thing that you need to know to do well in college, there are so many people that will still go to that next level and really will just feel like they're just this uninformed Black person. Like they'll assume that because you're first generation, that you just don't know what's going on, that you're a deer in headlights, that you're completely lost, that there's no hope for you. And the best thing you can do is hope to just survive and get by. And I just beg to differ with that. That's my point. I beg to differ with that because the resources are out there. The resources are out there. The resources are in your phone. you can open up your phone and learn everything you need to know about how to do almost anything in this world if you are determined to find it. And so ultimately, what I would say to you is that this whole stream of consciousness in terms of investing, the investment of time, the investment of money, I think it goes to the core of some issues that we deal with culturally that we might want to confront instead of continuing to do what we've been doing before, right? So, for example, there's no excuse that these companies that help kids prepare for the SAT and the ACT don't have just as many black kids as they have Indian, Asian, and white kids. When Asian kids show up and they've got the perfect test scores and they got the perfect GPAs, I think that we can get mad about that, or we can simply say, okay, maybe there's another notch we can go to. Maybe there's another level we can go to because we already have excellence in so many other areas. I really think academic excellence should be a part of that. Now, with that said, this is going to spin us back into the whole conversation about debt. And the reason I brought up the whole educational piece is because the debt crisis is actually hitting educated black people as much as it's hitting uneducated black people. And I'm going to explain that to you in 1 second. Let me just remind you guys of something really quickly. Some of you were looking to join the real estate program, something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where literally this week we're bringing in a special guest named Shalea Camila, who is a noted real estate expert who can answer a lot of your questions if you're looking to either invest in real estate or if you're looking to buy real estate, etc. She kind of knows everything. She was a speaker at the All Black National Convention. She's very good. And I know that Micah has sent out an offer where you could actually join the program for $1 the first month. Well, here, because you're in this class, I got something better. You can actually join for $0 the first month. So if you want to just try it out, bring your friends and family, just hit that link right there. And because you're here, I've extended that offer to you. So feel free to take a look at that. It's also at drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com. And also the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia is May 18th. And that URL is getmoneyfest.com. But what I'll do is I'll actually share the link with you guys really quick if you want to come to Philadelphia. And we're going to have a lot of panels and speakers and all kinds of stuff. So it's not my event. It's Jay Ortiz. He's the organizer. He's a rapper out of Philadelphia, and I love it when rappers want to be smart. So I told him I would support him 100%, just like all the other rappers, the smart rappers that I know. I'm friends with a lot of smart rappers, and I'm enemies with a lot of dumb rappers. The ones that are destroying the community, those are not my friends. But the ones that want to do better, those are ones I respect. All right. So anyway, let's break down what's going on with consumer debt, and then I'm going to explain to you why consumer debt is a type of financial slavery and why financial consciousness, which is what we cover every single day in this class at 10 a.m., is really important in terms of understanding what debt does for you. All right. So here's the deal with consumer debt. First of all, consumer debt, pretty much any debt that is on the back of a consumer or on the back of a family in America, consumer debt's at an all-time high. Right now, consumer debt is about $17.1 trillion. 70% of that debt is mortgages. I don't think mortgages are automatically always bad debt. I think mortgages are better. Now, someone says, where's the link? Oh, you know what? I didn't. Sorry about that. I apologize. I ran off and there we go. There's the link for the Philly event. And let me share the link for the real estate course. All right, so sorry about that, guys. I apologize. I didn't do everyone when I shared the link. There we go. All right, so there we go. Now let me know if you can see it. There it is. Okay, so 70% of all the consumer debt is mortgage debt. That's about $12.25 trillion. This is as of 2023. 1.1 trillion is credit card debt. That's also a record high. So mortgage debt is at a record high. Credit card debt is at a record high. It has never been higher than it is right now. A lot of this has to do with inflation. Auto loan debt is about 1.6 trillion. That is also at an all-time high. So people owe more on their cars than they've ever owed in any other area before. Student loan debt is 1.6 trillion. That's also a record high. And another area they included here on this list is HELOCs, like home equity loans. So people are borrowing against their home equity, mainly to maintain this high levels of consumer spending that is pretty much driving the economy and keeping the economy alive. So all this debt adds up to about 17 trillion. The average American household has about $104,000 worth of debt. To be precise, it's exactly $104,215 in total debt for most households. That's a lot of debt. And here's the thing about debt that's really interesting is that debt can either liberate you or debt can enslave you. Debt can either be something that really enhances your life and makes it better, or debt can be something that just makes you regret the day that you were born. And let me explain why. So the way debt can be liberating is if you use the debt in a way that actually helps you make more money. Most multi-billionaires and millionaires and people that run big businesses, they started their businesses off with debt. They went and borrowed some money. They went and borrowed, say, $5 million, and they turned the 5 million into 20 million, and they got to keep 15 after they paid back the 5 million plus interest. Whatever, maybe it's 12, 13, 14 million, whatever the number is, right? So debt can be a beautiful thing because debt can give you access to a productive asset that allows you to make more money. For example, a lot of you that are in the Prime program, you've used HELOCs to go and get access to capital or debt, and you have taken that money from the HELOC, maybe $100,000, scaled it up with a little bit more leverage, went in and bought, say, I don't know, a few hundred shares of a company, and you're making maybe $2,000 or $3,000 a week on selling the options for that stock, just like we cover in class. So that is a scenario, in my view, where debt isn't such a terrible thing, assuming that you're taking some of that income and plowing it back into repaying the debt. So if you're buying property and you're paying down the debt on the property, that's a good thing. If you're borrowing money for a business and you're able to make the business successful, I think that's a good thing. If you're even using debt to buy stock and sell the options on the stock to generate an income source for yourself, I think that's okay. But the problem is when you get into these areas of consumer debt, like the credit cards, most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. If you think about your finances like a human body, credit card debt is like a bunch of fat, right? Again, business debt might be like a bunch of muscle. If you have muscle, then you can be a better athlete. But with fat, you're usually not going to be a better athlete unless maybe you're a sumo wrestler or something. So having credit card debt is fat. Auto loan debt is fat. And for a lot of people, even student loan debt is fat, not because student loans are always bad, but because student loan debt has gotten so high. It's gotten so high that it's gotten to the point where it is very toxic, right? So ultimately, if you're not careful, that student loan debt or that credit card debt or whatever type of debt can be the thing that not only slows you down financially and keeps you from growing, but it can also be the key to your slavery. Like there are people that are enslaved when they actually go into so much debt that they can't quit their job. If you watch the movie, there was a movie called Wonka. Go see the movie Wonka. Wonka is a great movie. I took my daughter to see it, and in the movie Wonka, there's a point where Willy Wonka, it's the origin story of Willy Wonka. I assume y'all know I hope y'all know the story of Willy Wonka. Do y'all know Willy Wonka, right? I don't have to explain that. Okay, so the origin story of Willy Wonka before he builds his great chocolate factory and everything when he's young and he's a young guy young hustler on the move, he's trying to figure out how to make his next move. And there's a point in the movie where the a person tricks him into debt, and they put him so deep in debt that he then says, well, I can't afford to pay that. So then what they do is they force him to work in the laundry room of some hotel, and he can't go out and build his chocolate factory. He can't go pursue his dream of building the greatest chocolate factory in the world because he has to do laundry all day to repay this debt. And they said, if you keep it, well, you can pay it off. It's just going to take you about 30 years to do that. Well, that really happens to millions of people. Millions of people end up in the same position as Willy Wonka because you've got this amazing dream, this fantasy, this vision that God gave you, and God said, go fulfill the vision. And you can't fulfill the vision because you got to go and do laundry in the basement every day for the next 30 years or do some other type of work that is pretty much meaningless to you, and the work that you would not be doing if you were not getting paid to do it. And that's what debt does. And that's why consumer debt is very powerful for those that are driving the economy. If they can get you into debt, it's like getting you pregnant and locking you down. They get you financially pregnant with all this debt, and then you can't make any moves. You're pretty much stuck pretty much where you are. You have to come back to work. After the pandemic, there were a lot of billionaires and CEOs that were very concerned about the fact that the American labor force had declined. The labor force participation rate had dropped because people just became financially conscious and they said, I don't really think I want to spend all my hours of this on this earth at a job. I'd rather do other things like sleep in or spend time with my kids or go to the movies or go to the gym or just be happy. And so they had to figure out how to get people to come back to work. So a lot of them were lobbying the government to reignite student loan payments so that people would be forced to come back to work. They're like, we need them to have something that they have to pay, so they have to come into us to get it done for them. We need them to need us. They need our income. So debt is definitely a type of slavery. I mentioned this yesterday, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So having a lot of education doesn't escape you from the debt dilemma if you're not financially conscious. And also, even among the half that don't default on their student loans, a lot of them are paying on their debt until they're 50 or 60 years old. And the thing about debt is that debt moves in the exact opposite of closing the racial wealth gap. So when you talk about closing the racial wealth gap, you don't close the gap with debt, you're increasing the gap with debt. So the fact that we have so many of our best and brightest saddled with the absolute most debt that they can possibly get in hopes that they're going to find some job that will repay them enough to cover that debt is really flawed thinking. It does not work. So with that said, I want to cover a few financial consciousness points. And actually, I'll answer a few questions. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. And if you're not inside the Zoom, I won't see your question. But if you want to join us in the Zoom, all you got to do is text the word morning to 87948. This is our daily financial consciousness training from the Black Business School. It's 100% free to anybody that wants to join. You don't have to pay money. You just have to pay attention. So just text the word morning to the phone number 87948, and I will invite you. And if you're not on that text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. All right, so let me give you a few quick reasons why we overspend, and then I'm going to link this back to why financial consciousness is important. I need you to give me a quick yes as a confirmation. Is it clear to you why being financially conscious is critical in this economy? Give me a yes if you understand this. Like, give me a yes if you're seeing this. I want to make this clear because some people, no, I don't think you probably have never had a class on financial consciousness. You've never had a professor say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. Usually they'll say, I'll teach taxation, or I'll teach investing, or I'll teach, about credit cards or real estate. You've never heard a person say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. And this was something that didn't come to my mind. God didn't give me that vision until I literally was 20 years past my PhD. And I knew a lot, I knew a lot 5 years before my PhD. I was teaching college students in 1993. So it took a lot of processing for me to look at Black culture over many, many years, many decades, to understand, like, I get what's going on. It's our culture, it's our habits, it's our consciousness that's kicking us in the butt. If they can get you to dumb yourself down and become unconscious, then they can use you like a slave. It can literally become like a zombie virus that takes over your brain. In fact, I remember reading where they said that consuming lots of media and television reduces the strength of your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain that allows you to engage in strategic thinking and delayed gratification. So literally, but when you're sitting there watching TV all day and consuming media, it's literally frying your brain. It's literally dumbing you down. That's what it's doing. And then when you look at the studies, well, what do you find? You find that Black people watch more television than anybody else. Black people consume more social media entertainment than anybody else. Do you think that there's a connection between the two? Do you think that those two things are connected? And do you think that maybe that's kind of done on purpose? So anyway, so here are some reasons why people overspend their money. One is a lack of a budget. When you don't have a budget, that tends to cause your money to fly out your pocket. That is related to a lack of consciousness, because what happens is that when you have a budget, you're conscious of every nickel that you spend. You're documenting that. You're writing it down, right? But when you don't have a budget, you're not conscious. And when you're not conscious, it kind of goes away. Like, have you ever sat down and done something with somebody? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you went to go see that person that you were really attracted to, and y'all had some hot, sweaty, you know what, in the bedroom, and then you look at you wake up and you look at your watch, and like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's 8 o'clock, right? The time just flew by. Or remember that song, Secret Lovers? And it said it's something about we wake up and we notice the time. Remember that? Yeah. We both get nervous cause it's way after 9. Right? So here's what I think about. This tells you how weird I am. When I think about that song Secret Lovers and how they woke up and they got nervous because it was way after 9 and they just noticed the time, that made me think about another study that I read that basically said that when your brain is injected with dopamine or you're doing something fun, like having sex or hanging out or using drugs, you lose track of time and space. Like time just you just become unconscious. You become unconscious of time. And in fact, an extreme example was I saw this. There was a story about this guy who was like this regular middle class dude who happened he dabbled with crack or for some reason. I don't know why people mess with drugs, but he smoked a little bit of crack every now and then. And one day he decides to go out and smoke some crack. And when he did that, he literally lost track of time. Like the whatever the crack did to his brain caused him to forget about time. And he said that he was literally just smoking away and 3 days went by. He didn't even realize that 3 days went by. So when he finally sobered up and went home, he said his house was empty, his wife was gone, the kids were gone, everything, his whole life was gone. Right. And that to me makes me think about what also happens when it comes to economic consciousness. I believe that when you're not conscious of your money or you're just sort of living life and just spending a little bit here and a little bit there, and you lose that consciousness, your money is just going to kind of fly out the window and you're not going to know where your money went. So one way to counter that might be to have a budget and kind of document things. And not only have a budget for money, but I actually have time budgets for time. I have time budgets. When I get on the phone, I think I live my life in 20-minute blocks, 20-minute increments. So if I do something, I'll look at my clock, my watch, and I'll say, okay, it's 8:50, it's 8:44. I'm going to stop doing this at 9 o'clock. Or if I say, gosh, I really don't want to work out, I don't feel like it, I'll say, okay, boys, we're going to start at 9:20 and we're going to work out until 9:40, really, really hard. Right. And then if you feel like continuing, you can. If you don't, then that's okay. That's the negotiation that I have with myself because sometimes you don't feel like doing it. Right. But what also happens is that all the barriers I had in my head where I'm like, oh, I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to do that. That goes out the window because then I realized that this thing that I was procrastinating on because I didn't think I had time to do it literally only took me 8 minutes to do. Right. Has anybody ever gone through that where literally you'll spend a year procrastinating on something and then you do it and it literally takes you like 15 minutes and you're like, wow, I can't believe I wasted a whole year procrastinating on something that was going to take 15 minutes. So I don't just budget money. I budget time. I budget the stuff that's more important than money. Time is far more important than money. I know my time. I'll pay money to save time. Seriously. So ultimately, a lack of a budget plays a big part in people overspending or going deep in debt. The second piece is, this also relates to consciousness, is impulse buying. Impulse buying is where they get you to get emotionally stimulated, emotionally charged, or whatever, and then they get you to buy based on your impulse. And a lot of this is linked to the inability to really have the discipline or the consciousness to say, okay, I'm not going to just make this move based on my emotion. I'm going to sit back and strategically think about this. So one way to counter impulse decisions would be to force yourself to have a day or two to think about it before you do it. Imagine this. Think about this. Imagine if they had a law. And it's not just money. Think about stuff like sleeping with the wrong person and then having a baby with an absolute terrible human being. Imagine if there was a law that said every time you want to have sex with somebody, you got to have a 2-day cooling off period where you got to sit back and think about whether or not this is the person that you want to be with. Can you imagine like how many fewer unwanted pregnancies we would have, right? How much less drama there would be in the world if people were forced to think about it, even 24 hours, anytime you want to sleep with somebody, you got to fill out a form and put in an application and I know I wouldn't want the government really regulating this. This is more like a thought experiment, but really you have to fill out a form and say, I met this girl. She's really nice. I think she's great. I think I'm going to sleep with her. So I'd like to, and we're going to meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock and make it happen. Well, I think a lot of people would probably make a different decision, right? And because a lot of times you make decisions based on impulse, and there are people that encourage that, right? There are people that encourage that kind of thing. And someone says it's called Veronica says it's called marriage. Yeah, it is. It is. And marriage is ideal, but I'm not here to judge, right? Some people don't feel that marriage works for them, and I think that's okay too. I don't think marriage really works for everybody. I think if in fact, as a married person, I will say if you're not ready to sacrifice and humble yourself and submit to another person and submit to something greater than yourself, marriage isn't for you. If you come in saying, well, I'm not going to submit to nothing and I'm not going to settle. No, marriage is all about settling and submitting. I settled for my wife because she's amazing, and I submit to my marriage and I submit to my wife all the time. Why the hell you think I got up at 4:30 this morning to drive across town? I wanted to sleep in. I didn't want to get up at 4:30 in the morning. I was submitting to the fact that I want my wife to be safe. I want to be with her when she's doing these things. I don't want to abandon her, right? So I think that it requires that kind of perspective. And so I think if you're not ready for that, maybe marriage isn't for you, because all you're going to do is get married and then get divorced and waste all your money and waste all your friends' time and all that stuff. So if you ain't going to do it right, don't do it. That's what I would say. Whichever path you pick, do it right. All right, so let's keep going here. So we talked about impulse buying, a lack of a budget. Third is social pressure. Peer pressure is big in terms of buying things. A lot of people feel pressure to keep up with the Joneses, or they want to just, or maybe black people that just want to be like white folks, or also poor people imitating rich people. That's one of the reasons why luxury items get sold, is because poor people buy them thinking that if I imitate a rich person, then the world is going to see me in a different light. They're going to see me as a successful person. And what's funny is that if you go and you hang out with billionaires where money just isn't a thing anymore for them, or at least not, maybe in a big picture sense, like I'm gonna go buy this building or buy this property, but they're not thinking like I'm gonna just impress you with my Gucci belt or whatever. Like a lot of billionaires dress like bums. Like they might drive a regular little car, and you go to their office and it's just this tiny little office. And I think that what kind of happens maybe is that when they get that much money, they don't feel the need to impress you with how much money they have. In fact, sometimes I believe if you have a lot of money, sometimes you don't even want people to know how much money you have, because when you have a lot of money, people treat you differently. I've never wanted to brag to people about the money I have. People know I probably have something because I understand money pretty well, but really I don't like for people to know that I have a lot of money, because people start asking you for it and they start trying to steal it from you, and they people will scam you for it, and people will sue you for no reason and all these other things. So really, no, I'm not leading money first, right? I'm going to lead voice first, whatever that looks like. And I married a woman who didn't care much about money. Because she had money, and it wasn't, but I could tell very quickly if a woman was interested in the money that I had. And that wasn't a bad thing. It didn't make her a bad person, because the books I've read tell me that women are naturally attracted to men that have resources. So I understood that. But at the same time, I also understand what comes with that. I understand what it means to take on another dependent. And sometimes you don't want that, right? So ultimately, I think it's a matter of deciding what really works best for you. But really, that social pressure aspect, circling back to that, that really speaks to also another consciousness concept, which might relate to just general self-esteem. People that have high self-esteem are not as subjected to social pressure as people that have low self-esteem. And for Black people, low self-esteem is a big problem that we have, because from the time that we're born, we're really kind of raised to believe that you're nobody until white people recognize you. You know what I mean? Like literally, if you are not seen by white people, if white people have not labeled you in some way, you're kind of nobody. You're just a Negro. That in the minds of a lot of our people, like well, how do they label you? Well, they might label you with degrees. So you go spend $200,000 to get a degree from a white school, and then you come back and say, "Look at me, I made it. Look at how far I've come." And I might look at you and be like, "But you didn't come nowhere. You still live in the same neighborhood. I don't like, how far did you go? Like, you didn't go very far." But oh, I get it. You have a new label. Like, "Oh, look at me. I am a college graduate from the University of Texas." Great. I think that's wonderful. But I see that more so as a reflection of who you are, not something that defines who you are. Do you understand? There's a difference. You're already a great person even before they realize you were a great person and acknowledged you. Or I'm an Oscar winner, I'm a Grammy winner. I have this important job working for this important company with this important fancy title, and all that's fine. There's nothing wrong with your fancy title or your college degrees. The problem there is, though, that when you give other people the license and the right to validate you, you're giving them a tremendous amount of economic power because they become the governing body over a resource that you absolutely positively need. Let me go deep with economics for a minute. When you get to the point where you have a resource that you need, which might be something as simple as your self-esteem, and you are allowing someone else, especially your former oppressor, to control that resource, you are in danger. You are in danger. Why? Well, because the minute they want to control you, they can impose economic sanctions on you. They can punish you. They can take those things away from you. They can say, okay, because we don't like your behavior, we're going to take away your Heisman Trophy. We're going to take away your Grammy. We're going to take away your fancy title. We're going to take away that fancy job. We're going to take away that access to that degree that you think you're going to get. And then what occurs is that you start feeling bad. You start feeling like you really lost something. You feel like you're less than what you were before because you don't have all these labels and stickers attached to you. And then remember, to get those labels, you paid a price for that. You paid the price in terms of time, money, maybe attention and energy. And that energy that you're putting into having that white man down the street label you could have been spent, could have been poured into the people that you actually care about, the people that care about you. You understand? I think really, and this is a really critical, subtle point that I really hope you'll at least hear me on, is that trillions of dollars in Black productivity and wealth is lost every year because Black people are spending so much time working for and seeking approval from white people. That's what we do. And then when we get that approval, we it is cultural. We encourage that. If you go on LinkedIn and someone says, "Hey, I'm now the vice president of Wackety Wax at Google or something," you'll see 10,000 people congratulating that person. Like, look at you. Look at how far you've come. Look at how great you are now. And I resent that, not because I resent the person who got the promotion. I resent it because I'm like, who the hell said that white man gets to decide if I get to be somebody or not? Who the hell said that he gets to decide if I'm important or if I'm not important? No, I was important before you even met me. It's just you're just late for the party. You're just now realizing how great I am. So I'm going to tell you like this. This is where I am. And this causes me some friction for sure with the world, but this is where I stand. I'm sorry. There's not a single person I can think of anywhere that I need to tell me that Dr. Boyce Watkins is good at what he does. I know I'm good at what I do because I put 30,000 hours of work into it. Because I know I'm super highly trained at it. I know how dedicated I am. I know I get up every single morning, consistently, every single day, for well over a decade, doing exactly what I'm doing with you right now, talking to you every single day. I know I'm good. So if one day, let's say one day the world changes and suddenly CNN and ABC or the White House suddenly say, "Oh, wow, we really want to really honor and acknowledge Dr. Boyce Watkins because what he's doing is so great." My mindset will be like, "Thank you, I appreciate that." And I'm actually proud of you for finally realizing how amazing I actually am. I think that's cool because we've been killing it over here for a long time and y'all were just too stupid to notice. So I'm really proud of you for congratulations. Like, don't congratulate me because I'm still the same. I'm still the same person. I'm congratulating you because intelligent Black people were 20 years ahead of you, and I'm happy that you're finally catching up. That's how I see things. And I think that that's really important because what that does is that helps you understand the importance of you. That helps you understand the importance of what you're doing every day, the people that you're with every day. Why do you abandon the people that are around you to go and sit around a bunch of strangers looking for all this validation that don't mean a damn thing anyway? That's how I don't get. Why would I leave? Y'all love me, man. Like those of you that really have my back, I see you and I feel it. I love it. This is great. I get to be a weirdo and I get rewarded for that. Why would I leave this to go sit around a bunch of strangers just because they're white or just because they're on TV or because they have money or something and then feel awkward and terrible and then come back and say, "Well, I used to just be the little guy who used to just sit on the internet with the Black business school, but now look at me. I'm the president of Yale University. Look at how far I've come." That was not a come up. That was not a come up. That was a demotion. That was a step down. That's a lesser version of who I am, because then I have to be this whole other person. Walking on pins and needles, scared to offend white people. I don't want to make the people in Israel mad because anti-Semitism. I'm not trying to be that person, right? So this social pressure piece links back to self-esteem. I really think that as Black people, those of us that really want to get it done, I really think that a great sense of self-pride in who you are goes a very long way. Did you know that they did a study where they were studying the most successful cultures in the world? I don't know what their measuring stick was. I got to go look the study up, but it was a lady at Yale. And I don't think it was scientific, but I liked it because the winning culture was actually Nigerian culture. And I'm part Nigerian, so I think that's kind of cool. And she said one of the things that the Nigerian people have is that they're proud of themselves. You can't tell a Nigerian, well, why don't you become a Mexican? They're not gonna want. They're like, why would I want to be a Mexican? I'm from the Igbo tribe. I don't want to be Mexican. Like that. So they have a lot of pride in who they are. And if you want to know what the other two criteria were, it was pride in who you are, like almost like a sense of self-importance, like I'm holding down the fort of something really important. My job in this family is to protect the reputation of an entity that is more important than anything on earth I could ever be attached to. So I'm not going to abandon my post. And if you believe that your family name is the most important thing that you have going on in this world, you're not going to abandon your post so you can go defend the family name of the white guy down the street who offered you a job. Do you understand? I believe that generally speaking, that one thing the slave culture does to us is that it makes us feel embarrassed about who we are and say, well, I ain't nothing but a Negro and I just need somebody to see me. And then we go and we abandon our posts. And it shows everywhere. You go to some of our communities, they're in absolute shambles. And we're like out here in other places. And that's not the way things are supposed to be. So the other two criteria, actually, if you want to know what they were for defining the top cultures, was a sense of self-importance or pride. Also a commitment to education. We talked about that earlier. Getting your kids you send your kids to school, make sure they're learning, get top of the class, that type of stuff. That's an attitude, man. That's a pride thing, right? And then the third piece was what was the third thing? It was a commitment to delayed gratification. A commitment to delayed gratification. All that is another version of what we talk about in financial consciousness training. That's thinking like an investor. All investing is delayed gratification. You do know that, right? That's all it is. It's saying I'm going to sacrifice now so I can have more later on. That's it. People and cultures and communities that have an extreme commitment to delayed gratification are 9 times out of 10 more successful than other cultures. People that don't have delayed gratification, that only believe in instant gratification, well, they blow their whole load in the first, 10 minutes, and then they have a horrible life after that. They go to college and they party for 4 years and don't study, and then they have a miserable life for the next 40 years because they didn't prepare for the future. Or they just eat whatever they want, and then they end up dying early because the food they were eating was killing them the entire time. Or they just sleep with whatever pretty girl they happen to see, and then next thing you know, they're bogged down with child support and STDs for the rest of their life, right? So people that believe in instant gratification, they don't just struggle because of those choices, but also, unfortunately, when you kill your consciousness, you're living on the vibrational frequency of an animal. Animals live in the world of instant gratification. Animals are not strategic. Animals don't make long-term plans. Animals are not able to sacrifice for the future. That's not what they do. So what I believe, generally speaking, is that there is a consistent effort to reduce the consciousness of all Americans, especially Black people. I think this is one of the reasons why, even in hip hop music, which has tremendous capacity to elevate the consciousness of anybody, it promotes things that are very low vibrational behavior, very instant gratification based sorts of activities, because the goal is to keep your consciousness low. A consumer and a worker that doesn't have economic consciousness, for example, is very easy to control. You throw out some instant gratification. In fact, this is the last point that they made in the study about why people overspend and why they end up in debt. easy credit access. When you have easy access to credit, you end up in debt, like college students. They put in the credit card in front of the college student who is hungry for money, and they say, "Look, just sign this piece of paper, and you can go to the mall and have the flyest clothes and spend money." And y'all, a lot of y'all remember that. Anybody go through that? Anybody else fall for that trap when you were 19 years old or 18? I know I did. And they do it with the student loans. They just sign here and everything's fine. And that instant access takes advantage of anybody that doesn't have a high level of consciousness or commitment to delayed gratification. That's why Jerry Heller with NWA was able to put the contract in front of all the members of the group, Eazy-E, MC Ren, Dr. Dre, and Ice Cube, and said, "Here is $80,000. Here's a check for $80,000. Here's a nice car out front that you can have. All you got to do is sign this document, and you can have it all right now." Every single person signed the document except for Ice Cube. He was the only one who did not sign because he was the only one who was strategic enough and had enough of a commitment to delayed gratification that he wasn't going to sell his entire future so that he could drive away in a nice car. And so really, and really, and I think that translates to so many other things. That's why 30 years later, the man's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And the reason we became friends is because we both align in that line of thinking. We were both actually heavily influenced by our fathers. And this is one of the reasons why I think Black fathers are extremely important. They took another few $1 trillion in your wealth when they took your fathers out of the house. Fathers matter. Just like mothers matter, fathers matter. You cannot talk me out of that. Okay. So anyway, what I want to do is put your question in the Q&A section. Let's do a quick Q&A. I'll answer a few of your questions. And one other thing I want to share with you, I mentioned this before, is with the summertime coming, we have our financial flashcards for kids and stuff like that you can take a look at in our Black Wealth Mastery store. So I'm going to put this here. It's at drboycebooks.com, and there's the link directly. Also, if you use the code word book club, all one word, use the code word book club, you can get another 30% off everything in the store. We have apparel now in the store. So if you like Black Wealth, we have Black Wealth apparel. We have a whole love and money section that my wife and I run, where she's got workbooks on financial anxiety and all different kinds of things that relate to relationships and money. And there's a lot of good stuff there. Also, Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, is there. So feel free to take a look at drboycebooks.com if you'd like to see what we have there. All right, so let me answer a few of your questions here. Okay. Now, if you could make your question like one sentence, that will help me make sure I can get through as many as possible. If it's too long, I'm gonna skim. I'll read the first sentence or so. Let's see here. Barbara says, "I think the younger group has a different perspective of rappers." Yeah, I think that they do. There's a generational differential, and I think that the generation gap should not be seen as a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. Young people need to listen to elders. Elders need to listen to young people. I pay attention to what young people are doing all the time. I watch the culture. I think it's hilarious when people think that because I'm 52 that I don't see the same thing that I would see on the internet if I was 22. I probably see more. I talk to our 20-year-old all the time, and I see things he doesn't see. I'll say, "Well, did you see where Kai Cenat was beefing with so and so?" And he'll be like, "Oh, I didn't know about that." Right. So ultimately, I think that paying attention to the world is really good. I think paying attention to the community and the culture is very valuable. And I think that young people, if you want to be stupid, I mean, don't listen to older people. But if you want to be smart, listen to older people, and just know that doesn't mean you can't still be who you want to be. And I think older people should listen to younger people too, because they can teach you how to be a little more creative and innovative in your thinking, and you have to respect that as well. But just because it's new, that does not make it better. Just because it's new, that doesn't make it better. In fact, I really believe that when you talk about solving the Black economic problem in America, the best way for us to move forward is we have to look back, and we got to look way back. We got to go back to when our ancestors were in before integration, where they didn't have the same access that we had, but yet they owned 100 times more land than we had. They had a lot more businesses than we have. They had stronger communities than we have. The kids were better educated than they are now. that's where our solutions lie. I don't think that our solutions lie necessarily in all the progressive answers. Okay, so someone says, were you teaching at a PhD level in 1993? No, I wasn't. I was a graduate student, and I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in 1993, and then I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky in 1995 and 96, and then I taught finance also at the Ohio State University when I was working on my doctorate. And then I taught finance at Syracuse University on the faculty for 13 years. I also taught in China for about for a summer, and taught in some other places as well. So that's my teaching background in case you want to know it. Let's see here. How's your daughter? Does she still do makeup? No, she does not, and she's doing very well. Thank you for asking. All right, let's see here. Kathy, what books did you read for help? Well, I told you to learn about whatever it was I wanted to understand, I would just kind of read a book about it or try to get information, So again, when I wanted to understand women, I read that book called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis, which I recommend for any man that really wants to understand women. I think you got to listen and learn and understand. And I think women should read books about men because I from reading these books, I concluded that men and women are just very different. And that's why we don't understand each other, because I can't look at my wife and what she does and see it through the lens of a man, because our brains are different. They're literally different. I think men have more white matter and women have more gray matter, or it's reversed. And women, we're just different. So I think anything you want to learn about, it's in a book. I think I would get in the habit of consuming information. Let's see here. Someone says, I see the link to the real estate class, but it only sent me to my Black Business Program account. Showing me the classes I paid for. Should I email your support team? Yeah, well, at Dr. Boyce Real Estate, Lisa, it should take you to the real estate class. If it doesn't, if it just takes you to the classes that you're enrolled in, then you may want to see if you're already enrolled, and it should be on the list of classes you're enrolled in. I've never seen that problem, but if you have any issues in the Black Business School, just email our support team. They're right there. Monty's waiting to talk to you. The email is support@theblackbusinessschool.com, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can take good care of you. Let's see. How do I get out of deep credit card debt quickly and still save? Well, think of it like this. Think of it like um, if you think about your credit card debt like a bucket, and in order to get out of debt, you got to fill the bucket up with water meaning money. Then the more water you have, the faster you can fill the bucket up, right? There's no way to really eliminate a lot of debt quickly, typically without having resources to do that. So the fastest way to get out of debt is to maybe take a class, learn how to build a side hustle. And that side hustle, that little extra income might make a difference. I know in the Prime program, drboyceprime.com, we have students that were able to take some assets that weren't really performing, like some money from their home equity or 401k, and buy stock and sell options and do what we do in class and generate maybe an extra $500 to $1,000 a week. I talked to a single mom where we work together, and she's generating like an extra $4,000 a month. But this is after she had spent years saving money and didn't know what to do with that money she has saved. And so I showed her, again, not investing advice, but I showed her what I do. And there is money there that you can extract that way. If you're interested, just go to drboyceprime.com. It really does work. It's really, really effective. There are probably Prime members in here. So if you are a Prime member, say something in the chat so people will know what the experience is like. But anyway, another thought that comes to mind is if your credit score is really bad, sometimes you can just dispute things. Remember, you have rights as a debtor. And so if you dispute things that are on your credit report, they have a certain amount of time they have to get back to you and validate that debt. And if they don't get back to you in time, then they have to remove the debt. So that might be another way to at least make sure that the debts are valid when you make your move. Let's see here. Is there a contact number for your trademark lawyer? Ask Rainthon. Email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I don't have her information here. And honestly, I cannot recommend her yet just because I have not worked with her long enough yet. So I did it again because I support Black business owners and stuff. And I was really a little irritated and traumatized by people assuming that I was running the Tulsa Real Estate Fund because Jay came on the channel and talked about what he was doing. I'm really hesitant to really recommend anybody like that just because I don't know exactly what people are doing in their businesses. I focus on my business and that's it. And so really I wish I could share that, but I don't want to share things until I'm sure of what I'm seeing. So that's really a shift in policy we had to pursue because because people get things misconstrued, and I don't want that to happen. All right, so let's see. Barbara says, "Can you elaborate more on how to get out of credit card debt?" Okay, so we talked about that a second ago. Let's see, Derek, how much capital do I need to join the options trading program? There's no specific minimum. I mean, just learning stock options is beneficial wherever you are capital wise. However, if you're talking about generating significant income, I found that at least maybe 10,000 to jump in and participate, and then maybe using a little margin can get you like a little bit of income coming in that can maybe get you the feel of maybe what it would feel like to own a multifamily property. Like, I think that this approach is better than owning multifamily property. Take it from somebody. So I scratch that. I don't own multifamily property, so I want to be clear on that. I own 2 properties, and we're selling our properties, and we're just basically going to replace that with selling stock options instead because the ROI is higher. There's no work required. It's much more liquid. And those are really 3 things that are driving us to kind of make that shift. Regina, I messed up going into credit card debt to save my family. What's the best strategy? Okay, so we already talked about that, about getting out of credit card debt. Also, I think let me see. I believe the URL is drboycecredit.com. I did a whole training on credit and credit cards and how credit scores work and stuff like that. So if you want to take a look at that, feel free to go to, I think it's drboycecredit.com. Yeah, take a look at drboycecredit.com. If that does not work, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can help you out in terms of finding out what resources we have in that area. But yeah, I think that with getting out of debt, I know Dave Ramsey talks about the snowball method, where he talks about paying the smallest debts first and then getting that momentum and using that to pay the higher debts. And so there are lots of different ways to kind of get out of debt. But generally speaking, I really think finding ways to make more money just is a great solution that works across the board. And I think that having an abundance mindset helps. So I really believe that really embracing entrepreneurship and investor culture, but doing it conservatively can go a long way. So what I mean by that is this, there are people out here that have, these $30,000 masterminds and stuff where they promise you the world. And I'm not a fan of any of that. I don't believe in going and spending a bunch of money to be a part of stuff, but I'll spend a little bit of money to kind of dip my toe in the water, especially on something that I believe is actually going to work. And also, there are groups you can join where you can at least get ideas on ways to make extra money. The hard part is that there's so much stuff out here that just does not work. And I think that leaves a lot of us jaded. For example, I don't believe in MLMs. I know some of you may be members of MLMs, and I don't want to offend you, but what I believe with MLMs what happens is that a lot of people that they put on stage, what happens is that they put 2 or 3 people on stage, and everybody at the conference aspires to be like the 2 or 3 people on stage, but 99% of the audience hasn't made any money yet. And so to me, if I am looking to join anything, an MLM or whatever, one of the first things I'm going to ask is the person that's bringing me in. I'm going to say, well, how much money are you making? And can you show me how much you're making? And if you can show me that you're making a lot of money and exactly how it's being done, I might consider that. I might consider making some limited investment to explore that. But the risk is that you're putting up a lot of times you're putting up a lot of money and a lot of time. And I just don't have time to waste on stuff like that, right? So one of the things that I like about the Prime program that makes it just me really excited about it is that I met the students at the Stock Option Summit in Los Angeles, and all of you were there. It was totally packed up. Sorry, it sold out, but we're going to do another one in Chicago. And I just told them, I said, if you have a little bit of capital to invest, I can show you how to make money on Monday. Like, that's like literally, and students have sent me, one student sent me screenshots of money he made on Monday, and it wasn't gambling. It wasn't like I made a bet and then the price went up. It was like, no, this is where money's actually there. You can extract income. People only think about investing in terms of putting money out in hopes that something goes up in price. That's speculation. But there's also the other side of investing where you sell risk instead of actually buying and embracing risk. And that is an income stream that a lot of people use. So there's money out there. I encourage you to explore it. If you don't have the capital base to do what you want, remember I told you the most important thing a person can have when it comes to money is not a college degree, it's a capital base. If you have a capital base, I would trade a capital base for a college degree any day of the week. Like, so if I had a choice between being a 25-year-old with 150,000 in the bank or being a 25-year-old with a college degree and no money in the bank, I take the 125,000, especially if that kid knows how to, or 150, whatever the number was. Especially if he knows what to do with that money. If you give a kid 150,000 in the bank and they know what to do with that money, just basic things like I can go sell stock options or whatever, that kid can make as much money as a medical doctor, literally without any college degrees or anything like that. So give your kids a capital base. Forget college degrees. I'm not saying that they're not important. I'm not saying don't do it. And when I say forget it, I don't mean to say forget it like don't do it. I'm saying forget it as in that's not the best solution. The best solution is a capital base. All right. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me answer some more of your questions here. Let's see. Travis says, can you sell cover calls the strike price less than the current price? Yes, you absolutely can. I'm going to answer some of your questions. So if you log in to drboyceprime.com, I'm going to do a Q&A this afternoon. So you may want to log in and leave a question, and I'm going to answer a bunch of them this afternoon before my wife gets back. Calvin, what are effective steps to reclaim the resources in the African continent? I don't know. That's a big question because the Chinese have their teeth sank very deeply into Africa, and they formed a lot of partnerships there. There are people like Dr. Ken Harris, who's a very good friend of mine, who are forming delegations of business owners that are going to Africa and setting up trade lines in Africa. But I don't know if that can really compete with what the Chinese are doing. So that part is going to be tough. I think over time, though, young Africans are going to fight for their fair share. Their children are going to fight for their fair share. They're not going to let Chinese people just come in and take everything. I think there's going to be a reckoning on that. Let's see here. Veronica says, after weeks of rejects, we finally have a Robinhood account. Good for you. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear about the rejection. Sheesh. Joni, will there be an estate planning class at the ABNC? No, there will be no classes at the ABNC. We will do an estate planning class in the Black Business School. We will have an estate planner at the ABNC, but the ABNC is a weekend-long event. And it's panels and speakers and stuff like that. So there won't be time to actually have a complete class. But we will have something on legacy and wealth building as one of the panels. And by the way, if you want to come to the convention, it's October 25th through the 27th, allblacknationalconvention.com. Calvin says, appreciate you, Dr. Boyce. Well, thank you. I appreciate you too as well. Let's see. Dr. Vibe, what do you think is the near future in the electric car industry? The near future is not good. I think the long-term future, we got to eventually have electric cars, I think. But right now, everybody wants hybrids. And also, the electric vehicle industry, Elon Musk's dominance in that industry is starting to decline. And the Chinese are really making moves, and they're actually making moves that are so aggressive that they're being accused of dumping their products out there in order to take over market share, right? So I personally think that that's going to be interesting to watch. When it comes to solar panels and EVs, I think the Chinese just have a long-term strategy. They're very long-term delayed gratification thinkers. The challenge of competing with China economically is they think very long-term and they think as a group. And it's very hard to compete with a team like that. So over time, they're going to probably end up dominating the EV industry, I believe. Let's see here. Let's see. Someone asks, is the Prime membership a monthly or annual? It's either one. If you go to drboyceprime.com, there's different options there. And also, if you text the word money to 87948, there's a training called How to Make Money Without Working that you can receive. So just text the word money to 87948. Yvonne says, is the real estate meeting $1 or free, like you said today? It's free. You can do the first month for free. So the link was in there. I put the link in there earlier. If you want to join for the first month, it's free. After that, it's $89 a month. And it's a bunch of resources and private discussions with real estate experts that can enhance your real estate training. There's already a lot of free bonus material in there. There's like $1,000 worth of stuff already in there. But then also I have private sort of VIP sessions with real estate experts, and you'll be able to join those as well. And you can share the membership with your whole family. So feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. Dr. Vibe, on a scale of 0 to 10, how optimistic are you about Black economics future for the next 50 years? It depends on which Black people you're talking about. I don't think all Black people are in the same boat. I think that there's a segment of the Black community that's going to just sort of be stuck, and they're going to be part of the permanent underclass that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. And I don't, in that there's not much I can do about that, just because if you're listening to mainstream people and rappers and stuff like that, in the public school system and all that, I don't know how to fix that. But I do believe that there is a segment, a large segment, a growing segment of intelligent Black people that are really making just dramatic economic moves that put us on on a scale of 0 to 10, they're on a 14. You remember that when we're training you to teach your kids about investing at the age of 7, other people aren't really doing that. Even Jewish people aren't really doing it like that. Not at that level, not formalizing it. Like, what I'm doing is simply taking Black excellence that we already have in the area of, say, sports and entertainment, and just saying, let's apply that to our economics also. This is nothing new. We're already performing at that level. We're already dominant, in certain areas. Let's just expand that into everything. All we're doing is we're doing a Michael Jordan. We're doing exactly what Michael Jordan did. Michael Jordan is a guy who said, I'm not just great at basketball, I want to be great at everything. And so Michael Jordan makes more money, probably 10 times more money now than he ever made as a basketball player. And as a basketball player, he was the highest paid player in the NBA. And I believe that if we were to talk to him now, I don't know Michael. I know Larry Miller, who is the former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, who was responsible for taking Michael Jordan's brand to the multi-billion-dollar level. Larry's a great guy. I've actually had him on this platform before. I'll try to bring him back in. But I would love to talk to Michael too. But I'd be willing to bet you that if we had Michael in here, he would probably say that his competitive energy that he used to be great at basketball was something that he wanted to apply to business also. He doesn't like being a loser, and so that's why I don't understand with young Black boys that are super competitive on the field, but then they become wimpy and intimidated, when it comes to things off the field. No, we should be dominating everything that we do. So this is because economics is a sport. Economics is a competition. And it's not just a sport, it's the most important sport that you'll ever participate in. It's the most important competition that we'll ever be in this world. So we got to be ready. Next, okay, Ranice says best stocks to buy this year. I mentioned some stocks this week. If you go to drboycestocks.com, that's what Dr. Boyce is buying. I list stocks every single week that I find. I'm trying to think of the stock I mentioned yesterday. If somebody remembers the stock I mentioned yesterday, put it in the chat because I buy them. I think it was Sprout. I think the ticker symbol was SPT. I think Sprout was the one I mentioned yesterday. Rue Parker says, I recently started investing in the markets. Thanks so much for all your teachings. I have challenges keeping track of my stocks and movements. How do you keep track of your investments? Well, most of the apps will lay out your portfolio for you in terms of telling you what you're invested in, what the gain was that day. They have a pretty good tracking system kind of already inside the app. I don't have a spreadsheet. I don't use a spreadsheet. I just use the apps because the apps will tell you whatever you need to know usually. E-Trade is really good. Fidelity is great. Schwab is great. Even Robinhood keeps track of stuff for you. Let's see. So that's a good point. So thank you, Rue, for that suggestion. Let me think about some other ways to keep track of things. I know that there are students. Some of you do have spreadsheets. I have a spreadsheet for the income I make from my stock options. But outside of that, for long-term investments, I just literally buy stuff and pile it in there and just kind of I try, to become wealthy, you imitate wealthy people. What wealthy people do is they're hoarders. They hoard various assets, financial assets and other assets. And then over time, those assets go up in value and that's how they become rich. Okay, a couple more questions, then we'll have to bounce out of here. Just saw Jeff Bezos offering landlord status for 100,000 fractions of real estate. What are your thoughts? Oh, $100 fractions of real estate. Really? Jeff Bezos. Oh, I didn't know that, Patricia. I'm gonna look that up. I did. That's very interesting. Have you been cloned on TikTok? Yes, I have. Probably about 80 times. So my TikTok has about 35,000 followers. So if you see me request or if you see me on TikTok, first of all, I don't slide in nobody's DM except my wife's. And also I don't really send out a lot of friend requests. So if you get one from me, that is not me. But if you want to follow me on TikTok, I think it's like Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if you go to Instagram, it's Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to take a look. Are you planning to teach in Texas? No time soon, Ranice. I don't have any. We had the convention in Houston one year, but that was a while ago. Let's see. Are you going to the rally for reparations on June 15th? That's April. No, but I spoke at the last rally and I supported 100%. Yvette, as a senior of 75, I made huge mistakes and lost much money. How can I start from the bottom and leave a substantial legacy for my 2 girls? Well, I would look at things like your insurance. Also, remember that if you have your 2 girls and they're very young, the gift that they have is time. So you can plant small amounts of money and just in your estate plan, just have it set where they can't touch that money for, say, say 20 years. If you give your money 20 years to grow, it grows like a weed, right? And especially if your estate plan or your insurance policy automatically makes your trust the beneficiary of all those resources, and you give it like a good 20 years, that money will grow into something pretty substantial. The reason people don't have a lot of money is because they don't let their money grow. Like, think about it. If you had bought Bitcoin in 2015 and just sat, it didn't touch it, didn't mess with it. Let's say you just consistently bought $50 in Bitcoin every week for the last 8 years or 9 years, you'd have a ton of money, a ton of money. But what happens is that people, they things happen and they need the money, and so they sell, or they're worried that the price dropped a little bit, so they sell out because they're scared of the price dropping further. And all this picking at it, it's like when you have a scab. You know, your mama used to say, "Don't pick at it," because the more you pick at it, the longer it's going to take to heal. So when you get your portfolio, don't pick at it. Just do the $5 a day plan. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's totally free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. And literally don't pick at it. Just set it and forget it. Don't touch it. That ain't your money. That belongs to the kids and the grandkids. All right. So anyway, let me keep going here. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm cloned on all the platforms, basically. So if you see me and I'm sending you like solicitations to buy Bitcoin or something, please don't do that. That's not me. Are teenagers able to sell options? Yeah, but I think they need parental supervision. But I think it's a valuable skill. Oh my God. If you have a child that is mature enough and patient enough to sit down and believe you when you tell them how important this skill is, it will change their whole freaking life. It will change their whole life. I'm talking like this because I'm just thinking about even kids in my own family where kids are just, if their brains are somewhere else, you can't explain like how important this is. So you try to tell them like, hey, you really don't, I know you're planning on trying to figure out which minimum wage job you're going to get and when you're going to graduate and what's going to happen after that. And I don't want to take that away from you. I don't want to take away your opportunity to experience the misery of going to work every day. Maybe that builds character or something. It didn't, I don't know what it did for me, but I guess that's what it did. But if your kid has a capital base that's like, let's say you invest for them when they're young and they have a capital base, let's say $100,000, they never have to work for anyone ever. I think the problem there, though, is what do you do if you don't work? If you take that away from people, see, work gives people a sense of purpose. That's the problem, right? Society tells you that your purpose is to get up and go to work for that corporation every day, and we create meaning in an otherwise meaningless activity for the most part, and we do that because we're bored. Like, what else would you do other than if you're sitting at home? What are you gonna do? Smoke weed and play video games and you know what I mean? Like, right? So you have to find a sense of purpose that goes beyond just like I'm getting up and going to do this meaningless job just so I can pay bills every day. Because that's what most people do. Most people's time is spent paying bills and taking care of kids. That's it. And then resting in between. And so what do you do when that work piece is taken out, where there's a big void there? And that's where self-awareness comes into play and consciousness comes into play, because you got to fill that void with a purpose that's going to get you out of bed every morning. Do you know, I'm going to share this personal thought and then we're going to be done. I'm sorry if I didn't get to answer every question, but we usually go 30, 45 minutes. We've gone an hour and a half. But I'm going to tell you a personal story. I struggled with depression very badly in high school. It was really a really hard time for me. Self-esteem was not that high. Just a little bit of abuse. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't want to indict my parents because I love them and they were doing the best they could. And so I worked through that, right? I worked through that on my own. That was one of the benefits of being kind of like a pseudo abandoned kid, is that you learn how to be independent. So I just learned if I don't do it, nobody will. So I started to learn about things like positive thinking and stuff like that to kind of help me to overcome that, right? And when I really focused on that, it really made a difference. So for the next 30 years, I was very happy, very positive, because I would consciously, this is consciousness. This is why I'm so committed to this concept of consciousness. I would consciously look for the brighter side. I would consciously look for hope and possibility in my life. I would consciously look for ways to motivate myself to keep trying harder, while at the same time realizing like, hey, God is not through with me yet. I can do this, right? That was literally like I became my own little internal cheerleader. I would give myself little motivational speeches inside my head, because I had nobody else around me to do that. So that was really beneficial in terms of being a driving force. As I was dealing with the horrible challenges of trying to finish my PhD, which was absolutely the most traumatic type of experience. It was just terrible. It was so hard. Or racism, and then you throw in racism and being broke and then just relationship issues, just whatever, right? But I fought through that, right? And it was fine. And I feel like, okay, I succeeded. I was happy with my life. And then when I got about 47 years old, I had another problem. And here was the problem I had this time. I wasn't I wasn't one of those, I wasn't like the men. Hold on, give me a second. It's my wife. Hold on. Hey, babe, I'm in class. Come up to room 900. I'm in class right now.
You're what?
I'm in class right now. My students can hear you. So come up to room 900 in the Marriott.
900?
Yes.
Boys.
I know that's great, baby, but they can hear you. They're listening to you.
255.
That's great, babe. Are you
255.
able to hear me? They're listening to you right now. Come up to room 900. I love you. That is awesome. Bye. So she's excited because she PR'd. So there we go. All right. Can y'all still hear me? Okay. Let me know. Give me a guess if you can still hear me. Okay. So anyway, so here's what the experience was. So when I was 47, what happened was I remember I wasn't like it was good in the sense like I wasn't one of those black men who's sort of like I made all these mistakes and now I'm trying to make up for the mistakes I made. I didn't have a lot of margin of error. Like, I had the kind of parents where if I went to jail, they would just leave me in jail. And so I didn't do stupid stuff. I didn't waste my opportunities and everything I wanted to accomplish educationally, I accomplished it. Everything I wanted to accomplish financially, I accomplished it. Everything I literally married the woman of my dreams. I married the woman that I considered, if you'd asked me years ago, who's the prettiest lady you've ever met, I would have said Alicia. So I was very happy with my life. But the problem was that I realized I said, I don't have a reason to get out of bed anymore. Like I don't like what do you do? Like if you've accomplished what you want to accomplish and you have the money that you need to buy what you want, and you don't have to get up and like go to work every day. You have to find so I was depressed for about 2 weeks. I would just lay in the bed and I would just watch Netflix. And I remember just telling Alicia, I was like, well, it doesn't really matter if I get out of bed or not because nothing's really going to change. And I had to find a new sense of purpose because my life had gotten almost like I'm not gonna say too good, but it was like, okay, those basic things that had driven me for so long were no longer there. What do you do when you have that void? So I encourage you to be conscious of that, right? And I encourage you to really train your kids on that because what can happen is that if you give a kid a lot of resources, like if you're just determined to give them what you never had, and you give them all these resources and they're 25 years old with, $250,000 in assets, they can get into a lot of bad stuff. They like that's why you see the rich kids out here getting on drugs, taking their own lives, doing crazy stuff because they don't have a purpose, right? So find a purpose. Maybe their purpose is the elevation of the community. I think that's a beautiful purpose for a black person to have is to pour back into their own community, their own people. Maybe their purpose is I'm going to raise excellent children. I'm going to homeschool my kids because I can afford to do that, right? And I'm going to make sure that these kids are really ready for the world. Just little things like that. Or maybe their purpose is building that business that's going to employ other people. Find your purpose, find your purpose, find your purpose, find your money, and then find your purpose. Money is a pathway to purpose. That job is probably not in alignment with the purpose that God meant for you to have. And I just want that for you. Okay. And I hope that helps. I hope this conversation was beneficial. And sorry about my wife's interruption. That's really a wake up call for me to go ahead and finish this conversation. So you all have a great day and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you want to get a reminder, text morning to 87948. I don't send reminders out every day, but I can send them out periodically. Also, if you want to join us for the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia, here is the link, or you can also try getmoneyfest.com, but here's the link right here. If you would like to come to Philly, And that is my wife knocking at the door. 1 second, babe. So that means I got to get out of here. And also, last but not least, if you'd like to get a copy of Powernomics or our flashcards for kids, then you can go to drboycebooks.com. All right, guys, have a good. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Today on drboycetv.com, we're going to talk about this interesting story that I just read about a mother who felt the need to spend $16,000 on her daughter's prom. Now, we're not here to shame the mother. We're not here to shame the daughter. Certainly, we're just here to kind of analyze this and think this through. And I'm going to just let you know what I see. And I'm going to be honest. And so I hope that that's okay. So anyway, get comfortable, buckle up your seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are, clan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say hello to everybody, and I see Vic FM. You're the first one in here, and he says, I love you, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Well, same to you, brother. Love you, too. Thank you. And let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Give me a yes if you can hear me. I am traveling with my family, and my wife brought me out here to sunny California, and we brought the kids, and so you know how it is when you stay in a different location. You got the Wi-Fi issues and everything. So give me a yes, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through all right. What's going on, Shirley Harrell, Athea Muhammad, London Miss, Roxana Green, TC, Doris Daniels? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. And and as we get started, before we get started, I want to remind everybody, you guys know we do financial consciousness training or economic awareness training every single morning at 10 a.m. It's 100% free in the Black Business School because I really want us to elevate our economic awareness. If you can't see the money, you can't be the money. So economic awareness training, EAT, means I'm going to show you how to eat so everybody can eat. So if you want to eat, then you got to be able to see the food. And that's what we do every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free. It's just all I ask is that you bring your family. So if you want to join, text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. So let's elevate our consciousness so we can understand things. Now, I'm going to do a quick straw poll. I saw this story that was really interesting. There was a prom where basically the mom, because she did not have a prom of her own, because she was feeling, I guess, emotional about what happened to her, she really went all out for her daughter. She spent 16 grand on her daughter's prom. And I'd be curious to know, what do y'all think? Like, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes if you think everything's cool. It's not a big deal. We're overreacting. It's her business. It's fine. And give me a no if you think, I feel a little bit weird. Like this is a lot. This is a little bit too much. How about, did anybody in here? I'll be curious. Did any of y'all spend anything close to 16 grand on your prom? Does anybody? I mean, again, I'm not even gonna sound like a Gen Xer. I'm gonna sound like a boomer right now. Okay, I'm gonna sound like a boomer. What the hell's going on with these kids at these crazy proms? Have you seen how they've been flexing at their proms? Like I saw a guy who pulled up. He had a police escort, like the president of the United States. So the police escort comes through with 4 police motorcycles with their sirens on. And then he had a group of cheerleaders that were walking behind the police escort with their pom-poms. And then he pulls up in a Tesla Cybertruck. Like, what's going on right now? Like, is this like the flex on them Olympics? Like, is that what we're doing now? Is this our new competition? Like, did I miss the memo? Because I got to show y'all pictures of my proms. I had a couple of nickels to rub together. I had to buy my suit and my girlfriend's dress. And my parents didn't know that my girlfriend was pregnant, so we had to get a little bit of a extra large kind of dress. I mean, they just thought she was gaining weight. They thought I liked big girls or something. And that's how we did it, man. We didn't we didn't do all this crazy stuff. I don't know. So I don't know. I find it interesting, right? And I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to talk bad about anybody. So let's just keep that 100% clear. I think we can have an honest conversation without it being either enabling of unhealthy financial behavior, but also without it being just, nasty and cold. And because we don't know this lady's business. For all we know, $16,000 might be nothing but a thing to her. She might be somebody that might spend 16 grand going on vacation. She might be a multimillionaire. She might have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the bank. And there are people who do this. If Kim Kardashian can look fancy and buy luxury items, then why can't a black girl have these things, right? So nothing wrong with that at all. I want to make that 100% clear. Okay, so give me a yes if you agree. We can have this conversation in love without it just being a nasty gossip fest. Okay, all right. So let's jump into some of this, right? And let's just talk about some things to sort of factor here, really from an economic awareness standpoint. When you're talking about proms and you're talking about economic awareness, this really is something, and we do our economic awareness training every morning. This is really where you're able to kind of understand and see just how wealth works and where your money's going. We can see why Black people have less wealth than other groups. We can see why the Asian and Jewish communities have the highest incomes and the highest wealth levels. We can see why Black consumption patterns are a little bit disturbing and how they're influenced by things like hip hop culture, right? Because for 30 years, these poor kids have grown up in an environment where rappers have done nothing but flex on them every single day. They constantly, drive up in these fake, these cars that they rented from somebody with rented jewelry in a rented house. And they give you a false fake lifestyle that makes you think that somehow you got to live like that. And if you're not living like that, then you're not a quality person. Quality of individuals, in my view, should be measured by how hardworking you are, how smart you are, whether you're a good person or a bad person. Do you have goals? Do you treat people well? Instead, we rank quality of people by how much European shit you got on your body, like how much Gucci you got, dog. How much? I saw you wearing Louis. I saw you wearing Prada. And it's the funny thing to me is that these European companies, they don't even hardly like Black people that much. They don't even like you, but you give all your wealth to these people that don't like you to impress people who probably don't like you either. And I do think that is something worth at least being conscious and aware of. So what tends to occur, in my view, is with these proms kind of getting outrageous, I think that what's happening is that kids are putting pressure on other kids. And I think that the kids are feeling like they have to go above and beyond to show off at prom. So rather than being evaluated favorably because you made good grades or because you have a big goals for the future, people just look at what kind of car you're driving. And I'm gonna tell you what the car you're driving, the clothes you're wearing don't mean nothing in terms of what kind of person you are. It means nothing. I know people that have lots of money who are just complete scumbags, who don't even take care of their kids, who are horrible human beings, who are dumb as bricks, who are lazy as hell. And there is no reason that a person should be evaluated on a higher scale just because they're showing up with a bunch of fancy stuff. Also, you don't show your wealth by throwing your wealth away. Throwing your wealth away is not a flex. It is not a flex to say, hey, I'm doing really well financially, and I'm gonna prove it to you by giving all my money away to white people. That's not a flex. What that shows is some sort of deeply embedded insecurity that you have. What it shows is that you don't feel confident and comfortable enough in your own skin that you have to spend money to buy self-esteem. You have to spend money to buy esteem from others. You have to spend money. You have to give your money away in order for you to feel complete, to feel human. And I just don't understand why that is not something that isn't discussed more regularly. Maybe it's because we just don't always have what we need to do that. And maybe I'm overthinking it because I'm a finance professor and my wife is a therapist. So as so imagine a finance professor laying in bed with a social work PhD who's a licensed therapist and analyzing these things. We come to these awkward insights that may sound strange on the forefront, but I think it really speaks to a need for healing in the community to help us get where we got to get to. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If this is your first time here, I hope that you will join us and hang out with us because we are the best on earth when it comes to Black wealth and Black economics. We don't play. We are extremely good at what we do. And I was on the faculty at Syracuse University for 13 years. I taught at the Ohio State University, University of Kentucky, et cetera. And our goal is to make Black people the most intelligent economic group of people on the planet, at least those who want to listen. And I speak to you every single day because I'm serious about this too. So we're talking about spending on proms and overspending. Now, when I think about proms and I look at kids flexing out on their proms and going crazy, rolling up in Camels and Bugattis and everything else, it makes me think about that next step, the bigger version of the prom, which is called the wedding. And I thought about how much people spend on weddings. And I think that there's a connection there, right? There's a connection between just basically this idea that you're having this big event where you're showing off for a bunch of other people, right? You're spending a bunch of money so that other people can be comfortable and happy. I mean, because think about it. If you're giving away all your money, you're not comfortable. If you just spent your last nickel and you're looking at your bank account and you got 45 cents in it because you spent everything, or you're thousands in debt, you're not comfortable. So the money that you spend on a wedding or prom, that's not really for you. That's not really for you. Let me know if you know what I'm saying. Give me a yes, you understand what I'm saying. It's not for you. It's not for you. The money that you're spending is for other people. The money that you're spending is not for you. It's for other people who are looking at you. It's for their pleasure, not for yours. So when you go and you overspend on a prom, a wedding, or any other big event that's kind of a one-day thing, flash in the pan, I think you really might want to take some time to really say, like, why am I doing this? Because if you talk specifically about weddings, let me tell you this as a married man. Weddings are beautiful. Weddings are wonderful. Weddings are necessary for a community that wants to build on itself. You have to have families for your community to be strong. You cannot have a strong family with 10 million baby mamas and baby daddies. It just won't work. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I hope you all agree with me. I hope I don't sound old fashioned by saying that the only way Black people can really succeed is if Black men and Black women support each other. I hope I don't sound crazy by saying that if Black women don't gain respect for Black men and Black men don't maintain respect for Black women, that we're going to fail. I hope I hope you can agree with me on this. So when you're talking about marriage and weddings and all that, that's necessary in order for your community to thrive. You need to form these bonds and these institutions that allow your children to be safe in a nurturing environment and to grow into the people that they're supposed to be. But in my view, and this is my humble opinion, I think that there's not enough work sort of separating the wedding from the marriage. A lot of people want to have a wedding, but they don't really want to be married. You understand what I'm saying? Just like a lot of people want to have sex, but don't nobody really want to raise no kids. Getting married is very different from staying married. Having a wedding is very different from having a 20, 30, 40-year marriage. When I married my wife, I went to the OGs. I went to the people. I didn't go to the internet and listen to some cute little influencer who says everything that I want to hear. That's what people do. They go and they women will get on they're all 10 million women will follow some guy who's saying that the only reason a man don't want you is because these men is too weak. They too weak. They don't know us. They can't handle a strong woman like you. And you're like, yeah, that's right, girl. And then there's some guy, some good looking guy, probably got a beard and some dreads, telling women, or say whispering sweet nothings in women's ear, or some lady, with a boobs out, telling men like these women are out of pocket. These women need to stop. And these women, they don't appreciate a good man. They don't know how to treat no man, and then all the men are like, that's right, queen. Thank you, queen. I appreciate you, queen. Right. I get it. Right. But these are not your people that should be advising you on relationships. The people that should be advising you on relationships are your grandparents, because your grandparents got married in 1962 and they've been married ever since. Those are your scholars. Those are your romantic intellectuals. Those are the people that can tell you how to build something and make it last. So here's the deal with weddings. This is interesting. A lot of you may not know these financial facts about weddings, so let me share a couple with you. I don't know if you all know this, but let me see. I pulled up some studies here. Basically, the average wedding in 2023, the average wedding was about $30,000. Secondly, 28% of all couples go into debt to pay for their wedding, and the debt usually amounts to $11,737. That's a lot of debt. So you're literally, so you get married, you're taking on another student loan, and then some people they get a divorce before the debt's even paid off. They found also that 45% of couples that's nearly half of all couples who financed their wedding with loans or credit cards reported struggling to pay off the wedding related debt. And I haven't even talked about the high divorce rate. I haven't even talked about how many of these couples don't even last. So effectively, when I see extravagant spending on a prom, it reminds me of the extravagant spending on the wedding, because what you're really doing is you're giving yourself some sort of emotional orgasm that is not in any way connected to the actual act of doing something that's actually lasting in long term. Marriage and things like that require discipline. Whereas getting married or blowing your financial back out at your prom or whatever, that doesn't require discipline at all. That's just a feel good moment that you're sacrificing your financial future for. Now, do me a favor, everybody. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I hope you'll allow me to thank a sister who is supporting the Black Business School and helping us to do this podcast. And her website is ericatree.com. So if you're a parent, there's an amazing resource for you. There's a 30-day ninja cursive workbook that was inspired by a student named Patrick, who asked Miss Latanya Williams to teach him cursive so he could compete in chalkboard game wars. This workbook does more than just help students write. It boosts their memory, reading fluency, spatial awareness, and hand-eye coordination. And this is important because I don't know if you know how bad the public schools are. They're absolutely terrible. They're not educating our kids. They're not doing right by them. In Chicago public schools, the vast majority of the children can't read, write, or do math at grade level. So let me know if you agree with me that we need to educate our own kids. So this sister's doing this, Miss Latanya Williams, that's her name. The digital download is $39.99 at ericatree.com. That's RECA-tree.com. So that's a great deal. The physical product on Amazon is $54.99. So if you want to save some money, you can get the digital download at ericatree.com and teach your kids cursive. My mama was complaining about that. My mama was like, they don't even teach the babies how to write cursive no more. When I get on the phone with my mama, she got a whole laundry list of rants because my mama got me through the public school system. This terrible public school system. They love to take little Black boys like me, who probably have a touch of ADHD. I do, because my brain is very active. And rather than seeing that as an asset, rather than seeing me as somebody who maybe has a lot of good ideas, who's a good thinker, they look at you and they say, okay, we got to put him on medication. And I think that the reason that they're so quick to put Black boys on medication, they over medicate us, is because they want to control us. Every week we do Powernomics training where we read Dr. Claude Anderson books. And if you read a Dr. Claude Anderson book like Black Labor, White Wealth, which you can find at powernomics.com, you'll find that historically the goal was always to control and contain Black people. And they always had a fear of active Black males. They had a fear of courageous Black men. They had a fear of intelligent Black men. So when your son shows up as an intelligent Black boy, their first goal is like, okay, how do we control this guy and get him to do what we're telling him to do? And I'm glad my mother encouraged me to be the rebel that I am, because if I'd done what they told me to do, I wouldn't be a shadow of the man that I am today. So shout out to all the mothers and the fathers who are defending your children. Shout out to all the parents that are teaching your own kids, and whenever you can. You don't have to take them out of school, but you should be teaching them. And shout out to everybody who understands what I'm talking about, because this brainwashing runs pretty deep. Now let's go back here. Let's talk about this this lady, this very nice, loving mom. I'm gonna call her the loving mom. She's not, I'm not gonna say anything bad about her, but she spent $16,000 on her daughter's prom. And part of the reason that she did it is because she said she didn't have a prom herself. At least that's the headline I read. I think it was on Shade Room or something, right? So I don't know this lady's complete story. I just know that $16,000 number was pretty amazing. I bet you there are lots of parents who did the same thing. And one of the things that was really interesting to me that really stood out, and this is the kind of thing we will be talking about in our economic awareness training, is that she mentioned the reason that she felt the need to spend this money is because she had this emotional void. And the emotional void came from what seems to be a type of trauma. And again, my wife is my wife is certified in trauma. So I have to double check to make sure that this will qualify as a trauma. But there was this trauma of missing her own prom. And this is something that clearly has stuck with her. She doesn't look old. Y'all know Black don't crack. She's looking like she's 28 or 29, but she's probably about 40 something. Y'all know how y'all Black women are. Y'all the most beautiful creatures on the planet. Her daughter's beautiful as well. And what I was seeing here is this almost like this horrible experience she went through that she could not get over, that has shaped her financial choices 20, 30, 40 years later. And this is really interesting to me because in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we talk about how these traumas affect your economic choices. And my wife helped me to actually put this together because trauma is huge in terms of Black spending patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to Black investing patterns. Trauma is huge when it comes to the amount of financial anxiety in the Black community, when it comes to just the way we view money, the way we spend our money, the way we invest our money. When even someone who sells their stocks really quick, the minute they see something go wrong and they lose a bunch of money because they don't hold on, for the recovery, that's driven. A lot of that's driven by trauma. Trauma creates these trauma responses, these trauma triggers, right? So one thing that's interesting to me, and I want you to process this, is that there are people who profit from Black trauma. There are people that profit by getting things out of Black people by basically sort of triggering whatever negative experience you might have had. Like, for example, if you notice politicians, when they're trying to get your vote, the biggest thing they typically do is they try to scare you into voting for them. They don't tell you why they're going to help you. They tell you why the other party is terrible and they're going to put you all in chains and all this, right? And so I think about this trauma in terms of how it shaped this mother's need. Like, somehow she felt that the way I can show love to my daughter and the way I can heal a little bit is by spending all this money. And I wonder if there would have been a less expensive way for her to heal and overcome the experience. Because think about this. This really says to me that if this mother had had a prom, pay attention now, if this mother had had her prom, she wouldn't have felt the need to spend $16,000 to overcompensate for a trauma that she cannot reverse. Do you understand? Let me know if y'all follow what I'm saying. I hope I'm not getting too deep on you with this. But so that is something where this goes back to the fact that, when we talk about things like therapy and healing, if you're properly healed, then that will actually help you financially. A person who is healed, where their self-esteem is intact, for example, they don't need to buy luxury items to feel better about themselves. They already feel good about themselves. Or if you think about a young lady, think about this, process it this way. If you think about young ladies who have low self-esteem, what do? What can happen out of that? Well, they when they go on the dating market, they date a bunch of creepy, crappy men, and they're giving these men access to things that money can't even buy, that money should not be able to buy. Well, why is that? Well, partly it's because they don't value what they have. They don't value who they are. So a person with low self-esteem becomes an easy target for somebody that's seeking to exploit them, or somebody who doesn't know who they are, or somebody who's gone through something, right? So effectively what I'm saying is that with this lady, because she has not healed from this thing that happened maybe 20 or 25 years ago, is spending money as a way to feel better about what happened in her problem. Like, it was bad for me. I'm going to make it better for my daughter. I'm going to take this full circle. We're going to make this right. And I really don't know if that's the most efficient way to do it. And so, in fact, let me kind of lay out some possibilities in terms of just considerations on why people might overspend either on a prom or a wedding. Again, I put proms and weddings kind of in the same category. These are these one-time events that we get really excited about, and we put so much money into that. And what we don't understand is that when you spend $16,000 on a prom, you're giving up 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, $100,000 worth of economic opportunity. Remember, money is a seed. Money is a lot of things, but one thing money is money's a seed. You plant seeds. Seeds get planted. Planted seeds grow. Seeds that get eaten do not grow. So when you consume, you are eating your seeds. Do you understand? When you eat your seeds, the seeds do not grow. The seed cannot grow if you've eaten it. So when you take your money and you consume, you eat, then what occurs is that you have destroyed the potential of what that money could have become. So let me give you some examples. So let's say that this mom had taken the $16,000 and said, you know what, I love you, and I want you to have a nice prom. So we're going to spend about $1,000 on the prom, but we're going to take the rest of that money and we're going to put it towards your future. Well, what could she have done with that? Well, number one, $60,000 could have been a 20% down payment on a property, or maybe a 10% down payment on a $160,000 property. If that property accumulated value of even a modest rate of, say, 3% per year, by the time your daughter's 40, she's got a property worth over $300,000. Do you understand? So when you spent the $16,000, the daughter misses the $300,000. Again, you went for the little reward, but you could have got the big one. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just telling you the truth. What else? Let's say, y'all know I love the stock market. Well, if you take that $16,000 and you put the $16,000 in a regular S&P 500 fund, which we show you how to do at blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's totally free. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, and that's our $5 a day plan. You'd be amazed at how much money grows when you let it grow. You'd also be amazed by how much money doesn't grow when you kill it. And in killing it is spending it. When you spend it, you're killing your potential. So let's see what would have happened if she'd taken that 16 grand and put it in an S&P 500 index fund. By the time her daughter was 40 years old, she would have $86,776. So again, you didn't spend 16,000, you spent 86,000 when you spent money on this prom. What else could she have done? You could have put money in, say, a 529 plan or something like that. The 529 plan also grows. It's a way to kind of save for college, right? So again, I'm not assuming the mother didn't do all these things, right? She may have done all these things. She may have the 529 plan in place. She may have the stock portfolio in place. She may have her daughter in position to own real estate. She may have done all these things. But here's my point. If any of these things have not yet been done, that concerns me, because I get concerned when I see us having just sort of embracing a culture where we blow the whole bag before we get a chance to really have anything, right? This instant gratification culture is very anti-wealth. The instant gratification culture is being heavily promoted through things like hip hop. And I'm sorry, rappers, my buddy Killer Mike, he texted me one time. He said, hey, Doc, we want you to lay off the rappers. We don't want people to think you don't like rappers. And I said, I do like rappers. What are you talking about? I'm friends with a lot of rappers. Immortal Technique, I love that guy. He's a great guy. D1, love D1. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys was in my wedding. One of my best friends. Ice Cube is my friend. I have a lot of friends that are in hip hop, so I don't dislike rappers. What I'm saying, though, is that hip hop culture, the bastardization of it, creates a space of where instant gratification is glorified. Where looking good, pay attention now, looking good is more important than actually being good. And there are a lot of people who look great on the outside, but they are torn to pieces on the inside. They are torn to shreds on the inside, but you looking fly on the outside, so you think everything's okay. I don't want you to just look good on the outside. I want you feeling good on the inside. I want you to heal. I don't want you just to appear to be financially secure. I want you to really be financially secure. Ain't no future in the fronting. Remember MC Breed? Ain't no future in the fronting. So why are we fronting? Why are you trying to look good for all these other people, but you can't look good for yourself? Because you got to look in the mirror. You know what you really look like. You know what you really look like. When you take off the clown mask, you know what you look like. When you take off the makeup, you know what you look like. But the whole world is full of people that are forced to wear clown masks and makeup so they can pretend to be something that they're not, because the hard work is not as glamorous as the easy fix and the easy flex. It's much harder to get up and go to the gym every day than it is to just take some Ozempic pills and make all the weight kind of just fall off. So a lot of times the microwave culture, the instant gratification culture, which is very anti-wealth, very anti-community, very anti-Black, is something that is pushed heavily on our children. And I feel bad for them because many of them do not have a chance. They do not have a chance. How are you going to compete in society when the educational system screwed you out of an education? How are you going to compete in society when you don't even have a stable family to begin with? You can't even grow. You're like a flower trying to grow in unstable soil. How are you going to compete in the world when nobody sat you down and taught you about the basics of economics? It's very difficult. So we got to stop setting our kids up for failure, man. That's what I'm saying. Again, $16,000 prom, it is what it is, right? Again, I don't know nothing about this lady's business. She might have $1 million in the bank. I bless her. I hope they had a good time that night. But I really kind of think we got to really analyze the culture if we really want to understand and analyze our economics. So anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I want to also give a quick shout out, if you will allow me to, as you hit the thumbs up button, to our sister who runs ericatree.com. Her name is Miss Latanya Williams, and she has a daily phonics book that's a must-have for your child's early literacy development. It was inspired by legendary educators like Marva Collins and Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. It reinforces the 44 sounds of the English language, boosting fluency and phonemic awareness. Help your child build a strong foundation in reading today. And you can go to ericatree.com to check out some of her products. This particular link, I can, I'm going to send out Dr. or Miss Latanya's direct links to her products via text to you. If you get on a text list for Money in the Morning, just text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link to her phonics product. It's a kind of a long bit.ly link, and I can't really recite it. Her main website is ericatree.com, ARECA-tree.com. But I can send you the link to this second product that she mentioned, because it sounds like this sister's really doing the thing. My mother talks about Marva Collins all the time. Does anybody know? Give me a yes or no if you've heard of Marva Collins. Does anybody know who Marva Collins is? Because if you don't know who Marva Collins is, I really need you to know who she was. Marva Collins was one of the greatest educators ever. Marva Collins, from what my mother said, she started a school in the projects. Like this, I mean, this lady did not play. This lady, she started a school in the projects. See, and y'all, some of y'all in here, 7-figure Negroes driving luxury cars with fancy jobs. Some white man that gave you a fancy job. And but the problem is you ain't doing the job. You're not doing the job. You got the fancy car and the fancy job, but Marva Collins was in the projects doing the damn job. My mother talks about Marva Collins all the time because Marva came to speak at there's this group that I owe my life to called Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky. And in fact, I love them so much. Me and my wife made a $20,000 donation a couple years ago, and that's not even a drop in the bucket compared to what they gave me. I really should have given them a $2 billion donation because they literally saved my life. And Marva Collins gave the speech, and she was standing in front of a lot of really fancy, well-dressed Black people in this really nice hotel. And she just went off. She literally, my mother said, she said that she gave that speech. She said, "How dare you? How dare you sit up here in your comfortable clothes, in your comfortable hotel, looking all fancy when our children are suffering. Our children are not being taught to read. Our children are not being properly educated. Our children are not being prepared for the future. And you're sitting here acting like everything's okay." So I'm going to just tell you, Marva Collins, based on the stories of my mama, she was just this woman. Like, you talk about people that need to be Black heroes. See, y'all got to stop letting these white folks tell you who your heroes are supposed to be, because they're always going to guide you in the wrong direction. If I ask for directions from somebody who does not like me, he's going to guide me right to the place that I'm going to get shot and killed or something, right? So don't stop letting people set you up for nonsense. Like, go look up Marva Collins. If you don't know who this sister is, look her up, because Marva Collins, to me, really shows the potential of what we can do when we know what the job is, when we understand the assignment. And she understood the assignment. I mean, she really started a school. From what I understand, she started a school in the projects. There she is on the screen. And she educated kids better than the whole damn Chicago public school system. I'm gonna read a little bit of her bio real quick, because I think that she deserves our respect. So Marva Collins was an influential American educator, best known for her work in improving education of disadvantaged children. Born August 31st, 1936 in Monroeville, Alabama, born in the Deep South with all that stifling racism, right, that's supposed to destroy you. She gained national recognition for her innovative teaching methods and dedication to student success. In 1975, Collins founded the West Side Preparatory School in Chicago, Illinois, with a focus on providing high-quality education to African-American children from impoverished backgrounds. Her approach emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. Pay attention, Black people. Are you listening to me? Are you listening? Did y'all hear what I just said? They said that her educational process emphasized high expectations, a rigorous curriculum, and a nurturing environment. So I'm going to ask y'all this question. Let's talk about Chicago public schools, or we could talk about Philadelphia public schools, or we could talk about New York public schools. When it comes to Black children in these public school systems, do they have high expectations for Black children? Yes or no? Do you think that they set high expectations for our kids, or do you think they set low expectations for our children? That's the first question. Second question. She mentioned a rigorous curriculum. Would you agree, yes or no, that Black children who go through most public school systems are the beneficiaries of a rigorous curriculum that prepares them for life, where they're reading and doing math and science at the highest levels and prepared to succeed at anything that they choose to do in life? Yes or no? What do you think? Do you think that they give the Black kids, little Black boys, little crazy Black boys like me, the rigorous curriculum, or you think they give us some old BS, some old bull spit? What do you think? Now let's go to the third element that they mentioned here, a nurturing environment. Yes or no? Do you think that our children in the public school system are the recipients of a nurturing environment? What do y'all think? Or are they pretty much given prison on training wheels? The school to prison pipeline is very real. Prisons and schools are very similar. And it's kind of crazy that we think that that's okay. It's kind of crazy that we look at this and we say, oh yeah, my kid's going to school and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. No, you're not. So Marvin Collins set the standard, and you can either face the challenge or run away from the challenge. You can look up to people like Diddy if you want to, somebody who might who might try to take your daughter's booty and your son's booty at the same time. You can look up to people like that, people who spend their time being clowns for a living and dancing and singing and all that. Or you can look up to people like Marvin Collins or Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. I met Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu one time. I loved him. He's as great in person as he is as he is publicly. These are your heroes, people. These are the people that we want to learn from. So let's finish up this conversation here. So we were talking about this sister who spent 16,000, or her mother spent 16,000 on the prom, and the little girl went to the prom and had a great time, I'm sure. The $16,000 in general, I would say, might be a bit much for a prom. But then again, though, I think that it becomes kind of a weird dilemma, because do we have the right to really tell anybody what they should spend on the prom? All of us have spending habits on things that we just want to enjoy, right? And I think that when it comes to money, I think you can be financially literate, financially secure, and financially intelligent without it always coming down to you beating yourself up because you got coffee at Starbucks, or getting mad at yourself because you decided you wanted to get a luxury car. A lot of people will tell you this. A lot of the financial gurus who didn't go to school that long on the internet will beat you up all day about all the little expenditures that you have and all the little ways that you spend money. And I can tell you as a finance professor that a lot of that stuff is BS. A lot of it's silly. Basically, being financially secure and financially intelligent doesn't mean that you can't splurge. It does not mean that you can't enjoy your life. It does not mean you can't have nice stuff. You deserve nice stuff. You deserve a nice life. What it just means is that you have to have that work hard, play hard kind of mindset. The problem is not so much that young kids want to have nice stuff. It's that some of them ain't trained to work for it. They don't understand the sacrifice required to even get to a point where you deserve to lean back and kind of chill a little bit. Some people come into life chilling, and I don't understand that. I'm just gonna tell you, I probably sound old fashioned, but I don't get that. How you gonna start off chilling at 18? How are you 18 and you going into retirement already? And I don't understand that, right? Because I do think that there is something to be said about hard work, planning, perseverance, education, all these other values. Those tend to be the characteristics that are common in cultures that are successful. So if you were to pay attention to things that you see on, say, the Shade Room or places like that, you see the remnants of a really, really toxic, unhealthy culture. What do you see? You see unhealthy relationships, lots of baby mama, baby daddy drama every other day. You see lots of materialism, lots of shallow behavior, right? Like, I'm doing well because I'm a famous rapper that's wearing Gucci and riding in a limo. But the reason I have 8,000 tattoos on my body, with a couple of them being teardrops, and the reason that I passed out at my last concert is because I got a drug addiction, an alcohol addiction, and I slept with 3,000 women. So not only have I received every STD in the book, but I'm giving STDs to your daughters because your daughters have been falsely led into being attracted to toxic, horrific men like myself, which is, to me, just one of the most sinister things that the racists can do to the black man and to the black woman. The most horrible thing that they have done to us is to take people that are unhealthy and elevate them as your success stories. Do you understand what I'm saying? To really take people. I mean, have you ever looked at some of the guys and the women that are just on, go to like the Shade Room. I follow the Shade Room because I like to see what young people are looking at. I like to see what they're looking up to. And I say, gosh, that person looks physically and mentally unhealthy, but somehow people think that person is a hero or a leader. Oh, wow, that person is ignorant as hell. They probably can't even read, but somehow the kids look at that and say, I want to be just like that when I grow up. Wow, that person is really wasting a lot of money. They're probably in a really bad financial situation, or they're going to be, but yet we look at that and we say, wow, look at how successful they are. Those are not your success stories. Those just aren't, and I really think that this whole phenomenon of overspending at prom, spending like a damn buffoon is, and I'm not calling this lady a buffoon. I'm just saying that some of this stuff is kind of crazy. There's a history to this, by the way. If you read Dr. Claude Anderson books, which are at powernomics.com, in his book, Black Labor, White Wealth, he explains that historically, the Negro has been seen as this outrageous, almost like a cartoon character kind of person, right? Just like this person that's going to be outlandish, that's dancing and singing and smiling and doing the minstrel show all the time, that's always like trying to be the life of the party because he wants to impress Massa. And then Massa will give him rewards. Massa will give him extra butter biscuits and everything else because he was dancing and singing so loud. And I thought about that when I saw Diddy, his son was on stage and they took the music away. So it made it look even crazier. His son was dancing. And it was really weird because he was dancing just like his dad was dancing in like 1998. Exact same, very similar moves, very similar, like really exaggerated arm movements and all that. And I say, gosh, am I the only person who thinks that looks kind of clownish? Like, am I the only person who's kind of feeling uncomfortable about the fact that this is what the African American male is known for throughout the world? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, am I being too serious, or what do y'all think? I mean, because I just really kind of think it's something that we have to kind of process, because trying to sort of be outlandish in order to sing for your supper is I kind of think that's beneath us. I don't think that is dignified behavior. I don't think that is behavior that's going to get respect from other people, right? I don't think that's going to make people say, golly, look at those African Americans. Those are some model citizens. They raise their kids properly. The black male, he's always intelligent. He's always prepared. He's always thinking about the future. He's always doing right by his family. He's just sturdy. He's just solid. You can rely on him to come through. I don't think they look at black men and think that way. I really don't. I don't, and I hate it. But that's what I think. I think that they look at black men and they say, "Oh, well, they don't get pregnant by a black man. He won't take care of the kids because he's irresponsible. He's like an animal. He's a buffoon. He's an idiot. He's a clown." That's what people say about you. That's what they say. That's just true. That's what they say. And I will personally say overall that we have to sort of look at the culture, not because this is a culture that was created by us. This culture was not created by us. Even if you look at a guy like Diddy, who was really heavily influential in quote unquote the culture, he referenced the culture all the time. Remember, he was backed by people like Clive Davis. Without Clive Davis and these other people at the record labels, there would be no Diddy. There would be no Diddy out here if it wasn't for whoever was giving him money to fund the mass marketing of whatever he was doing on stage. So really, when I say let's challenge the culture, I'm not talking about challenging black culture. I'm really talking about challenging racist culture in blackface. And it's racist culture in blackface that I believe had a huge impact in the culture of our kids that feel like they got to spend $10,000, $20,000 at the prom just to not get made fun of. There's no reason, again, if kids want to go, if their parents want to go blow the whole bag on a prom, that's their right. But what I feel bad for are the kids whose parents are thinking, no, I don't want to spend $20,000 on your prom. We're going to spend $1,000 on your prom, and the other $19,000 is going to go into your investment portfolio. I don't want that kid to get made fun of by the loud clowns who spent $20,000. I don't want that to happen. And that's what occurs. That's what happens. The smart kid gets made fun of. The kid who's thinking about the future gets made fun of. The kid who's serious about his life gets made fun of. And I think that's wrong. I think we have to defend those children. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the topic. I actually don't have much else to say about it. I want to say thank you guys for listening to me on this. I appreciate it. And I also want to give a quick thank you to Miss LaTanya, who actually has some great products at ericatree.com or Ericatree, I'm sorry, ARECA-tree.com. She has some great educational products. I hope you'll go take a look at that. If you want to educate your own kids, she also has products on financial literacy. She has products on that will teach your child cursive. She has products on the daily phonics, things like that. So feel free to go to that website and take a look at what the sisters got going on. Now, if you want to join us tomorrow morning, every single morning in the Black Business School, we do financial consciousness training, or what we call economic awareness training, where I show you just how to see the money, how to see the economics around you, how to see the possibility around you. It's totally free. I just ask that you pay attention and you bring your family. If you want to join us, text the word morning to 87948 on your phone. So just type in the word morning and text that to the number 87948. And if you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com and join us there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you had a great day. Have a great day. And I appreciate you. Take it easy. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
With the athletes when they sign these big, $100 million, $1 billion, $10 billion deals with these TV networks. And I think that's really awesome. I think that's probably the most significant advancement in the compensation of college athletes in a while. This is really big. This is bigger than this is big from a racial standpoint. It's not just big in terms of from a labor rights standpoint. It's not just big because, workers should be paid for their work. It's really big because the NCAA, when you do the math, they take at least $1 billion of Black wealth out of the Black community because whenever someone takes your commodity, whenever they take a resource from you that has value, that's a type of theft. That's something that can leave you in poverty. That's something where you could have been the beneficiary, but somebody else was. And for the Black community, when you look at what are the things that are Black people known for that actually make us money, some of it are, some of it's stuff that, I don't think we should be all that proud of, just, the buffoonery and the violence and hip hop and all that. But our athletes are also at the top of the list. We produce some of the greatest athletes of all time. We have some of the best athletes of all time in the Black community. If you follow sports, you know that there's never been a white version. Somebody tell me, anybody who knows anything about sports, has there ever been a white version of a Deion Sanders? Anybody? Has there ever been a white Deion Sanders? Who's the white Deion? There is no white Deion. Has there ever been a white Bo Jackson? Who's the white Bo Jackson? Somebody tell me. I'll wait all day because I know you ain't got no answer for that. Who's the white Shaquille O'Neal? Shaquille O'Neal, 300 pounds, 7'1", could move like a ballerina with the strength of an ox. There is no white Michael Jordan, right? So there's something special about the Black athlete, and it does link to. I hate saying it, but the everything points to all that slave breeding that they did, in addition to the fact that they work hard and they have skill. None of that's denied. But we created this species of almost superhuman people when they would go to these farms and bring together the strongest men and the strongest women and make babies. I mean, this is the dehumanization we went through that led to the outcomes that we see today. And I don't know why people won't talk about that. I think that people are just scared, like, oh my gosh, we can't talk about slavery. That'll make then people will know that it happened. Well, the cat's out of the bag. I think our ancestors have gone through a lot. And one of the outcomes is that we have the best athletes on the planet. One of the purest forms of athletic ability is the men's 100-meter dash final at the Olympics, and the women too. And most of the time, when you see the finals of the 100-meter dash at the Olympics, you usually don't see anybody who's not a Black male. If they're not African American, it's Jamaican, stuff like that, and they tend to dominate. Who's the white Usain Bolt? Has there ever been a white version of Usain Bolt? Will there ever be a white Usain Bolt? Probably not without a whole lot of steroids. Maybe you pump somebody up with enough steroids one day, they might make the drugs good enough to make a guy run that fast. But for the most part, there is no white version of Usain Bolt. So our athletes are a commodity, and I point that out to you so that as a message of economic awareness, it's extremely important for us to just understand how much gets taken from us when they take one of your most precious, most valuable commodities and don't compensate you for that. That's terrible. Why? Well, how in the hell are you going to take something that's that valuable for me and then not pay me for that? And then somehow we don't think that it has an impact on Black wealth. No, that is your Black wealth. That's wealth. Every time a college athlete goes to the next level, goes to the NCAA, and they sign a multi-million-dollar contract, because that's what they're going to start doing. They're going to start signing these multi-million-dollar contracts. That's another millionaire Black family, So the same excitement we might have about somebody running off and starting a business, a hair business or something, and making millions of dollars a year. Well, the same thing is happening when an athlete goes and makes millions of dollars a year. And the reason economic awareness is also very important in those situations is because it's very important that the athletes and those who have access to this level of wealth understand what economic consciousness can do for them, why economic awareness matters. Economic awareness matters because of this. Let's say that I'm a guy who goes to the NCAA and I sign a $20 million contract and I'm making all this money, I'm rolling in bread, I'm just doing really great. Well, if I am a person who does not have a lot of economic consciousness, that means that in my mind, I can't see the future. I'm only looking at the present, because consciousness and awareness means I can see not just what I'm doing now, but how what I do now is going to play out for the rest of my life and the rest of the lives of all the people that are going to come behind me. If maximal economic awareness over time means that I can see 100 years from now how this $20 million contract I got can change the lives of my great grandkids. Do you understand? Give me a yes if you're following. I'd like some confirmation, if you don't mind, to let me know that when I'm not getting too weird here. Okay, minimal economic consciousness means that I've collapsed my vision in space and time. I can only see what's right in front of me right now. And then also, economic awareness doesn't just have a time dimension. If you go to the fourth dimension, the way we live in 3 dimensions, length, width, and height, your fourth dimension is time. So economic awareness doesn't just spread in time, it also has a space dimension. So my vision in time and space, if I'm economically conscious, pretty much means that not only do I see how my actions affect me, a minimal collapsed version of economic consciousness, a condensed, tiny low-level vibration of economic consciousness means all I see is how my choices affect me. It's me, 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 me. I went to the strip club. I bought me a car. I'm going to get me this and I'm going to get me that, right? A broad economic consciousness means I understand how this win isn't just a win for me. It's a win for everybody connected to me. Do you understand? It is an awareness of something that Professor Andrew Caroli, who signed off on my dissertation, God bless him, he's a professor at Cornell now, I believe. It's what he called financial contagion. Financial contagion. Now, let me explain how financial contagion works. You understand this already. I'm just going to explain it to you in economic terms. Give me a yes if you understand what it means for a disease to be contagious. Give me a yes in the chat. Let's talk about contagion. Okay, so we know what it means for something to be contagious. We lived all through the pandemic, and we saw what contagion can do, right? If you don't get the shot, then that means you're killing everybody around you, whatever the whole interesting narrative was. I'm not judging it. It's just, it's very strange. So we know what contagion means. Well, financial contagion operates the same way. Financial contagion means that you understand how your decisions, your moves aren't just going to affect you. That your come up, when you have a come up, that come up ain't just for you. God didn't give that blessing just to you. If you're financially aware, God, you understand that when God blessed you with that $20 million deal, he wasn't blessing you. He was blessing everybody. He was blessing your whole family. He was blessing the whole hood. He was blessing every person that you're connected to. So financial consciousness, which is basically sight, vision, that's one dimension of it, is just an awareness through time and space to say, not only am I going to be doing really well from this right now, I'm going to go get me the sports car. I'm going to go get me the mansion. I'm going to go get me, the luxury items that I want. It's okay to get those things. But on top of that, I'm going to have enough insight to develop infrastructure and stretch things out in a way where everybody benefits. Everybody's going to win. So what's an example of that? Well, it helps. Like if your family followed the Black Wealth Master Plan and you grew up as a young Black boy or girl where you learned how to start a business by the age of 12, and then you understand things like delegation and you understand how to develop infrastructure and some sort of organizational layout that allows you to go hire as many people as you want. And you're not, now pay attention now, you're not doing what a lot of athletes do. A lot of athletes go broke trying to help the whole hood. Because why? Well, because they approach things from a charitable standpoint. They look at helping other people as charity. They look at it as, I'm going to take some of the money out of my pocket and just hand it to you. Dominique Wilkins used to go into the store, and he would, because he was such a good guy, he would buy a $2 pack of gum and give him $100 bill and just walk out. Allen Iverson used to go to a city, buy a whole wardrobe, and then leave all the clothes in that city and then buy a whole new wardrobe in the new city. Antoine Walker went broke, I believe, partly because he spent so much money with so many different people, and he was helping out so many people that eventually it weighed him down financially. I don't think there's anything wrong with being generous. I really don't. If you're a generous person, and you're helping other people, God bless you. How many of you are helping others? How many of you have people that are depending on you? How many of you have people that you're coming through for? Say something in the chat, because I honor you. I really do. I really honor you. I think that is what you're supposed to do. I mean, some people don't do it. Some people think you're a sucker if you do it. I don't agree. I'm not one of those people. I like helping other people, and I don't always need something in return. I don't always say, well, what is I gonna get from it? If I don't get nothing from it, I'm not gonna do it. Well, what that attitude unfortunately reflects is it might be a trauma response, right? Because you've been screwed before, and you're like, well, if I don't take care of me first, then nobody else will. And I get that, but it's okay to be nice to other people. Like even when I got married and my wife had 3 kids, people were like, well, why would you want to take care of 3 kids and they ain't your kids? I was like, well, because I like kids and I like mentoring kids and I like my wife and her kids are cool and this is fun. It's not a burden for me. It's not hard for me. So I don't understand why every calculation has to be, what is I gonna get? What's in it for me? If you understand concepts that we talk about in economic awareness training, like reciprocity, you understand that karma is real. You understand that what you put out in the universe is what circles back to you. If you understand the concepts that we discuss here, if you have an economic awareness, you understand that most powerful economic situations are built on some sort of an ecosystem, like air circulating in a room. If you put bad air in the room, then you're going to have bad air in the room. It's going to circulate. If I'm putting bad energy out to the world, then the world's going to give me bad energy back. If I'm putting nothing into the world, then the world will give me nothing back. So a lot of people either put bad energy into the world, and then they're surprised when bad energy comes back because they don't know karma, they don't understand ecosystems, or they put no energy into the world. They say, I'm not taking care of nobody but me, and that's it. And then next thing you know, they don't understand why they're lonely. They don't understand why nobody wants to be around them, why nobody wants to date them. Nobody visits them in the nursing home. My wife works in hospice care, by the way, which is, we're talking about heightening your awareness. She comes back and tells me stories about hospice care. And she literally told me a real financial story just yesterday about a poor guy who had a son, and he got mad because his son was going to put him in a nursing home. And so he left all his money to his girlfriend's daughter, and the girlfriend's daughter doesn't care about him. And the son comes to visit him every day in the nursing home, but he doesn't have access to the money. The girlfriend's daughter has the money, and she doesn't really like the guy, so she doesn't come see him. And he didn't invest in anybody else in his life, so he's sitting in the hospice, and he doesn't have anybody coming to see him. And it's crazy because he worked hard his whole life and he built up some assets, but he kind of made some moves that weren't really thoughtful from a consciousness standpoint about what the long-term implications of his decisions were going to be. So here's my point. I really encourage you to embrace the idea of economic awareness as one of the most critical things a person can have. So so circling back to the issue of athletes, I'm glad the NCAA is paying these guys. I see this as a massive opportunity to either improve their lives or to make their lives worse. As you know, it's very dangerous handing a 20-year-old, $5-10 million. It's very dangerous, especially if they are brainwashed by unfortunate, unhealthy economic culture. If they are brainwashed by mostly hip hop culture, which trains you to throw your money away and to make very, very bad decisions that ruin your life, I worry about those guys because they're going to cause a lot of destruction and chaos with that money. But at the same time, if you give that kind of money to someone that has strong economic vision, they then say, wow, this is a great opportunity for all of us to have a come up. When Antoine Walker blew, he blew through because he embraced a very bad toxic culture. He blew through $100 million. Well, see, you got to understand, everybody else in the media was saying, oh my God, how do you waste $100 million? I wasn't thinking that way because, again, my economic awareness is pretty strong. I was like, no, he didn't blow $100 million. This man blew $1 billion. Because what I see is I don't see $100 million. I see what $100 million would have become if he'd invested that money consistently. And by the time he died, this man could have easily been worth over $1 billion. So, and then over, say, a 50-year period, if that money is nurtured and protected and grown properly, you're talking about an empire of 50 to $100 billion that would have become by the time his granddaughter got a hold of that money. But instead, his granddaughter grows up, is going to be born, going to work every day for a white man, living in the projects, in the struggle. Maybe it's struggling as a single mom or something because granddaddy dropped the ball. Granddaddy did not play the game of economic basketball properly. Granddaddy thought that as long as he can dunk a basketball, that the white man was going to take good care of him. He's going to be okay. Granddaddy thought that all he had to understand was how to win games, and he didn't prepare for the ultimate game. The ultimate game is not on the basketball court. The ultimate game is the game of life. The reality is that when you go into the world, and I knew Antoine in college, and I didn't know him that well. I knew people that knew him, and I saw him around. I knew some of the other players very well. We had a great basketball team at the University of Kentucky. When I talk about great, I mean great. With the 3 years I was working on my 2 master's degrees, they won the NCAA championship twice, and they lost it once. They went to the championship all 3 years. That's how amazing that time was. And Antoine was one of the leaders. He was the boss. He was the king. He was the guy. And I remember being so concerned, even when I was in my little 25-year-old brain, I was worried. I said, what's going to happen to a man that gets hundreds of millions of dollars where his education is just not where it needs to be, where his awareness may not be where it needs to be? And I remember thinking that. And lo and behold, years later, I see the headline of how much money he lost. And I hear the stories. Oh, I was gambling all night with Michael Jordan, and we would spend $2 million, at the casino. And, and all I see is culture. I see economic culture. Economic culture is heavy. Economic culture is very important. If you have an economic culture that tells you to go and blow your money at the casino, then that's what you're going to do. If economic culture tells you you're supposed to run to a club and put $1,000, $20,000, $50,000 in a stripper thong, then that's what you're going to do. And what you'll notice, and which is very unfortunate, is that when you really study the economic culture of many, many Black males in America, it comes right out of what they see on TV. And this also is connected to the fatherlessness issue as well. Right? You don't have that stern, strong father to say, boy, what are you doing? This is stupid. Don't you dare waste that money. You have TV, and you're watching TV, and you're seeing rappers doing certain things. And if you connect the behavior of some of the young, wealthy athletes to the behavior of hip hop artists that's being promoted through these videos that are financed by people who are not Black, where they want to finance the buffoonery, then you can see a direct connection in terms of economic culture. Because remember, the economic culture doesn't have to just be, bottles of Ciroc and stripper thongs. The economic culture can also be networking and building business. The economic culture does not have to be outrageous and loud and ridiculous in order to get attention and attention-seeking behavior. Economic culture could also be quietly grinding away to build the next Facebook with you and your buddies buying a house together where you all get together and you're programming computers all night so you can become the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Elon Musk, right? Economic culture doesn't have to be what you see in a music video. Economic culture, there's so many different versions. Economic culture could be Warren Buffett style, where you are so conservative that you don't even move, that you live in a regular house and drive a regular car and quietly accumulate through conservative investing strategy $168 billion in cash, to the point where you could buy the whole NBA if you wanted to. You could buy 20 NFL teams if you wanted to. And Warren Buffett can go in and buy every single player in the NBA if he wanted to, but he doesn't do it because he says, well, what's the point? I want to hold on to my money. I believe deeply in this simple idea that's very important in finance that I want you all to understand, which is simply capital preservation. Capital preservation. There's a rule when it comes to money that most people do not know, but this is a fundamental rule in the world of finance. In fact, when we were going through in grad school, and when I wrote research papers at Syracuse, we had some basic tenets of finance that we would talk about on a regular basis, where everybody knew it, everybody understood it. It was a fundamental part of being able to operate in a capitalist society in an efficient way. And it went like this. It was very simple. It said, capital must be preserved and capital must put to its best available use. That simple idea that you must preserve, protect, your capital, protect your wealth, protect your money. Capital isn't just money. Remember that most capital is not money. Most capital is not money. Most capital is not money. You have lots of other types of capital. You have human capital, your skill set, your networking capital. You have, if you have free time, time is a form of capital. That's why when we do stock options class, I show you all how we can actually sell time. I sent you all a video where I said, here's how you can loan yourself $20,000 by selling time. And I showed you, right? So that's the first part. Capital must be preserved, and then capital must be put to its best available use. It must be efficiently used. So what does that mean? That's why companies engage in mergers and acquisitions. That's why companies get bought. The reason companies get purchased on the open market or whatever is because there's somebody who looks at the capital you have. So let's say that you're running Paramount Pictures, which is a horribly inefficiently run company right now. They're just a complete mess, a hot mess. Well, somebody else says, dang, they got all those studios. They have all those intellectual property rights for all these great films that they've made through the years. They have magazines and newspapers, and they own BET, and they have all these entities that they own, and all this capital that they have. I could do great things with that capital. If we take their capital and blend it with our capital, we can get more out of it. We can make more money from what they have than they can. They made 7 billion. We can make 10 billion. So what companies will do is they'll show up and they'll say, here, we'll pay you a premium to have access to your capital because we have a more efficient use of that capital than you do. And that's how value gets created. And theoretically, you're supposed to come in and say, okay, sure, we'll take the money and here's the capital. And then it gets put to a more efficient use. So the question to ask yourself today from an economic consciousness standpoint, and I don't want to overwhelm you. I know I introduced you to a couple of new concepts today, and I don't want this to be a stressful discussion. It's going to take time to absorb these ideas. Is I want you to ask yourself a very simple idea. Simple question. Black people have a tremendous amount of capital. I explained that we have cultural capital, we have intellectual capital, we have human capital, we have networking capital, we have all different kinds of capital. And then we have our athletes, we have our entertainers, we have some of the most talented people on the planet. We have labor. Labor is a form of capital. We have free time. Free time is a form of capital. You have trillions of dollars in capital in the Black community. And I'm not even talking about any of the money in your pocket. That 1.6 trillion that they talk about, y'all seen those studies? Anybody seen those where they talk about Black people spend $1.6 trillion a year? That 1.6 trillion in financial capital is absolutely dwarfed by the 70 trillion dollars in capital that you have in other areas. And this is why I explained to you all in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that you were born a millionaire. You just may not have had any money. If you had family, you were a millionaire. You just may not have had the economic vision to be able to put that capital to its best available use to extract the wealth from that family. But anybody who's ever seen a family when they're on their job, anybody ever seen a family that starts that killer family business where they're all on code and they're all working together, they're all grinding, they're all hustling on behalf of the family? What happens with a family like that? Do they end up broke? Do they end up, on welfare, in poverty? Do they all end up in jail where they got the strong father and the strong mother sitting all 7 kids down and getting them on code? Does this family end up in the streets? They end up getting this beat up by the world? What happens to a family like that? They get rich. They become very successful. But they don't just get rich financially. They get rich in so many other ways. They have nothing. They don't just get money. They get all the things that money cannot buy. Money is not a be-all, end-all. Money is not a destination. Money is a tool. Money is a gateway. Money it knocks down barriers to give you access to the real wins in life. The real wins in life are things like freedom. Black people talk all day about freedom. I'm telling you the truth. I think most of us don't even know what freedom looks like. Freedom does not involve you serving a white man and tickling his testicles every morning so you can go pay your rent. That is not freedom. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I don't want to bust nobody's bubbles, but that don't look like freedom to me. So we don't even, not only do we not have freedom, we don't even know what freedom looks like. We don't. I'm just going to tell you the truth. So when you see capital put to its best available use, you see amazing things happen. When all that means is maximizing your potential. Or in financial terms, another way you might say it, and which might be connect to our stock options training, is all economic efficiency kind of means is maybe exercising your options. Look at how much I want you to understand. So let me go back and let me go back to my question. Okay, I want to make sure I ask this question. Y'all know how I get. I get on the stream of consciousness and I go on a tangent and I forget to go back to what I was saying. In the Black community, with all the capital that we have, all the human capital, all the talent, all the creativity, all of the free time, all of the labor, all of the assets, the intellectual and otherwise human capital, all that. Do you think, yes or no, answer me in the chat, do you think that Black people are following one of the most fundamental principles of economics by putting their capital to its best available use? Yes or no? Are we optimizing? Are we maximizing? When hip hop comes along and God says, okay, you are the chosen people, I'm going to bless you with one of the most extraordinary, most impactful, most influential art forms in the history of this earth called hip hop, with DJ Kool Herc and Grandmaster Flash and all them going through the Bronx. I'm gonna bless you with that right now. So I've just given you $10 trillion worth of capital over multiple generations. Was that capital put to its best available use? Did we maximize? Or did we did we fumble the ball? Did we lose the basketball game of economics? Did we to take the ball and throw it out of bounds? Because I'm trying to figure out how the hell did hip hop start with us, but then next thing you know, got some guy named Abraham Iskowitz is the biggest mogul in all of hip hop. I just made that name up, but y'all know where I'm going with this. I'm not gonna talk about it. Right? Well, how about looking at these other guys, these melanin deficient people who don't even like you, literally sitting next to your favorite rappers, telling them what to rap about? How did that happen? What happened? Who fumbled the ball? Who can't dribble up in this mug? Right? And the reason that the ball gets fumbled partly there's various reasons, but one big reason is due to a lack of economic awareness, a lack of financial consciousness. Now there are some exceptions. I would really say, even though he's controversial, Russell Simmons, who I would almost say he's my friend, but I told you I'm not really friends with celebrities because I never know. They're so busy, you don't know if you have a real friendship. But I know Russell's called me a bunch of times, and he seems like in the interactions he seems like a decent man. And when we worked together on a project in 2013, he stuck to his guns, he followed through. I have a lot of respect for that. Russell Simmons, if you go back, you remember that during that time in the early stages of hip hop, he wasn't out here trying to be a rapper or a DJ. He was trying to be a businessman. He saw the economic potential of hip hop, and he had a certain level of economic awareness. And it didn't come from being able to go into the studio and bust a rap. It came from understanding business and distribution and monetization and profit models, and that's where Russell fit himself into the game, right? So long story short, economic awareness, I think, would have made a massive difference when it came to the growth of hip hop, because then you would have been thinking about things like, well, who owns this intellectual property? And if this thing gets distributed, who gets the rights to all these things? You know, when we're in stock options class and we talk about selling rights, some of you have made over $100,000 just selling the rights to your stock. Well, that requires a certain level of awareness and training where I say, well, this is what it means to sell the rights to something. You're not selling the asset, you're selling the rights to it. The rights are just kind of the potential, right? It's like if a lady is, if you have a daughter, the reality is that you don't just have one person. You have the daughter, plus you have all the children that this young lady can produce. So there's sort of this unseen aspect of it that you have to have awareness in order to see. So when I see a little kid, like one time, this true story, one time there was a young lady I mentored, and I guess we were close, and she trusted me, and she was thinking about terminating her pregnancy, and she put this crazy burden on me. She said, oh, I got one more day to terminate. What do you think I should do? And I said, gosh, I don't think that's my decision to make. She said, well, if you tell me to do it, I'm going to do it. And I was like, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Because again, just like I don't give you all investing advice, I don't tell anybody how to live their life. I said, but honestly, if you want my perspective, I don't just see a baby in your stomach. I see a person. I see a person who's going to grow up and have a life and have kids and then have grandkids. And I picture that baby 80 years from now with a big Thanksgiving dinner with 20 grandkids at the dinner together. So you're dealing with a person who's a little bit different. I don't just see something a little burden in your stomach. I see something that's going to be much bigger than that. So I'm going to just say, if it was me, I don't think I would do it. But please don't put that on me. So anyway, so the child got to live, or she let the baby live because of that. And now the baby's growing up. The baby's like a person and in school and everything else. And I see this baby and I see this life this person's living, and it's unbelievable to me that just that one conversation opened the gateway to all these possibilities, right? And I think that that's one thing that you have to have awareness. You have to meditate on that. You got to understand that when we're talking in class and we're talking about shifting the financial trajectory of your family across multiple generations, you got to be able to see those little butterfly effects. Does anybody know the term butterfly effect? Give me a yes if you heard butterfly effect. Butterfly effect, in case you don't, let me know if y'all know what that butterfly effect is like, where they show you that little changes can change everything. Just little pivots, just little tiny things that you don't even think matter in the moment. That if you're not conscious, you're not even thinking about this little thing like, oh, should I sleep with her or not sleep with her? Do I take the job or not take the job? All these little tiny decisions that you make open up a whole universe of possibility in terms of other realities that would not exist. It's like going through a wormhole. If you know wormholes, it's like a whole other universe. You're going through this whole universe of possibilities because you make these tiny little pivots. So what I would encourage you to consider is that when we talk about shifting, when we talk about really shifting our economic reality, not just for ourselves, but for everyone we care about, and not just for people that are living, but also people who are not yet born, I encourage you to understand that you have such a massive opportunity right now. You have such an amazing set of possibilities that exist for you right now because you are alive on May 24th, 2024. And May 24th, 2024 is never going to exist ever again. You have this set of possibilities in front of you that your kids and grandkids will never have because they're not going to live May 24th, 2024, or be able to make adult decisions at that time. So whatever little decisions you make, the little pivot you make, like if you say, okay, you know what, let's go ahead and set up that auto deposit, that auto invest in the stock market. Or let's go ahead and start doing those family business meetings where we can start just talking about our economics. Or let me go ahead and just take that little class. Or let me go ahead and just have that conversation with so-and-so. These little things, these little choices that you make are going to have a massive butterfly effect in terms of opening up options and possibilities and rights and outcomes that you can't even see right now. So make those little pivots. In fact, that's really the foundation of a lot of my teaching. My thinking a lot of times is like, what are some little things we can do that would just like have a massive impact? Like something that you barely notice it, but it's like huge because once you accumulate those tiny actions over time, it becomes something amazing. So economic awareness is something where, in my view, just circling back to what we were talking about earlier with the athletes and the money and all that stuff, economic awareness is the difference between somebody getting a $5 million bag and just spending $5 million as a consumer versus somebody getting a $5 million bag and turning that into $1 billion empire. And the economic awareness is something where the earlier that you get it, the better off you are. That's why I tell you to bring your kids to class. Let them just sit and listen to me. I believe deeply in conversational teaching because that's how my father taught me. You don't always have to sit down and take notes and take a class and memorize stuff. That's fine. But the thing is, I don't want you to memorize stuff. I want you to internalize stuff. I don't just want you to remember concepts. I want you to experience them and to feel them. I want them to be a part of who you are, a part of your culture, a part of your DNA. I don't want you to remember things. I want you to understand things. And understanding sometimes might require a conversation as opposed to somebody just having you just learn a bunch of stuff. Do you understand how many years I was learning very high level finance, but I never internalized it because I just had to learn it for a test? And it wasn't until I got into little weird things like meditation and all that and just reflection and true awareness that I began to dig back deep into all these things I learned and started really internalizing them and saying like, okay, what does it mean to act that out? What does it mean to live that way? What cultures actually operate in this capacity? I was on a plane. I was on the little crowded little bus to go get the rental car. And there's a guy that came from New York and it looked like he was from the Jewish community. He has a little hat in his beard and everything. And I'm saying, I see guys like that, I'm always like, I wonder how rich the people are in your neighborhood. I wonder how you all view economics, and I think about that because I started to realize over time, I probably didn't figure this out till I was like mid to late 40s, how deeply embedded culture is in how you do things economically. I could teach you stuff all day long that'll make your head explode. But if you don't internalize it into your psyche, your subconscious, and into your culture, if you're not acting it out, if you're not following through with action, then what you learned isn't going to matter. So I know a lot of you all, because maybe you're working to get to that point, you'll come and you'll just listen and listen and listen, and you'll beat yourself up a little bit because you haven't taken action yet. And I just want to encourage you to really think about that. I want you to really be conscious and really, evaluate yourself and say, okay, I need to take some action and just take a little bit of action, just a little bit, just something little to kind of open that gateway, open that wormhole a little bit, and, add to that little butterfly effect that will open that door to all these other possibilities that should exist for you. But I don't know if they're going to exist for you if you just simply have the knowledge. I think you have to have the application and you have to have the internalization. So I don't want you to just know things or just memorize things. I want you to understand things. I want you to feel it. I want you to connect to it, right? And so that might require you just sitting on it and just thinking about it. And I'll say this last point, and this is true. This is from a conversation we had last night. I was talking to our middle child. Our middle child is a bona fide genius. I bet if she took an IQ test, she would be in the top 5%. She's always been like that. Even when she was a 2-year-old baby, she could talk like a 5-year-old. She's really smart and very observant about things. And she was talking about her physics test. She got 100 on her physics test. She gets 100 on everything. And she was talking about how she answered the questions in the test. And she said, well, what I did was I looked through all the questions because sometimes you'll see the answer to a previous question in a later question. So I read through all the questions and then went back to the beginning and then blah, 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 right? And I said, you don't understand the gravity of what you said. I said, in mathematics, there's actually a concept called backward optimization where you literally start at the end and you work your way back. And or was it called backward optimization? Well, there was another term for it. Gosh, why is the term out of my head right now? But let's call it backward optimization, where they said the best way to solve a problem is to start at the end and work your way backward. I said, so what you did was you did something that showed a tremendous amount of awareness because you looked at the whole picture. You looked way down the road. You didn't just look at what was in front of you. The next question, you looked all the way at the end and then worked your way backward and you were able to compile all that information. And I said, keep doing that. I said, keep thinking about things, in order to understand them. I said, when I was and I didn't learn this until I studied math, we would get a math problem on Monday and they would tell us that we had to have the answer by the following Monday. And it was the most terrifying experience in the world because nobody knew how to answer that question. Nobody understood what was going on. But what would happen is through the week, because you had to do it, you would think about it, obsess about it, talk to people about it, read books about it, look at the problem from 50 different angles. And then eventually by Monday, you would have the answer somehow, right? Maybe, and a lot of it had to do with like the subconscious. You would go to sleep thinking about it. And even while you're sleeping, you're solving the problem in your head. So that led to me sort of looking at things in a different way. I said, okay, my goal is not just to memorize things. I want to understand things. And the way you understand things is you think about things. So really what I told her was I said, a lot of people can't solve problems because they freak out. They spend too much time emotionally reacting to the difficulty of the problem. Backward induction, thank you. I said backward optimization, it's backward induction. So a lot of people can't solve problems because they spend so much time getting scared. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Let's make it simple. How many of you have seen people, or maybe it's you, it's okay, who have just a fear of math? You can literally ask them, well, what is 2 + 2? And they'll go, I don't know, right? Because math, the fear of math has just been so embedded in them. You give them any math problem, even one they can easily solve, they can't do it because they're so busy being scared that they don't spend any of that energy actually thinking and processing information, right? And I said, and I saw this a lot when I was teaching math at the University of Kentucky. And I said, a lot of people don't understand that if you just calm your ass down and breathe for a minute and don't freak out, you'll get the answer eventually. And I said, so one of the philosophies I have in life is when I get a problem, when somebody asks me a question I don't know the answer to, or it gives me a problem that's hard, the first thing I do is I say, let me think about that. That's it. And I have no clue what the answer is. And I'll just sit there and I'll just meditate on it and sit on the porch and think about it and spend it might take me 2 weeks. But eventually I know I'm going to have some insights that I did not have if I try to answer in the moment. So the same thing is true with any kind of problem. And the reason I brought that up to her, well, we started with mathematics, but I was saying life, really, a lot of life is just about problem solving. That's it. Literally going through life, that's what you do as a parent and all that. You're always problem solving. You know, how do we get the bathroom painted by Tuesday? And how do we get the toilet fixed? Or our kids, you know, how do we make this crazy 14-year-old stop acting ridiculous, you know, or whatever, without hurting his feelings. So just whatever. You're always problem solving. And I think that is something that should be taught to kids. I think that knowing how to just calm down, think about a problem, analyze it, break it down, kind of just process things, and don't be scared to think. Don't be scared to think. That's the danger, in my view, of an anti-intellectual culture. I really believe that there is a consistent effort through various forms of propaganda to reduce the consciousness of the American people and to really reduce the consciousness of Black people. I think that there's kind of this effort for you to come up with these simple-minded responses to everything, and to really look down on people that like to just think about stuff. The anti-intellectualism, like I'm going to just get mad at you because you are a thinker or because you are a person that wants to read and learn and understand things. Once I had this former NBA player on YouTube that for some reason he hated my guts, and I didn't understand why. I was like, I don't even know this man. Why is this man? And he had a lot of followers, and he really talked about me a lot. And I was like, why is this guy so mad at me? And somebody said, well, maybe he just had a bad relationship with his teachers in school, and he sees you as a professor as just a nerdy guy that reminds him of the teachers that he hated in high school and in college. And I just thought, wow, that's so interesting. So you're mad at me because I'm just because of who I am and what I do. I don't think there's anything wrong with being smart, because I think we should all be smart, because dumb people I would say dumb people that don't want to think, they get absolutely obliterated in this economy. The whole economic system is built on keeping your consciousness low so you won't know what they're doing to you. So you're not aware of how they're extracting your wealth. You're not aware of how they're putting you into slavery. You're not aware of here you go. Here's one example. I'll give you a real life example that relates to economics so we can bring this back home. I was looking at this. There's this morning podcast I listen to called Morning Brew that I really like. And it's a couple of white boys who just talk about economics or whatever. I listen to a lot of podcasts. And they put up this post where they were basically saying that 3 in 5 Americans believe we're in a recession, and that's not true. They said it's crazy that 3 in 5 Americans think we're in a recession, and all these TikTok videos are out there about how bad the economy is, and that's just not true, because the data says everything's great, and they blame Joe Biden because they think the economy is bad. But really, if you look at this data, GDP has gone up and unemployment is really low and things like that. And what I thought was really interesting about that is I put a little response in there, and I kind of said, actually, what I think is happening is that the reason that you have this disconnect is because you have two economies. You have one economy for people that own assets. They own real estate, they own stock, maybe they own businesses. They're doing great. They're doing excellent. All these things are just at all-time highs. And then you have the economy for people who don't have any of these things. They don't have real estate. They don't have a business. They don't own any stock. They are the workers. They are the consumers, and they are the renters. So if I'm a worker, here's what I'm seeing as a worker. Inflation is going up, but my wages are not going up. So that's a lose for me, right? If I got a 1% raise in a year that has 7% inflation, that's really bad for me. They're consumers. Well, as a consumer, when they go to the grocery store, the price of everything's going up. So they're trying to buy lettuce and pickles or whatever and mustard at the grocery store, and the price of everything keeps going up. That's another loss. And then if they are renters, then with companies like BlackRock buying up 30% of the single family homes in Atlanta, your rent is going up too. So your income is staying flat, but your expenses are going up. So yeah, you've got a pretty crappy economy. So where's that excess going to? It's going into debt. The only way you can maintain your standard of living is when you max out the credit cards and everything else. And that's why credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Most forms of debt, car loan debt is at an all-time high because people have to go into debt if you don't have if you don't have if you don't have enough income to cover your expenses. If you want to know about BlackRock, Crystal, BlackRock is just this big company that controls about $9 trillion in assets, and they kind of have more power than most governments. They're kind of everywhere. So that's BlackRock. And the difference with America versus other countries is that America will allow BlackRock to go in and buy single family homes. In Denmark and other countries, they told BlackRock, you can't do that. We're making laws to stop you from buying all the houses, because when they buy all the houses, it pushes up the value of real estate. It pushes up the cost of rent. So effectively, that's what BlackRock does. So long story short, you just have two separate economies, and you have one economy that's full of people that have a little bit more power and a little bit more economic consciousness. And I would say that the second economy, maybe a little bit of economic awareness can be helpful, or at the very least, if you have a parent that's economically aware, then what they're going to do is they're going to make sure you have assets so you can be on the good side of the economy. So you really have two sides of the economic system. And we've talked about that before, but I want you to sort of keep that in mind. That's how two different people can look at the same thing and have two different responses, because they're living two different realities. And a lot of us don't know that yet, but now you know. If you don't know, now you know. All right. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and finish up for today. One thing I want to remind everybody of is, if you don't know, in Money in the Morning, if you want to be a premium member, there is a way to become a premium member. I'm going to send out a link today that will give you 90% off lifetime access. I think lifetime access is like $700 or something, but you can get it for like $79, and it'll give you access to all of the archived trainings that we've done here. We've done well over 150. I want to say about 150 of these Money in the Morning economic awareness trainings. If you really want to, I believe, here's my humble suggestion. If you have kids and you really want them to kind of get this stuff, let me talk to them. Just take the video, give them money, give them like $5 for every video they watch or something, whatever you got to do, right? Just bribe them if you have to, because it's going to be good for them. If they sit and they listen to me talk about this stuff for a while, they're just going to, if you're swimming in the economics, you're going to understand it. A fish will always be a better swimmer than a giraffe trying to learn how to swim. And so if you're in the economics, then you're going to be the economics. You're going to be the money. If you see the money, you're going to be the money. So awareness is sight. I want them to have sight. I want them to see it. I want them to be it. I want them to live it, to the point where they're not having to consciously decide, I'm going to learn a little bit about money. No, most millionaires spend 20 hours a month studying money and understanding money. So I want your kids to be on that millionaire track. So feel free to bring your kids, whoever, share it with whoever you want. So anyway, I'm going to send that link out later on today. If you want that link, just make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to the number 87948, I'll send you a link and you can join for 90% off. You can do a monthly access, but really, if you do all at once, it's easier. It'll be $79 one time. But there is a monthly access link if that's something that's more comfortable for you. But all this stuff, every single training we've done, and we do these every single morning, 7 days a week, is put in that archive. And then also premium members get exclusive access to other things we have going on in the Black Business School. So there's a lot of benefits there. And also, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for children, things like that, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. We have a lot of great stuff there in our Black Wealth Mastery store. And we're very proud because we know we're good at what we do. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Have a great day. I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow, and bless you. Love you. Take it easy.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. So good to see everybody. Come on in, and as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Today, I want to talk a little bit about some funny issues in terms of what's going on with our economy. I want to talk about the economics and hopefully give you some information that'll put some money in your pocket and some opportunity in your vision. Because the truth of the matter is that things are hard for people, and there are a lot of people that are struggling, and it's kind of unfortunate. I hate to see that, because really what's going on is that you've been sold a bill of goods that is fundamentally incorrect. You've been told that that going to school and getting a job is the best way for you to get ahead financially, and that's just not true. And something that triggered this thought for me today, and I'm going to give you some data that is going to help you um, understand why getting jobs is a losing wealth strategy. That literally finding your way to yet another broken opportunity or going down some other rabbit hole, economic rabbit hole with nothing at the end of it, why that's not going to help you to find what you're looking for. And I just thought about this because I was explaining this to our kids. So I said, since I'm explaining to the kids, I'm explaining to anybody that wants to listen. So anyway, let me show you all what I was thinking about. What's up, Justin? And my name is Corey and Cam and Jones. Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Once I get the yes and the confirmation, then I'll know I can move forward in peace. We're traveling as a family. My wife's birthday weekend's coming up. We just had our third wedding anniversary, and also there was Mother's Day, and we had 8th grade graduation, and a couple of my goddaughters had birthdays. So this is a crazy month, and it ain't even done yet. It ain't even done. All right, so let me show you all something that I thought was really, really interesting, and I put it on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins, Dr. Boyce Watkins, and the number 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. So I hope you'll follow me on Twitter because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I get tired of arguing with idiots. I just do. I don't even do it. I don't argue with idiots. I just teach them and share information, and hopefully they'll come out of their idiot status and learn how to listen and realize what's right in front of them. And what you should realize is right in front of you is that all your strategies when it comes to economics are not working. Your community is broken. Your community's become a little bit embarrassing in terms of us, what we're doing relative to what we could do. And I just don't have the patience for nonsense, to be honest with you. But let me show you all this, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. So here is what I put on Twitter. And let me know if y'all can see that. And if you're watching on Instagram, or sorry, not Instagram. I said Instagram. I would say if you're listening on Spotify, you're just gonna hear this, but I'll describe what's on the screen. So what I put up on the screen just now from my Twitter account, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, is this cover on Time Magazine. You can see here it says it has a white woman, and it says, "I have a master's degree, 16 years of experience, work 2 extra jobs, and donate plasma to pay the bills. I am a teacher in America." So let's decompose this. Okay. Y'all know me. I like to really break things down. That's why I call it the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, because I like to break things down and challenge you to think a little bit. Because if you don't start thinking, then the people that are thinking are going to eat you up. If you don't heighten your economic consciousness, the people that are conscious and aware are going to chew you up and spit you out. And it's just going to suck. So let me dissect this. I'm gonna literally break this down line for line. This is a cover of on Time Magazine. I don't know what episode or issue this was. I do know that there are stories out there like this, and I want to kind of address some of this. So let's read it slowly. I have a master's degree. Now let's think about master's degree. Master's degree takes you 4 years of college plus 2 years of grad school. That's 6 years of school. 6 years. Okay, so if you think about that, just in terms of like a 40-hour work week, if you take 40 hours a week and you do that for a year, that's 2,000 hours a year of work. 2,000 hours a year times 6, that's 12,000 hours of labor. So 12,000 hours of hard work to get the master's degree. Okay, so let me write that down, 12,000 hours. So if you value that time at, say, even $10 an hour, that's $120,000. But most people make more than 10. Let's triple that. Let's say $360,000. So, and that doesn't even include the cost of tuition. If you throw in the cost of tuition to get this master's degree, this poor woman may have spent, let's say, I don't know, let's be nice. Let's say it's another $140,000 because college plus a master's degree would cost about that much. You're lucky if you spend that much. So process this. Pay attention now. I want y'all to listen. That's about $500,000 worth of human capital, time, labor, energy, wealth that was applied to achieving this goal. Give me a yes if you follow me. I don't want to talk too fast because I want you to get the point. Let me know if you're following the logic here. Are y'all hearing me? Are y'all getting what I'm saying? Okay. So, all right. So as we talk about this $500,000 investment, let's keep going. She's not done yet. What else did she say? She said, I have 16 years of experience. Lord Jesus, that's beautiful, right? 16 years. Okay. So let's do more math. Let's remember 2,000 hours a year. That's 16 years. That's 32,000 hours. And if you value the 32,000 hours at the rate we talked about earlier, about $30 an hour, let's see, 32,000, 320,000 times 10. That's about, let's round it up to a cool million. It's about 960,000. So pay attention now. So that's $1 million worth of effort plus $500,000 put into getting the education. So there's $500,000 worth of effort putting in to get the education, another $1 million worth of effort to become this highly trained person that she is. I mean, she is 16 years. I mean, shit, that's great. That's beautiful, right? All right, and then what else? She also says that she works 2 extra jobs, so she's not working 40 hours a week. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all think that if she's working 2 extra jobs on top of being a teacher, how many of you think that she's working, more than 40 hours a week? How many of you think that give me a guess if you would agree with me that my estimate of 40 hours a week is conservative, if that is a conservative estimate of the number of hours that this hardworking woman is putting into being successful. What do y'all think? Yes or no? You agree with me, or am I blowing smoke up your butt? Am I making stuff up? Thank you, Sherman. Sherman says 60 hours. I tend to agree with you, Sherman. I'm thinking at least 60 hours. I think this poor lady's been busting her butt. I think that she's been just grinding like crazy, and she's not young. She's not old. But she's kind of, she looks like she might be. If you got 16 years of experience, that probably means you're at least 40, maybe 45. So she's dedicated a chunk of her life. She's middle aged now. She's this half of her life dedicated to something. What is that? What is she dedicated to? Let's say it's the American dream or something. And then also on top of that, she's giving plasma, which I don't know the health effects of giving all your plasma away and stuff, but whatever. Okay, that's just an add-on. All right, now here's what I want y'all to understand. And I'm gonna just tell you, I'm not the right guy I'm not the right messenger for this because what happens is that I when I see a solvable problem that we're not solving, I get a little frustrated. I get a little angry when I see us trying to solve a problem with the same tactics that never worked in the first place. I get a little frustrated. I'm not gonna lie, and I get, I'll get in there and I'll make a comment on, shade room or something, and have people mad at me, because I really because I see this a lot, I really do. And the curse of knowing finance the way I know it, I've been a finance professor for a long time. I've been teaching for 30 years pretty much. I know what wasted effort looks like, right? And so here's where I'm going to go with this. Here's where I'm going with this. This is really indicative of our society. What this lady said. Now, most people are not in as bad shape as her, but it's pretty bad. I mean, she's donating the plasma to pay the bills. There are lots of people in America that are in economic trouble, that are struggling. And a lot of it's because you get sold a false bill of goods. You get sold a lie. You get sold a method of success that simply does not work. And this lady is, to me, exemplifies that, because I just showed you mathematically how she put in approximately, arguably, $1.5 million worth of investment into a business, the business called Her Life, that is failing. It's a struggling business. If you invest 1.5 million, say in the S&P 500, and you do that over the same number of time that she spent going to school and going to work and donating plasma and working 2 jobs, you're gonna have $10 million, right? You're gonna have a lot more. Now, arguably, obviously, right? She couldn't have done that when she was younger. So I'm not saying that was an easy option. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that the whole get the education and go to work model does not work. And in fact, I'm gonna read some statistics to you about what college graduates are going through that will help you understand my point a little more clearly. And before I do that, I'd like to ask you all, if you could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if you're interested in things like Black Wealth, we actually have a Black Wealth Mastery store where I literally have put books like my book, Financial Lovemaking, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. My wife is a therapist. She helped us in the Black Business School to create our first ever Black financial therapy department. It's the first one ever created. There's not one anywhere, because what we're trying to really study and understand in our think tank is why we keep doing the same thing over and over again. What's really going on that's causing us to believe something that is simply unbelievable. And I've gone on a lot of different shows to try to express this idea, shows like The Breakfast Club and stuff like that. And it's really, really hard because there are a lot of you that get it. I go places and we have packed out arenas and everything else. And we have lots of people that are hearing this, but there are other messages that are so much louder that are just the wrong messages. And I want you to understand that, that being Black means, in my view, that there are people that have a vested interest in making sure that you hear the wrong message. There are people out there that have a vested interest in making sure that you're always behind. In fact, I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you something that just happened to me not too long ago. I had some people really mad at me. I made a little comment on this Shade Room post. They had Kai Cenat and Kevin Hart. And they were doing something together. I think Kevin went to Kai's YouTube channel or wherever it is, and I really kind of had an issue with that. I kind of thought about that, and I said, gosh, it's like this intergenerational thing. These two guys, even they look alike, they kind of act alike, and it's like this sort of intergenerational thing, right? Where you got kind of these guys that are really, really funny, but it seems like we have this oversupply of very unserious black men. Like, like I went to Elon Musk's page, right? Who's one of the most famous white men in America. And Elon is a racist and I don't like him that much. And he made a comment about some really exclusive, rare element in the universe that takes like 10 billion or 14 billion years to decay. And I thought that was so cool that he gets to be smart in public and there aren't people, and his people appreciate that. Like they appreciate smart stuff. They appreciate wanting to learn about how the world works. They appreciate, building an automobile manufacturing facility, solving problems with the environment or whatever. Whereas it seems to me that sometimes, and again, I'm going to make some people mad when I say this, and I cannot apologize for this, but it's like every time I turn around and I see famous black males, we're not famous for being the smartest people in the room. We're typically famous for being the dumbest. We're typically famous for being funny. We're famous for being athletic. We're famous for being rappers, and that's okay. It's okay to be a rapper. It's okay to be a comedian. It's okay to be an athlete. But I don't really think that the most famous, most successful men in our community should be clowns. And why do I say that? Am I just trying to be a hater? No. Here's why it's a problem. It's because it's designed that way. It's designed that way. America doesn't want to hear from smart black people. They want to hear from the clowns. They want to hear from the rappers. They want to hear from the people that don't necessarily want to think. And when people got mad at me, they said, Unc, you sound old fashioned. Unc, you just hating, Unc, and whatever. I said, well, let me tell you something. I said, let Unc tell you something right quick. Let Unc break it down for you. Why they playing your little dumb ass? Here's why they playing your little silly ass. I said, look at your community. Look at your community right now. And let me know if you're following any of this. I said, look at your community right now. I said, you have the goofiest, most unserious people in your community with the biggest platforms. They're not doing serious things. I said, the most famous white men in the world are known for building billion-dollar tech companies. They're worth $100 billion each because they are developing artificial intelligence and technologies that are changing the world. They're building rocket ships to Mars. They're solving important problems. Your most famous people, your most famous men are men like Diddy, who's known for dancing like a teenager till the age of 50. Or Kevin Hart and Kai Cenat, guys that are just funny, and it's okay. You need your comedians, but your comedians should not be the leaders of your community. The rappers should not be the leaders of the black community because you got too many problems. I said, look at your community. Thank you, Calvin. That's a great term, shucking and jiving. I said, look at your community. Your community is falling apart because your men, the men that they're choosing to lead the community, are not leaders at all. They're not thinking about how to use their power and their platform for the benefit of the community. They're not thinking like, how do we solve important problems? How do we build more schools? How do we create more jobs? How do we develop more manufacturing facilities? How do we build a company that can compete with Tesla? They're not thinking that. And I said, and you see the evidence everywhere. Tell me if you agree with this. Tell me if you agree with this. The black family is in absolute shambles. Black families are just broken into little tiny microscopic pieces, and the pieces are filled with crap, and the poor children are growing up traumatized as hell because the people that are supposed to be guiding them and leading them are so messed up that they can't lead themselves. Tell me if you agree with this. Educationally speaking, black children get the worst education known to man. You literally mass produce, the public school system mass produces millions of black kids who are 18 years old who can't read at the level of a fourth grader. How does that happen? Well, it's because your men are not leaders. Your men are off telling jokes. You funny dog. And then they go to the club and get bottles of Ciroc and they dancing and they clowning and cooning and shucking and jiving. And this is what y'all paying attention to. Did y'all see that Club Shay interview with the comedians, y'all? Well, y'all, that was good, y'all. No, that's reflected in your community. You look around your community, the families are shit. Your women are not protected. Your children are not being educated, nor are they being loved or guided. Your wealth is falling in the toilet. Your wealth is going backward. And this is not anti-entertainer or anti-athlete. I mean, there was a time where you had entertainers and athletes who got serious. Anybody remember this? How many of y'all remember the picture that's right here on this page? Anybody seen this picture before? What picture is that? Tell me what's on that screen right there. Y'all see that? Y'all see those serious black men? Now, these are all athletes. Muhammad Ali, Bill Russell, Jim Brown, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And these men showed up ready for business. They were ready to handle business. They said, we are the biggest, strongest, baddest dudes out here, and we are the leaders. We are getting the most attention, and we're going to stand up and we're going to do something meaningful with our power. Now, remember this. Remember, back in the day, you had O.J. Simpson that same year. And O.J., when they asked O.J. to participate, O.J. said, I'm not black, I'm O.J. He was the clown of the time. He was the guy that made white folks happy and comfortable. And you saw what happened. They strung his butt up. As soon as they did him like Diddy. As soon as he messed up and did something or was in the wrong place, wrong time, I don't know, whatever you believe, they reminded him of exactly who he was, just like they're doing with Diddy. So at the end of the day, what I will say to you all is that you're really kind of in this awkward situation where not only are you living in an economy that is not built to sustain and support the average American worker, you're also living in a world where the black community gets taken for a massive rope-a-dope. You kind of live in a world where you're taught that as a black man, your most important job is to kind of just sort of be this clownish guy who makes lots of money by making white people happy and comfortable. And then you're all the while your community is not benefiting. You're not building infrastructure. You're not developing schools. You're not building businesses that are capable of employing more than maybe 20 or 30 people. You're not developing the kinds of things that are going to sustain and elevate a community. So there's nothing wrong with necessarily being a comedian. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that comedians should not be leading a community. You need people that can create jobs. You need people that can build schools. You need people that are going to guide you in a direction that's going to make you better. And I don't know if we're getting that. I think that people get mad at me. They hate on me when I say it. And I get a lot of heat, but you know what? I can't back down. I'm not going to back down because God is telling me that you're full of crap with this nonsense. That if you believe that what we're doing and where we're going as a community is the right direction, I ain't got nothing for you. I can't help you. I cannot help you. Now do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I don't just talk about the problem. I want to solve the problem. In the Black Business School, every single morning, as a finance professor, my goal is to help you become economically aware. So we have what we call economic awareness training that we do every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free. You don't have to pay money, just pay attention. And we do this every single day on a private Zoom. And so if that's your thing and you're interested in joining us, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING to 87948. And if you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invitation. We will meet tomorrow morning because we do this every day, every single day, 7 days a week. And as I mentioned earlier, we have books and all kinds of materials and tools and flashcards for kids, financial flashcards, all that. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com to take a look if you'd like to be a part of that. Okay. So we got all the resources. We're building a university. It's hard. We don't have all the money that we'd like to have. But we have raised a few $1 million and we poured all that right back into building the infrastructure that a lot of these entertainers won't build. And of course, that makes me a very dangerous black man, apparently, in the eyes of people who would rather see a black man as a thug or a comedian than to see a black man show up as a thinker and as someone who actually gets things done. And so anyway, let me get back to this. Okay, so we were talking earlier about this lady who, who had, the whole master's degree, 16 years of experience. She was working 2 jobs and she still was basically on pretty much almost on welfare. Like she was really in a position financially where she can't pay the bills. And really that's an unfortunate reality about America. I mean, at the end of the day, we treat our teachers like crap. We treat our soldiers like crap. You know, the people in the community that are really getting the work done, you know, again, the teachers and the soldiers and the thinkers and the parents and the activists and the people that are really guiding our people to a better place, the husbands and wives and fathers and mothers. These are the individuals that don't get the support that they deserve. And one of the things I just truly believe is that all this is by design. I think that we have a society that's designed to keep the most backward thinking people at the front of the bus, because they'll drive the bus backward. Why? Well, because you're a backward Negro. Backward Negroes drive the bus backward. Their job is not to move it forward. So if your biggest black leaders and your most visible black people, you know, are comedians, well, then you're going to be a joke. Your community is going to be a joke. Why? Well, because your leader's a comedian. So comedians make you laugh, and there's a long history of a very non-threatening, comedy-like black men being put at the top of the food chain, being seen, you know, by everybody, getting lots of money to be goofballs, and absolutely no progress gets made out of that. You know, there's no improvement in our educational system. There's no infrastructure being built. There's no jobs being created. Families are not stronger. It's just kind of this intergenerational phenomenon. Now, one of the things I want to mention also, though, that you really want to understand is that there is a way to kind of analyze what's happening to all Americans as it pertains to what a college degree does for you and what it does not do for you. College degrees, you know, are something that when we felt like we were being progressive, we really pursued education at the highest levels, and we still do. I think there's nothing wrong with going to college. I taught on many college campuses: University of Kentucky, Indiana University, etc. And I love going to college campuses. My wife and I, every year we go back to Indiana University where I met her. And I tell guys, I kind of mess with them. I say, you know, if you're looking for a good wife, you ain't gonna typically find your best wife in the club. I said, I found my wife in the library, and I got a great wife. And because somebody wrote something on there where they said, I can't find a woman who looks good, who can cook and who can clean, who can throw down in the bedroom and all these other things, right? And I said, you know what? Then I must have hit the lottery. I said, but the truth of the matter is that my wife was not the first black woman I met who had those criteria. There's lots of amazing black women in the world. And I just think that if you're looking for these women, you know, in the strip clubs, then you're not gonna really find that. You might find somebody that's a professional twerker, you know, or they might be good in the bedroom, but I don't know if they're gonna have all the skills that are required to be a complete black woman. But anyway, so education I think is very important. I'm a big fan of it, but the cost of college attendance has gotten way too high. And let me give you a few little statistics to help you understand why college degrees have just started kicking people in the butt, and why you want to be really careful with college degrees. Number one is student loan debt. The average student loan debt for the class of 2022 was $37,000. It was only $20,000 back in the year 2000. Also, according to the Economic Policy Institute, inflation adjusted wages for young college graduates have only increased by 0.8% between 2000 and 2020. Did y'all hear that? That literally over a 20-year period, the wages of college graduates adjusted for inflation has only increased by 0.8%. Did y'all hear that? Give me a yes if you followed that. I want to say that slow so y'all understand that. Now, let me ask y'all this. So the wages, the inflation adjusted wages for young college graduates have only increased by 0.8%. Do you think that over a 20-year period, the cost of living only went up by 0.8%? What do y'all think? Do you think that 0.8% increase over a 20-year period is good? Did y'all hear? Are y'all hearing this? So it basically says that as a college graduate in 2024, you're not making that much more than your mother did when she graduated in 2020 or 1998. You're not. So how in the hell can we see a statistic like this and somehow still believe that the whole go to school and get a good job path is the best approach? I mean, what makes me sad about it is that I know how hard it is to be a good teacher. God bless the best teachers in our world. I mean, teachers are just some of the most amazing, important, transformative human beings in our society. Teachers, I mean, and nowadays, these kids are crazy. They're coming to school with guns, ready to fight because their mama and their daddy ain't doing a good job. The daddy's on crack, mama's on heroin, and they come into school ready to fight the teacher and all that. And so God bless all the teachers that put up with that. I mean, I think that you are a gift from God. You are more important to the black community than any athlete, any rapper, or any comedian will ever be. And I think you deserve to be paid for that. So it makes me sad to hear that teachers and people that are doing these really important jobs are not getting what they deserve in terms of pay. And where I come in, and again, this sometimes it offends people, but I don't care about that. I want to offend you because your ass needs to be offended by the way you've been treated. You need to be offended by the fact that your community's following behind every generation. You need to be offended by the fact that your families are falling apart. You need to be offended by the fact that you're getting laughed at by the rest of the world. You need to be offended by the fact that nobody on the planet, there's no community anywhere on earth that says, oh my gosh, I woke up this morning, I prayed that my daughter would get pregnant by a black man. How many Indian families or Asian families or African families do you think that sit around and say, man, if my daughter has a baby with an African-American male, that child's really going to be well off? What do y'all think? Do you think that they say that? Or do you think that they say, oh no, do not get pregnant by an African-American man. They will abandon the baby. Anybody ever heard that stereotype? Remember when Ice Cube said, this is what they think about you. This is what they think about you. That's what they think about you. And the reason those stereotypes bother me is because I know guys who fulfill those stereotypes. That's one reason it bothers me. Another reason it bothers me is because I know a lot of guys who don't fulfill the stereotypes and they don't get the attention they deserve. They don't get honored by society. They don't put those black men on TV. They want to put the buffoons on TV. And I personally think that shows a significant lack of balance. But if you understand Dr. Claude Anderson the way I do in his books, like Black Labor, White Wealth, you'll know that there's a history to this. There's a history of making black people look ridiculous. There's a history of promoting backward thinking in their community. So really what I would say to you is that the solution is going to have to come from you. And ultimately, when you're talking about solutions, there's no way around basic things like entrepreneurship. There's no way around things like investing. Every kid's going to have to invest, especially with some of our people and the way they see the shiny Negroes on TV, the rappers and everything else, and they want to dress like the rappers and they want to have the Gucci this and the Prada that and the fancy this and the fancy that. Well, all that stuff costs money. There's nothing wrong with wanting nice stuff. But if you want nice stuff, you have to have a financial plan. If you want nice stuff and you don't position yourself to be able to afford it, then you're eventually going to have to do something illegal or unethical in order to obtain it. So what happens in the black community in many cases is that a lot of our young people have significant financial addictions. They're addicted to the Louis. They're addicted to the Gucci. They're addicted to the Prada. They're addicted to the jewelry. They're addicted to the Benz. They're addicted to whatever, right? You saw kids. Did you see that? I talked about this yesterday. You see kids going to the prom that literally look like they are born in, Indian or African royalty or something. Like they're showing to the prom, spending $10,000-$20,000 on the prom, pulling up in Benzes and Bentleys and everything else. And it's all a costume party. It's all fake. It's all fake because 9 times out of 10, you can't afford it. 9 times out of 10, you're going in debt to have it. 9 times out of 10, you're just trying to keep up with your friends. 9 times out of 10, you are using financial extravagance as a way to cover up extreme insecurities. 9 times out of 10, you act this way because you think that that's the culture. And my question that I ask you, the question that's going to get on your nerves is I say, well, who created that culture? Where'd that culture come from? Well, that's what the rappers do. Well, who put the rappers on TV? Probably the record labels. Or who runs the record labels? It ain't us. Who runs the TV networks? It ain't us. And the people that are putting these images into the media, the people that are putting these guys on TV that you look up to, they don't put their own children out there like that. They don't have their own kids looking like you. It's just you. It's your thing, right? So ultimately, if you have this much materialism, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having nice stuff. I have a luxury car. My wife has a luxury car. But at the same time, we also have a work ethic that is consistent with being able to obtain a luxury car. In addition to having the luxury car, my wife has a PhD. She spent many, many years in school studying 8 hours a day so she could be successful. That's what I had to do. I had to study 7-8 hours a day for almost a decade to get my PhD in finance. They didn't give me that. I didn't get it through some weekend program. I'm not a veneer tech. Right? You saw the veneer techs, right? And I think that sometimes what can occur is that you have this weird disconnect. What entertainment kind of does is it creates this weird disconnect between work ethic and success. It makes a 25-year-old think that you're supposed to live like a rich 45-year-old by the time you're 26. And I just really think that that's a dangerous trap to fall into, especially when all the skills that you're given to obtain that are the wrong skills anyway. Now, what I'm going to do actually is instead of just talking about the problem, I'm going to give you some solutions. If you could, please do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you'd like to learn how to make money without working, I teach stock options and all kinds of stuff, things that I really think everybody should understand. I think kids should learn this stuff. I really wish every child understood stock options because it would really change your life. I'm training our 17-year-old on stock options now because I told her we're in LA and I said, I'm going to take you to Rodeo Drive, but I'll take you as long as you will let me show you some things that will allow you to afford stuff on Rodeo Drive. So if you'd like to take advantage of a free training that I have that everyone loves called How to Make Money Without Working, just text the word money to the number 87948. You could text money to 87948. And another way you could take a look at what we do with stock options is you can go to drboyceprime.com. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look. All right, so let's finish this up. Let's finish this conversation because I don't want to sit on here ranting all day. Even though y'all know me, I get mad about this stuff and I end up just kind of going off. And I apologize if I sound that way. Just chalk it up to a frustrated person who sees a solution that isn't being applied. So there's a lot of financial stress out here. A lot of people are worried about how to pay the bills. A lot of people are mad because their college degree did not pay off the way they wanted it to. Other statistics that you should pay attention to are the following. In 2020, the unemployment rate for recent college graduates was 6.8%. compared to the overall unemployment rate of 3.5%. So literally all the college graduates ages 22 to 27. I didn't say that part. So young college graduates had an unemployment rate that was nearly twice as high as the overall unemployment rate. So everybody that went to school and got the master's degrees and the bachelor's degrees and all that, they had a pretty high unemployment rate, and many of them were underemployed. Nearly 41%. That's almost half. 41% of recent college graduates are working in jobs that do not require a degree, leading to lower earnings and job satisfaction. How many of y'all seen that? How many of y'all seen somebody that basically says, I'm not working in the field that I got my degree? How many of y'all know somebody who's like that? Some of y'all may have friends that are like that, who are working in a field that ain't got nothing to do with their degree, and you're kind of questioning life. You're kind of questioning what you were taught, right? You have questions. I assume you have questions. If you're smart and you're a thinker and you are an intelligent person, you're probably wondering, you're looking around, you're like, what the hell is this, man? This is BS. Right. And I can tell you again, my PhD, my expertise is finance. Right. So as a financial expert, I can tell you exactly what's happening. What's happening is that college degrees are not giving you what they used to give you. Also, this economy is not loyal to you. This economy, these corporations are not going to keep you employed. They don't care about you. They'll fire you at the drop of a hat. They'll get you to overcommit to a particular career path. And next thing you know, they'll swoop you out of there. Artificial intelligence is here. 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 Artificial intelligence is going to get millions of people fired. You know why? You know why? Because in capitalism, the people that control the capital at the top, they absolutely hate workers. Do y'all know that? I mean, they really don't like work. It's really an inconvenient partnership. It's a marriage of convenience, if you will. It's just, you know, how people get married just strictly for the money. They hate dealing with workers. They hate dealing with labor unions. That's why they busted up all the unions. I'm pro-union, but they're not. They hate dealing with people complaining like, oh, you pay me $100,000, but you have me working really hard, and my OSHA, I'm calling OSHA and the whoever, because you had me working too many hours and wouldn't let me go to the bathroom. Right? Amazon, companies like Amazon don't want to hear that, and I'm not saying it's right. I think it's wrong. I think it's terrible. But that's what it is, right? So companies these white boys that are running the tech companies, the Jeff Bezoses and stuff like that, they can't wait to get you out of there. Do you know that's why Amazon buys thousands of robots every day? They're buying thousands of robots every day. And in China, I think China has half of all the robots on the planet. So they're trying to automate, man. That's what I'm saying. The way, like even in China where there's a lot more unity and stuff like that, they hate workers too. And they literally have half of all the robots on the planet, and their number one economic strategy to bring their economy back is automation. Well, automation means getting your ass out of there. It means not depending on a human being to run your factory. You get robots to do it. NVIDIA is showing people, y'all need to pay attention to this stuff. I hope you are. NVIDIA recently, the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Wong, I think that's his name. Gosh. Yeah, he's worth about $90 billion now because NVIDIA stock has gone up so much. And Jensen Wong literally was explaining how you could like build a factory and then build the robots in the factory with AI and then have the robots in the factory build the rest of the factory or something. Like it was something weird where literally he was talking about how you could build whole entire factories and everything without even having a human being involved on hardly any level because AI is so good. So what I'm just telling you is that this is what's coming. This is not going away. This is going to happen. So people who live with their heads in the sand are going to get killed. They're going to get just buried. It's going to be painful. It's going to be sad to watch. Um, those of us in our community who are trained to be a day late and a dollar short are going to be completely, totally left behind. That's the only way I can say it and be honest with you. If you have a community that prides itself on ignorance or prides itself on how the men hate the women and the women hate the men, or pride with broken families and your kids are being abandoned the entire process, or prides itself on economic habits that are anti-wealth, like overspending your money, not investing, not saving, not thinking about the future. I don't really see how a community like that is able to really survive. And what I really think is going to happen is that there's going to be a class of people that are going to get stuck in the underbelly of our society, and they're going to end up filling up the penitentiaries again. You know, Joe Biden did that back in the 1990s. That's why I don't vote for this man. And I don't like Donald Trump either. I never put him on a pedestal. I've known about Trump for 30 something years. Never liked him either. And I think that at some point, that's what you're going to see. I think that you're going to have scenarios where people have no choice but to resort to crime, and then they're going to say the crime's out of control, and then they're going to elect somebody who's going to do what the president of Ecuador did. I think it was Ecuador, where they had such a bad gang problem and crime problem that he literally went through and pretty much did almost like a type of extermination, if you will. Like he kind of went through and just literally said anybody who is in a gang or affiliated on any level is going to prison. And a lot of people are happy about it because it cleaned up the streets. But a lot of people, it was El Salvador. I said El Salvador. I meant to say, I said Ecuador. I meant to say El Salvador. I believe it's El Salvador. Go look that up. So I kind of just really think that it's important to kind of know what's coming down the pike. And artificial intelligence for sure is coming down the pike. Another stat that tells you how college graduates are kind of getting their butts kicked is it says here that the cost of living has increased significantly. Housing prices have risen 54% just from 2012 to 2024, and they've gone up even since then. And entry level salaries have not kept pace. So a lot of young people that graduate from college are already behind in the economy because they don't have any assets to begin with, and the cost of everything's going up. So in a way, if you think about the highway of wealth being like a highway ramp, imagine if you're in a car driving next to that highway and you want to get on that highway, but there's no ramp to get on the highway. That's the problem. And so one of the reasons that we created things in the Black Business School, like the Black Wealth Master Plan, which I'll put the URL up here if you guys want to go take a look, is because basically what you have to do, in my opinion, is if you want your children to avoid the pain of what's coming, you have to get them ready now. Like when you got that little baby next to you, you got to start thinking about their economic plan today, so that in 20 years, you'll have enough time to grow the wealth that is required to liberate them. Also, the Black Wealth Master Plan is very, very simple. It says every Black child should be taught to how to start a business by the age of 12. If that teacher, with all that experience and all that education and all that skill, knew how to start a little side hustle that made her an extra $2,000 a month, she wouldn't be on the cover of a magazine talking about how broke she is. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't take a lot to change your economic fate. It just takes that little ability to make a little bit of money. And one of the ways that they trap you is they get you to believe this ridiculous myth that as long as you know how to do your job, you're going to be okay. As long as you're the most important shift nurse, that in the hospital, you the best, you're the only person in the factory that knows how to work the blah 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 machine, right? And you start to get this false sense of security because you really think you can't be replaced. And that's just not true. Like I kind of want you to just understand that you always have to have a plan B and a plan C and a plan D, right? So what does that look like? Let's go back here. Let me show you all this picture again. And this was the premise of why I even did this podcast episode. And by the way, I'm on Spotify. So if you look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown on Spotify and Apple, you can find it there as well, in case you want to listen in your car. So listen to this. We'll read this again. I want you to read this. And then I want you to think about what you see, but then I want to tell you what I see, okay? What I see as a finance professor. And this is on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number 1. Please follow me on Twitter. Please follow me on Twitter. I need y'all to follow me on Twitter and Instagram because I'm blocking the idiots. When people come in there stupid and corny and goofy. I had more patience when I was like 40 than I did when I was 50. I just don't have the patience anymore. So follow so we can have intelligent, important conversations. I don't want to be around stupid people. I just don't enjoy that very much. So and my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup Instagram at Dr. Boyce Money. As you guys know, when you talk like I talk, it makes you kind of dangerous. So I had 600,000 followers on Instagram. They completely deleted that page. I don't know where it went. Now I have about 100,000. I had to start over again. And then I had another 600,000 pages of people on a Facebook page, and they deleted that one for no reason. And so literally this happens, and I probably shadow banned on YouTube. So if you follow me on multiple platforms, that'll give us a chance to make sure we're connected. One thing I got to warn you guys about, though, is that there are a lot of scammer pages that use my name. So if you see Boyce Watkins creeping in your DM, trying to sell you some Bitcoin or offer you some sex on the weekend or something like that, just know that ain't me. I don't creep in people's DMs. The only DM I creep in is my wife, and so just be mindful, because one lady told me she lost $200,000 from one of these scammer type people, and it just really breaks my heart, and I don't want that to happen to you. So please be careful. All right. So anyway, let me read this to you, and then I want you to. We're going to dissect this. It says, I have a master's degree, 16 years of experience. I work 2 extra jobs and donate blood plasma to pay the bills. I'm a teacher in America. So what she's basically saying is that with the master's degree, the 16 years of experience, the hard work with 2 extra jobs, she still doesn't have enough money. Now, here's what I want you to answer for me. I like to do these consciousness exercises. This is what we do in financial consciousness training every morning, by the way, is we're going to do a quick consciousness exercise. I'm going to ask you some simple questions. You're going to give me simple answers, and then it's going to lead us to the conclusion. So I want you to answer this for me. Does this lady have skill? Is she a skilled person? Is she a person who has acquired what should be a necessary amount of skill for her to be considered a successful person? Like, would you agree? She's got a master's degree. She achieved the educational dream. Most people don't have a master's degree. 16 years of experience, right? How many of y'all would agree that this lady is accomplished educationally and in terms of skill? Put a yes in the chat. Okay. Now, as you put your yeses in, I'm going to ask you another question. Simple question. Is this a hardworking woman? Would you agree that this teacher who works 2 extra jobs with her master's degree and 16 years of experience is a hardworking person? Would you agree? Give me a yes. Okay, so here's what I want you to process with me for a minute. I'm gonna go kind of deep on you, but I hope you can get the point here. So here you have a person who has all the skill and she's working very hard. So why is she not successful? Why does she not have enough money? Like, what is going on here? I mean, she's very successful. She just ain't got no money. She's got a lot of wealth. She just ain't got no money. Well, where's her wealth, Boyce? Well, her wealth is in her human capital, which is her education. They call that human capital. Her wealth is 16 years of experience. Lord, that's impressive, right? Her wealth is in her work ethic. That's amazing. So here's what I see, right? I see a person who has all the momentum required to be a very successful person in this society or any other. There's no reason why a lady like this should be broke, right? So the question you have to ask yourself is, if you got all this skill and you've been working this hard and you've been disciplined and you ain't breaking the law, you ain't doing nothing stupid, why are you struggling like this? What happened? What happened? Well, look at it like this. Imagine if I am a football player and I weigh 350 pounds and I run the 40-yard dash as fast as Deion Sanders. And in case you don't know, Deion Sanders was one of the fastest sprinters in the history of the NFL. For a while, I think he had the fastest 40-yard dash in the league or something like that. So I run the 40-yard dash in 4.2 seconds and I weigh 350 pounds. So I am a bull. I'm an amazing prospect. I'm a great player. So what would have to happen for me to go on the field and to be that big and that fast, but for me to still lose the game? Like, what if every game I played in, I still lost the game? Well, it wouldn't be because I'm not big enough and fast enough. It might be because I was aiming for the wrong target or I was using my skill in the wrong way. Right? Like if every time they tell me to go tackle the running back, I run and I tackle the defensive back, I tackle or they tell me to go tackle the other team and I tackle my own player or whatever it is, or they tell me to run to the end zone in the north and I run to the end zone in the south. Guess what? I'm going to be running real fast, real hard in the wrong direction. Or if I have a big machine gun with 90 caliber bullets, I don't know calibers, so don't make fun of me. But I got a big fat machine gun with the strongest bullets in the world, and I'm shooting like crazy, but I'm hitting the wrong target, then it doesn't matter how many bullets I had in my gun. It doesn't matter how many times I shoot it. It doesn't matter how powerful my gun is because I'm aiming the gun in the wrong direction. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So let me explain this further. Let me make sure I take this all the way home. It doesn't matter if you have all the right skill and you're putting in all the hard work if all of your work is being put in the wrong direction, if it's being put toward the wrong things. Like if I have a super fast, high powered sports car and I drive 3,000 miles in the wrong direction, then I would have been better off without a car at all. I should have just walked. Somebody on a 10-speed bike could make more progress than I made because I've been going 120 miles an hour in the wrong direction. So this is my point. When I look at this lady, I say, man, you put 1.5 million. Remember at the beginning, we calculated financially the financial value of 16 years of experience and a master's degree. That was about $1.5 million worth of capital that was applied in a way where she still finds herself broke and without income and without assets. That tells me that something went wrong in terms of the application of her capital. She managed it the wrong way. Just like you run a business. When you run a business, you got to manage it a certain way to make it work. If you manage it incorrectly, it's going to fail. Suge Knight mismanaged Death Row Records. That's why Death Row Records died. Even my friend Jay Morrison mismanaged the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Apparently something went wrong because you had the millions of dollars and it didn't quite work out. Or you look at other corporations that have failed. You look at opportunity. DMX mismanaged his extraordinary talent where he should have been a billionaire like Jay-Z, but instead he ended up dying as a crackhead in his mid-40s, right? So when you have something great, when God blesses you with something powerful and you have a great opportunity and you put work into building that opportunity up, if you mismanage that, if you misdirect the energy, then it'll be just like you never had it before. It'll be just like you never had it. So here's what I argue. I argue that for Black people, let's talk about us. I believe that we mismanage our collective energy. If this woman, she's not even Black, so I'm using this lady as an example, but I don't know if she's Black. Maybe she's Hispanic or something, or but Black people can be light skinned too. So whatever. My wife is light skinned. I would probably say to her, if she was a young woman who was getting her master's degree and said, I want to be a teacher and all this other stuff, you know what I would say to her? I would say, okay, one little thing I want to add to you or add to your career that isn't going to be hard. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it's going to make a big difference. Is I'd like for you to take a class on how to start a business, just in case your job does not pay you enough and you need to either quit the job or you need to get a side hustle or they decide they don't want to hire you. You have to know how to go into this economy and take that same damn skill and make money. Your skill should not die in the toilet just because somebody don't want to hire you for a job. Do you understand? If you are really skilled, if you are really capable, you want to be in a position where you can take that capability and get money from it on your own. You don't need the white man's corporation to translate your skill into an economically viable opportunity for you. You should not need that. You don't need the middleman. In this economy, you want to be trained to be the middleman. You want your kids to know how to be the middleman. You got to be your own middleman. Because when you're not the middleman and you depend on the middleman, then if the middleman decides to screw you, then you will sit back and just be screwed. All you will ever become is a victim. And I don't know about y'all. Maybe I sound mean when I talk like this, but I don't want to have a whole community full of victims. Cover your ears because I'm about to cuss. You could take that victimhood stuff and shove it up your ass. I'm not a victim. I'm a problem solver. You don't see my worth. You don't see my value. You don't see what I'm capable. You don't see what my PhD is worth. Oh, well, then let me just take this asset and I'm going to take it away from you and I'm going to go apply it in my own way in some other direction that's going to get me what I deserve. It's hard. It's tough. It's different. Because when you get raised in our community, you get raised to do all you get raised to do is go to school so you can get a job, and you're supposed to be nice to white folks so they'll hire you and pay you money. And I just don't trust people like that, man. You can't leave your happiness in the hands of other people. You can't leave your ability to feed your own damn children in the hands of other people. That is the white supremacy that you're fighting. That is the white supremacy that harms you. That's the white supremacy that stresses you out. They got you focused on whether or not a white lady said hello to you in the grocery store. I don't give a damn if you say hi to me. I don't care I don't care if you like me. I don't need you to like me. I don't need you to tell me Black Lives Matter. You either help me get to this bread that I'm gonna use to feed my kids, or you get the hell up out of my way. You get the fuck out of my way. That's how I feel. Like, seriously, at the end of the day, we gotta grow. The men, I'm talking, especially the men, man. We gotta grow some balls. We can't. Don't ever sit around your woman acting like no victim. She ain't gonna respect you. She gonna dry up like the Sahara Desert. The only way she'll want to sleep with you is out of complete pity. You can get mad about it if you want to, but I'm sorry. I'm such a, my wife gets mad because she thinks I'm a cynic. I think I'm a realist, but she thinks I'm a cynic. I said, I really don't know if I believe in unconditional love. I don't believe that you're just going to want to be with me no matter what kind of man I show up as. I believe you want me more when I show up as a man who can solve a problem for you. You want me more when I show up as a man that can be strong for you. You want me more when I show up as a man who's going to fight for you. I don't think that it would be natural for you to be attracted to me if I never fought for you, if I had no abilities that could support you, if I had no desire to be supportive of you. What in the hell would make you want to love a person like that? That doesn't even make any damn sense. So I personally think at the end of the day, we have to become realistic about the economics of this society and understand what it means to be Black in America, and just know that at the end of the day, you ain't white. And that's just, that's as plain as it gets. So anyway, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want, just so you know, we were talking about artificial intelligence and stuff like that. I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to my students. So if you'd like to receive that list of AI stocks that you can invest in to take advantage of the AI boom, just text the word stock to the number 87948. If you text stock to 87948, the list should come to you in the next day or so. So there's information there that can help you. I believe a great way to benefit from AI is to invest in it. Secondly, I want to remind everybody that we have the All Black National Convention every year. That's a convention that we paid for, one that we created. It's not sponsored by a government corporation, nobody else. My wife comes out, and we have lots of great people that come out there every year. And it's where we gather the smartest people in our community to solve our problems. My wife is a wonderful, beautiful woman, and I love her so much. And her birthday is coming up, and she's a licensed therapist. She's a full professor of social work. She's a hardworking woman. She literally I think we should brag on our women when they're doing great things. And let me just tell you, my wife actually, believe it or not, she wears the same size that she wore in college, because she gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning every day to go to this boot camp where these people bark at and yell at them and make them do sit-ups and push-ups and run and all that stuff. And I just think that's awesome, because it does push you when you're around somebody that believes in excellence and perseverance and has determination. That pushes you to the next level, right? So I would encourage you to not just look for somebody who's going to just make life easy for you. Hang out with somebody that's going to kind of challenge you a little bit. I think there is a balance there, obviously, though. I think, I think women that are able to give men peace, I think that means a lot. But one thing I can tell you is that my wife, I really appreciate her, because her intense work ethic, intellectually, physically, everything else, it pretty much saved my life. Because you get in your 40s and you start gaining the weight and all that stuff, and so having a wife getting up every morning at 5 a.m. and trying to keep up with that really made a difference for me, right? So anyway, she's a licensed therapist, a full professor of social work. She's also a certified trauma specialist, and she sees clients on an individual and collective basis. So if you want to go take a look at her site, it's coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And also, since her birthday's coming up, I just want to just mention how much I appreciate you, babe. So I don't know if she's going to hear this or not, but I think it's important that we give credit to our women. And yes, she is black. I know y'all, some of y'all make fun of the fact that she's high yellow, but she's black. She's not just black. She's Gary, Indiana black. And if you know anything about Gary, you know Gary ain't nothing to play with. When she grew up in Gary, it was the murder capital of the world. So anyway, that's a little bit about my wife. And one thing that she helped me do was with the convention. She helped us to add in things like our we have a whole Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. So she partners with therapists and they work on all the psychological barriers that keep us from building Black wealth. And these are high powered people. These are people that are credentialed, that have doctorates and licenses and everything else. And I think this is such an upgrade to the internet because the internet is full of a lot of unqualified people. It's full of a lot of people where I guess because we somehow think that having credentials is bad, or maybe there are people who make fun of people who actually went to school and all that. You just get a lot of bad information out here. So anyway, this is what we do. And the convention is going to be this year in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So I hope you'll join us. Just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. In fact, in our Money in the Morning, our financial awareness training, we're actually going to give away some free tickets to the convention. We're going to do a drawing maybe once every couple of weeks. And so if your money's tight and you want to try to, get in the drawing for a free convention ticket, just join us for our financial consciousness class in the morning. It's totally free. You can do that by texting the word morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Okay. So anyway, thank you for letting me gush about my wife for a second. I apologize. I don't know. I know people make fun of me for that. People have been making fun of me since. So there's some people who've been making fun of me since I got married. I don't know why, but whatever. That's what people do. When I see DDS says disrespecting her as an automatic block. Yes, and I automatically give you complete support and permission on that. Somebody comes in acting silly, then they just need to go. It's okay. They can go. There's plenty of ignorant places they can go. They just don't need to be here. But anyway, long story short, let's sort of summarize what we were talking about earlier. So basically, here's the deal. So when we're talking about this poor lady who was struggling financially as a teacher with 16 years of experience and 2 master's degrees, there's an easy fix to this problem. The easy fix is, and this is all in the Black Wealth Master Plan, and there's the URL up there. Again, this is another free resource from the Black Business School. If every Black child is taught to start a business by the age of 12, then they always have a plan B. They can always create a side hustle to make an extra $2,000 a month. They can always figure out how to quit their job if they want to, or they can always find a way to feed their family in case they lose their job. You should not depend on another community to feed your children. Let me repeat that. You should never depend on another community to feed your children. If you get to the point where you say, gosh, I can't feed my kids because Mr. White Man's not hiring, I don't think your children are going to want to hear that. They're not going to respect that. So it's very important that you have a plan B for that. And also that you train your children to have a plan B for that. Give me a yes if you agree with that. Number 2 is you got to buy stock for your kids when they're young. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market. I studied the stock market for 30 years. I've written a bunch of original research papers on how impactful the stock market is as a wealth building mechanism. So I have confirmed science that shows the stock market investing is literally the number 1 wealth builder in our society. So you got to start buying your kids stock when they're young. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. Just set it on autopilot, man. Just open up your Robinhood app and literally just like buy $30 or $40 worth of stock every week, or $100 worth if you can. I mean, $100 a week is $400 a month. There are people that spend more than that on a damn car note. So I'm trying to understand why the hell am I trying to fight with people who don't even love their kids as much as they love their car? Like that's what I'm on, and I don't want to guilt trip you, but it's true. That's how I think. I'm like, wait, isn't your child's future protecting them from racism and racial abuse, police shootings, and all these other horrible things that can happen when you're not prepared as a young Black man or young Black woman? Isn't that more important? Like protecting from racism on the job and all the trauma that comes with that, all the distress, all the depression and anxiety that you experience from that. Like, isn't that more important than whatever you driving? I'm not trying to say you shouldn't drive something nice. You can do that, but you can do that and handle your business. There's nothing. I was talking to a guy the other day who was going to introduce me to an NBA player, and who has an interest in Black wealth and all that stuff. And I said, look, I'm not here to tell these rich guys that they can't enjoy their money. I'm not a guy that's going to tell you can't go to the club and blow a few thousand. I'm not going to tell you can't drive a Mercedes. I'm not going to tell you can't have really nice stuff. I'm just saying handle your business first. That's it. After you handle your business, work hard, play hard. Like go get nice stuff for yourself. Get the Mercedes that you want, but put that $500-600 a month, the same money you spend on that Benz payment, put that same amount in your child's trust fund, or put it in the family trust fund. Don't even put it in the child's name. You enjoy that money. That's your capital base. That's your financial security until you pass that over to your child. See, that's what wealth is. Wealth is intergenerational. Wealth is this construct that you create that allows you to enjoy it until you pass it to someone else. It's like if I buy a house, I can live in the house until I give it to my kids. I ain't got to buy my kids a house. You buy yourself a house. Do for yourself, and then you will be able to do for your children. You do a lot for you, and then do more for them. That's what you do. So long story short, buy stock for the kids when they're young. Really, when the day they're born is the best time to do it. And then you should do it very aggressively, and don't sell that stuff, man. Let's see, someone's at Feet is asking about Nvidia. Do I think that $1,000 worth of stock is a good start? Yeah. Well, when Nvidia splits, yeah, I would. If you like Nvidia, I wouldn't wait until the split, because remember, everybody knows about the split, so the stock price is probably going to go up because of the split. If you like Nvidia, I would say just buy Nvidia and buy it consistently, dollar cost average. Buy $20 a week, $50 a week, $100 a week, or whatever you can afford, and just consistently do it. Don't overthink it. Don't try to time it. All the research shows that market timing does not work. So you don't want to try to time the stock market. That's just not a good strategy. Just do it. Just jump in and have some fun and do your thing and love it. Like, love it. Stock market investing is supposed to be fun. You're not supposed to overthink it. In fact, I could literally buy stock in 10 seconds, just while I'm talking to you, and totally forget that I even bought the stock. So don't make it into this big deal. But you got to get started. Okay. Now, if you're looking for some resources that can help you, here's one that's really good. We have in the Black Business School, blackmoney101.com. There is a ton of material, a ton of great lectures I put together with slides and PowerPoints and everything else that's yours for life. It's a great way to get started on your wealth building journey. It's what I call an introduction to the power of money. So feel free to go to blackmoney101.com and take a look at that. And that'll give you something to kind of get started if my assistance can help you in that journey, because I really just want to see as many of us invest in the stock market as possible. The third piece to the Black Wealth Master Plan. So the first thing I said was that every Black child should be trained on how to start a business by the age of 12. Number two, every Black child should have somebody buying stock for them from the time that they're little, really from the time that they're born. Really, the earlier the earlier the better. So if you're a true visionary and you're going to have kids in 10 years, why not start buying stock right now? Right? Just start buying right now. Like I told our 17-year-old, I said, well, one day you're going to have kids, right? She said, yeah. I said, well, yeah, start buying stock now. And then by the time your kids are grown-ups, like you'll be able to pass them $1 million. Like how cool would that be? They're going to love you, right? But it's really important this is why things like meditation are so important, right? People think it's weird when I do our economic awareness training every morning and I talk about things like meditation and consciousness. And the reason that I speak this way is because you have no idea how much exposure I've had to things like linear algebra, higher dimensional mathematics, and all these other constructs that really take your brain to another place. Like, so really what I see when I see, say, for example, instant gratification versus delayed gratification, I'm seeing higher dimensional thinking. All I'm really seeing is checkers versus chess. If you're a chess player, you're a higher dimensional thinker than a checker player. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you're following this. If you are a chess player, chess players think several steps ahead. Chess players have to be able to identify all the possibilities that may lie ahead, several moves down. Chess players think differently from checker players. And then there are people that play fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensional chess. So that's a higher level. So this is where consciousness is important and meditation is important. So if I'm sitting here and I'm 20 years old and I meditate and I just imagine myself as a 50-year-old and I walk through my day as a 50-year-old man with teenage children and a 50-year-old wife and 50-year-old bills and and all that stuff, then I can see that life that I need to be prepared for. I can understand it better, and I'm not going to be intimidated by it because I have 30 years to put myself in a position where I'm going to be doing very well as a 50-year-old. Do you understand? Thank you, Sister Debbie. I see your yes. Do you understand? And let me tell you why this is important. I'm going to ask y'all a question. Do you think that most 20-year-old Black men can even fathom what their life will be like when they're 50? Do you think that there are any 20? Do you think that most 20-year-old Black men, yes or no, have imagined what their lives will be like when they're 50? I mean, like, seriously imagine that. Do you really think that this is something that's a common exercise in the community? What do you think? Of course it's not. It's not. Most 20-year-old black men can't even imagine being 25. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with them. I'm not making fun of them. So if you're young, I'm not dogging you and nothing like that. I'm just telling you, look at your friends. Look at your friends who can't even look past Saturday night. You got friends that can't even see 3 months into the future, let alone think about it. You are running around skeeting and all these women and making babies everywhere. And you go look at a lot of 35-year-old men. Child support is one of the biggest financial drains that they're dealing with. They sit there dealing with all this child support, hate their baby's mama. I'm like, well, if you hate your baby's mama and you hate paying the child support, why was you in there raw dogging all them girls when you're talking? Well, man, I wasn't thinking, man. I was just living, man. See, there's your problem. No, you didn't have somebody like me in your ear. You had a dumb rapper in your ear. You had a goofball comedian in your ear. You had athletes on TV in your ear. Some of whom, I'm not saying these are bad guys. I'm not making fun of them. I'm not attacking them. But I am saying that you didn't have people in your ear who were saying, look, you dumbass, you're going to be older one day and you have to have a plan. That's what you have to have. And this is where I want to help. I promise you, even when I make people mad, even when I upset people, I'm really trying to help. Because I understand a lot of people didn't have a father like I did. They didn't have a father my father, I remember one time when I was 17, my father said, boy, you better do something with your life because one day you're going to wake up and you're going to be 35 and wonder where your good years went. And I thought like that really made me pause. Like I said, dang, I don't want that to happen to me. That one little statement made a big difference. And I don't really think we have a lot of people that help us do that. Because a 20-year-old who makes a plan for what his life is going to be like when he's 45 or 50 is going to be in very good shape when he's 45 or 50 because he has lots of time to prepare. But a 20-year-old who doesn't think about when he's 45 or 50 and starts preparing to be 45 when he's 46 years old, you got people like that. You got people that prepare to be 45 when they're already 46. You got a lot of 46-year-old teenagers running around here, literally still thinking that it's 1998. It's Diddy, poor Diddy was out here. Diddy does the same dances in 2024 that he did in 1998 and 1997. This man did not want to grow up. You have a Peter Pan complex in your community, which has to be annihilated with maximum efficiency. It has to be eliminated as quick as possible because it keeps your men and their growth stunted. It keeps them from being in a position to prepare for the future. And if you're not a person that can prepare for the future, then you're not going to be a very good investor or a good wealth builder. Now, let me show you all this video. I'm going to show you all this video real quick. If you can please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. This is the last thing I'm going to show you, I promise. And then I'm going to get on out of here because when I start talking for a long time, I start saying stuff that makes people madder than it already does. I put this on my Instagram, and I'm going to try to share. My Instagram, by the way, is Dr. Boyce Finance. And my backup Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money. So I hope that you'll follow me on the gram. Let me see if I can find this dang thing. Where is that Instagram post? Okay, here we go. Wait, I think this is it. Let me see. Here we go. Okay. So can y'all see that image up there? There's a lady, and on the top of it, there's like some Chinese kids, kindergartners playing basketball. So I want you to look at this, and I want you to just watch this video. It's pretty awesome. Y'all see the kids on the screen? Can y'all see that? Because it doesn't look like it's moving on my end. Do y'all see the kids playing basketball on the screen, or is it just not working? If it's not working, I'll grab the video and show it to you later. But anyway, it's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. I don't see it moving on here, so I'm going to take it down. But anyway, what they did was they showed all these little Asian kids that were playing basketball. And it was really, really fascinating to watch because the kids are able to do these really interesting things with basketballs where they have 40 of them, 40 kids all sharing the same basketballs. Like one will dribble next to the other one, and then they'll move, and then they all move at the same time, and they keep dribbling, and then they'll move at the same time, and they keep dribbling. Has anybody ever seen that? It's really interesting. And the reason I wanted to show this to you, and I'm going to try to show it again. Let me know if you see it, because I think it's a really important lesson on group economics. So let me show y'all this. And this is actually linked to culture. I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Okay, can y'all see the little Chinese kids dribbling the basketballs? Y'all see that? It's not as big as I want, but I hope you can see it. Can y'all see? Give me a guess if you see that. Okay, so here, look at this, right? You've got the children, like about 50 of them, all working together. All of them are coordinated and on a very deep level. Like this, when you're doing this, when you're 4, 5, 6 years old, what's happening is that you're brainwashing the children to be connected on a deep subconscious level. They're vibrating on the same frequency. Now, what I want you to really understand is what's happening here. What the Chinese government is doing is they are pretty much practicing a form of powernomics. Now, sure, in its most sinister level, this is clearly a type of brainwashing. But on a less sinister level, this is a coordinated group of society. This is group activity. This is group economics. This is group everything. This is family structure. This is us understanding that we are better off when we connect to the group, when we are consistent in terms of what we do, and what I do affects what you do affects what I do. We all care about the community. Now, I want you to contrast that with some of what we see sometimes in the Black community, where you don't have a collective mindset, where you have, for example, you might have some really famous entertainer who does some really ridiculous stuff, and people say, why would you set that bad example for the children? And then a lot of them will jump out and say, well, because I'm not a role model and I don't owe nothing to nobody except myself. That doesn't really happen in China. The Chinese government pretty much forbids that kind of behavior. They punish and penalize that kind of behavior. In fact, if you are a loud, flashy hip hop artist showing off all your money and to poor people and also making people feel bad, they will take you down. They will take down your social media. They won't let you do that. They won't let people do what a lot of our artists do. Right. So what I'm saying to you is that when you see these kids operating in sync, what that's doing is that's creating a type of rhythm, a type of subconscious connection and vibration that they're going to operate on even when they're 20, 30, and 40 and 50 years old. You won't be able to compete. Your kids who are divided and conquered and crabs in a barrel and fighting each other, pulling each other down, hating on each other, mad at each other, competing with each other, they can't compete with Chinese kids, because I taught a class in China. I taught finance in China a long time ago, 18 years ago. I taught a finance class in China. And when I tell you that they operate in sync, it is not a game. They got powernomics mastered at a very high level. They are going to kick your kids in the ass if your kids grow up with all this Negro shit. If they grow up with all this nonsense, this selfish, narcissistic behavior that they see from some of their favorite celebrities, I don't care about nobody. All I care about is mine, and I hate my baby daddy. You can't win. Not against this, because they've been training since they were children on how to be connected. They also understand what an ecosystem looks like. In my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I have to spend a lot of time explaining what an ecosystem is. While the Black family is supposed to be an economic ecosystem where I pour into you, you pour into me. Trade is better than charity. I help you out, you help me out. I hook you up, you hook me up. I come through for you, you come through for me. And I want you to contrast that. Think about how many times you've had your own relative borrow money from you and not even feel compelled to pay you back. Has that happened to anybody? Has anybody ever loaned money to a relative who was in trouble because you're trying to be loyal, you're trying to follow through, you're trying to be a stand-up guy, you're trying to be a good loved one, and you come through for them, and then they disappear with your money? Has anybody ever seen that? Or what about just all the scenarios where people will make babies and nobody can humble themselves enough to sacrifice to make sure that the baby's okay? The daddy hates the mama hates the daddy, and both of y'all hate the damn children. Both of y'all come in there with your nonsense, with your narcissism, with your selfishness. You talking crazy about his daddy in front of the child. So the child hates himself. He hates his daddy. So he's got no father. And then the daddy's talking crazy about the mother. That's not healthy, man. Like that's very anti-family. It's very anti-wealth. It's very anti-community. You don't build anything out of that. So what the Chinese government is doing basically when they have these little kids dribbling basketballs together, this is not just PE class. This is treating them how to be a solid citizen. This is powernomics training, Black people. This is what powernomics training looks like. If you look at that circle right there, right, where each kid, think about this, you got 50 kids operating in unison to achieve the same goal. If one child falls off code, if one kid, just 1 out of 50, doesn't understand the assignment, the whole thing falls apart. And these are 4-year-olds who are better able to be unified at achieving a goal. They have better unity at the age of 4 than some of us have at 54. How about that shit? If that doesn't make you mad, I don't know what should. I'm inspired by what I see, but part of me is like frightened by this. I'm scared for for those of us who just never learn these things, right? And I really encourage you, like discipline and unity are critical when you're really trying to compete in this world. So a lot of us, let's just face it, a lot of our people won't ever be able to compete. When you can't compete, you pretty much have to submit yourself to become the slave of the people who can compete. That's where a big segment of our community is going to go. That's just the reality. That's just the fact. But there are some of you who are tired of that shit. Some of y'all who just ain't gonna live like that. You don't want to live like a slave. You don't want to be told what to do. You don't want anybody controlling you. You want to elevate. You want to break the generational curse. You want to go to the next level. And I applaud you, and I encourage you, and I challenge you. And what I'm also telling you is that you're gonna have to be strong as hell. You're literally gonna be strong as hell. Why? Well, because you got two enemies. You got racist white folks, and you got ignorant black folks. And both of them can be equally destructive, unfortunately, when it comes to you trying to really do something good. You're going to have to fight against that, and you're going to have to be strong, and you have to be consistent. And believe me, I know, because I'm kind of in the epicenter of that. I deal with lost people every single day, and I don't hate them. I don't try to change them. I just walk around them. And y'all know, every single day I've been very consistent about this, about what I do every day. Because when you're trying to do something hard or something great or whatever it is we're trying to do, you got to put forth that effort. You got to be committed at that level. You got to be extreme. So I'm okay with being an extremist. I'm an extremist when it comes to rebuilding families and loving the black woman. I'm an extremist when it comes to education. I believe that our kids should be educated at the highest level. They should be able to compete with the Indian kids, Asian kids, Arab kids, and Nigerian kids. I'm not just happy when a kid finishes high school and he can't read. I'm not happy just because Pookie went to college. I'm happy when Pookie goes to college and he does his absolute best. I'm an extremist when it comes to wealth. I believe deeply that if we train our children at an early age on stock market investing, real estate investing, entrepreneurship, stock options, everything else, and we also plant seeds for them by investing for them consistently and teaching them the value of ownership and things like that, and what it means to be on code economically, etc., I believe that we can be the richest people on the planet. I believe that there will be black people that are going to come out of our movement, that are going to come out of the B1 movement, who are one day going to run the world. They're going to run trillion-dollar companies one day. In less than 100 years, there will be somebody out of this movement, one of y'all's grandkids or something, is going to run a trillion-dollar company. And I'm very, very proud to have been a part of that with you. I'm very, very proud of that. So I honor you and I thank you. And I appreciate you for standing with me in this weirdness that we live in. And I appreciate you for even trying to understand where I'm coming from. And because not everybody does. It ain't easy. So that's it, guys. I'm done. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. And also, if you want to get a free copy of the ebook on how to do the $5 a day investing plan, you can go to b1investing.com. Our marketing director, Micah, just put that together as a place where you can go to get a free resource. So go to b1investing.com. Feel free to take a look. And also tomorrow morning, we're going to do economic awareness training, EAT. That's where I show you how to eat. If you want to eat, you got to be able to see the food. Awareness is being able to see. So if you'd like to join us for economic awareness training, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. We meet at 10 a.m. Eastern every single morning, 7 days a week. And if you live overseas and you can't text the word morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com and sign up there. That's drboyceelevate.com. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's real. And I will see you all very, very soon. Love you. Take care. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Job or something, and you thought you were never going to run out of money. But even despite the fact that you thought you were never going to run out, you did, right? You were just spending a little bit here, a little bit there. $5 here, $10 there. Next thing you know, you got nothing left. Anybody ever go through that? Give me a yes if you know that feeling. Well, the reason that happens, in my view, is because what you're doing is you're sort of not conscious of every dollar that goes out the door. Right, you go to the grocery store, you spend $10 here. You go to you stop and buy some candy, or whatever. Then you go, you pay for this and pay for that, and you're just thinking, oh, it's only $10. I have $300 in my wallet. Oh, it's only $20. It's only $5 because you're feeling rich. You're feeling very financially secure at that moment. And then what happens is inevitably, inevitably, you run out of money. And that's because it kind of snuck up on you. It's almost you know what it reminds me of also is it reminds me of that saying where they say watched clocks don't move. Anybody, you know what I'm talking about? Where you're in school and you're going to get out of school at 2, and it's like 1:45, and you're staring at the clock and the clock is not moving at all. I think the reason that the clock doesn't appear to move is because you're very conscious of the clock's movement. You're staring at the clock. Now, if you now, how do you make the clock move? Well, the way the clock ends up moving is if you get distracted. If you get distracted and you're no longer conscious of the movement of the clock, then you'll look down, do something else, talk to your friends, and then turn around and say, "Oh, wow, it's time to go." Right? But why? Well, why is that? Well, because your consciousness was not connected to the clock anymore, so you weren't able to kind of monitor every movement of the clock. It just sort of all happened very quickly. Or if you are on a long trip and you're looking out the window and you're thinking, you're asking, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And you're just kind of counting the miles one by one and getting bored. What's the best way to make that trip go by quickly? What makes the trip go by fast? Answer me in the chat. If you want to make the trip go by quickly, what do? You go to sleep. You make yourself unconscious. So what happens? What happens then? Well, you fall asleep. I remember coming back from a trip. My track team in high school, we went to Canada, and I remember how long that trip was. We had to drive from Kentucky to Canada because my track team, I didn't necessarily live in the hood, but we were not rich. But my track team was a hood track team, so we didn't have no money. So we drove like from Kentucky to Canada for a track meet, and I remember how long that trip was, and I remember noticing that when I went to sleep and became unconscious, the time just flew by. Do you understand? So here, where am I going with this, right? Because every morning this is economic awareness training, financial consciousness training. So the point that I'm making with these 3 examples is that when you're not aware, when you're not conscious of things slip by, things slide out of your grasp, your money disappears, time flies by. Right? Part of the reason, I don't know if you've ever noticed this. Let me tell you something deep that I noticed about life, because I think about these things. Does anybody notice how, like, when you were little, like, there was a big difference between going from, like, I don't know, the 3rd grade to the 5th grade, or turning from like 12 to 13, or every year of high school, you might remember each year being different from the other year. Anybody notice that? But then when you become an adult, it's like 5 years goes by, 10 years goes by, and it's like it just clicked by. Time goes by faster, it seems, when you get older. And I was like, why does it seem like it took forever to get from 0 to 18, but it took 2 seconds to go from 20 to 30, and then another 2 seconds to go from 30 to 40. What's going on? My mind is playing tricks on me. Shout out to my good buddy Willie D. I didn't understand that. Well, what I believe is that is that is that the reason that time seems to go faster when you get older is because you're in a rut. Your life in 2024 is exactly like your life in 2023, which is pretty similar to your life in 2022, which is similar to 2021. So if I was to ask you, tell me the difference between things you were doing in 2018 versus things that you did in 2017, a lot of you probably couldn't tell me. I can't remember the difference between 2016 and 2015. I kind of could, but not really. It's hard. I can't remember. In 2023, I was married to my wife. In 2022, I was married to my wife. We had the kids. We lived in the same house. I did the same work. So I can't distinguish, but I can distinguish between being in the 4th grade and the 5th grade, because that's a big deal. You grew a couple inches, right? And so why does it seem like the time flew by? Well, because you're in a rut, and when you're in a rut, it's like you're programmed in a way that has you operating on a frequency where you're not conscious of time. You're not taking the time to smell the roses. You're not taking the time to be conscious of where you are at that particular moment in time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right. So consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to understand life, that wants to preserve things. They say that, for example, if you if you're eating really good food, if you're conscious and you take the time to chew every bite, 50, 60 times, you're going to really enjoy the food a whole lot more than if you just scarf it down. Or as you get older in life, they say when older people get to, their sunset years, they really take the time to celebrate and to connect to every year because they know that the years are thin. They don't want to waste that time anymore. It's not like when they were 30 years old and just kind of not even enjoying anything, just doing the same thing. Get up, go to work, come home, go to bed, get up, go to work, come home, go to bed, get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. So consciousness, in my view, is just critical. It's critical for anybody that really wants to maximize their life or wants to be free, wants to have wealth, or wants to preserve time, or wants to make optimal investments. That's critical, right? So when we do economic awareness training and consciousness training, that's what I want you to kind of understand. So let's spin a little bit and talk about financial consciousness, and I'm going to talk particularly about something that you can invest in if you're interested in taking a look at this. I'm invested in cannabis stocks, and the reason I'm invested in weed is because, as I was explaining to you all how to think like an investor, investors don't look at what's happening now. What investors look at is what they expect to be happening in the future. So, right now, there are some cannabis companies that I bought stock in because I believe that at some point, weed is going to be legalized and they're going to make it okay. It's kind of distressing because, as you know from last night when we were reading Powernomics books or Dr. Claude Anderson's books, you'll know that there's a history of Black people sort of being criminalized for weed, but not being the economic beneficiaries of it, right? So this is kind of a reality that we have to deal with. And so one of the things that if you're interested in this kind of thing, or you are an investor, which I hope everybody is, I do have a list of cannabis stocks that I put together that I can share with you guys. Just get on the text list. I'll text it out to you. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll get invited to our Money in the Morning consciousness training, but you'll also get that list of the cannabis stocks. I've almost put it together. It's almost done. Once it's done, I'll send it out this afternoon. So get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. I'll send it to you. If you don't get it, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can make sure you get it. And I think that there's no guarantees with investing, but this is something worth taking a look at because I believe that at some point, if Biden can't finish his term or something like that, and Kamala takes over, then I think that she's going to legalize, or they're going to push for the legalization of weed. Because also remember this, your government's not very financially conscious at all. Most of your politicians do not make beneficial long-term decisions when it comes to our country's economics. Our debt levels are at an all-time high, way too high, an unsustainable level. And they don't care. Well, why don't they care? Well, because they have no reason, they have no incentive to be conscious of how their economic choices are going to impact the future generations. They don't care what happens 30 years down the line. They're only thinking about the next 4 years. And by the way, the number is 87948. Somebody type that in the chat, please. It's 87948. So you can text morning to 87948. So if anybody misses it, you can just look in the chat and it should be in there. All right. So ultimately, when you're talking about so let's speak on the cannabis industry. So last night we did our Powernomics training, which we do every Wednesday night at 8:30. You can join for free. Just text the word greatness to 87948. 87948 is always the number. So it's just a matter of which list you want to be on and what information you want to get from the Black Business School. We have a ton of things for free. And I want to reiterate that our morning economic awareness training is 100% free. And I know a lot of you benefit from that. But we also have things that do have a low fee attached to them so that we can raise money in order to pursue the mission. So if you want to, for example, learn about stock options, our Prime program is extraordinarily good for those of you that want to generate extra income selling stock options, not buying them. Buying is when you're speculating and you're taking all these risks. I sell stock options. That's how I make my money. So I show you exactly what I'm doing with my portfolio. So if you want to take a look at that, go to drboyceprime.com. It's a great program. I know you're going to love it. All right. So with that said, what I wanted to do today also was answer a few of your questions. If you have some questions and you're in the Zoom and you put the question in the Q&A section, I'll answer your question. I thought today might be a good Q&A day. My wife and I are about to head out. We're going to California. and we got some stuff to do out there in the next few days. So I will be doing our class from the road. So I'm kind of trying to get packed for that. But anyway, so if you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. If you want an invitation to the private Zoom and you're not in here, just text the word morning to 87948. Michael, what are your favorite cannabis stocks? I have a few. I'll send you the list later. Just make sure you're on the text list. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send you the whole list later on today. Is there an app that allows cannabis stock trading? Yeah. I mean, any app that trades publicly traded companies, you can buy those stocks on publicly traded apps that trade publicly traded companies. Now, the thing you have to be careful about with buying stock is a lot of people are attracted to these little crappy stocks that cost, 47 cents. And that's not healthy investing, in my opinion, because a lot of these companies are very, very bad. The markets are also very, very bad. So it's like buying a bad product in a bad neighborhood because it's cheap. I remember I went to China in 2006. I taught finance in China back then. And I remember going there and seeing that they had a massive industry of people that were selling like bootleg DVDs, like movies that were still in the theaters, and you could buy them for, a dollar or whatever. And when you play them, they'd never played. They were always the screen was grainy. It was a bunch of crap. Or you could also buy like a Rolex for $5. People will come up to you on the street and offer you something that looks just like a Rolex. If you paid $5 for the Rolex, your watch would last for about a week, and then it would stop working. So generally speaking, that's what I see when I see penny stocks. It's like buying a bad product in a bad neighborhood. So just be really careful about that. I really enjoy teaching finance in China. I learned a lot about culture and economic culture. And if you spend time around Chinese students, you'll notice just instantly why it's so much easier for them to have certain types of economic success. Because they're very family oriented, they're very group oriented. They work together. There's no here we have kind of what I call the shiny Negro syndrome, where you have people that want to be shiny and loud and kind of like Diddy. That's one thing about Diddy that kind of always kind of irked me was it's like you wear these big shiny suits and you always want all this attention, and people look up to that. People look up to that. I mean, if you think about Diddy. Sure, the video shows he clearly, did some things he shouldn't have done when it came to his girlfriend, but there were lots of women that wanted to be Diddy's girlfriend. And I was always the guy who said, why would you want to be in a relationship with a guy who is an egomaniac who might beat you up? I don't understand that. But then if you look at culture, you understand why. It's because the egomaniac who might beat you up who makes 10,000 songs about how he can't stand women, right? Because that's where hip hop took a left turn, where it literally got to the point where there was a massive disrespect for women. For some reason, these guys were appealing and attractive to a lot of women. There were a lot of women that said, "Oh, I like that guy. I want to be like him, or I want to be with him." And the men would say, "I want to be like him." And I would say, "Why would you want to be like a man who's a drug addict, who beats women, who does horribly irresponsible things with his life?" That doesn't make sense to me. And what it is, though, but here's the thing. This is where economic awareness does matter. It's because of money. It's money. If white folks that run industries like hip hop, well, if they put money in the pocket of the most degenerate, screwed up human being on the planet, there'll be millions of people who will want to be like that person, who will want to be around that person, who will say that person is a black leader, that person is my hero. Because if you remember, Diddy was a black leader. Diddy was a guy that was, he did the whole vote or die campaign. He was friends with Barack Obama and all these politicians. And so ultimately, and I'm not really here to tell you if he's bad or good. I think you can still make your decision on your own. But I think that you have to be really careful about how money can blind you and make you think that something is what it is not. It can make you think a bad man is a good man. It can make you think, a terrible woman is a good woman. So just keep that in mind. All right. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. If you put it in the chat, I probably won't see it. I'm staring right at the Q&A section. So I see Calvin says, what are the essential infrastructure components needed to build up the continent of Africa? There's a lot. There's so much there. First of all, you have to have good governance. You have all these leaders that are pretty much puppets of European countries and stuff like that. So and also European corporations. So they don't even do what's right on behalf of the people. If you go to Nigeria, for example, Nigeria has more oil than any country on the planet, damn near. and they've got an insane amount of poverty. You should never have that much. They should be like the Arabs, they should be like the people in Abu Dhabi and Kuwait, just driving around in expensive cars or whatever. Everybody should be living good, and Nigeria has the wealth to do that. But unfortunately, so much of the wealth gets extracted, and the government officials don't have an incentive to spread that wealth, that you end up having this massive poverty class. And I think that that's unfortunate. So you're going to have better government, some freedom, liberation. You really have to break away from colonialism. Also, there are some advantages that Africa has that are tremendous, that are going to lead to a massive economic boom in the next century. Africa has a lot of young people. Human beings are a resource. Human beings are capital. We're trained to believe that babies and having kids and stuff is like a waste of time, and that it's something that just costs money, and it's just a big expense that doesn't give you any benefit. But that's not true. People matter. People are valuable. Having people in your life is that's a form of wealth. Did you know that you could back in slavery, you could actually tell the bank that you had 20 or 30 slaves, and they would loan you money because they would say, "Wow, you're a wealthy man. You have lots of collateral." When you have 10 or 12 kids, farmers used to have 10 or 12 kids, not because they just enjoyed sex and they enjoyed kids. They would have a lot of kids because they had more labor on the farm. That was a form of wealth. So what's happened what's been interesting is, in our so-called modern society, we've decided that children are not the children are just this wasteful luxury item that most of us can't afford to create and produce. So what's happened is that in European countries and in Japan, the fertility rates have gone extremely low. Even China, that used to pump out too many babies, they had a one-child policy. Well, people adjusted to that. People got used to only having one child. And now they're asking people to have kids. They're paying people to have children in China because people were like, okay, I'm not going to have any kids. And so Africa, I don't think Africa ever got the memo. I kind of feel like, because we're just smarter in so many areas, naturally smart, Africa never got that memo. So Africa has a lot of young people, and that's going to be a massive resource. That's a multi-trillion-dollar resource for the future. And in European countries and Asian countries and stuff like that are allowing for lots of immigration because their own population can't sustain them. So Africa has a lot going for it, besides it being the richest continent on the planet. I think Africa is going to be fine. It just may take 50 to 100 years to get there. Let's see. Rhonda, I hear AI will need energy to run it. What energy stocks do you like? One that comes to mind was URA uranium, uranium ETF. I have a list of energy stocks that I sent out to you guys. Text the word stock to 87948 if you'd like to see it. And that I'm trying to think here. I sent this out maybe about, I don't know, I want to say a month or two ago. So yeah, if you text stock to 87948, it won't come to you right away, but there'll be a few different things that'll come to you if you're interested in stocks and stuff like that. Is there a code for the Hotel Convention Center? I don't think that there's a code. I think you can just tell them that you're coming to the All Black National Convention. The All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. It's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And it's going to be at the Westin Lombard, and we got them to drop the room prices to about 150, and it's a very nice, comfortable, luxurious experience, and you're going to really like it. So feel free to join us. If you want to learn about the convention, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. The convention is amazing. There's so many smart people, attorneys and therapists and PhDs and mothers and fathers and just people that are doing excellent things. We don't look for celebrities. We don't care if you're a celebrity. We don't care if you are a famous rapper or whatever. Like, that doesn't mean you know anything. That just means a white person put you on TV. That does not make you significant or beneficial to the Black community, in my opinion. What we look for are people that are working on behalf of the community to do things that are going to actually make a tangible difference in the lives of our people, things that they can share, skills that they have. So, for example, one person that spoke there last year was Dr. Mary Stoddard. Dr. Stoddard grew up as a sharecropper in the South, and she had 17 siblings, and all 17 of her siblings graduated from college because they had a plan. They didn't sit around waiting for white folks. They didn't sit around waiting for affirmative action. Their plan was the first one that gets into college is going to help the second one. The second one's going to help the third one. The third one's going to help the fourth one. And using that plan, being conscious, they were able to get all 17 of their kids through college. And then when Mary got married, she married Dr. Marcus Stoddard, who's a black surgeon at the University of Louisville. Everybody should know about people like this, instead of us, just honoring the Diddies of the world. Like we should be looking at the doctors and lawyers and brilliant people in our community. We got so many smart people. And so she married Dr. Marcus Stoddard. Mary got a PhD and a law degree, and all 5 of their kids became PhDs or MDs. Every single one of those black children, all 5 of those kids became PhDs or MDs, and their mother was a freaking sharecropper. Their mother started poorer than anybody in this room. It's hard to be poorer than a sharecropper in Mississippi. And yet all 5 of those kids are doctors right now. So stop telling me that it's impossible for you to be successful. Stop telling me that black people can't succeed or that the white man's stopping us from this and we can't do that. That's crap. That's stupid. I hate that. It drives me crazy. You got to focus, man. You got to focus and stop listening to the wrong people. Stop taking advice from people that should not be giving you advice. And that goes for your relationships. That goes for your wealth. Do you know how many unqualified financial instructors there are on the internet? They took a 2-week class and they're telling you all about wealth. And I'm sitting there thinking, I went to school for a decade for this, like this, more than a decade. And then I practiced for 20 years. And I'm looking at some 25-year-old who's like, oh yeah, I took a class on stocks. I can tell you all about the stock market. Well, he's going to tell you how to go gamble your money away. That's what he's going to do. So again, whatever. I'm not here to judge it one way or the other, but what'll happen is people will say, well, he's more relatable because, he be talking hood and stuff. He be talking like, what's up, man? You got to do good. You got to do it. And I'm like, that's okay. There's nothing. I have nothing against that. I'm not looking down on that at all. But don't look down on me because I encourage us to be a little bit sharper and smarter. Don't look down on me because I want something different. I don't want to have hood problems for the rest of my life. I was born in the projects. I know what it's like to be poor. I know what it's like to eat a bologna sandwich with no bologna. I know all that stuff, but I don't want to live like that forever. I don't celebrate it. So I really just kind of think that low self-esteem kind of affects us in so many ways where we just don't believe we deserve certain opportunities and certain privileges in this society. I don't think we believe we're capable of certain things either. So like when I look at Dr. Mary Stoddard, who lives in Louisville, Kentucky, where I'm from, I'm just like, okay, hard work, just basic, simple values. You work hard, you learn, you pick up your damn book, put down the blunt and pick up a book, put down, don't go to the next, don't run to the club buying bottles of whatever. Like go study something instead of falling into this party culture, right? I remember being so frustrated when I would watch. And this is when I was like 30 years old. And I would look at the way people really looked up to the rappers. And you see Diddy, they're always holding a bottle. And when I see that, I'm like, do they know what what damage liquor and drugs have done to black people? Do they know how much pain, how much devastation, and how many black families have been destroyed by drugs and alcohol? Like, why are we celebrating the things that destroy us? That does not make any sense. And so really, what you kind of have is you have kind of this battle between maybe you could say emotion over logic or habits over choices. We have habits and we have emotional connection to these habits because our consciousness gets pushed down to record lows. So we have this emotional connection to habits that we know are not beneficial. But what happens is the reaction is that we get angry when there are people who try to snap us out of it. We get mad. It's like when you're sleeping and you're comfortable. Like my wife tried to wake me up yesterday to go to the gym, and it was 5 a.m. I was sleepy as hell. I was knocked out, and I woke up and she was gone. I said, "Why'd you leave me?" She said, "Because I tried to wake you up twice, and you started growling. You were like, get her, let me sleep, let me sleep." I said, I did that." She said, "Yeah." You were kind of like irritated, like you rolled over and went back to sleep. So sometimes when you try to wake somebody up, and tell me if you got relatives like this. Let me know. Let's talk about your crazy cousins. A lot of y'all got relatives where you try to wake them up and they don't want to be woke. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to process things. They just want to keep doing things the same way because we got this nice, comfortable wheelchair waiting for us when your disabled black ass shows up, you know, like I can't do nothing. I'm just a nigger. I can't learn. I can't be learning. They be learning me how to read, and I can't do nothing for myself. I don't know how to save no money. I can't do the stock market. That's for white folks. That's for rich folks. I can't do it. They say, oh well, come on, sit in this wheelchair. And Uncle Joe's gonna take care of you. And we get you poor baby. You are so black. You are so black. And being black is such a disability. Oh my goodness. You poor thing. Yeah, and I was trying really hard. I picked up the book, but then I saw the book next to the Cavassier, and I had to drink the Ciroc with the Cavassier because Diddy told me to do it. And you know, but that's what that's what I see. I see this love affair that sometimes we gain with just extreme dysfunction. You know, I just and it's crazy. It's kind of a weird experience because I remember when I would look at R. Kelly back in 2002, when he had the 15-year-old girlfriend Aaliyah, and again, I have a little bit of a personal connection with this. I've talked to Dame Dash extensively, and he would talk about Ali when he and I would go see him in California, and he would talk about Ali and how sad he was when he would think about Ali. And I remember one day Dame told me, he said, yeah, yesterday, man, I was able to finally watch the documentary about Aaliyah. He said, because for 20 years I couldn't watch anything with her in it because it affected him so much. He dated her, he was engaged to her. So anyway, when I remember with R. Kelly when he was dating the 15-year-old girl, I was like, why do y'all love this guy who dates a 15-year-old girl? I don't understand that. You know that's kind of like a child. That's pretty much a child molest. Like that's not normal. And you just look past that because he sings really well. And I didn't understand that. And so later on, 15 years later, the world is in the uproar over, you know, whatever he was doing. And I'm like, yeah, I was my uproar ended in 2003 when I realized that y'all don't give a damn. You know, so I kind of feel like you got to just address the culture, you know, and all of us have unhealthy habits. A lot of us have just this deep 400 years of slave training that we've all gotten that keeps us from doing the things that we know we need to do. And unfortunately, discipline is hard. It's much harder to be disciplined than it is to be a victim. If you choose to be a victim and you choose to just do whatever's easy, whatever's comfortable, whatever's fun, then you're not going to succeed, and the world will always forgive you because you're black. They're going to say, well, you're black, you're not supposed to succeed. And I don't believe that. I believe that being black means you're supposed to be great. I think that being black means you're supposed to have excellence in your DNA. I think I look at my blackness as a superpower. I look at who I am as an opportunity to be a better man than I was yesterday. And I don't know why that becomes such a controversial issue. Maybe it's the way I share it. Maybe I express it in a way that's offensive to some people, but I'll be honest with you, I get very frustrated by that because I don't think it's right. I think we deserve better than that. So anyway, let me jump back in and answer more of your questions. I apologize for going on my little rant. Okay, so Terrell says, what are your thoughts on the Nvidia stock split? Is Nvidia splitting their stock? I didn't hear about that. I know Nvidia had their earnings announcement and they did really well, but I didn't hear that they were splitting their stock. So if they are splitting this, and it would make sense, it's over $1,000. I think Nvidia hit their earnings numbers again. There was a lot of debate over whether or not Nvidia could do it again because Nvidia has done so well. But it wouldn't surprise me if they 10-1. Is that what it is, El Haj? Thank you for telling me. I did not know that. And I bet you the stock is doing really well today. That's really good. I own Nvidia, so let me see how much money we all made today from our Nvidia stock. Let me see here, Nvidia. Yeah, look at that. It went up 9.7%. What's crazy about Nvidia is that their market cap is $2.6 trillion, right? So when they go up by 10%, that's $250 billion increase in market value. So that's just an unbelievably insane number. And to think that this company was created by Jensen Huang 35 years ago, and he's kind of the one guy behind NVIDIA. I think that's pretty awesome, pretty amazing. All right, so let's see here. With a capital base of 50K, what annual ROI can I expect from selling stock options if I'm selling calls on a weekly basis? Okay, great question, Christian. Well, let me just say this. Like, let's say you just did with one stock, and you were selling call options, and let's say you used some leverage and you bought, like, I don't know, let's say you had 400 shares of Coinbase or something. Well, with 400 shares of Coinbase, if I sold my calls right now, I could make about approximately, with a reasonable strike price, I could make about $2,400 a week. So you could probably, it wouldn't be inconceivable to be able to make $7,000 a month in income, which $7,000 a month times 12 is what's that? $84,000 a year. So if a person is able to raise enough money to just buy a decent amount of stock, they can actually make quite a bit of money selling options. So if you'd like to learn more and see what we do and look at my portfolio and how I make my money, just go to drboyceprime.com. The Prime program is good. I think you're going to like it. So, and if you want to do a one-on-one or something like that, and you want me to help you set it all up, literally I can take you step by step through it. It's not investing advice. It's just me telling you what I'm doing and also me telling you what I would do, but it's not me telling you what to do. But if you'd like to do a one-on-one or well, one-on-ones, I don't have a lot of one-on-one space, but we can do group sessions. I did one yesterday. Just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and talk you through it. Let's see here. Okay, I'm looking at the Q&A section. Antonio Fuller says, I'm looking for a cannabis ETF. Is that on the list too? Yep, absolutely. So text the word morning to 87948. I will send you the list of cannabis stocks this afternoon. Let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, how me and my pops are ready. He has a capital base and really wants to get going. What is step one? We can start today. Log in at drboyceprime.com. We have a Prime 101 section. So if you go through Prime 101, go through those materials, that'll get you started. You can make money tomorrow. If you have a capital base, you can make money tomorrow. It's not hard to do. So yeah. Let's see. Tana, what does a person do if they have no one to leave their assets to? You've always got somebody to leave your assets to. It may not be a relative, but there's always something or someone. It depends on who you are, what kind of person you are. Like if I meet a young kid that I really, like and really think is doing good things with their life and could use a little boost, I have no problem helping them out. Like, I'd have no problem leaving them, some money because I have one daughter and one biological child, and I have several kids that I kind of scooped up along the way. And and I don't know. Like I think it's a matter of what you tether yourself to emotionally. I don't think you have to be biologically related to someone for them to matter to you. I do believe that. Let's see here. Scholarships are always an answer. That's a good answer, Anita. I would say with scholarships, the hard part with scholarships is that college costs so much. Universities are significantly overcharging people. And so if you save up, say, $100,000 and put it into a scholarship, that might get a kid through school for 2 years or something. And I don't know if that's worth it. I don't really know if $100,000 is worth the cost of half a bachelor's degree. I just don't, because what does a bachelor's degree do? A bachelor's degree gives you a piece of paper that gives you a ticket into an economic system where you can then have the right to work. It's your working papers. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with going to college. I'm just saying, though, going back to earlier when somebody asked me, what could I do with $50,000? Just with stock options alone, I would, if I had a choice, if I'm 20 years old and I have a choice between using $100,000 and giving it to a university for half a bachelor's degree, or taking that 100,000 and using that as my first capital base to sell stock options where I never have to work again for the rest of my life as long as I manage my money. Oh, you know which choice I'm taking. I can get education. I can go online and learn stuff. I can, I can go. There's so much stuff out here. Like I don't even think. I think that college is necessary if you want to be like a dentist or a social worker or a licensed professional, a medical doctor or an attorney, things like that. I don't think it's necessary if you want to learn. I'm not saying that college is bad. I think college is a great experience. I love being on college campuses. I do. I loved when I was teaching on campuses. I'm trying to think which one was I can't even name which one was my favorite. The prettiest campus I was ever on that I taught on was Indiana University. I enjoyed my time at Ohio State. Syracuse was okay. At Syracuse, I made the most money. I was making six figures when I was teaching at Syracuse. Ohio State was cool because they have a good football team. I live right next to the football stadium, but I never went to any games because I'd rather watch it on TV. I don't know, but I just like them all. I like them all. I think, and I remember going to USC. That's like a beautiful campus. Like campuses are nice. It's a nice environment, but it's very expensive, And when I was reading about how 60% of all Black wealth goes towards servicing student loan debt, I said, whoa, what the hell? So these universities, they own black wealth. Like the same way that when they build like a hip hop museum and they go and they buy all the artifacts from black people. So then for some reason, all this stuff that should belong to black people is suddenly in a big white museum. Like, and they've been doing this for hundreds of years. They would go grab stuff from Africa and then put it be like in the Museum of England. Well, the same thing is true with your money, with your wealth. Like they're literally sitting on this empire built off of our wealth, and I don't like that. I don't. So anyway, let me keep going. Tana says, "What does a person do if they have to?" Oh, you already asked that. I'm sorry. If you only have $10,000 to invest, what will be the quickest return for a senior? Well, I wouldn't look for quick money. Quick money is not always the best money, and I think the question becomes, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to have capital gains, or are you trying to have income? If you're trying to have income, there are dividend stocks. Again, if you text the word stock to 87948, I have a list of dividend paying stocks. I call them dividend monsters just because I was having fun with it. And so you can take a look at that. There's also stock options. You can sell stock options, things like that to generate a little extra income. But if you want growth, you'd have to invest in a different way. So it would kind of depend on what you're trying to do. I think if you're a beginning investor, the best way to get started is things like mutual funds because it makes it simple and easy. A 4-year-old monkey could do it, literally, so there's no reason to be afraid of investing in mutual funds. So if you're not sure, you can go to b1investing.com, be the number one investing.com, and just take a look. And there's something there that can get you started. Let's see here. Travis, what's it like to be free and living your purpose? It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's there's a difference between getting up and going to work because you want to versus working because you have to. And I find that doing work that you really want to do that matters to you, it's really good for your mental health. I think when you're doing stuff that doesn't mean anything to you other than a paycheck, and or if you don't like the people you work with, it can make you really depressed. And I think that's why depression and anxiety is so high in the Black community. And I think that if you're a parent and you don't want your children to have anxiety and depression, then you build them some wealth so they can actually have freedom. That's what when our youngest asked me what I think she should do when she grows up, I said, I want you to be happy. Like, that's it. I don't care I'm not going to define you by what profession you are. That's a silly European concept anyway. Not even European, even Europeans don't do that. It's Americans, because we're obsessed with our work. I just want you to be happy. And so we talked about the inalienable rights. I said, have you heard of the inalienable rights? And she said, no. I said, that's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I said, well, we know what it means to have life. What is liberty? Liberty is freedom. And the pursuit of happiness, what does that mean? I said, that means that you have the ability to pursue happiness. It doesn't mean that you're going to just naturally be happy. You have to pursue it. But to pursue happiness, you have to be conscious enough to first even know what happiness is, where happiness is located. A lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people don't even know what makes them happy. They think, oh, I'll be happy if I make money, or I'll be happy if I get girls. I'll be happy if I get this job, right? They haven't even done the internal work spiritually to even know what makes them happy, what makes you tick. And so once you figure out what makes you happy, and you figure out where the location of that thing is, or whatever, what you need to do to get there, then you have a position where you're going to go pursue happiness, right? And I said, so freedom, liberty is critical for the pursuit of happiness. Because if I know that happiness is over there, but I have to stay over here, then I can never really truly be happy because I can't pursue it. I can't go pursue it. I said, most people in this world, this is what I told her. I said, a lot of people can't pursue happiness because they got to go to work that day. Happiness for you might be sleeping in. Happiness might be spending the time on the phone with your mother before she passes. Happiness might mean taking a trip to Canada or something. And a lot of people can't pursue happiness because they don't have financial freedom. So I said, here's what I want to do for you. And I know you're not going to disagree with me. If I tell you to be a dentist or an engineer, then we might have a disagreement about that or a debate about it or an argument. I'm not going to do that to you. So I said, here's what I want. I want you to be happy. And I know you're not going to disagree with me because everybody wants to be happy. And I said also, because I'm a financial expert, I'm going to position you where you have the knowledge and also some assets where you can get rid of your financial constraints that will then allow you to rise spiritually to the point where you can go pursue happiness, right? So how you pursue it, what you pursue is going to be up to you. But I want to remove that constraint because most people can't pursue happiness because there's a financial limitation to it. And this is why, in my view, why wealth building is important. This is why investing is important. This is why financial literacy is important. This is why economic consciousness is important. It's very, very hard to pursue happiness when you're a slave. And capitalism is designed to create slaves. That's what it does. But they don't force you to be a slave. They trick you into becoming a slave. They manipulate you into slavery. That's what they do. There's a meme I saw where they had a guy sitting at a desk with a chain around his neck, and he was chained to his desk, and they said slavery, it's better when you don't tell them. Even you give them the illusion of freedom, but you really aren't giving them freedom. You're minimizing the options, because remember, this is a consciousness thing, right? So even if you think about politics, give me a yes or no. Yes or no. Do you feel that a two-party system gives you freedom in terms of choice? Do you really feel free in a two-party political system? Yes or no? Do you feel like you're getting a chance to pick the best person for the job, and you've got, these liberties that they promise you? No, none of us feels free in that system. No intelligent person feels free in a two-party system, Democrat or Republican. So by sort of elevating their consciousness to a certain point, what they're basically doing is they're saying, okay, our goal is to get you to play the game, but we're going to design the game. So by designing the game in a certain way and only giving you certain choices, I can give you the illusion of freedom without actually giving you freedom. And I think capitalism on an aggregate level does the exact same thing. It's like, oh yeah, you don't have to work here. You can quit your job at any time. But what am I going to do if I'm buried under student loan debt, got to pay rent, got to go pay for this car note, and I have no assets? Well, I have to come to work. I have no choice. So really, to understand the game, I personally think the best way to deal with a game, it's like dealing with a traffic jam, right? Like you ever like are on the highway, right? And the frustration. Imagine the frustration of being stuck in a traffic jam where there's bumper to bumper, cars aren't moving. You're sitting there, you're pissed off because you're just stuck in this stuff, cars for miles. You can't go back or can't go forward, can't go left, can't go right. You're just sitting there. Well, the best way to be able to deal with a traffic jam is if you have a GPS that tells you the traffic jam is coming, right? So you're driving and you look down the road and you look at your GPS and you see red on the GPS and it tells you that the traffic jam is coming. Well, what do you do? What do you do if you know the traffic is coming 3 miles down the road and you got 2 exits? What do? You get the hell off the freeway, right? You get off the freeway. You say, I'm not navigating this stuff. I'm not. What I'm saying, so why are you able to do that? Well, you have to have a certain level of consciousness to do that. A conscious person is looking at the GPS, they're processing information, they're looking around, they're trying to see what's going on so they can be aware of what's happening before it actually happens. So so getting off the freeway is a preventative measure to make sure that you don't have to get in a situation where you're stuck and you have a limited number of choices. So I kind of see life as the same way. So your kid's going down the highway of life. Your child is 4 years old, your grandkid is 7 or whatever. You see the traffic jam that's coming. You see the slavery down the road. You got the GPS on life. You got to understand. See, some of y'all are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old. So you've got all this wisdom. That's wealth, by the way. You got all this wisdom because you know the GPS. You know white folks ain't never going to stop being white. America ain't never going to stop being capitalist. Democrats ain't never going to stop being Democrats. Republicans are going to be Republicans, and the world is going to be what it is. So you see your child driving down this road, and you've got a level of consciousness that they don't have. You're in a helicopter, and you see the traffic jam that's coming. You see the slavery coming. So what do? Well, you got to communicate, and you got to tell the child, like, look, get off the road. Get off the road. And then you give them the map. You say, here's how you get off the road. Right, there's an exit 1 mile ahead of you. You get off here and you go left, and then you go around all this stuff. So to me, that's what I see when I see us preparing the next generation for the economic traffic jams and the slavery that is in store for them. We know what's in store for them. The student loans are going to be even worse than they are right now. The cost of real estate and all that's going to be higher than it is right now. The automobiles, rent, all that's going to be expensive. Also, America is going to be racist, and it's going to be a tough place to live. So why not go ahead and use your GPS and prepare them in advance? Get them off the freeway. Help them take a better route. Help them take the route that you wish you had taken when you were 22 years old. And if you do that, what happens is that you find that there are all these roads that are never traveled because everybody feels like they got to stay on the damn highway. And I'm just a guy who says I think it's okay to challenge yourself and challenge those around you to just get out of the rat race. You walk away from that nonsense. You don't have to be in that stuff. That system, that oppressive system that we're always fighting against. And this is one thing I would challenge people on because I have a lot of friends that are very radical and they're fighting the system constantly. They're constantly fighting the system. And I'm the guy who says I'm not going to fight the system because I'm just not going to be in the system. Because my consciousness tells me that I don't even have to be here. Like why am I trying to win a game that's rigged for me to lose? I'm not playing your game. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. And then but you think about this. Think about how many of our folks, right? We get in corporate America and we're like, we're mad because they need to hire more black people and you need to give me my opportunities. And that's very frustrating. It's very stressful. And I think that sometimes what happens is that the brainwashing, the manipulation of our consciousness at an early age makes us believe that this is the only choice that we have, that you have to be here, you have to do this fight, and you really don't. It's almost like being in a really bad relationship where the person is being unreasonable and rude and mean and terrible and abusive. And then one day, if you're smart, you become conscious and you say, wait, I don't have to be here with you. I don't have to have these arguments with you. I could date this lady over here, or I could go be with somebody else. There's other fish in the sea besides you. And what is that? That's when you have that awakening where you wake up one day and say, I don't actually have to even be in this hell of a relationship. I can be somewhere else. That to me is a consciousness. You've gone to another dimension because now instead of seeing your life as sort of you being inside this little bubble with another person, you're actually realizing you have options and you're seeing the world from a higher plane. You've gone to the third dimension, and now you see your boyfriend or girlfriend or your wife or whatever. But then you see all the other people that could have been your girlfriend or all these other people that could have been your husband. You understand, right? So consciousness is the answer to a lot of dilemmas, in my opinion. I think consciousness, which really comes down to awareness or sight, the more you see, the more you can be. And if you can't see it, you'll never be it. And so I believe that there's a deliberate manipulation of our consciousness level in this society to limit and minimize what you're able to see. It starts with education. It starts with the fact that they send millions of kids to the public school system and don't teach them nothing that's ever going to liberate them. John D. Rockefeller actually said that he said, we do not want to develop an education system that creates millions of people who are free thinkers. We need people that are going to be limited in their thinking so that all they know is getting up and going to work every day. That is a deliberate manipulation of their consciousness. That's what it is. Okay, a few more questions. Let me answer a few more questions. And by the way, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948 if you want to get an invitation to our financial consciousness training. Also, if you want to check out the All Black National Convention, you just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. I hope you all will come out there. I hope that I get a chance to hug you and see you in person and shake your hand. And I certainly appreciate all of you sitting with me as we get up every morning at 10 a.m. and I get to act like a weirdo. I love this. This is a lot of fun for me. And by the way, I want to also apologize in advance if I say something that offends you or challenges you in a way that makes you uncomfortable or something like that. I hope that you'll just receive that as just a perspective that you can consider. And at the very least, I can also make it clear that I don't know everything. I'm still figuring it out too. So maybe there's some things I still need to learn, and in fact, I know that there are. So I just want to kind of lay that out because sometimes I know when I speak in a raw form, it can hit people a little bit tough. So let's not be scared of each other. Let's just keep talking. All right. So a few more questions. Let's see. Marquetta says, "Good morning, Dr. Watkins. I'm in my mid-30s, new to investing, received a $10,000 check. I want to invest. Where do I start? Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's a $5 a day plan that can get you started there. It depends on what you're trying to do. So if you're trying to make more money or make more income, then maybe you could, if you have an entrepreneurial spirit, you could look into some small investment in some sort of a business venture, but be very careful about using all your money in one place. I think if your goal is to just be a long-term investor, mutual funds are a great way to get started with that without having to stock pick. Let's see here. What do you think about Buy Alert? Is that a stock? I don't have that stock in front of me, Janice, so I can't speak on that. But we do portfolio power play on Tuesdays, and that's when I dig into and look research a bunch of stocks. But today we'll talk about some other stuff. But at some point we can do this. So portfolio power plays on Tuesdays at noon, so you can join us there. All right, so let's see here. What Africa stocks do you invest in? Actually, if you text the word stock, Terrell, I sent out a list of Africa stocks to everyone on that list. So just text the word stock to 87948, and you will get a list of Africa stocks. So if you get on different lists, just be prepared. Like you're going to get a lot of stuff from us, and I hope that you like it. And if you don't want the stuff that we send to you, if you click on it on the link and look at it, then you'll stay on the list. But if you go too long without looking at anything, then eventually we stop messaging because we don't want to bother you. So, but if you can't get enough and you want us to help you, then we got plenty of stuff for you. Let's see. Lewis says, I have 20,000 on hand. Okay. Okay, so I think, Lewis, I think we answered that question. Mutual funds. I'm a big fan of mutual funds. Now, if you want to generate income, I think 20,000 is a great place to get started with stock options. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word money to 87948. If you text money to 87948, that's why I introduce you to selling stock options for money. That's what. So if you want to get introduced to that, just text the word money to 87948, and you'll get a link right away in your text, and you can watch that short video. And I think I know you're going to be impressed. I've done that presentation for probably about 50,000 people, and most people are wowed by it. To the point where they don't even believe it's possible at first, and then I just show them, because it is. All right, so let's see, Gordon. I started investing in cannabis stocks a couple of years ago, but I didn't have much money. I've been holding, but they've been really beaten down. Yeah, I kind of think that's I'm more of a long-term holder of these stocks, so I get it. They are a little bit frustrating. Let's see. I'm looking to get into wholesaling real estate so that I can have cash to fund my trading account. Any tips from me? Yeah, I would learn from people that know how to wholesale real estate. I don't get them to mention it much, but actually, we do have something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where there's a ton of content on real estate, from wholesaling to buying hotels to multifamily to all kinds of stuff that you want to do. So if you go to drboycerealestate.com, the first 30 days are 100% free. And we have real estate experts like Chalet Camilo and some others that have come through and helped us sort of develop real estate curricula in the Black Business School. So, and we did a really big conference on real estate wholesaling maybe about a year or two ago. And I think you get access to that. If you go to drboycerealestate.com, you get access. And if you don't see instant access or you can't find it, just email our support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you access to whatever you need. We have a lot of good real estate material. And also we have real estate for children. That's at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. Or if you go to be1millionaires.com, you can start your child on that journey. That's be1millionaires.com. Let's see, Lydia, should I purchase a property from my mother, inherit it, and paid for it to try to generate passive income from my current residence? Okay, so you want to buy a property from your mother, okay, that's paid for, and generate passive income from my current residence. Okay. I can't tell you if you should purchase a property from your mother just because I don't know the details. I think that talking to a tax expert might be important just to make sure you understand the tax implications of the transaction. I don't think real estate's the best way to make income, to be honest with you. I just don't. I used to think that, but me and my wife are selling our real estate, not all of it, but some of it. And because we don't want to, I don't like all the paperwork and the bureaucracy and dealing with the tenants and all that. It's just not, but investing is something you should do based on your preference. You should do it based on what you're comfortable with and what you enjoy. I don't enjoy real estate that much. I know a lot about it, and I worked with a lot of experts, and I believe in owning some piece of it for diversification's sake. But you can get that diversification through a real estate investment trust. You don't actually have to buy physical property, and so there's a big real estate boom in the Black community in terms of a lot of interest in real estate. And I do think real estate is important. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that if it's not for you, then you don't have to make it for you. You can find other ways to generate income passively. I generate thousands of dollars a week in income from selling my stock options, and I don't have to talk to a single person. I don't have to fill out any paperwork. I don't have to collect money from a tenant. None of that stuff. I could just literally, if I owned 1,000 shares of Coinbase, you can literally pull in thousands of dollars a week in income just by selling those options, and it's very easy to do. All right, so let me see here. Lydia, okay. Oh, you already asked him. Okay, it's on the high end of my budget, and the interest rate is 15 to 20 minimum from the current location. I would be really careful about anything that stretches your budget. Especially if also another thing about real estate is that if you're not experienced in it and you dive into it like that with a big deal, some big contract or something, it can be disastrous. Real estate's not very liquid, meaning that you can't sell it quickly. That's another reason why I like the stock options move, is because stock options are very liquid. I could go in right now and I could literally open my phone up right now and pull $100,000 out and have that money in my bank account this afternoon, right? I can't do that with real estate. You understand? So I would encourage you to just be very thoughtful about little things like that. So for example, a lot of people like to invest in all these startup companies. Somebody creates a startup and they want to put their money in, and they're not always conscious of, like, well, how long is it really going to take you to get your money out? And is it possible for you to even get your money out? There are some investments you can make where you can't get your money out, until they have an exit. Well, what's the exit look like? Was it when the company gets sold, when they go public? Like what? I have an investment in a company called TribeVest that I made 5 years ago. I invested $75,000 in this company. 5 years later, my $75,000 I hear is worth $250,000. Hooray! Right? Ooh, tripled your money. Good job. I can't get that money. I don't know. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get that money. Right. And that's one of the good ones. That's one of the successes. I didn't talk about, investments I made in other places that didn't pan out to anything. I put some money in the Tulsa real estate fund, and y'all know how that ended. I was disappointed with that. There's other businesses I've invested in the Black community too, that, where it wasn't that they had a bad idea. It was that there was no clear plan on exactly how you were going to actually have a cash return on the investment that you made. And so I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just think about it carefully and make sure that you understand what you're in for. Because a lot of times we don't know that, and then bad things could occur. All right, so let's see. Dwayne, what are your thoughts about China's development in Africa, good or bad? I kind of feel like it's bad overall because I want Africans to have independence, but it's better than the United States because the Chinese are just better business partners than the US, but they too have their own type of economic pimping, so to speak. They're very, very picky and restrictive about sharing technology and teaching Africans how to manage infrastructure on their own. So they'll come there and they'll build a railway for your country that's amazing and beautiful and high tech, but they won't teach you what they're doing, and they will import their own engineers and whatever and workers to work on the railway. They're not going to hire the local people. And then on top of that, when it comes to the maintenance of that railway, they're going to do the maintenance themselves. And then on top of that, they might make some pretty egregious demands, like, we want a 99-year lease on all the land, between here and, Kinshasa or something, right? So like in Jamaica, there was this really beautiful highway that they had in Jamaica. My wife and I was there, and we drove up from Kingston up to the north. I can't remember the beaches and stuff. And so, because the kids were up at the resort, and we had to drive down to Kingston a few times because my wife was doing presentations in Kingston. And this highway was so much better than the original road. The original road was like windy 3-hour drive. It was terrible. The highway was a nice, smooth, comfortable 90-minute ride, right? But here's the problem. The toll on the highway was outrageously expensive. I want to say it was like $25 each way to ride on this highway. Most people in Jamaica cannot afford to drive on this highway. The Chinese have built this thing. Number two, the Chinese, from what I understand, they required like a 99-year lease on all the land, that the highway covered. So a lot of local people were very unhappy with the deal that was made. So there was this nice, comfortable highway, but there wasn't anybody on it because nobody could use it in Jamaica. So that's kind of the trade-off, and that's the part that's sketchy, and I don't know how that's going to play out. Let's see. So it's a new type of colonialism without guns, really. Justin, can you tell me books to read and how to set up a trust fund for my sons? Let's see. Well, I think that I don't have any books in mind as far as trust funds. I think that research, just online research can be beneficial. I think talking to a trust expert can be helpful too. You sit down with a trust attorney, they can answer all your questions and help you set it up. I think that might be a little bit better but there are plenty of books on trust. If you go to Amazon, just search for trust, you'll find a lot of books that'll come up. Let's see, Dr. Boyce media rumor, banks close and to take money out. Is it true? No, I don't think it's true. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I haven't seen any evidence of that. I mean, banks are in a little bit of danger because of the commercial real estate market, mostly regional banks, but they have safeguards that have historically always protected the banks from, any of these terrible collapses. So I wouldn't buy into that stuff. Let's see, Marcia, do you think the USA is in danger of being a dictatorship? I don't think so. What would that mean for the Black community? The only time I see the US becoming a dictatorship is if you have another crisis like COVID or something. We became a little bit like a dictatorship during the pandemic. A lot of freedoms were stripped. But I don't think it comes down to like Biden or Trump being elected. I think it's like a matter of like whether or not fear overtakes the country enough to the point where people give away their liberties. At that point, then you're in trouble. Let's see. Dr. Boyce, Nvidia is up 82% today. I don't think it's up 82%. You mean $82? I think it's up $82. I don't think it's up 82%. That would be quite a bit. Yeah, I don't think Nvidia is up that much. But it is up a lot. Right now, let me see. Nvidia is up. It's up 9.5%, but it's up $90. So I think that's what you're referring to, but that's still a lot, right? So it's over $1,000 now. Let's see, Chelsea, no question, but shout out to Amani for getting me set up with Prime yesterday. All right, yeah, Amani's on our customer support team. She's amazing. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, you can talk to Amani. We got Chanel. We have a lot of great people that work with the Black Business School and they're all just really good people. And I'm really proud of the university we created because we're better at Black wealth than any institution on the planet. You can't go to Harvard and learn what you learn here. You can't go to an HBCU and learn what we learned here. The principle, our economic Bible is Powernomics because we believe deeply in group economics. We also believe in things like mental health and the structure of the family as being critical keys to building Black wealth for the future. We also believe in the incorporation of radical ideas that come from broad experts in multiple fields coming together to truly form a think tank around issues that affect the Black community. This is not. I don't think you can solve the Black wealth problem by lumping us in with everybody else, and that's what happens at other universities. We're always so concerned about trying to fit us into something else, a square peg in a round hole. I say, no, you need a round peg with a round hole. And so, anyway, we're good at that. And another thing I'm proud of with the Black Business School is that most of the people that you talk to on our team have been here for several years. It's a great place to work, but we work with good people. We don't work with if someone's a bad person or doesn't have the right spirit, that's not a good fit. And so Amani and Chanel and some of the others that work here have been here since literally like 2018, 2019. They know what they're doing. They respect you immensely. They will sit on the phone with you if they have to help you figure it out. And that's something that I'm really proud of. So I'm really honored to have the team that we have. Terry Wilson, where can Prime members find a consolidated list of the stocks you mentioned previously? Just log into drboyceprime.com. There should be stuff there. You have access to something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying. When you go into Prime, you'll see what Dr. Boyce is buying that's in there. If you have trouble finding it, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you. Keep that email address around in case you have any issues. They respond to your email. They have a requirement. They have to respond within 10 or 12 hours, and so they'll get back to you. So it's not instantaneous, but they do get back to you. Okay. Let's see. And if they ever don't get back or something ever goes wrong, you let me know and we'll be right on that. Mary Wilson, Dr. Boyce, do you know any reputable antique art appraisers? No, I do not. I'm so sorry, Mari. I wish I knew. I don't know anybody. Sorry for that. Let's see. Dorothea says, is it good to buy more shares of NVIDIA today, in your opinion? I'm not buying anymore. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'll say I'm not going to buy anymore. I'm skeptical. I really am. I kind of feel like NVIDIA. I feel like when when the market starts to drop, which I believe that it's going to do at some point this year, Nvidia is going to be one of the first casualties. I think that because what happens when the market's doing this well is that you have these things, these what they call black swan events or catalysts that are sitting like demons waiting in the corner to come and disrupt the market. So I personally think that a catalyst is going to hit. I think something bad's going to happen that's going to just kind of snap us out of this euphoria that we're in, and you're going to see a little bit of a correction. It's going to broadside and body slam the stock market because right now valuations are really high. They have something called the price earnings ratio that measures the price of the stock divided by the earnings. It tells you how overinflated the price might be, whether the stocks could be underpriced or overpriced. We're in the top 10th percentile of historical price earnings ratios, meaning that stocks are very highly priced relative to what they've been in the past. And usually when the price earnings ratios get that high, at some point you have a correction. I'm not going to call it a crash. It's going to feel like a crash, though. It may be labeled a crash, but it's really a correction. A correction simply means that they're going to realize, wait, oh, Nvidia shouldn't be $1,042.92. Nvidia should only be $822. So instead of being a $2.6 trillion company, it's really supposed to be a $2.2 trillion company. It's still a great company. It's still making money hand over fist. It's just a little bit overvalued. So maybe then that's an opportunity to come in and buy. So don't get scared when that happens. Just know that it happens all the time. So when your granny tells you that the stock market is going to crash, you should just say, yeah, granny, I know. Dr. Boyce said the stock market crashes all the time. And when it does crash, I'm going to show up and I'm going to buy me some more stock. That's what you do. Okay, let's see here. What is the minimum amount you need to do the Prime program? There's no minimum amount, Roxanne. Some people are in there learning to prepare so that once they maybe form their family investment group or get their capital base up, they can make certain moves. And remember, there's more that you can do with options than just sell them. You can do things like call spreads and straddles and strangles and butterflies and condors and lots of other option strategies. So don't think that it's just about the selling options. I mean, the selling of options and generating income was kind of the core of the setup, but we cover everything with options, beginner, advanced, all that stuff. So the URL is drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. You put up a post that said leverage is how smart men lose their money. What did you mean by that? Oh, that was a quote from Charlie Munger. Charlie Munger, who was this old dude who used to hang out with Warren Buffett. He was a real OG. I love Charlie Munger, one of my favorite investors of all time. He and Warren Buffett are old school. They learned investing from this book called by two people named Graham and Dodd, and it was called Value Investing, and it was written in like the 1930s during the Great Depression. So these guys are very conservative, but they're just sturdy, fearless men who have a tremendous amount of success under their belt. And I love the way they talk because they go back to the fact that basic decision making and really simple stuff that's really common sense is the difference between success and failure. So what Charlie Munger said is something that I've actually said a lot. I just said it in my own little black way, but he said the same thing I said. He said that basically smart men ruin themselves and through let me make sure I get it right. Ladies, liquor, and leverage. Ladies, liquor, and leverage. What does that mean? Well, it's similar to something I've always said. When I talk to young black men, I say, look, there's 4 ways a man ruins his life. Typically, if by engaging in any of these 4 things too much: sex, drugs, alcohol, gambling. Sex, drugs, alcohol, gambling. So he says ladies, liquor, and leverage. That's similar. Let me explain why. Well, the ladies part, that's basically sex, right? You see men that a lot of times, we want to be rich so that we can attract women. And some men don't have the discernment or the intelligence to understand that just because she want to sleep with you does not mean that you're supposed to do it. So smart men get it, dumb men don't. And then on top of that, things like sex addictions can occur. They can cause you to make decisions that are harmful to your life and the lives of others. They can embarrass you, ruin you, all kinds of stuff, right? So connecting with the wrong women can just ruin a man, destroy him. And make sure you tell your sons this, especially if he's a ladies' man and all that, and he thinks that that's a win for him. There are people that will eat him up, that will literally set him up and destroy him based on that weakness that he may develop over time. The liquor part is basically that when I said drugs and alcohol, that's the liquor part for Charlie Munger. So he says liquor, maybe because he wasn't thinking about drugs. I think about liquor and drugs because Those are the two things I've seen that have ruined Black families the most. Those are the two things that have had the most devastating impact on my family. My father was a drug addict. My stepfather broke away from his drug addiction. Drugs have been the worst thing to ever happen to the Black community. That's why I don't understand why we have any tolerance for rappers who promote drug use. What is wrong with you? You are an idiot. You are worse than a Klansman because you're using the power of persuasion to persuade young people to get hooked on drugs before they ever have a chance to do anything special with their lives. You don't understand what happens inside the brain of a 17-year-old who gets hooked on dope and then he tries to get over it or whatever. No, the brain damage is done, son. Your brain is jacked for life at that point. You've been using Molly and meth. On a plane, I sat next to a guy that he wasn't a Secret Service agent. He was like a federal agent or federal marshal. And he said, I worked with drugs in the DEA and all that. He said, people have no idea how much brain damage gets done to these poor kids when they test out these drugs that are being promoted by these rappers. Like stuff like the Molly and the meth or whatever, like that stuff, like it fries your brain. So then they're like, oh, I used to use it. Now I don't use it no more. Sorry, that those 2 years you were messing with fentanyl, your brain just isn't operating the same. It's like if I spend 2 years, taking a knife and stabbing myself in the thigh, and I do that for 2 years straight, and I cut off my calf muscle, and then I say, "Oh, I'm done cutting off my calf muscles," and I chopped off 3 toes, but now I'm good again. My toes are gonna grow back. No, they're not. They're not gonna grow back. You're gonna go through life with 3 missing toes and no calf muscle. Right? So I just kind of it frustrates me. Let me say that. I'm gonna stop. All right. The next thing is, he said leverage. So the leverage part to me is that kind of correlates to what I said about gambling. And so for him, leverage might mean just bad financial choices or gambling in a different way. A lot of people don't know that a lot of people think that they are investors when really they're just basically gamblers. Investing for some people becomes a more acceptable way for them to fulfill a gambling addiction. I know people that have traded stock options who had to go to Gamblers Anonymous because that same dopamine rush that you get when you buy $50 worth of AMC options and the $50 turns into 500, that same dopamine rush is exactly what you get when you go to the casino. It's the exact same process. So basically, gambling addictions, which are on the rise, by the way, you really want to watch out for this. It's going to ruin a lot of people's families and a lot of people's finances, and cause some people to literally go just jump out of a building and shoot themselves in the head and all this other crazy stuff. Um, Gambling addictions are one of just the worst things that a person can be plagued with. And the thing is that the sports gambling companies are marketing to your son. They're marketing to young men between the ages of about 20 and 35. Women, they're not as quick to get into sports gambling. Older people, we know better half the time, but not all the time. But there's something about being a little bit older, a little wiser, where you have a little more balance. Those young guys full of testosterone and who lack impulse control, oh, that they're easy targets. They get them on there thinking they're gonna make all this money, thinking you're smarter than the system. Next thing you know, you're $3,000, $10,000, $50,000 in debt, and you don't know how you're gonna get out. And then that becomes a really sad life to have. All right, so I'm gonna answer a few more questions, then we're gonna head on out of here. Aisha, do you have a list of the best stocks to sell options on? I'm slowly, yes. If you log into drboyceprime.com, there's something called the Dr. Boyce Moneymakers that is in there. And I update this list every 3 weeks. So you can go to drboyceprime.com and get a copy, or you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can guide you to where that's located. Let's see. Is 10K enough of a capital base? As Sharon. Yeah, there are some students that have 10K as a capital base for sure. Otis, hey Doc, what are your thoughts on leaving all one's assets in a trust? I think trusts are a great idea. Trusts are great for allowing you to transfer assets after your passing without dealing with probate or taxes in too much of a damaging way. It's not perfect, but it is one way to protect against taxation. So, for example, with my estate, a lot of my insurance policies have my trust as the beneficiary, and then the trust has instructions attached as to what's going to happen with the money, and the trustee's job is to execute the instructions as per what I put in the document. Let's see. Trevor says, main steps to becoming a long-term investor. Try to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That can get you started. Another framework we set up in terms of a stock market weekend that we did where we covered a lot of that stuff. You can go to thedrboycemethod.com, thedrboycemethod.com. I lay out an 11-step process on how I go about deciding if a stock should be added to my portfolio. So the drboycemethod.com will get you started. Roxanne, if you are just starting out on your financial journey and you're over 50, where do you recommend I start? Okay, I think I answered that question just now. Okay, two more questions. And then we'll bounce on out. I love when you have so many questions. This is great. This is awesome. We gotta do more of these Q&As. Do you recommend starting a 529 plan for my child or investing in an ETF for them? Great question, Chris. I think 529s are better because they have tax advantages. Just sort of make sure you pay attention to any restrictions that there might be on what you can actually do with the money, though, right? And what the consequences would be for violating that restriction. But anything that's tax deferred or has tax benefits tends to be the best option. Shauna, I went through Prime 101 and have a great grasp on what I'm doing. I will be scheduling an appointment with you soon, but before we meet, will a capital base of 76,000 allow me to make at least 10,000 a month? Close. Yeah, you can make several $1,000s a month with a capital base of 76,000. And if you are in that category where your capital base is say 40,000 and up, stuff like that, feel free to take a look. I have a mastermind for people that have a little bit more and you want a little bit more personalized attention. So you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. There's a couple more spots. You have to apply. You've got to pass the test. We got to make sure you're ready that in terms of understanding investing well enough to be comfortable with the stuff that we'll talk about. But if that's of interest to you and you want to take a look and you want to apply, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I personally think that the more you have at stake, the more you might want to just really think carefully before you make a move. I did a consultation once with a student who had just bought, he had gotten into a real estate deal for $750,000, and he put his whole life savings into this real estate deal and he couldn't get out. And he said, well, what should I do? And I said, well, I mean, I wish I could help you get a time machine so you could go back in time and talk to me before you make this move. Because now that you've locked your money up in this deal, there's only limited things that we can think about here. And I said, was this your first real estate deal? He said, yeah. So my thought is, if I'm about to jump into a real estate deal for hundreds of thousands of dollars, then yeah, I'm gonna pay somebody 1,000 or 2,000 if I have to, or whatever, to guide me through the process, right? So if you're looking to make a big financial move, this will be the last point we'll make, and then we'll do another Q&A. My brain's getting a little mushy, so I'm gonna go ahead and let us out of here. But I really am an advocate before you make major financial moves. I'm a big advocate of paying for mentorship, like getting somebody that can help you to just share what they know. Like you can buy their 20 or 30 years of experience instead of learning it the hard way. Because if you don't, you're going to make mistakes and you're going to learn, but it's going to take you 5-10 years to learn it. And you're going to pay $100,000 or whatever, to learn these things. So I would encourage you to find people that know how to do what you're trying to do and just say, hey, I will pay you for your time so that now I can have expectations of you. I can tell you what I need and expect that you're going to deliver for me. And also I get the benefit from all the years of training that you already have. So there we go. So that's my belief on that's literally what I do. Whenever I go into something new, I'm not going to go dump a bunch of money into something where I don't know what's going on. And Warren Buffett actually talks about this. He says, never invest in something that you don't understand. And if you don't understand it, then maybe find someone that you trust that does understand it so they can tell you what's going on. So you don't end up pouring money down the drain. Okay. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. Have a good day. And don't forget, get on the text list. I'll send out that list. I'm actually going to send out the list of weed stocks this afternoon. So if you want to get that list, just make sure you're on the text list. Text morning, MORNING, to 87948. That's morning to 87948. And also tomorrow, we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And we won't go an hour and 20 minutes tomorrow. We'll probably go more like 30 to 45 minutes as we always do. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. And I think one thing to kind of meditate on is sort of related to just how does a person think when they're a wealth builder? My wife and I were talking yesterday, or actually we talked this morning, and then we talked yesterday too, because I talk to my wife every day, especially when I travel, and we were talking about a couple of things. Like first thing we were talking about was this whole thing with Diddy. I don't know if you guys have been following this with Diddy and the whole craziness with there was this tape released apparently of him allegedly beating up his ex-girlfriend. Her name was Cassie. And so she actually mentioned something that I think you guys might get a kick out of. because my wife is she's B1 and she's also a therapist, and she's really deep into the subconscious mind. Like she's really extensively studied it. She's an expert on it. And she's convinced me, she's convinced, and I always felt this way, but she's helped further convince me that there's always a consistent, deliberate effort to manage and control the subconscious mind of not just Black people, but really all American people. Like there's a goal to kind of sort of keep a certain mindset, in play to keep you in your position. And one thing that she's mentioned that I thought was really fascinating, and honestly, this only is tangentially related to the topic that I'm actually going to address in terms of the difference in mindsets. But she talked about how there's these videos that have been going around with white men, saying things about how, about like sort of being married to Black women and the Black wife effect, and Cassie's white husband basically had some things to say about domestic violence, and she said I think she said something like they're presenting the white male as the hero, as kind of the good guy, and the Black guy as the villain, right? Because the Black guy is represented by the rappers and everything else, which I've always told you all that really bothers me because most Black men I know are not rappers. But she kind of felt like, that there's this sort of idea that the white male is your savior, that's your hero. He's not your former slave master. He's not the guy that used to beat you and assault you and take things away from you and stole all your wealth. He's the guy that's going to help you get away from those terrible men that are next to you because they all look like Diddy and they all want to beat up Black women for a living. And I said, but that's just one guy, and he was only talking about his wife, because I think right after the whole Diddy thing happened, he put out a statement about domestic violence or something. And but he was only talking about his wife. What do you mean? And she said, no. That was the symbolic and subconscious message that comes out with things like this, whether it's intentional or not, is white man good, Black man bad. Right? Because unfortunately, the image of the violent, irresponsible rapper who, is such a savage that he wants to kill everyone and throw away all his money and remain as ignorant as possible, and who hates his own children, that has unfortunately become the image of Black men, which is one of the reasons why I, as a Black man, have always spoken up about this. And I don't care how many people say, oh, you just be hating or whatever. I don't care. You can call me what you want, but that does not represent me. And I have a friend I have a couple friends that are rappers. One of them is a guy by the name of David Banner. And David, he was he's done his thing, and he's very conscious and very intelligent. I love my conversations with him. And one thing David mentioned is that he said that he was going around the world and he was touring, and he said that he was shocked by how the musical imagery was impacting the way people around the world see the Black man. And I hope that you at least agree with me. Like, give me a yes if you agree, give me a no if you think I'm crazy. But do you agree with me that perhaps the mass marketing of Black males in this kind of way is harmful to the rest of us? How many of you can make that connection? How many of you can connect the dots? And I want you to sort of think about this in the context of stereotypes. You see, racial stereotypes are very hard to fight against, because what racial stereotypes do is they affect how people engage with you from the first time they meet you. Right? It affects it actually goes back to a statistics concept. There's a statistics concept called Bayesian probabilities. And what Bayesian probabilities basically say is that the way you act in a situation is highly impacted by what you expect to see. So if I'm a teacher and I see a Black boy and I expect that Black boy is going to have a problem or a mental health issue or whatever, I'm going to respond to him differently than I would if he were not a Black boy. Or if I'm running and I'm thinking about doing business, this is where the economics kicks in. If I'm thinking about doing business with a Black man, I'm going to say, oh, wait, Black man business, they don't do business very well. So I don't know if I really want to trust. I don't know if I want to buy that product. I don't know if I want to sign that contract. I don't know if I want to extend credit. I want to make him pay cash, which is going to make it harder for the business to happen. It creates, in economics, they call these frictions. It creates a friction in business getting done because you're not moving forward with deliberation and trust. However, there are other stereotypes that, they come into play. Like, so for example, if you, how many of you have ever had this experience or seen this in motion where the little Black boy is playing basketball with a bunch of white kids, And all the white kids want to pick the black kid, right? Because they think, oh, well, you're black. You're probably good at basketball, or you're a black woman. You probably like Cardi B. You probably, you probably want to twerk. You're probably the best twerker in the office. Can you show us how to twerk, Shaquanda? And so really, it's kind of like these stereotypes and these subconscious biases that do exist. It affects the way you can move through society. You're on trial for something you didn't do. The jury sees a black man that looks like a violent rapper or whatever, then they're gonna lean toward guilty unless there's a good reason not to. So effectively, that was just a first thought that came to mind. When you, for example, if you talk about the Diddy thing and really just stop talk, we could not talk about Diddy for a minute, but just talk about kind of the imagery of think about this. This is a black man who was considered to be one of the most respected black men in America. Just 5 years ago, he would have been sitting next to the icons of the black community. He was doing political campaigns, sitting next to presidents and presidential candidates, and representing and speaking of how he was going to take the black vote, right? So this was seen as one of your one of your leaders, right? So it's like, oh yeah, but by the way, on CNN, we're going to show you an image of the leader of all the black males, the guy that they all look up to, beating the crap out of a woman. And then there's this statement that comes out from her white husband that says, domestic violence is bad and it's terrible to do this and blah, 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 right? And most black men would agree with that. Most black men are not going to beat up their girlfriends or whatever, but in the minds of many people, they really believe that this is who we are. And I think this is what this is a problem. This is hard. It makes it harder for everybody. When I was a professor, when I was I'm still a professor, but when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, it was really difficult to convince the white kids that I knew what the hell I was talking about. And I wasn't, I didn't bother me too much in the sense that I know I'm good at what I do. I don't need you to confirm to me that I'm good. I know that I'm good. I know I was at the top of my class. I know these things. And eventually they would understand that too. But what happens is that you have a very thin margin of error. And that's actually what led me to write one of my first books, which is called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? And when I wrote that book, What If George Bush Were a Black Man, I was thinking about the experience of the black male and how your margin of error is so thin. Your space for being human is somewhat limited. You can't, if you go and you make the same mistake that the white boy makes, your consequences might be for life. Like I always said, I said, gosh, on this campus at Syracuse, we got so many alcoholics and drug addicts on this campus. So many kids that every Thursday and Friday night they're using drugs I've never heard of. They're getting drunk every single weekend. And I said, wouldn't it be amazing if they raided this campus, if the police were to raid this campus the way they might raid a housing project in the black community? What if they raided them and went in there and beat them upside the head and pulled the guns out and put guns to their head and everything else, just like they would in the hood? It would be a complete disaster, right? And so anyway, that book, I don't know if I think the book's on Amazon if you want to go take a look, or if you go to drboycebooks.com, all my books are there. I think we got some copies at drboycebooks.com. But in this book, I use statistics to make a very simple argument. I said, and I used George Bush as kind of a prototype, and I said, look at George Bush. He's not a bad guy, but he's not a good guy. He's not the laziest guy in the world, but he's not the hardest working guy. He's not the dumbest guy in the world. He's not the smartest. He's kind of just mediocre, highly mediocre. So I said, what if George Bush were a black man? What would have happened to him in the educational system if he were a black male? Well, if he were a black male, he probably would have been put in special ed. He probably would have been put on Ritalin or some other medication, which would have really made it difficult for him to navigate life. If he were a black male, every time he committed a crime, he would be at risk of being hit by maybe Joe Biden's 3 strikes laws and maybe get 25 to life in prison, to the point where he's cut out of society completely. He wouldn't be able to go and become president of the United States and all these other things because they kind of erased his mistakes. If he were a black male, as lazy as he is, chances are in the economic system he would have struggled, right? So in America, when I make critiques of society, when I talk about racism, see, sometimes because I talk about black empowerment and I encourage black people to do our best, and I believe in personal responsibility, there are people who somehow think that I don't believe in racism. Somehow they think that I don't think that racism exists, and that's not true. I know racism exists. I know racism very well. Every week when we're studying powernomics training, all we're talking about is the racial history of America. The difference between myself and other people is that I am probably more cynical about it than most, in the sense that I don't think that the same people who destroyed you are going to be the ones who save you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I don't think that the same people who put you in chains are going to liberate you from the chains of capitalism. I don't believe that the very same people who beat, raped, and lynched us and stole all our money are going to give us our money back and kiss us on the forehead and wish us, a happy Sunday. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the same people who have exploited us in endless ways are going to be the ones who are going to just get into office and get our votes and take our votes to help us have a better life. I don't believe those things. I believe deeply in two things. I believe deeply that no one's going to help us, but I also believe deeply that we can help ourselves. So what I sort of believe is in energy management. Energy management means that all the energy I would have spent marching and praying, I'm going to use that educating my children. All the energy I would have spent worrying about who gets into office, Democrat or Republican, I'm going to spend that energy learning about wealth and getting better at managing economics. All the energy that I spend praying to white Jesus and hoping that a Superman arrives and saves me, I'm going to spend that energy trying to help build supermen and superwomen in our community. I believe Black leadership starts with you. Black leadership starts with me. Black leadership starts with us. That in fact, that's the whole theme of the All Black National Convention this year, is that Black leadership starts with us. We are the Black leaders we've been waiting for. We are the superheroes. We are the ones who can do this. We are the alpha and the omega in our own struggle. We are the ones who are going to get us to where we need to get to. And what I explained yesterday, I was actually shooting. There's a film being made about Dr. Claude Anderson's life by a great film director named Justin Irvin. And I met Justin when I was in Philadelphia and sat with him, and I participated in the film, and I was very happy to do that. And Tariq Nasheed, he yesterday he agreed to be a part of it. It's going to be a great movie and a great legacy for this great man. And one thing I just kind of said to him is I said, we really are everything that we need. We really are. We the problem is that we waste so much energy on solutions that are really not solutions. We spend so much energy on things that get us nowhere. We literally spend so much time running in place that we can't actually run forward. And so what I think has to occur, and this is why consciousness is so important, why we do financial consciousness training every morning, is I need you to be conscious of whether or not what you're doing is actually working. I just need you to sit back and say, okay, they're telling me to do this. Is this improving my life? Is this getting me where I want to get to? Is this building the legacy that I want? If the answer is no, then stop doing it. Is this helping me to become healthier mentally and physically, or is this making things worse? If the answer is worse, then don't stop doing it. Don't do it just because your daddy did it and your grandma did it and all. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop doing it, and start doing something that's going to actually help you move forward. There must be a clear accountability. It's like a rebudgeting. When you have a company, how many of y'all run businesses? Any business owners in here? Anybody ever run a business? And if you haven't run a business, you probably manage your household finances. That's like running a business. A household is a business, by the way. You have inflows, you have revenue, you have expenses, all that, right? So how many of you have done something like that? Maybe managed household finances or run a business or looked at your budget and said, wait, hold up, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Well, one thing you can do in a business or in a household, this works in the household too, is sometimes you get to the point where you're like, wait, this ain't working. Like we are overspending. We are living above our means. We are not putting ourselves on a trajectory to get to our destination or the destination we prefer. So what you got to do sometimes, you got to go in, like they said in the Bible. I think there's a part in the Bible. Y'all got to forgive me because I ain't never really read the whole Bible, but I respect church. I respect God. I respect all these things. But I remember there was some part in the Bible where God just said, hold up, this is messed up. This whole thing, this whole project called Earth is falling apart. So what did God do? What did he do when he said that people are acting crazy? They're not making no sense. This is a complete mess. What did he do? Answer me in the chat. What did God do when he just said, man, this is messed up? He hit the reset button. He hit the reset button. He just destroyed everything and said, okay, we're going to start over from the beginning. And the same thing is true when you talk about budgeting in your household or budgeting in your business. When our business got to the point where our expenses were here and our revenue was here, I said, hold on, we got to stop. I said, everything is canceled. Every contract, every financial commitment, every single thing, we're shutting it down. And then after we shut it down, we're going to have an opportunity to rebuild in an appropriate fashion. So what I think you got to do is do a rebudgeting of your whole life. I think you got to do a reset button. Hit the reset button. You should question, like the same with our budget. What we did was we questioned every expense, everything that came through, every invoice. I would look at it and say, why are we paying this? What is this for? What are we getting out of this? Where's our ROI? If the answer is no, or the answer was not good, then I would say, no, we're cutting this out. This isn't coming through the door. So that awareness, it's a financial consciousness exercise. I want to be conscious. As a CEO, I need to be conscious of every expense that comes through this door because what we were doing before is not working. So ultimately, I would encourage you to consider doing that when it comes to where you spend your energy as you're trying to build the life you want to build the family situation that you want to create, whatever it is. Consciousness and awareness is everything, all the way down to if you're a man, the kind of women you spend time with, if you're a woman, the kind of men you let in your life. When you talk about what you do with your day every single morning, what books you're reading, what ideas you're entertaining, well, all these things. If it's not moving you forward, if it's not propelling you, then do not do it. So anyway, let me mention really quickly. As you guys know, the Get Money Fest is today in Philadelphia. If you want to join, you can come in for free. And that starts at noon. And we have several panels on things like what they call the digital gold rush, like how people are making money online, marketing, a lot of business marketing discussions. I'm going to do, my speech is called From Cash Flow to Cash Grow. So I'm going to give a speech. And then also there's like some other really great stuff that's happening. A lot of great people there that are actually really good at this kind of thing. So if you want to join, it's fun. And then I think about 3 o'clock, they're going to have like art and music and fashion. So Philadelphia has a really great music industry. One of my good friends, Kenny Gamble, was part of the whole Philadelphia sound and all that. So there are a lot of great artists in Philadelphia. And then also they have fashion folks like this lady called the Pish Posh Girl. I'd never heard of her, but apparently she's doing really well in Philadelphia. So lots of great stuff like that, right? So if you're into that kind of stuff, and then they have artists that are painting and stuff. And I like that a lot because I want us to understand that that being economically intelligent doesn't block you from enjoying the rest of life. It doesn't keep you from being creative or to be, being an artist or whatever. Actually being financially intelligent, if you are an artist, it makes you a better artist. It makes you a better artist. And the reason it makes you a better artist is because the worst artists in the world are the ones who are working for the corporation. The worst artists in the world who don't have any artistic freedom are, rappers who work for Universal Records, and they tell them, we need you to rap about money, women, and I want you to rap about hoes and killing and drugs and all that. Like, that's not artistic freedom. That does not make you a free artist. I mean, how many different ways can you rap about murdering a black man? Like, literally, that's what it's like. How many creative ways can I come up with to talk about killing my own people? Like, I remember, I think the rapper T.I. was talking about that. As a rapper, he said there's only so many different ways you could talk about killing somebody. And I'm like, well, why would you be sitting around using your creative genius, figuring out interesting ways to describe how you killed somebody? I put a chip in your brain, or I blow your dome, and just like, well, why are we even putting energy into this, right? But this to me speaks to a lack of freedom that artists have. They don't have freedom because they don't have any money, because they have to do whatever the corporations say. And the corporations, here's the thing about capitalism. Capitalism isn't really that creative. The capitalists aren't trying to, make a great movie or a great song or explore creative boundaries. They're trying to make money. That's it. They're trying to make money. So, if they're like, hey, look, I know you got a lot to say as a black man, but hey, if you go on tour with Taylor Swift and you sound like a white girl, you're going to make a whole lot more money. And white girls want to hear black men rapping about killing each other or whatever. We need you to behave like a monkey thug, because that's what they love. They love to see us behaving like monkey thugs. And so if you go on the Taylor Swift tour and you behave like a monkey thug with 55 gold chains, 8,000 tattoos, and rapping about how many black people you killed, then they're going to cheer for that, right? So really what I'm saying is that I would encourage anybody that wants to be an independent business owner, artist, anything like that, become financially intelligent, and then you'll be the most amazing artist in the world. Why is that? Well, because you'll be serving your craft and not serving the god of money. You won't be doing things to make money. You'll be doing things because you love them, because they inspire you, because you're passionate about it. And that's what, as an FYI, that's literally the message I give to our youngest daughter. She's an artist. She's a dancer. She's a singer. She's an actress. And I was like, so you want to be financially intelligent and have enough money so that you can truly dig into your craft and not have to do things that distract you just so you can pay the rent. I told her I'd have real story. I tell her, we have real conversations, and I tell her about how many desperate actresses, talented, beautiful, desperate actresses I met in Hollywood that were some of the women like literally sought me out to try to offer me something sexual so that I would help them like pay the bills. And I would be sitting there thinking, where's your daddy at? And why are you offering to do these things to me that should be sacred just so you can get an extra couple $100? Like, I can get money. I have money, but what you're offering is something that money should not be able to buy. And this comes from financial desperation. Desperation will make you into something that is on a lower vibration than who God meant for you to be. God meant for you to be free. God meant for you to be capable. God meant for you to be strong. God meant for you to be happy. God meant for you to be healthy. God meant for you to have every dream that you have in your life, everything that you ever wanted. That's what I think God wants for you. And unfortunately, capitalism can be like the devil. Capitalism can come in and be like, oh, you don't have enough money to pay rent? Well, come over here and do this thing for me, and then I'll get you your rent money. And no, who wants their kids in that situation? Who wants anybody in that situation? That's terrible. So really, to overcome the demon of capitalism, you got to understand the demon and learn how to slay the demon. And then you have that freedom. You can operate up here where you're not even thinking about money because you spent time thinking about money. You became conscious enough about money that now you don't even really have to be aware or think about money. You can make decisions without money being a barrier to what you're able to do with your time. Do you understand? So the reason that I think so much about money is because I wanted to create a life where I don't have to think about money. I think about money a lot because I've been studying it for 30 years and and that's what I'm good at, right? But really money's not that important to me. That's the funny thing, right? I didn't even realize money wasn't important to me until I had some. But I thought money was important to me because I didn't have any. And money was the thing that blocked me from being able to do the things I needed to do. Money kept me from being able to sleep in the morning. Money kept me from being able to do things I wanted to do for my daughter. Money kept me from being able to live where I wanted to live or spend my time the way I wanted to spend it or do the things I wanted to do. Money forced me to go be around people I didn't want to be around and participate in things I didn't want to participate in. So money was like everywhere. It's like when you don't have it, money's like, I got you. My block it. You go out the door. You better get back in the house. And money's like, get up. Like money's in your face every day telling you what to do how to live your life, and that is a terrible way to live, right? So I was really glad to really understand money because I was like, oh, now I understand it and I know how to get it. Now that I've got it, I don't have to think about it. Do you understand? But there was a time where money was the only motive behind anything I did, and that's not really. I don't think that's really how you were supposed to live. I really don't think that's who you're supposed to be. So make sure your kids understand that money so they don't have to live that way. All right. So anyway, one thing, if you are interested, we have a free thing we can offer you, a free training. It's called How to Make Money When You're Broke or How to Build a Business When You're Broke. And if you're interested in getting that, you can go to b1startup.com, the number one startup.com. So type that in the chat, please, b1startup.com. So if you're interested in being an entrepreneur or developing multiple streams of income or whatever the case may be, you can go to b1startup.com. Also, as you guys know, with the stock market, there's a lot of volatility. The market keeps going up. The stock market just hit 40,000 recently, which is a very big deal. The Dow did, and I remember when the Dow hit 10,000, and when it hit 10,000, that was a big deal. People thought it had to go down because 10,000 is so high. When it hit 1,000, people thought that there's no way it can go higher than this. That's how funny it is, right? That's what perspective looks like. That's what happens when our consciousness is not sort of there, is we think that whatever's happening right now is the biggest thing that could ever possibly happen. But then something bigger happens. And then you look back and you say, wow, I thought that was the biggest thing ever. But really, this is the biggest thing ever. But really, you're always wrong about that because Dow 40,000, yeah, that's a big deal. When the Dow was at 10,000, people at 10,000 could not imagine 40,000. But people at 40,000 can't imagine 100,000. But I guarantee you there's a good chance that 100,000 is going to come at some point. So anyway, but one other thing, though, is that the market does crash. And so what I did was I did a training called Storm-Proof Investing that shows you all the different ways to protect your portfolio. So if you'd like to go take a look at that training, it's heavily discounted in the Black Business School. I don't have the cost in front of me, but it doesn't cost much. It's lifetime access, less than $100, I think, and you can share it with your whole family. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. Okay, so let me go through this really quickly in terms of, it's so funny. I always come in here and I plan to talk for like 20 minutes or whatever, and then I just end up going much longer than that. But today I really have a hard deadline because I have to prepare for the Get Money Fest. It's about to start soon. So I really am going to be efficient with time, and my time and yours. All right. So So the first thing I want to mention in terms of mindset, and this is why we created the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, is because really, if your mindset is not built in a certain way, it's very, very hard to build wealth in this country unless you get extremely lucky. But even in that case, if you gave $1 million to a person with the wrong mindset, that $1 million would disappear. Your mindset pretty much, it doesn't really reflect as much where you are. It reflects where you're going. And so if I'm a man who lucks out, let's say that I have a poverty mindset, but I somehow, somebody somehow gives me $10 million. Because that's what happens whenever we're struggling or whenever things are going wrong, we tend to believe that if somebody outside of us does something for us, or if we get a little lucky, that everything's going to change. And it doesn't work. That's why so many lottery winners go broke, because the mere act of buying lots of lottery tickets, that's a poverty mindset. That's a very bad financial decision. So money just makes you more of what you already are. So if you are a big buyer of lottery tickets when you're broke, then guess what? When you have $10 million in the bank, you're going to buy more lottery tickets, which is going to make you broker than you were. You're going to find your pathway to extraordinary amounts of debt and extraordinary expenditure levels, because that mindset never shifted. So let me give you some examples. This is based on research, and you should take notes on this, because I think this will change your life. This will make a big difference for you. And this is also something I encourage you to share with your children. In fact, if you go and become a premium member of Money in the Morning at drboycedaily.com, I share this with your kids. Give them a summer job. The summer job could be, I want you to, I'll pay you, I don't know, $5 for every Dr. Boyce lecture that you sit through. And if you can tell me what's there or something like that, or maybe $2 or $3, whatever the budget will allow. And then you pay them a few $100 all throughout the summer, and I guarantee that one summer will change their whole life. One summer will change, like your kids are going to have this stuff in their head when they're 50, right? So this is cutting edge science. This is what the science says when they study the mindset of rich people versus poor people. So anyway, so if you want to become a premium member, just go to drboycedaily.com. All of these Money in the Morning trainings are there, archived. There's over 100 of them. 100 is a lot to ask the kid to go through. But then again, some of y'all have kids that are very special. Some of you have kids that are geniuses. Some of you have kids that will take this information and shoot to the moon, because this is better than going to Harvard or Yale when it comes to Black wealth and being an asset to your family and to the Black community. Harvard does not do what we do here. They can't do it. They're not qualified. So and they don't have the desire to do it. So let me go into this. All right. So here are some differences in the mindset of rich people versus poor people. The first is long-term versus short-term thinking. Wealthy people tend to think about long-term goals. They're planning. There's a saying that says that wealthy people plan for the next generation, middle class people plan for the next 10 years, and poor people plan for Saturday night. And let me know if you've seen this. Let me know if you've seen that difference in mindset. Some people can only see the here and now, whereas some people can see way down the road. And people who have the consciousness. Remember, I talked about going from that set two-dimensional space to the three-dimensional space, right? Going from the automobile to the airplane. When you rise up and you're in the airplane, there's a lot less traffic and there's a lot more clarity. When I'm flying in an airplane, we can see 10 miles down the road. I can't see that when I'm in a car. So wealthy people tend to have a longer term vision. Warren Buffett says that wealth is simply a transfer of from impatient people to patient people. Number two, asset acquisition versus liability accumulation. A person with a wealthy mindset tends to look for assets that are going to help them make money. A person with a poverty mindset looks for consumer products that they can buy. They look for products that they can go into debt with. They can pull out the credit card, get that nice whip, get that nice outfit. I saw the video. If you go to my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. If you go to my Instagram, you'll see this beautiful video of all these kids showing up for prom. And I'm gonna tell you, we just know how to really do it. The rappers really showed us how to be as outrageous and extravagant as we want to be. And these kids are showing up in Bugattis and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and one guy had a police escort, and he had a bunch of cheerleaders. Like, they looked like they was at the club. The girls come in and they carrying the thing over their head at the club. I don't really go to the club, but I've seen it on like videos and stuff where they come in and they like that, and then he pulls up in his like limo or something, right? So anyway, I'm not making fun of that, right? I'm not saying that you can't go out for prom. It's fine. You can do what you want. I said, gosh, it'd be kind of tough because it's become like this competition. I can't imagine being the poor kid who's got to like deal with that, and then or having to deal with a woman that I'm taking to the prom who expects me to go above and beyond like that. Like, I got to spend $2,000 on the prom. No, like I would prefer that you enjoy time with me. Like, that should be the reward, not this material stuff. However, it is fine, right? People do what they're going to do. But really, what's interesting though is, I was just kind of thinking. I said, what if we worked as hard at starting businesses and building wealth as we do to show out for prom? Like, what if that same energy to be materialistic and fashionable was put into being educationally excellent? Like, we will compete like crazy with each other when it comes to who's dressed the best and who's got the most outrageous and extravagant get up for the prom. But I'm asking a deeper question: are we also equally energized when it comes to competing with Indian students on ACT scores? Do you understand? Like really, I'm just, seriously, like, because what I see, this is what I see. Again, these are stereotypes now, so I'm going to make sure I'm clear about this. But I have a friend that works at one of those educational facilities that get you ready for college, and he said that he meets Nigerian families, Indian families, and Asian families that don't have much money but will spend their last nickel to get their child into this college prep program so they can get that really high ACT, SAT score so they can get into the best schools and everything else and be prepared educationally. He said, we can't get the African American parents to bring their kids. We even offer it for free. The other family paid $3,000. The black family pays, we're asking them to pay 300 or 700 or something like that. They say, well, we don't have enough money for that. And what will disappoint me very much, and I'm not saying this is true in every case because I don't want to get into bad stereotypes, but y'all seen it. Let me know if you've seen this before. But that same family who can't spend $600 getting their kid ready to really excel in college. I'm not talking about just get in. I'm not talking about just get in and make C pluses. I'm talking about really excel, like an Indian or an Asian kid. That same parent, their child will show up like to the prom in like a $2,000 suit on a camel, with a Lamborghini behind the camel, like just crazy stuff because they want to show out. We want to show off. We want to look a certain way. And we get that from hip hop culture. Hip hop culture, Dr. Anderson actually explains in his book, Black Labor, White Wealth and Powernomics, that there's a history of Black people really engaging in extravagant behavior to gain attention. He said this goes back hundreds of years. We always were the ones who were the most outrageous. Right. And so anyway, this is just something to think about. So wealthy people tend to think about their money as a way to acquire assets that will make them more money. Poor people look at their money as a way to buy consumer products that will put them in debt. So just think about that when you watch how people, when they get money and you ask them, what are you going to do when you get money? A lot of people will say, I'm going to buy me this, I'm going to buy me that, I'm going to get me this, I'm going to get me that. Right. But then you got other people who say, the smarter people, more financially conscious people say, I'm going to acquire this asset that is going to generate income for me or whatever. I want to get that building. I want to start that business. I want to go buy these shares of stock. I want to own more shares of Facebook so I can sell these stock options and make $10,000 a month selling the stock options or whatever it is. Right. So let's keep going. Number 3, continuous learning versus a fixed skill set. Wealthy people tend to understand that learning is dynamic. It's something that happens throughout your life. I can confirm to you as a college professor, whatever you learned in college, it ain't going to be relevant 20 years after you graduate. It ain't going to be relevant 10 years after you graduate. So the continuous learning, what that does is it allows you to take advantage of the opportunities that emerge in a constantly changing world. So wealthy people tend to they tend to learn their whole entire life, and learning becomes very important. Number 3, risk management versus risk avoidance. It says here that wealthy people understand and manage risk to seize opportunities, whereas poor people often avoid risk, fearing potential losses. So in the Prime program, one thing that we talk about a lot is I talked to you guys about 2 emotions that you want to avoid when it comes to investing. Those are fear and greed. Fear will cause you to miss opportunities. The word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So a lot of people that stay poor, they stay poor because they're afraid of certain things, like they're scared of the stock market. A lot of you have relatives that are afraid of the stock market. Let me know. Give me a yes if you do. And then let me know if you got a grandma or something who tells you the stock market's the devil and the economy is going to crash and everything, all hell's going to break loose if you buy shares of IBM stock or Microsoft, right? And this fear causes us to either not to participate in certain parts of the economy or to run when things get hard. A lot of times fear makes us run. It makes us run. Fear can make you run from a good relationship because you never had anybody treat you that well before. So you get nervous. Fear can make you run from good investments because maybe you have a tough month or two in a stock and you see it drop and you get scared. So you just sell, right? And this causes you to miss wealth because most of the wealth is made during the recovery. So risk management versus risk avoidance. Wealthy people understand the connection between risk and reward. The more risk you take, the more reward you get. Whereas sometimes having a poverty mindset can sort of scare you into doing things that you think are safe and stable, like that one job with one income stream as a source of security, when really that's not secure at all. There's nothing secure about having one stream of income, especially if you're a single parent. That means that one stream of income is done, you're in big trouble. There's nothing secure about depending on corporate America. Corporate America does not love you. These corporations are not loyal to you. These hoes ain't loyal. Corporations do not care about how much disruption they will cause to your family when they fire you or release you from your job. So really, when you think about risk management, you got to understand that the things we used to think are safe are actually risky. We thought it was safe to depend on some company run by a white man to pay our bills and we'd be okay. And I don't think that that's true. I don't think, again, I told you I'm a cynic. I don't believe in depending on other people. I don't think Black people really have any friends. I really don't. I feel like we have to be our own best friend, which means financial security is something you have to create for yourself. All right, so let's keep going here. Number 5 would be networking versus doing it all by yourself. A lot of wealthy people understand that relationships are a form of wealth. They understand that team building is an important part of wealth. Delegation is an important part of wealth. I heard a billionaire say one time, he said, nobody can work hard enough to make $1 billion. He said that being a billionaire is not about how much work you do. He said it's about how much work you get other people to help you with. You can't be an expert at everything. You can't be a jack of all trades. You can't be the secretary and the CEO and the marketing manager all at the same time. That's hard to do. So one thing, this is why I've told you, if we ever built the Dr. Boyce Watkins School of Economics, one class I would give all the kids is a class on relationship management. Literally, how to network, how to delegate, how to be a friend, how to form an ecosystem around you with healthy relationships that are going to help you become successful. I would have them read books by people like Dr. George C. Fraser, who's the networking guru of Black America. He's actually joining us in the Black Business School, by the way. These are the types of people I seek out, people who know what the hell they're doing. I don't care about you making a hit record or none of that stuff. I want to know what you can actually teach the community that's going to make them better. So Dr. George C. Fraser is he's excellent at networking and helping people understand that connecting with others is how you become successful. And the reason this is such an important point, and the reason I'm so emphatic about it, is because I really feel that hip hop culture, which is the dominant culture in the Black community, does not encourage collaborative energy. Right now, for example, you have the biggest beef on earth between two of the biggest rappers on the planet, and everybody loves the beef and they want to see them go at each other's throats. And it's gotten to the point where they're punching below the belt, calling each other, pedophiles, and people, somebody got shot. There's nothing beneficial about that. This has gone beyond just a competition of who can be the best artist. It's got to the point where people have died again. And I don't know about y'all, but I saw Pop get killed. I saw Biggie get killed. I've seen all the rappers die. I'm tired of watching people get killed. I don't like that. I'd rather see Drake and Kendrick work together and say, okay, now that we're even more famous than ever before, and now that we've got everybody's attention, we're going to show you what collaboration looks like. We're going to show you what repair looks like. We're going to show you what it looks like when two men, one Black man and one Black guy who's kind of a Black man, get together and work together to change the world in a positive way and go build something extraordinary. That's what I would like to see at this point. It's like, okay, y'all done fighting. Now I want you to do what boxers do, like Tyson. Tyson used to knock all your teeth out and punch your brains out, and then he would come and give you a hug and tell everybody how great of a fighter you are and the great competitor you are and all these other. I like that part of the fight. I like when the enemies show up as friends. Or when you watch the old cartoons. Remember the old cartoons where the one like the horse and the horse and the coyote would fight the whole time and try to kill each other, or Roadrunner and Bugs Bunny, and then at the end of the day they would like get together and become friends again. I think that's okay, right? So long story short, that networking, that working together, that desire to work together, that desire to have collaborative energy, that will propel you much further than always being alone or always being combative and always being competitive with other people. It's okay to compete, and we all compete on a certain level, but you're so much better off with a friend than you are another enemy. I really just kind of think that that's something that is not cultivated enough. I really honestly think hip hop culture really adds to that because it breeds that narcissism. Like, I'm gonna make a whole album telling you how I'm so much better than you and how important I am and how I'm more significant than you. I told you when I got on the phone with Kanye and he told me that he was the most important person on the planet next to Vladimir Putin. And I literally was like, what's the point in telling me this? I do not care. Like, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard anybody say to me. And what makes you think that that's the most important use of our time in this conversation? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. So long story short, I would say that learning that networking skill, that collaborative energy is not just about learning the specifics of how to network with other people, but it's also about learning the specifics of what it just means to be a good person. When I would go to LA and I would see film projects being done and people's names would be brought up, if people who really want to get the project done, they'd say, yeah, he's really famous and yeah, he would be important for the film. He could really help us get it out there, but he's such a jerk. Nobody wants to work with him. I heard Tom Hanks, just because it's coming to mind, he was speaking about what it means to make a movie and how to make a movie and all that. And one thing he talked about was he said, I learned very early in my career that just because I'm a movie star, that doesn't mean I could treat people like crap. He said, because if you are the person who's always causing trouble, if you're the person who's always showing up as the egomaniac, the one who's always disrupting the production, then eventually they're not gonna invite you back. They're not gonna want to work with you, no matter how famous you are. And I know people, I can think of people that I knew from some, honestly, from our community that were really super famous. I told you, I told the cat's out the bag with Kanye. I don't think this is a secret that he, has certain views of himself that are pretty, extraordinary. There are people like that where they'd sit there and they couldn't understand why nobody would want to work with them, and I'd be like, well, I wouldn't want to work with you either because you're kind of a jerk. Like, who wants to work with somebody who constantly reminds you that they're better than you? Like, that's terrible. What's the point in doing that? What's the point in having all these insecurities that show up as narcissism and ego? Ego is nothing more than a cover for an insecure person. I was speaking to a young guy just the other day. He happened to be a young hip hop artist, and his name's getting out there. He's getting kind of famous, and I love mentoring young people when they're on their rise. It's really fun to watch. And he said, I think I said something about being humble, and he said, Doc, I think you're too humble. He said, and I said, well, what's wrong with being humble? I said, being humble does not mean I'm not confident. Oh, I'm very confident. That's why I'm okay with being humble. I said, it's y'all's rap. You rap dudes. Some of y'all, not all of you, but a lot of y'all just loud. A lot of you, like Diddy. Diddy was loud. Diddy wasn't really a guy who ever really accomplished a lot of the things that he said he was going to do. He would just talk. And I said, where I come from, men who talk a lot are usually the men who have no substance. I come from a place where men are supposed to have substance. And so if you're a man that has substance, you don't have to be loud. I said, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to show up and do it. And the only time I'm loud, I said, a person of substance, the only time they're going to be loud with you, the only time they bark, a lot of guys bark and they have no bite. The only time a man of substance will bark at you is because he's warning you that if you push it past a certain point, he's going to have to destroy you. He's going to have to take you out. So he will bark. Like if I got a gun and I'm really planning to use it, I'm going to shoot it in the air just to say, like, please don't make me do this to you, right? So what I'm saying to you is that I really personally think that humility is a good thing. I don't see anything wrong with humility. I said, who said that being humble is bad? It doesn't mean I don't love myself. It doesn't mean I don't believe in myself. It doesn't mean I can't improve and show up and kick ass and take names. I know what I can. I know I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I've been that guy for a long time in certain spaces, but I don't have to rub it in your face every time I see you. How does that make our relationship better? It doesn't. It doesn't. My goal would be to elevate you. My goal would be to say, look, I know I'm good. I know I'm good, but I want you to be great too. Then you know what happens when I make you great, when I use my greatness to make you greater? Do you understand? Pay attention now. When I use my greatness to inspire you to be greater, guess what? Now I'm surrounded by a lot of great people. I'm not Superman. We are super friends. Super friends can always kick the ass of Superman any day of the week. Do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody remember Super Friends, where Super Friends had all these buddies that were all like had these special powers, shape of a tornado, right? And Aquaman could go in the water, Wonder Woman was coming through with the invisible airplane, and then Superman would show up, right? That Super Friends are always greater than Superman. So don't try to be Superman. Become Super Friends. Then you can still be Superman. He didn't lose any power because he had allies. He didn't become weaker because he supported other people. There was nothing about working as a team that made him into a simp. No, Superman, he secured himself and he took the weight off of himself. He didn't have to do it all by himself. And this is what I wish we would get into when it comes to Black leadership. I don't want to see Superman. I'm tired of seeing some Negro show up. I am the leader. I am the King Kong. I'm the greatest. I don't want to see that. I want to see super friends. I want to see a big committee of trustees, 10, 20 people working together. Like I saw with that image with the black men in the 1960s, where all the black men got together and put their egos to the side and did a press conference together. And that to me was a beautiful image. That to me was far more beautiful than any one guy showing up and saying, I'm going to do it all by myself. That doesn't work. All right, so let me keep going. All right, if you want to know where a good prototype of that, look at like the Anti-Defamation League, and they nobody knows who the Jewish leader is in America, do we? Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Like nobody can name one guy. Oh, it's Rabbi Smith who's the leader of the whole Zionist community. There's no one guy. There's no one guy. Nobody. You can't even name any of the guys, right? Because they're like, no, we're all a part of something bigger than ourselves. That's what real power looks like. Like, even with China, you got one guy, Xi Jinping, the president. But do you know how many thousands of other leaders are aligned with him? You know how many like they got billions of people all aligned under the same mission. One China, right? That's how you get power in this world. So anyway, let me keep going. A couple more things. Difference between rich people and poor people. Rich people tend to be proactive, whereas poor people, unfortunately, are reactive. If you are proactive, that means you're investing for the future. That means you're preparing for when things are going to get bad. That means you're preparing to take advantage of opportunities. Reactive is where you wait for things to happen and then you just react to it and you get mad because you say, white people came in and took my neighborhood. Well, but they've been telling you could buy that, you could have bought that house for $10,000 for the last 20 years and you never did it. Because whatever you did other things with your money. And now you're mad because, now some white lady bought the building and she's got they're building a Whole Foods and a dog park in the neighborhood and they're taking it from you, but they couldn't have taken it from you if you were the actual owner. It would have been harder for them to take it from you anyway. All right. So next, wealthy people tend to think in terms of multiple streams of income versus one stream of income. I cannot overstate the importance of making sure that you and your children understand the importance of having multiple streams of income as a source of diversification and financial security. The first place multiple streams of income can start with very natural things like marriage and family. If you have a husband has an income, the wife has an income, the oldest child has an income, and whatever, and they're all living in the same house, well, that house is probably not going to fall because you've got three people who are all bringing in money into that house. That's one example of multiple streams of income. If you can't have that situation, maybe some of us choose not to get married, which is perfectly fine. I'm not judging that. There are other ways to have multiple streams of income through side hustles or working together with family, maybe just having a regular family meeting to talk about how you can generate multiple streams of income. That's important. Investments are multiple streams of income. In the Prime program, all we talk about is multiple streams of income through the selling of stock options. So if I own 5 different stocks and I have investments in all of them and I'm selling options on all those stocks every single month, I view that as multiple streams of income. I went to my wife and I said, here are the different ways that we make money. We make $2,000 a month here, $3,000 a month here, $1,000 a month here, $5,000 a month there, and this is where we get our money from, right? So multiple streams of income gives you security because it means if one stream goes bad, other streams are going to be other streams are going to cover for the stream that goes bad. So you don't want to be in that situation where you're vulnerable to the financial trauma that comes when, Mr. White Man that runs the business that you work for decides he don't want you no more. Next thing you know, you're stuck, right? Or a lot of our people went through significant economic pain when the government shut down because they thought the government job was safe. Well, the government job is never going to be safe as long as you got these bozos running Congress. When you got these idiots up there, the Democrats and Republicans thugging it out like Crips and Bloods can't stand each other. In fact, that's an insult to the Crips and Bloods because even the Crips and Bloods form truces with each other, that were better than what you see with the Democrats and Republicans. So the Democrats and Republicans going back and forth in this constant political warfare, destroying each other. That's not a stable government. In fact, the instability of the U.S. government is one of the major economic risk factors that's causing some people to not want to invest in U.S. T-bills because they don't know what these people are going to do. So long story short, multiple streams of income is how wealthy people think. You want to, if you have children or grandchildren, put that in their head early, right? You're the one who is responsible for making sure that they have the right mindset when it comes to wealth. It can't be other people, okay? And actually, if you, just in case you don't know about our Black Business School for Children, it's at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We have a series of programs on everything from real estate to stock market investing to crypto. They can get a certificate in every area, and it's great for them to do during the summer. Just give them a couple dollars of incentive to get through it, and what this will do is this will give them a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college-educated adult. I guarantee, I'm not kidding. If your child is 8 years old, they're going to know more about economics at the age of 8 than most adults know at the age of 30. And so what you want to do, in my opinion, is you want to be extreme in terms of really preparing them for what's ahead because you see how much pain there is for people who are not ready. What I see when I see a 32-year-old Black man who's struggling to provide for his kids, can't pay child support or can't provide for his family, I see a person who was not prepared. They did not prepare themselves. Also, their parents did not prepare them for the world. Do you understand? Everything that's happening now is nothing more than a manifestation of what was done in the past. If you did not prepare in the past, then you're not going to be prepared today. But if you did prepare, then you're in a situation that's going to be much different from what you would be otherwise. So prepare, prepare, prepare. That's what rich people do. That's what smart people do. And so that's what we're going to do. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. And again, our kids program is blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, just look up flashcards and you'll see all of our different flashcard bundles. We have a ton of stuff. We also have workbooks. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, look up workbooks and you'll see all of our workbooks for kids. And so if you want to get your kids ready, we have a whole curriculum that your kids can go through. And really, again, with kids, figure out what they want, offer it to them, give them, just again, like with our kids, if I really want them to do something, I just pay them to do it. And then they do it. Why? Well, because they want the money so they can go and shop at the mall or whatever they're going to do. And so they don't have the long-term vision I want them to have, but I have the long-term vision. Like I can see how what she's doing at 13 is going to play out when she's 33. So it is my job to have vision in the areas that she does not have vision until she gains the vision herself. Do you understand? So a lot of the things, and when I talk to the kids, I explain to them, I said, some of the stuff I say to you, you're not going to even understand any of this, but all I'm asking you to do is one thing. I need you to just listen to me, and I want you to take what I say and put it in your pocket. And I believe that it's going to activate when you're about 25 years old. When you get out in the world and you start to see the things I've seen, and you live in the life that a lot of us have lived, and you kind of get to know that the world does not love you the way we do, you're going to have this in your pocket. You can pull it out, and you know it's going to work because I'm not a failure. You know I'm a solid guy. You know I'm not going to say this if I didn't care about you. And so you know that this is going to help you get through that storm. And I want you to have this because I remember when I was in my 20s, there were some things that I wish I'd had that I did not have. There were some things I didn't understand. Like I didn't understand, for example, that if you're having a bad relationship, you probably shouldn't fix it yourself. You could probably go read a book or talk to a therapist and they will make things better. I wish I'd known those things. I didn't know that there were ways to make money other than getting up and going to a job. I kind of knew it theoretically, but I thought investing was for white people. I didn't even internalize it enough. I knew it. I understood it. I could teach it, but I didn't really apply it, right? But if I'd known then what I know now, like, I don't know, the stuff I trained you guys on with stock options and all that, I would have had a whole different existence. Everything I would have done would have been different, right? So give them the information, sit there with them, become the teacher that they need, and I guarantee you they're going to be much more successful in life because life is hard, life is complicated. Most people are not prepared. I want your family to be ready. All right. So I'm going to get out of here, guys. Have a great day. God bless you. I'm going to the Get Money Fest now. If you're in Philly or nearby, feel free to stop by. They're going to be there for 6 hours. I'd love to shake your hand and meet you in person. So the URL is getmoneyfest.com if you guys want to join us. All right. So have a good day, everybody. Let me get out of here. I got let wait and so so I have to explain to people sometimes, because when you do stuff like this, you meet all different kinds of people that might be interested in for different reasons. And sometimes I meet people that are what I might call like blickety black. And they impose certain ideas toward me. Like, okay, that means that white people are never, ever allowed anywhere near anything that we're doing. And I'm like, no, I'm not threatened by that. The same way, my daughter was born in Jewish hospital. They didn't tell me I couldn't be there because I was black. If I wanted to go to the Notre Dame University, clearly run by the Catholic Church or by people that are Catholic, they don't tell me I can't attend Notre Dame. So I said, we got white people in the Black Business School. Why wouldn't you want to learn from intelligent black people? I think that we should be leading the world. We are the smartest people in the room 9 times out of 10. We are the only people actually that can say that we survived the slave dungeons, the Middle Passage, 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man, 100 years of Jim Crow, another 40, 50 years of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, and we're also surviving whatever they're doing to us right now. We won't know about that till for another 50 or 60 years. That's when all the FBI files will be released, and we're gonna find out what they're doing. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what happened to hip hop music, how we went from Tribe Called Quest and KRS-One to Kill Die Nigga Die. like who did that? Who was responsible for this, right? Because we were not on that committee. This was not something that we decided to do. But I think that you have to be thoughtful about these, what I perceive to be very deliberate efforts to degrade our culture and short circuit us
from becoming who we're truly meant to be. Now, first off, I want to say thank you to JJ and her vanilla milkshake. Awesome guy wearing the Black Excellence shirt. When I saw that shirt, I said, okay, he's a cool dude. And thank you so much for having me. I'm very honored to be at your event. I have so much respect for what you're doing. And I love the fact that you work together as a couple. That's what my wife and I do. And also, I want to mention that it's interesting. I was watching Asia's brilliant conversation about quantum wealth theory. First of all, I like the title. I said, wow, that's a great title. I wonder what this is about. Because quantum physics and quantum mechanics, if you study that stuff, it's just mind-boggling. You know, Albert Einstein, he used to call it spooky math. I think that's what he called quantum physics, because it didn't make any sense. You know, quantum entanglement and the double slit experiment that she talked about. All that, so I'm a little bit of a nerd. So I was like, okay, let me see what she's got. And then she starts breaking down the brain and behaviors and everything. And I said, I wish my wife was here, because my wife happens to be a therapist and an expert on the subconscious mind. And she is a smart Black woman. I'm very proud of her for that. She reads about 22 books a year. And one book she read 4 times was a book about the subconscious mind. So I listened to her and I talked to her about things. And what these conversations fed into me was this keen understanding that the biggest barrier that we have to building wealth, one of the biggest barriers, it isn't really just access to resources. That's important. That must be discussed. It isn't access to knowledge and information. You literally have an entire university on your cell phone. All right. So it's access to information. You can't say, well, I couldn't get the knowledge, or they kept it from me. No, maybe we could say that 50 years ago. You can't say it now. If you got an iPhone, you can learn anything you want to learn. A lot of it is really culture. A lot of it is culture and habits and the subconscious mind and how we're programmed as children and into adulthood and all these other things. And I said, my gosh, this is really what's going on. America is a beautiful, amazing, extraordinary country in certain areas. There are things that we do better than anybody on earth. And there, in fact, we are very, very good at industrialization, and that's helped us win wars, right? And by the way, shout out to every veteran in here. Veterans make sacrifices that you mentioned that nobody talks about. Nobody shows respect to that. And I'm going to go on a little tangent. I'm going to circle back, but I got to go on this tangent here because my grandfather served in World War II. And once he was hit in the head with a cannon on a Navy ship, and they thought he was dead. And so they put him in the morgue and zipped his body up. And he literally wakes up and starts pushing, saying, let me out. And he gets let out. And he goes on and marries my grandmother, stays married to her for 70 years and took care of her until the day she died. And then my father went to Vietnam, and he can't talk about it to this day. He talks about being pushed out of the airplane when he didn't want to jump out. They pushed him out of the plane. He talks about sleeping in the ditch and hearing the mortar fire and the bombs going off that night. And what was interesting is that on one hand, the unhealthy coping mechanisms occurred, things like heroin addiction, which affected so many of our men and women that went over to Vietnam. But also what was interesting was there was this really tough, dogged determinism that he developed as well, where he said, when I was in that ditch, I decided I'm going to do whatever I got to do to get home. I'm going to survive this no matter what it takes. So he comes home and and I said, well, how did you get off of heroin? I said, I heard heroin's a hell of a drug. And he said, and literally, he said, I just stopped doing it. I just realized that was not the life I wanted. I didn't want to be a junkie. And I watched him throughout his entire life have that same attitude when it came to accomplishing the goal, right? Figuring out what the mission was. Okay, my family needs me to find a way to make money. I'm going to figure that out, right? And that, and to some extent, and I think we discount that, right? We discount just our personal power when we're committed to doing something. We discount the importance of understanding at some point you got to put your excuses to the side and figure out what the assignment is. And this creates a real interesting contradiction or challenge I have, because I have part of my audience. I attract a lot of military folks, a lot of veterans follow me. And I remember I asked a soldier, I said, I respect soldiers, I respect veterans immensely, but why do so many veterans follow me? And what he said was, because you give an assignment, you tell us what the mission is, and that's what we understand, and I said, okay, that's it. Yeah. You have a problem, you solve it. Right. But then I've got people that I have to challenge a little bit, who unfortunately were hit by this other culture of almost like a really heavy victim mentality. Not to the point that we haven't gone through things. We know what we've gone through, and we can lay that out on a list, and we should acknowledge all of that. But it's like, that's not supposed to be a crutch, right? We can't let that be a crutch. And so that becomes, that's my story. And that's why, I'll never disrespect a soldier. I think that soldiers are not appreciated. When my father told me about how he came home from Vietnam and people were calling him baby killer and all this stuff, I got mad. I said, I want to go back in time and kick those people in the face. And now that he's got blood cancer and he's sick and he is dying from Agent Orange and things he experienced in the military, we're talking about these things, and these things that is literally what is on my heart right now as I speak to you. So thank you for your service if you have served, and I wish our country appreciated you as much as they should. I just have to say that. Now circling back to what we were talking about earlier, here's the deal. When you're talking about wealth and economics, you cannot understate the importance of culture. Culture is more important than how many degrees you got. It's more important than how much wealth you have access to per se. Those things matter, but that's not, you don't have to go take a bunch of classes in order to understand building wealth. And let me give you an example. My wife and I went to China, and we were in China for about 3 weeks, and we traveled to different regions of China. And I'm going to tell you one thing that was really interesting. I don't want to stereotype here, but man, they know how to sell a product. Anybody ever been in a space where maybe it was Chinatown or China itself and just seeing how assertive they can be? Like they will hunt you down and chase you down and follow up and upsell you, downsell you, negotiate and barter, whatever they got to do to make that sale. And all throughout the country, when I went to different regions, I would see the similar products, which made me think about the distribution systems. I saw similar sales techniques. I saw similar business models. And I bet you that a very small percentage of all these thousands of entrepreneurs I ran into, a very small percentage of them went to college and studied business. Right? And so this idea that you have to go and get all this knowledge and information to build wealth, run businesses, or whatever the case may be, I think that that's overemphasized a little bit. I think that's important. It's beneficial, but it's not necessary. Culture is everything. So if we talk about culture, and let's talk about that a little bit. I was speaking last night with a great man that everybody should know about by the name of Professor James Small. And Professor Small is an expert on Black history and culture. He talks a lot about Africa and all the things we should know about Africa. And he tells those stories that you'll never learn in school. Because I don't believe that we're ever going to really learn who we truly are from a public school system. I don't think that the public school system is designed to empower anybody, even people who are not Black. In fact, in Chicago, we have 55 public schools where not one single child can read or do math at grade level. In 55 schools. Think about so if there's 2,000 kids in every school, it's over 100,000 kids that cannot, not one child. Right? So this is an issue, and it's not just an issue that affects Black people. There are lots of documented stories and information about why the public school system was designed, what it was supposed to teach you to do. It was designed to manufacture workers. It's one of the reasons that the Rockefellers poured so much money into the public school system, because they said, we don't want people thinking independently. We don't want a bunch of people that want to start businesses. We want people that are going to become cogs in a wheel, that are going to understand their part in this mass production process. So school kind of rewards you for sitting down and shutting up more than it rewards you for being creative and intelligent and taking risks and all these other things that you have to do in order to build wealth. Well, Professor Small was talking about Juneteenth, and we're running up on the Juneteenth holiday, and also my birthday's in a couple of days. It's going to be the 27th anniversary of my 25th birthday. So that's And it's funny. I was born actually on Father's Day, and unfortunately my father was not there to receive me as a gift. I think I'm a pretty nice guy. He should have been there. You know, it was a nice party. But anyway, so one thing he said about Juneteenth that was interesting was he said that we live under this myth that Juneteenth was this day where the soldiers came down and told the slaves in Galveston that they'd been freed and that they could all go and everybody's good, you know, just going out, you know, head on out the door, you know, life is better now. He said, actually, this is according to Professor Small. I just learned this last night, so I still have to go verify everything, but he's a smart guy. He knows a lot of stuff. He said, actually, that wasn't true. He said that in Juneteenth, when they came down and talked to the slaves, they said, you're not free. But you have a different situation. You are still going to work for the same master. You are required to still stay on the plantation and work for the master. The difference is that he has to compensate you. So you won't be slaves anymore. You'll be employees. Or better yet, you might say they went from being unpaid slaves to being paid slaves. And the amount you will be paid will be determined by the master. So your boss, your master, is going to get to decide how much he wants to pay you. If he wants to pay you a penny a day, then that's what your pay is going to be. And then they created things like vagrant laws, where if you weren't working for your master, if you did not have a job and you were black, you were going to be incarcerated. And when you get incarcerated, they're going to lease you back to the plantation owners so you could work for them. What does that sound like? Anybody know about a system does that sound familiar to y'all at all? Is there any system where we incarcerate people and then sell them to corporations for small amounts of money? I don't know. I can't remember. It starts with a P. I can't. Not OPP. It's and then he said there was a third group of slaves who said, to hell with that. He said that this is, and again, this is not documented in history. He said there was a third group of slaves that said, well, you're just going to do what you got to do. I'm not going back to that situation at all. We out of here. So if you got to shoot us, you got to catch us, try to kill us, whatever, catch me if you can, but we out of here. And these were the individuals that went and set up a lot of the very prosperous black towns all across the United States. Like the Black Wall Street. Remember, Tulsa Black Wall Street was just one of hundreds of towns that were set up and one of hundreds that were burned down and destroyed. So the story, it was a systematic kind of issue. And I heard what Professor Small said, and I said, that is so fascinating how that links directly to the world that we live in today. I said, because if you think about it, we kind of have at least three broad categories of people in our community. We have those of us that went to college, went deep in debt, got our student loans, and then went to become slaves in the corporate plantation. We get stuck because we're so deep in debt, like a sharecropper, that you can't ever quit the job. And we're never given any other sort of transferable skills that will allow you to build wealth or create enough of an asset base that you could walk away from that job. That's a lot of us. That's just educated people, right? With the MBAs, BAs, BSs, JDs, PhDs, MDs, whatever other letters behind our name that make us feel like we're better than other people, right? Then you got like the street dudes, right? Some of us got people like that in our family. I got a bunch of them that didn't do all of that, but they out hustling, doing whatever. Well, eventually we know how that ends, right? Because, the music glorifies the drug dealer, but they don't show you what happens when they get locked up and get 50-year prison sentences. And then they become part of the labor lease program, which is, again, just it follows from what they did back at Juneteenth, right? And then you had that third category. You had the third category of people that said, I'm going to be free by any means necessary. And these are the people that I relate to the most. These are the people that I love talking to. These are the people that have the courage and the vision to understand the assignment, who understand what freedom actually looks like, who understand what it really means to be quote unquote successful, who are determined to get there, who are preparing their children for freedom and success. And those are those people that are fighting to get away from the corporate plantation. It doesn't mean, again, I told my daughter, I said, it's okay to work for somebody. I said, but there's a difference between working for somebody because you want to versus working for somebody because you have to. Right. And I said, my job as your father is to make sure you always know the difference and that you always have a choice. I want you to have options. I want you to be happy. Happiness is directly linked to options. They find that, for example, when they did a study on rats and they put rats in a cage and they would hit them with electric shocks. And they had one group of rats that had no options. They had no ability to stop the shocks. They would just go through pain just randomly, and they didn't know where it was coming from or how to change it. And then they had another group of rats that learned that created learned behavior, where they gave them an option where you feel the shock, and then if you hit a button, you can make the pain stop. You can make the pain go away. You can stop the shocks. And they found that when they measured serotonin in the brains of these rats, meaning how depressed they were, they found that the rats that were in the cage that were stuck were more depressed than the rats who had options. So if you want to know why so many of our people struggle with anxiety and depression at epic levels, and we die young because of it, as Miss Asia brought up earlier today in her brilliant way, it's a lot of times because we don't have options. We feel stuck. It sucks to be stuck. So when I talk to my 12-year-old and we're talking about all the things she wants to do, she's a singer, dancer, actress. She's just got this love, and she gets up and gives Emmy Award speeches during the Emmys that nobody asked her to create, but she'll come down in her award dress and will literally give us an acceptance speech, and we're like, ain't nobody gave you nothing, girl. What you doing? But that's what she does. That's in her soul. That's who she is. She makes up dance routines and everything else. Every single day she does this. And so I said, okay, you want to be a dancer and actress and all these other things. I think that's great. Let's go study some models where you can create that life and still have options. Let's study Tyler Perry. How did Tyler Perry build his own economic empire and eventually buy BET? And I said, because Tyler Perry, he doesn't have to audition to be the star of any movie that he ever makes. No. He doesn't have to audition. He gets to pick who the stars are. If Medea's going to be the star, then Medea's going to be the star. I said, let's study that business model. Let's talk about how the economics will play a part in you having what I think is very important for you, which is options, which is connected to something that I know is important to you, which is happiness. So when we talk about what she wants to do when she grows up, I don't even talk about things like professions, or you want to be a dentist or a lawyer or a doctor. I say, no, I just want you to be happy. And I know we can agree on that. We may not agree on whether or not you should be an attorney or a physician, but we can agree that you want to be happy. So let's talk about how the economics connects to your freedom, which connects to your happiness, which also comes with things like knowledge of self. Some people don't even know what makes them happy. They watch TV and they think that material stuff makes them happy. But that don't make you happy. That gives you a temporary high, a big injection of dopamine that makes you feel like you're happy for a while. I mean, when I got my first job, when I finished college, I was literally the black sheep of my family. I was a complete embarrassment because I was in school till I was 31 years old. And if you know about anything about black families, you know that guy who's still in school at 28, 29 years old, and you're going to get made fun of. So I go to family reunions, and they wouldn't have anything to say to me all the time. They just kind of say, so you still in school, huh? So I got my first job when I was 31 years old. And as JJ mentioned, she was accurate. I was the only black person on the planet, male or female, to get a PhD in finance that year. It was really, really hard to do. Most difficult thing I ever did in my life, right? And I love it though, because it was difficult, and there was some trauma, there was some abuse. Me and my wife, we bond around the trauma we experienced going through our PhD program. It's the most petty, crazy, ridiculous space ever. But there's the bright side of that these tough experiences make you a tough person, right? So ultimately, through my therapy journey, which I think JJ was so on point about therapy. Therapy does wonders for you. I love my therapist. I was supposed to talk to her today, but I'm here, so I can't talk to her. I've learned how you can actually take these tough experiences and sort of dispose of some of the negative pieces and really use the positives to make you strong. Because if you think about it, every superhero in any Marvel movie, he has a terrible origin story. He or she. There's always like something horrible they had to go through to gain their superpower. And so when I look at my father, who has a horrible origin story, being pushed out of the airplane in Vietnam, the heroin addiction, getting shot at, he's had to kill people in his life several times. I also see the superhero. I see the man who can't be stopped. When my father decides something's going to happen, it would usually happen. When it came time to provide and protect his family, I didn't see some sniveling man at the dinner table complaining about how the white man won't let him take care of his kids. I saw none of that. I saw a man who showed up in the way he needed to show up for the people that needed him to show up in an appropriate way. I saw that and I modeled that and I love that. Right. So I went through my little version of it. I didn't go through anything like what he went through, but I did go through my own version of sort of this academic mistreatment and everything else. So I got out and I got my first job and I was making a lot of money relative to what I was making before. I went from making about $12,000 a year as a grad student to making $115,000 a year as a faculty member. So the amount of money I made in a year became the amount of money I made in a month. So when I got that first paycheck, you can tell me nothing. I thought I won the lottery. I wanted to do cartwheels down the hallway. You talk about money literally making you happy. It did. That day, money was my happiness. And I felt that way for about 6 months until the dopamine kind of wore off. And then at that point, you get what I would almost call almost like an addiction where you're used to the money now. Now you need the money, but getting the check, you just check to make sure it's the right amount. And you put it in your account. You don't think about it anymore. And then you got the rest of your life to deal with. So the thing about material things making people happy is interesting to me because I think we're falsely led to believe that that's what matters. But what we don't understand is that eventually all that sort of jubilation levels off. And then you find yourself dealing with the realities of life. And you start wondering things like, why do children of billionaires commit suicide? Or why, when Deion Sanders was the best player in the NFL, was making more money than anybody else, had all the cars, was going to all the parties, owned a couple of mansions, had access to all the ladies, and yet he was so suicidal that he was going to drive himself off a bridge. How's that happen? Well, it's because happiness is much deeper than just the amount of resources you have in your bank account. See, a lot of times, many of us, because we grew up without access to the things we want. I mean, I can tell all these stories about the projects. My mother was 17 when she gave birth to me. I asked my mother, I said, who was in the hospital with you when I was born? And she said, me and the nurse. That was it. I said, nobody else was there? And I knew my father was out running the streets doing whatever. He eventually went to prison for drugs. I didn't know him that well. I don't even know him well enough to dislike him. I don't even dislike him. The man, I just never knew him. But nobody else was there. So I visualized this scared 16-year-old girl being pregnant. She gave birth to me when she was 17. And I visualized, first of all, I said, well, thank you for letting me live, because I'm sure it would have been easier to just terminate, right? That's, no judgment, but that's what society says. If you're poor, then your child shouldn't be born. Obviously, I have to disagree with that. As one of the kids that got a chance to be born. And also, I remember that we did live in the projects. So there's really no poverty story a person could tell me that I couldn't relate to on some level. I remember seeing roaches in the house, and it wasn't a big deal to have roaches. And like roaches, you just flick them off your sandwich and keep on eating. You're not going to throw away a good sandwich just because the roach took a little bite. Again, some of y'all may think that's gross. That means y'all ain't never been through nothing. No, I'm playing. You ain't never really been hungry if you don't know what I'm talking about. But seriously. So what happens is that when we grow up in those conditions and we grow up struggling and without the things we want, we just tend to sort of fixate our mind on this idea, this false idea that if I get the right job with the right house and the right car and the right amount of money, that life is just going to be good. And that's just not true. What I compare it to is, imagine how you feel when you really have to go to the bathroom, right? Imagine if I'm an okay speaker, I do my thing, but imagine if I was giving the best speech ever. Like, let's say I was a great speaker like Malcolm X or something. I'm giving the most riveting speech on earth and giving you the knowledge that's going to change your life. But at the same time, you really, really gotta pee. Like you're just going to explode if you don't get to a bathroom. Are you really going to be able to pay attention in that speech? I mean, remember, it's the best speech ever. I'm telling you how to make $1 billion and be a black and powerful. You don't, but you got to pee, right? So at that moment, nothing else matters. You got to get to a bathroom. Right? So you just say, gosh, I want to see this speech, but I got to record it for me. And then you hop into the bathroom and then finally get to the bathroom. You finally get in there and you're like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, gosh. Right? You're happy to finally let it out. Right? Okay. So let me ask you. So after you're done and you go wash your hands and everything, hopefully everybody washes their hands. If you don't, you're nasty. What do you do after that? Do you just Do you just hang out in the bathroom in case you got to pee again? You like spend the day in the bathroom for a while, just because peeing was so enjoyable before. Why not just do it all day? Right? No, what do? You walk out of the bathroom, and then you get back to doing things that are more important. Right? And it's not that going to the bathroom wasn't important. It was important based on where you were in your life. You needed a bathroom, so bathrooms were really important. Now you don't need a bathroom anymore, so now other things are more important than that. And so life is kind of the same way. They have something they call Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't know about it, you should look it up. And they talk about that. They talk about how your level, where you are vibrationally, where you are in terms of what level of life you're on, that determines what really matters to you. Right. So, for example, when I talk to my daughters, our daughters, I get to be the bonus dad of a son. He's 6'8". So if I told you he was my biological child, you would not believe me. But I love being his bonus dad. He's very smart. And two beautiful daughters. Their mother's gorgeous, and their father is a great guy. And we partner together to really make sure these kids are protected and loved. And so with these pretty girls, the best thing I can tell them is not just things about happiness and how money fits into that, but I also say, one of the goals that me, your mother, and your father are going to have for you is to make sure that your financial needs are met well enough. Again, not just because we're giving you things, but because you also understand how to make money, how to preserve money. We want your financial needs to be met well enough so you don't end up in a situation where you got to date a creepy, terrible man just because you can't pay the rent. And in fact, when we were talking earlier about narcissistic abuse, the sister mentioned financial abuse as one method of control that people have over others. And I've seen this a lot. In 2006, I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and I interviewed lots of people, and I was really fascinated by how many people make relationship choices based on economic need. So what I say to them is I want to help you operate at a vibrational frequency high enough where you're not picking a man that's just going to fill a financial void. It's okay to be attracted to men who are successful and wealthy and all that. I believe that some of that's biologically wired. Just like men like women that look a certain way or whatever it is that men like, women have things that they tend to be attracted to. So I think that's okay. Maybe the wealth is a symbol of something innate about that man that's appealing to you. And that's perfectly fine. But I don't want you to feel that you have to go and pick a partner just because daddy didn't help you. Daddy didn't teach you how to pay the bills. Mama, nobody's there for you. So many of our people get abused in relationships because we don't have anybody to turn to. Some of us, many of us in this life, myself included, have gone through abuse, not just relationship abuse, but just societal abuse, because we didn't have anything to lean on. We had no inheritance. We had nobody we could turn to for money. And it might show up as some kid who goes out slinging dope in the street because he needs to make an extra $200 or $300 because he just had a baby and he wants to get what the baby needs. So effectively, when you really think about how important money is in terms of just that ability to have a safe, successful, and content existence, I don't understand why we don't train our children on money from the day that they are born. I see so many of our boys, our children, being trained to be great football players, and 99.9% of them ain't never going to make a nickel playing football. But their parents will spend $1,000 sending their child to football camp. I'm like, that is not an investment. That is fine. I like football. I'm a big football fan. But can't we sort of really think about what should be the priority here? So effectively, when you talk about the use of money as a source of power or abuse or whatever the case may be, and whether money's good or bad, and I loved how Asia put the different beliefs we have about money. Money's the root of all evil. Debt is bad. And that's when I realized she was brilliant. And I said, she brought up Dave Ramsey, because I brought that up before. Debt ain't always bad. Debt is not always good. Debt is just powerful. Money isn't always bad. Money isn't always good. Money's just powerful. It's like a gun. Is a gun bad or good? Well, it depends on what you need the gun for. If you're protecting somebody, if you're protecting your family, then it's a very good thing. If you're using it to commit a robbery, then it's a bad thing. Fire. Is fire good or bad? Well, fire can cook your food and keep you warm, or it can burn you and your family alive. So fire can be all these things. So money is very powerful. And here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's what we gotta hack into this and understand this issue is that financial abuse that the sister was talking about in terms of relationships, it doesn't just happen in romantic relationships. It also happens in the relationship that black people have had with this country. See, when we talk about things like this is where I scare or confuse people, because I'll talk about integration and I'll sit here and I'll say, gosh, I don't mind the fact that my neighbors are white, and I don't mind the fact that I can go to shop in any store I want to. I've never had any issue with white people, unless you're trying to bully me or control me. When my daughter married a guy from Denmark, he's a really nice guy. I said, well, does he treat you well? Do you love him? Yeah, okay, fine. So I never had that issue with anybody who wasn't black. But what I do think about is I ask ourselves, I say, what did integration actually really do for us that I can really point to in terms of saying, okay, we are clearly better off after integration, right? Okay, let me see. Do we have more wealth than we had before integration? No. Okay. Because we own more land. We owned 100 times more land in 100 years ago than we do, or 20 times more land, or 50 times. It's some number. I got to look it up. But we own a lot more land before integration than we do now. Do we have more businesses now than we did before integration? No, we don't. We traded our businesses in for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. In fact, we used to own a sports league. We had something called the Negro Leagues. We had the Golden Glory Sweepstakes, which is basically a black NASCAR. We had a lot of stuff. Your ancestors weren't just sitting around waiting for people to save them. They were actually building things and creating things out of necessity. Okay. Are families stronger now than they were before integration? Do we have stronger families, or have we kind of fallen off the rail a little bit? No. 76% of all black kids don't even have a daddy in the house. And we don't even think daddies even are important anymore. We think fathers are just this stupid little accessory that you tack on for convenience. When we would never assume that it's okay for 76% of our children to not have a mother in the house. But why do we think it's so normal for 76% of our kids to not have a father in the house? Maybe we need to process that a little bit. So you can go down the list. Educationally, were we better educated before integration or after? I don't know. Well, we got 55 public schools in Chicago that receive probably billions of dollars in funding that don't have one single child that can read or write or do math at grade level. Nope. So when I think about integration, here's what I see. Here's what I visualize. And JJ, let me know when my time is low, because I don't want to over talk. About 10 more minutes? Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to do 10 more minutes. What I visualize with integration is a marriage, and it's an abusive marriage. And it was a scenario where you formed a partnership where perhaps we were misled into believing that we would be equitable partners in this relationship. We thought we were going to sort of split the power, split the wealth, split the possibility. And that wasn't really the plan. That wasn't the plan. The plan was not to integrate you so you could be equal partners. The plan was to integrate you so that you could become subordinates. The plan was to commodify you. To some extent, black people we're like the KFC chicken that was invited to somebody's house for dinner. So the chicken arrives at the house thinking he's about to eat good, and he don't understand that, no, you are the dinner. We're going to put you in the middle of the plate. And you're like, ooh, we're going to put you in the middle of the table. Ooh, I'm going to be in the middle of the table. I'm getting all the attention, right? And you don't understand. They're going to carve a piece of your butt off and cook you because you are the commodity. So to some extent, what happened with integration is not, again, this is important to understand. Integration was not a bad concept. Just like marriage. Is marriage bad or good? Well, it depends on who you're married to. Right? It depends on the nature of that relationship. So integration in itself was not a bad or a good concept. But in America, where you're dealing with this concept where unfortunately many whites were led to believe that they were superior to black people, and then also simultaneously, it takes two to tango now, you have a lot of black people, even to this day, who sort of have an inherent inferiority belief. We believe that we're supposed to serve somebody else, right? So it's a perfect combination, like the pimp and the hoe, right? Pimps can't pimp everybody. A pimp would not be able to recruit my daughters because they have high self-esteem. They have fathers, strong fathers that support them. They have access to resources, so they wouldn't be good targets for a pimp. They're both beautiful girls. But if you have that little girl out there who doesn't like herself very much, who doesn't have food to eat, who doesn't have anybody that has her back, who maybe doesn't have a lot of knowledge and education, well, then she's going to be a ready target. And pimps can smell this. Predators can smell this. So to some extent in America, remember, capitalism is another one of those things that's very powerful. I don't see it as good or bad. But in America, unfortunately, we are kind of committed to the idea of predatory capitalism. We have a lot of predatory capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist now. I think capitalism can do wonderful things, but there's some problem with a society that believes that it's okay that workers' wages have been going down while CEO pay has been just skyrocketing through the roof. There's something wrong with a society where the top 1, 2, 3% of the country is allowed to own half the wealth. Right? Like there's something wrong with a society where your government is $31 trillion in debt. And it's largely because there are people who believe wealthy people shouldn't have to pay more in taxes. I looked at that. I saw exactly when the U.S. debt started skyrocketing. Around 2000, President Bush pushed forward tax cuts. And he did that because at the time things looked good and there was a government surplus. And right after that happened, 9/11 occurred, which led to the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, which cost several $1 trillion. The big financial crisis of 2007 threw us further in debt, because remember, the first thing Obama had to do when he got into office was write a big check for about $700 to $800 billion to bail out the banks. Not to bail out the American people, but we bailed out the banks, we bailed out Wall Street, right? And then a few years later, you have the pandemic. Now the debt to GDP ratio, which is almost like a debt to income ratio. So think about a debt to income ratio if you're trying to buy a house. So the debt to GDP ratio went from maybe about 50% in the 1960s to being 165% today. So effectively, if you think about it like this. The U.S. government has $31 trillion in debt. Annual tax revenue is about $4.5 to $5 trillion. That's like a person making $45,000 a year being $300,000 in debt. So if you had a friend that was $300,000 in debt, but they were making $45,000 a year, would that person be financially secure? Would you say that that person's in a good financial situation? No, you would not. So that's what your government looks like. So effectively, to some extent, America is a country that has this interesting history where not only do we have the racism, but it sort of bleeds into the capitalism, and the predatory capitalism just kind of says we're going to prey on anybody who's weak, not just because you're black. We don't hate you just because you're black. We might hate you because you're poor or because you're not one of the wealthy and powerful in this country. So what is the solution? What's the best way to kind of look at this? What does this mean? Well, I do have this book. Feel free to take a look at it. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Now, I wrote this book mainly because it is my firm belief that in order for us to improve our economic condition, we must address the economic culture that exists in our families. We have to stop raising our kids to make them believe that the highest height they can ascend to is to get a nice job with a nice office and then go run off and live in a white neighborhood. That can't do. Now, that's okay if that's what people do. I'm not judging that. What I'm saying, though, is that you have a lot of people, a lot of children that are so smart that they could become the billionaires that fund and create thousands of jobs. They could become the captains of industry, but instead, the little kid is 16 years old and he's good with computers, and somebody, what do they say? Oh, you're going to get you a good job. Hey, that's what they used to say to me. And so here's the thing you got to understand is that if you look at Elon Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, Elon Musk is pretty much just an engineer who also learned how to be an entrepreneur, who took some risks and took his engineering skill and scaled that up into something where he's been able to create over 500,000 jobs, mostly for his community. If you look at the history of Jeff Bezos, another man who's worth over $100 billion, who created Amazon, if you look at his history, I've studied these guys because I like to reverse engineer. If you're doing something that's working, I'm gonna study that. Well, Jeff Bezos was just a techie kid, like a lot of our kids in our community, who then decided to take a chance to become an entrepreneur. He walked away from a very good, high-paying job. People told him he was stupid for doing this, And he went and he sat in a training class, a free class on how to become a librarian, how to run a bookstore. So he's sitting next to these librarians taking notes on how to run a bookstore. I kid you not. And that is literally the origin of Amazon. So my point is to say this, and this is what we'll end with, is I think we can do so much better. I believe deeply in the idea that we are just sitting on the secret sauce, that we got the juice. We are everything that we need. We are the $1 trillion commodity that we've been looking for. I believe the gold is buried right in your backyard, and you ain't got to go down the street, around the block. You ain't got to sell your kids into corporate slavery. You ain't got to go to places where you're not wanted to find opportunity. I believe that you have the ability to manifest realities that are so extraordinary that even you don't understand how amazing they're going to be. But all we need is the confidence and the discipline and the commitment to developing a culture that allows us to fully manifest and create those realities. Take those kids that might want to be great basketball and football players and create an army of black entrepreneurs. Buy stock for your children from the time they're born. And then if you do that, and they will have so much money by the time they're 25 or 30. If you consistently buy them stock from the time they're born, by the time they're 30, they'll have so much money they'll never have to work for anybody. If you don't believe me, go to my website, boycewatkins.com. I have something there called a $5 a day investing plan. I had to create this because I had so many people that were giving me pushback because they've been led to the false belief that black people can't build any wealth, that black people don't have enough money to invest. So I said, okay, well, can black people afford chicken? They said, yeah. I said, absolutely. If I put a Popeye's chicken in the poorest neighborhood in America, in one day there'd be a line out the door, around the corner, down the block, full of people that shouldn't be eating chicken. You know what I'm talking about? So let's pick $5 a day, which you can't even buy a Popeye's chicken value meal for $5. So if a person invests $5 a day consistently in any S&P 500 index fund, Victor, Oscar, VOO is one that you can pick if you want one, if you want to start that for your child, or SPY, that's another one. If you do $5 a day in any S&P 500 fund as a gift to that newborn baby, by the time the child is 10, they have approximately $21,000. By the time the child is 20, they have approximately $102,000. By the time the child is 30, they have approximately $250,000. By the time they're 40, they have approximately $750,000. At that point, you're not poor anymore. In fact, after the first decade, you're not poor anymore. There's nobody that's liquid that has $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in the bank that could call themselves poor. What does that do? That changes the game. That means they don't have to spend their lives in slavery. That means they don't have to spend their lives doing work they don't want to do. They don't have to spend their lives in places that they're not wanted. They can actually go be free and manifest and live the life they're supposed to live. So let's do that for our kids, and let's make our people great, because that's what we deserve. And I believe it to the core of my heart. Thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate it.